Chapter 1 Please sign contract with me. Mr. Wanderer, CC our futile procrastination and expeded tethys signing go for contracto fulfill the task authent. Impossible. Get me back immediately. Within the confined fan old farmhouse, Ironman with pitch black eyes loudly cursed to himself. His feature is sword a Lakitian radiant, adorned with a ite towel wrapped aroundished, wily simple long sword hung at thigh's waist. His namuish chigafe, with theser name kind the jivaname gouffé. This rather ruchin trick name was a product toffis late father's overzealous imagination. Regardless, he was indeed a true Han Chinese, born on earth Andrzed in Washia. 7 days prior, he woke to discover himself in Thyssen familiar world, and subsequently, ding, wanderer chigafe, welcome to Chilan continent. Iamayo u regulatory historian u merfordemia Shannon. Elves, dwarves, beastmen, dragons, and demoscent his diverse realm of sword seri. I will assist you win survive and gone thriving. Please design the contract, rectify history, and indulge giant adventurio fio eurother world la journey. Chiga fi vivid lie recall at the twin thigh sentitayu to read thep phraser rectify history, thword swirl most inaudible, akinta the fine print disclaimers found in contracts corporations. How could a possibly fall for such a trick? Listen, e have anointerest introverse and gother worlds. The choice between 996 welfare and risking my life in a fantasirial my subvious, hurry and sin back I have a familito support. Of course, if I use t contract and complete the task, it shall return eotoriality. Damn it. Chiga fi grimaced in frustration. I fit were a few days ago, Hekud have continued to by de histamine test Shannon's patience, but now, it was no longer an option. You, step out. Hands on your head, no resistance. You'ver there, squat down. Do you not understand when I tell you to squat? Hando virally our provisions. Amidst theclamer, Chiga fi peered through Tekrakov to door. A group of soldiers glid in round Delmits was going from Mausto house, capturing villager sand, pillaging their belongings, and they were about to reach their run-down farmhouse where he was sitting. Indeed, this village was soon fortunatina to be under siege. Curse it, hurry and jet back. Chigafi's expression darkened, his voice stinged with a killing itch. Ari outruli contento h this village beplundered? You havine heritethi memory is soft chigafint this world theranotmer fabrications. Unbelievable, even system shave learned to employ moral coercion thesedes? His eyelids twitched at the implications, yet he a third-party's assertions were a note entirely with, thoutmerith this memorius indeed contained Ashina fragments. These surplus memorias depicted high Mazain abandoned in font, with black Herndis being the most notable traits. In the Chilan continent, such genetic markers were exclusivita the Milan family. This family had birthed numerous heroes, safeguarding humanity through Tianal soft time. Naturally, Chigafi was regarded as a future hero, revered be the villagers. As to decades past, Thielder soft he village treat high mason off thyron, nurturing with care. The village Echeldren looked up to him Masarola model, eagerly following his fantastical plans for adventure. These memorias were vividly clear, familiar yet subtle. Let me clarify in point. It was not you who brought out of this world die to yourself. Themamenti our consciousness supplanteth that oft he original owner of this body, history hadel ready been altered. Rectifying history I giro obligation. Saving the village is sal soy or responsibility. Chigafi pondered these words, ultimately let Tingu to resigna. One request, one question. Speak. Don't it interfere with my actions. And what benefits do I receive? Each time you complete a task, yo wilgen a powerful and enigmatic ability that will I'd win navigating Thysither world. That seems fair. What else? Ya will receive Ericla function ultra-veil manual that will automatic, liticumity our glorious deeds, transcending theorioms. Not interested. What next? Historian Shannon ceased speaking, and Justice Chigafi was about a proposi. His own conditions, a phantasmagoric calamisia suddenly appeared in his mind. Itways animagio fast strikingly handsome, valiant knightus with light brown hair. Schwaron liafit dwighting topon hero per body, accentuating her voluptuous curves and all defined abdominalin. Of that moment, she was disassembling theormer in her legs, revealing jade lakiti footclit in whitest stockings that exuded warmth. Evenus Moralian image, Chigafi felt an overwhelming surge of feminine allure wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Furthermore, you may also. No, what was that just now? Could you not provide an explanation? I assumed you weren't interested, so escaped that part. Scheispt drove test soldiers outside defending her migranty out the opportunity to crew the race accompanying. Hiss. Now, let me continue to introduce the benefits available to Nund, Chigafi tightened the towel on his head. I suddenly find Theodaof masquerading as a heretic to saveth world quite intriguing. Shall I confirm thought he would agree to sign to contract? Let me confirm as well you will not interfere with my actions, correct? After three's consofsolence, both spoke in unison. Of course. Certainly. In the next moment, a brilliant white light radiated from Chigafai's body. Ding! Wanderer Chigafai, you have been incorporated into the system of historian Shannon. Retrieving personal information off the Wanderer. Retrieval complete. Name Chigafai. Gender male, age 20. Race Wanderer. Alignment neutral. Class villager. Resident Genermote village. I am Manofsami Watu Niki appearance. You have Iwa Kenned in his body, and died as Sayo your duty to fulfill his mission. Expertise Deception 81 Master, Cold Reading 73 Expert, Acting 65 Expert, Thick Black Theory 60 Expert, Manipulation 55 Proficient, Criminology 55 Proficient, Swordsmanship 19 Novice Total 47 Skills. Strength C. Agility C. Magical Power. Intelligence C. Luck B. Leadership B. Overall Evaluation C. Binding Thetravel Manual. Binding complete. Your task shave been assigned to the travel manual. Chigafiful tastering within, snapping his fingers. A black-covered manual materialized in Hishand, flipping go pin automatically. Time year 526 of the Radiant Era, month 2. Location Chilon Continent, Moan Kingdom, border off Count Constans Domain, Wind Peach Village. Background 6 months ago, King Charles I off Moan Kingdom Digin expectedly. Fieldest Prince, Frederick, conspired with Duke Bylanto Stageacup, attempting to usurp the throne from the right fool here, Princess Clinkside. Princess Klinksid's younger brother, Prince Roderick, dispatched the Royal Guards Torzist, Anzaval wasn't brink. In the chaos, Princess Clinkside fled the royal citadel Skirtov her attendants, her whereabouts unknown. Subsequently, both princes, under Vegasov protection, sent search parties to scour for the missing princess. Warning duetto various unforeseen circumstances, the civil unrest, initial lie expectedo conclude within 6 months, has been indefinitely prolonged. You must rectify this segment of a story. Historical rectification. Recapture the dividend as off to southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, anti-zeth royalcity Fandra sales, thereby ending the civil strife and unifying the kingdom. Time limit 3 years, 1094 days, 1095 days. Task objectives. End the civil unrest 01. Recapture a thinner Thernalvis Duchy 01. Recapture the southern Bylon Duchy 01. Recapture Thustern Simon Duchy 01. Recapture a Theastern Jaluo Duchy 01. Size Thero Yalcidio Fandra sales 01. The current phase of tasks areas follows. 1. Defeat the invading Wind Peach Village 01. 2. Locate any herd of throne 01. Upon completing the phase of tasks, you may choose a token Cladeth this journey and setly outwards, temporarily returning. Chigafiklo set the manual, and Shanon's voice resonate Dance Marie. Before you embark, I recommend do assess his word at your waist to sing the manual. Chigafei, slightly perplexed, complied and removed the long sword for evaluation. A flash of white light surged, and a Lenoff text appeared on the blank page. Chigafai's eyes widened suth as is the tropabiklish, batilikite. He paused and asked, how renowned is the Milan family in this world? Well known, event a the point of being ga household name. Goodness. Chigafai was noted torprized. Heroes, after all, Wormer Litho Suho barged into Hom, ransaki Devera last coin, and then conversed with the owners. Hey, you scoundrel, let go from. Brat Geduthier. Thika motion out, Siduous drawing closer, less than 10 steps away from the dilapidated farmhouse. Chigafis Swift Lyska med through Hevarias feature soft tea travel manual, bringing the longsword closetoit, and this word transformed into idolite, vanishing into the manual. Shannon, do you have anything else to zetom? Mr. Wanderer, welcome to Chalon Continent Toff's word sand magic. Please unleash our potential and create a ruckus. Chiga Feis Mercadan Slolapusha de Pinthador. Undoubtedly. Chiga Fei. August 10, 2023. Author's note: this book has been available for exactly 1 year since it was released last year. Its rating has gradually climbed from Amara 6. 5 tone impressive 9. 1. With the number of requests for updates swelling from 3 tonerly 500. The progress of tu Thoris been instrument to thikinius of long time readers will have witnessed this journey. Yet, it must consider that the initial chapter sweareroth were poorly written, and the backlash was entirely justified. When the author commenced this work, they were already void of experience, merely attempting to foresee them play from a popular Dragon King narrative, resulting in some thing gutter lie. Recognize a front readers' sensibilities, for which I ask for your understanding. Recently, I have been endeavoring to revise the earlier sections, I implore you, in light of my admission, to refrain from harsh criticism. In conclusion, I hope Athadio will persevere in reading, for the unfolding plot will not disappoint you, as those are readers will have devote horse in the review section. Ouch. Chapter 2: The Elite Hunter. Outside Death of Farmhouse. A soldier with I allow hair Weijian King, a thermophasevan or a 10-year-old girl, who had likely been discovered didding in the cellar. Thedrill's eye swearer dreamed, her frail form trembling uncontrollably, yet no single turful. You Wichtman, when me brother Zigfire turns, Nanio fuel escape. Perhaps it war brother Zigfiu ho hate emboldened her, forth the girl's sudden libet down hard on soldier serm. Thiolau-haired soldier winced in pain and raised to strike the girl. How dare you be team, you wretched child? Ah, Sir Knight, the chill dimerly knave please do not stoop to her level. Zigfi had just stepped due to the dilapidated farmhouse and immediately witnessed this sheen. Heru shed forward to intercede, wearing a facade of obsequiousness. My lord, why engage with a mere child? You have come seeking grain, have ye not? Allow me to guide ye out of the granary. Come in her stoy linthafiled solely to sustainable knights like ye ourself. Ash spoke, Hesab maneuvered the girl behind him, presenting himself as a truistic simpleton, unable to distinguish between an ordinary soldier and a knight. The yellow-haired soldier, Insen said that this village he foldered obstruct them, groovin angrier. He turned the butt of Fee's weapon and Jabadite forcef fully into Zigfi's abdomen. Zigf immediately felt this stomach churn, doubling govern pain. Cough, cough. His expression contorted in agony, yet maintained a sycophantic smile. Though his dark eyes grew increasing like cold. The yellow-haired soldier, still unsatisfied, poked Zigf in various places with the butt of Fee's weapon several more times before finally relenting. Come with Mindrale, waddy you know the captain. Yes, yes. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Zig feeder Nedtothalida Gerland whispered softly in hearer. Little Tova, be good. Do not cry or make ye a fuss. Listen carefully, go to the squarey and find door father and mother. Do you remember? With her eyes already brimming with tears, the clever girl understood that their brother Zig Fee was enduring suffering on her behalf. But you. Fine, hurry now. Watching the girl see back repeated lie head aparted, Zig Fee then Danette as my leaned bowed slightly. Sir Knight, shall we proceed? Humph. Thiolau-haired soldier cast a disdainful sit-along glance at Zigfi, harboring an in-nitek on Timpfert Hosu who, lacking ability, suffed to play the hero. Mr. Wanderer, heist note your match. I am aware. Zig feeked this focus razor sharp, unwilling tauternoth word. Internally, however, Huasna task composed as she peered. The principle of capturing the king to catch Thebandit was well known, yet the challenge lay in the fact that this king was from Ezitos seas. Thief Malek Knight, Katarina, was patrolling the village in horseback. Asenite, she was genuine Lyrlik Tanto engage in looting, but these circumstances left her not cois. If his highness learned softo days events, he will surely be enraged, shed hot bitterly, shaking her head. Just then, she spotted her soldiers approaching with a Omanov delicati feturous rapet in a headscarf. What is happening? The voice oft heaf malin I twas crispan dicey, devoid oft the earlier hesitation. My lady, this beasant claim she can let us to thievelage granary. Katarina Feroder bro you intend to take kusta the village granary? Yes, sir knight. Our village store substantial amount of grainless ear. I feel spare the villager so, even just methe grain will be yours. Assure you, it will not speak off to days of insider stantherals. Theman before her bowed slightly, his face blastered with a surveillance smile. This reminded Katarina of Tzika Fantacourtiers Becanthopalass, bloated and ineffectual. She harbored a profound disdain for Thissay, willing to abandon indignative for the sake of survival, even as he herself was on the verge of unaganoftum. Katarina's voice aggroven colder. Vous will taken lie a portion of tegrain. As long as you cooperate, vous will not harm the villagers. Oh, thank you for your mercy and generosity, or character truly admirable. For some reason, Katarina found that phrase unsettling. Led the way. Zigfi extenditioned, indicating the center of the village. It's nother to fin, just proceed straight to the central granary. However, there is quite a bit of carry, and don or two ppl may not suffice. Perhaps this should summon the villagers. None. Katarina interrupted coldly, turning to instruct Thiolau-haired soldier regarding the logistics of transporting grain. Zigfina to release this opportunity. Shannon, provide me with this woman's information. Searching for Search complete. Name Katarina. Gender female. Age 20. Race human. Faction order. Class Great Knight. Guardianknig Toftman royal family. She's Cortetha Prince Sheezer Vidu Toft royal city during Gapalasku 6 months ago and has been flaying ever since. Expertise spear technique 63 proficient. Horsemanship 61 proficient. Combat skills knights charged with shield unbreakable provocation call. Ability data. Strength B. Agility B. Magic C. Intelligence D. Luck D. Leadership C. Overall evaluation B. The Princess Knight? Zigfer raised an ebro, surprised yet not surprised. It was like Lethachan had known this female knight's identity all along, which was why such a god been assigned. The master of this female knight was probably Noniother than the exiled Princess Grinched. If he could capture her and Priopin Hermuth, he could simultaneous like complete Toife's sophist quest and return to reality. However, it was not so simple. Zigfira called that attaunt the female knight, Katarina. With an over-evaluation of B, she surpassed him by more than a level. Through his observations soft he villagers over the past few days, Hinata said that the physica fitness of femans in this world was generally superior to theta earthlings. Ordinarical Dreenan Fielder light typically Hayden a virile evaluation of fee, which wasel really equivalent to the physical capability is of normal adults on Earth. Villagers who had undergone some as word traininger were a physically robust kudrichadratting, nearly akin to elite special forces. Only he himself held an evaluation a buffquithin the village. His physical prowess shadal rita surpassed that of the topeth leads on Earth, he cold sprint, 100 meters in under 7 seconds with this body. Yet this female knight's evaluation was B. That likely exceeded Zigfij's understanding Gothamang capabilities. Hey, Arya Jareth is this the Kindofin myth that should appear in a beginner's tutorial? Vous will not assign you tasks taddy ou cannot complete a please su telesial resources sto defethinami. Moreover, consider Thizeri, all world do can do anything jowish to captives. TSK, there was no need to say that. Zigfi scoffed, just asked that wind the distance concluded here discussion. Thiolau-haired soldier organized theater 6 soldier Sansata Fido ward the granary. Katarinader net her horsey around, no longer looking at Zigfi, and casual ordered. Thank you for the information you may return. Vous will viance have sufficient grain. Very well. Sir Knight, our village granary is quitellarge, and just those savinificers not suffice. Zigfi Stone was cautious, as if you were as you lipo and ting out that a leader zipper was down. Katarina did not turn back tisdish pickable man waste testing her patience. I tis note your concern. The 7-eyebrow terial seasoned warriors do not judge at him with the our narrow perspective. Oh, is that so? So, it seems Cyorathianly on left? Thwisper was so faint it was near lie inaudible, yet he dripped within his sigh kilacit drift ted from Katarina's back. In that instant, a wavy oaf dread surged from air tailbone, crawling guffer speen. She spun around Daberblido see the obsequious minnow standing tall like Eolaterpine. In his left hand, Hecrodol the black bountum, while his right hand brushed over the pages, summoning a gleaming sword into existence. Ashagrasped the sword, Zig Fesorajurga dramatically, the turf beneath him upheaving from the force. Hurled Theto metaward Katerina, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The Wanderer's manual flipped up in midair, displaying jit sounder skirrents as data. Name Zigfi. Race Wanderer faction neutral. Rank hero candidate. Strength A. Agility. Magic C. Intelligence A. Luck B. Leadership B. Overall evaluation A. Vekin Sensisoft Teg Great Knights and tackle down Katerin Aspine. Almost simultaneously, she swept aside the incoming black manual with her knight slants. Behind the manual loomed das sinister visage, lunging directly at their face. The earlier flatterer dissipated like half-flating illusion, replaced Biaklin Gatmosferio Fimpending Dum. In that moment, Katerina was abrupt lie riemann de doff her childhood, specifically the fierce lesson here instructor impartering her night training. Katerina, remember this themo stellite hunter soften manifest in Thegasof Thirpri. Chapter 3. Is he a hero? Before her stood a man, brandishing a long sword that surged towards her neck. The female knight felt a chilling sensation crawl across her scalp and instinctively raised her lance to block the blow. In a moment of disbelief, Katerina witnessed the seemingly unremarkable sword slice through her steel lance as effortlessly as if it were butter. Having fled the royal city for half a year, this formidable knight, who had triumphed over countless assassination attempts, was now tasting the bitter scent of death for the first time. It was akin to a nightmare. Katerina could scarcely fathom how a man who had just moments ago cowered like a mouse could transform into a ferocious beast. Eager to feast upon the living, clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Katerina, clad in knightly armor and weighing over 80 kilograms, was sent hurtling from her steed like a deflated balloon. Vivid crimson droplets scattered through the air, and her body rolled several times on the ground before colliding with a wind peach tree, coming to a halt. Her robust shoulder armor bore a massive gash. Blood gushing forth from the wound. The vibrant red fluid twisted and meandered across the earth, forming a stream, while a broken sword lay askew within this sanguine river, resembling a silvery reef. Zigfi glanced at the remnants of his long sword. Recalling its identification details, Holy Sword Barump category, weapon quality, unique. The hero Barump was raised by an ancient dragon. When he embarked on his journey, his dragon mother gifted him this sword, seized from an adventurer as a farewell present. This unremarkable long sword accompanied Barump through a decade of trials, severing evil, shattering injustice, and vanquishing demon lords. At the journey's end, the hero returned home with his companions to establish Wind Peach Village, where this simple sword would be treasured for generations. Effects. 1. Significantly enhances the wielder's physical attributes. 2. This sword reveals its true power when combating the demon race. 3. This sword possesses a formidable affinity for dragons. 4. This sword exudes a natural deterrent effect against beasts. Warning. Should the holy sword strike beings of the Order faction, it will shatter. Note. It is not the sword that chooses the hero. Rather, it is the hero who selects the sword as the holy blade. 7 days prior, when Zigfi crossed over, this sword hung at his waist. Memories revealed that it was gifted to him by the village elder on the day of his coming of age, to prepare him for a future where he might become the hero destined to save the world, what one might call the village's treasured sword. Due to its unassuming appearance, Zigfi had never paid it much mind until he recently identified its origins through a wandering manual. Now, Zigfi felt a sharp pang in his heart, as the identification results warned. The holy sword was a weapon to safeguard order and protect humanity, and using it to harm others would lead to its destruction. Yet, Zigfi had no other choice. Without this sword, he would be utterly powerless. To fulfill the subsequent tasks, he had to display his strength at this very moment, even if it were only for a fleeting instance. Katerina! A sudden cry emanated from Zigfi's side, where the blonde soldier Lime stood, his eyes wide with shock. He had forgotten to confirm certain matters and had turned back alone, only to stumble upon this scene. "You scoundrel!" The blonde soldier started, but as his gaze met Zigfi's, his words faltered. Those eyes, calm and indifferent, were as dark as a bottomless abyss. The surge of adrenaline that had filled him abruptly chilled, and the final syllable lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Trembling, he raised his spear. Zigfai snorted dismissively. Without the female knight, the remaining rabble of villagers could be dispatched with a mere swing of a hoe. He flicked the blood from the broken sword and advanced toward the spear's tip. With each step he took, the blonde soldier retreated too, multiple times. Lime summoned the courage to fight back, yet it vanished without a trace within those unfathomable depths of Zigfai's gaze. Ultimately, Lime found himself with no retreat, pressing against a wooden hut, trembling so violently he could scarcely grip his spear. I am a soldier. I am a soldier of the kingdom. Do you understand? Do you realize what you're doing? A fist struck Lime's abdomen with force, interrupting his impotent rage. The blonde soldier collapsed, clutching his belly, retching forth whatever meager sustenance remained within him. It was evident that he had not eaten in quite some time. Zigfai picked up Lime's spear and swung it down towards the curled-up figure. Stop! A weak voice called from behind. Zigfai feigned ignorance, refusing to halt his assault. His right arm, left rib, back, right leg, and kidneys had all borne the brunt of the earlier blows. Stop! The voice grew increasingly urgent. Only then did Zigfai lower the spear, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Not far beneath the trees, Katerina gasped for breath, her helmet that had shielded her face having fallen off during the tumble. Her light brown curls lay disheveled, framing her pale visage. The once resplendent silver armor was now smeared with mud and blood, rendering her typically gallant appearance a pitiful sight. Her injured left arm hung limply, blood dripping incessantly from her fingers into the earth below. Captain, Lady Katerina, what on earth has happened here? The soldiers, drawn by the commotion from the grain storage, finally arrived. Before them lay Katerina, bleeding profusely from her left arm. Lime sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless, and Zigfai, the only one standing tall, unmistakably the perpetrator. These battle-hardened soldiers, their eyes glinting with fury, brandished their weapons and surged forward. Zigfai's expression turned icy as he pressed his foot against the neck of the blonde soldier. The soldier's life as a hostage restored a measure of reason among the others, who encircled the gravely injured Katerina, their spears still aimed at Zigfai. Zigfai was unfazed by the soldiers, though the holy sword had been broken. Its residual power still surged into his body. Moreover, without that female knight, these soldiers were but a disorganized mob. Even in numbers, he was confident he could dispatch them all within 2 minutes. The only concern was if they grew desperate enough to seize a villager as a hostage, which would complicate matters. Stand down, Katerina coughed, feeling exasperated. Despite her considerable strength, today she found herself either receiving blows or mediating conflict. She gazed intently at Zigfai, her tone earnest. Sir, could you please release the soldier beneath your foot? He no longer poses a threat. Zigfai ignored the female knight's attempt at negotiation, not only refusing to ease his grip but instead pressing down harder, eliciting cracking sounds from the blonde soldier's neck. Katerina's expression shifted, and she cried out, Everyone, lower your weapons. But lower your weapons at once. 6 soldiers reluctantly dropped their weapons, kicking them toward Zigfai. Only then did he stride forward, tossing all but one spear into a nearby well. Keeping one for himself, Katerina watched this unfold with a heavy heart. This man was intelligent, cautious, powerful, and exceedingly ruthless, perhaps the most terrifying type of adversary. How could such an anomaly emerge from this backwater village? She glanced at the sword in Zigfai's hand, utterly baffled as to how such an unremarkable iron blade could have severed her beloved lance, and those eyes, dark as night, were reminiscent of weight. Dark? In an instant, an utterly absurd conjecture surged within Katerina's mind, shattering her thoughts. She felt a stirring in her throat, and almost instinctively, the question escaped her lips. Sir, may I ask who you truly are? Zigfai chuckled as he tore the towel from his head and cast it aside. The early spring breeze whisked away the fluttering fabric, tousling Katerina's curls, yet it brought no warmth to her heart. Black-haired, truly black-haired, Milan, a soldier suddenly screamed, and in the next moment, the entire squad erupted into chaos. Is this for real? Why is someone from the Milan family here? A hero? Is he the next generation of heroes? So that sword is a holy sword? Silence. Everyone, quiet. At that moment, Katerina found it difficult even to breathe. Nearly the entire continent was aware of the significance of black hair and black eyes. It symbolized an ancient legend, a member of the Milan family. What was he doing here? Had the next hero already begun the pilgrimage for the Holy Sword? Impossible. The last Demon King had only been defeated 20 years ago. How could the next hero appear so swiftly? Yes, he must be an imposter. It has to be a ruse. Otherwise, not only would everyone here be doomed, but even those in hiding would surely be implicated. Katerina bit her lip fiercely, desperately seeking reasons to refute her own suspicions. Yet her increasingly pale complexion betrayed her mounting panic. Siegfried, of course, did not overlook this detail. As anticipated, his appearance, combined with the Holy Sword's immense power, was sufficient to masquerade as the genuine Milan. I share a connection with this village. Why are you so anxious? Siegfried wore a half-smile, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. Mr. Milan, despite Katerina's fervent denial within, she couldn't help but involuntarily utter that surname. At this juncture, she merely wished to buy as much time as possible for the scout lurking nearby. Yet, she observed Siegfried raise a finger to his lips. Don't rush, the person hasn't arrived yet. The wave of ominous foreboding surged within Katerina's heart, and as if to affirm her apprehension. A call echoed nearby. Hey, brother Siegfried. Not far off, 3 burly youths waved their hands, their faces beaming with smiles as they carried a tightly bound dwarf toward their direction. Brother Siegfried, we followed little Tova's instructions and searched the house on the west side of the village, and indeed captured a rat. The more Katerina listened, the paler she became. She craned her neck in an attempt to ascertain the identity of the bound individual, only to meet Siegfried's playful and teasing expression. Lady Knight, you may now begin your defense. Chapter 4. Mission accomplished. One of the features of the travel manual, radar map. Siegfried had confirmed prior to taking action that there were no lurking variables in the vicinity. Indeed, he discovered a hidden presence. The map displayed a cluster of blue dots bustling together, representing the non-hostile villagers who were gathered in the village square. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, a glaring red dot flickered from a certain house, symbolizing the enemy. Thus, he entrusted little Tova to relay this matter to the other villagers, while he himself diverted the army's attention. The plan seemed to be progressing quite successfully. At this moment, Katerina was in a state of utter disarray, stammering and unable to articulate a coherent sentence. She had initially intended to delay Siegfried, hoping the concealed scout could escape to inform His Highness. However, she never anticipated that even the stealthy scout would be captured, which inadvertently reminded her of a certain rumor. It was said that the Milan lineage had always been favored by the deities, with each Milan being endowed with miracles on the day of their birth. Among these, the eagle eye was the most representative, almost a standard for every Milan. The eagle eye was reputed to possess the world's most formidable reconnaissance abilities, perceiving with utmost clarity, covering nearly all reconnaissance magic available across the continent. This included, but was not limited to, night vision, long-distance sight, surveillance, item appraisal, psychological observation, blind spot detection, motion analysis, formation deciphering, magical replication, and so forth, making it a veritable Swiss Army knife. Most terrifyingly, this miracle expanded outward in a large spherical domain from the user. Rather than targeting a single individual point, one could say that as long as a Milan stood at the heart of the royal capital, within a day they would know everything, from how many dogs Uncle John next door kept, to illicit dealings in the underground black market, and even which concubine the king favored at night and the number of moles on her posterior. If the individual before her was indeed this generation's Milan, then capturing a hidden scout was hardly surprising. What to do now? Should I plead for mercy? The character of the brave family is notoriously eccentric. Would he spare us? There is still a chance. He doesn't yet know the origins of our army, so he shouldn't suspect His Highness. If I firmly assert we are deserters, it won't implicate the prince. Siegfried, of course, was oblivious to Katerina's turbulent thoughts. He flipped through the travel manual, beginning to search for information on the dwarf before him. Name: Bobo. Gender: male. Age: 36. Race: gnome. Faction: order. Occupation: scout. Royal spy of the Mon royal family. Sold into the royal city by slave traders during childhood. Trained as a royal spy. ostensibly serving Princess Clinched, but in reality, he had been bribed by the second prince, Roderick, to act as a spy beside the princess. Proposer of this robbery plan, specialized skills, reconnaissance 69, expert, acting 51, proficient, combat skills, breath concealment ability data, strength, E agility, A magic, D intelligence, C luck, C leadership, B overall evaluation. C remarks. Gnomes are short in stature and swift in movement, exceptionally skilled in stealth reconnaissance, making them natural scouts. What an overwhelming amount of information! Ziegfei furrowed his brow. This second prince is intriguing. He must have issued the order to attack the village. Sending the princess's people to assault the villages of their own nation effectively eliminates the possibility of her inheriting the throne. After all, no citizen would support a prince who robs his own subjects to become king. As Ziegfei pondered, a smile crept upon his lips. Things seemed to be far more interesting than he had anticipated. Ding! You have successfully defeated the invading army of Fengtao village. Stage Task 1 completed. You have received a historical story jar, which can be opened after task settlement, a story jar. This eerily familiar concept momentarily diverted Ziegfei's attention. He steadied himself and refocused on Katerina beside him. The alluring image flashed in his mind, causing a brilliant smile to unconsciously grace his face, sending shivers down the spine of the female knight. Ziegfei instructed the three sturdy youths, "Bind these soldiers tightly. This woman is to be taken to my room." By nightfall, several barrels of wheat beer had been opened in the village, celebrating heartily. The theme, of course, was to commemorate Ziegfei's triumphant first battle as a hero. These simple villagers seemed to have forgotten that mere hours ago, they had just been robbed. This moment, the village square was ablaze with bonfire light and the aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. As young men and women held hands and danced joyously in the center, the old village chief had brought out the lute he once carried while traveling the continent as a bard to accompany the youth. Naturally, it was evident that neither his playing nor singing was particularly skillful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to become a village chief. Ziegfei, reeking of alcohol, returned to his room, his cheeks flushed from having consumed quite a bit. Yet, this did not hinder his subsequent endeavors. Inside the room, a solitary candle struggled to cast its light into the corners. The female knight Katerina was bound to a chair, her left arm severely injured. The grass rope that could have easily snapped now firmly restrained her. Upon seeing Ziegfei enter, Katerina hastily began to explain. "Mr. Milan, we truly mean no harm. It's just that the soldiers have not eaten for too long. We had no choice but to resort to such measures. We never intended to harm the villagers, and we would only take a portion of the food, never allowing the villagers to suffer from hunger. I swear upon my honor as a knight that everything I say is the absolute truth." Katerina was nearly hysterical, her knightly pride utterly shattered. She was terrified. The heroes of the Milan family were notoriously eccentric, many being known for their brutality and lustfulness. Though those who became heroes were essentially kind-hearted individuals, that kindness was often only directed towards allies, showing no mercy to enemies. Who knew what peculiar preferences this Milan before her might possess? The fact that he had spared her life and those of her companions suggested he was either not bloodthirsty or was simply lecherous. Indeed, Ziegfei paid no heed to the female knight's explanations and directly began to remove her armor. "Ah!" Katerina let out a girlish scream. Her refined and beautiful face instantly flushed crimson. She struggled to escape from the chair, but Ziegfei pressed her back down with a firm hand. "No, please don't." Katerina's ruby lips trembled, tears glistening in her amber eyes. This proud female knight, for the first time in her life, uttered words of pleading. Should those soldiers witness their typically valiant captain displaying such a pitiful expression? They would surely think they were trapped in a nightmare. But Ziegfei completely disregarded the knight's pleas for mercy, awkwardly continuing to disassemble her armor. The sight of her rounded, snowy peaks nearly bouncing into his face was startling. Wow, the image didn't deceive me. They are indeed impressive. Just as Shannon had projected, beneath her armor, Katerina wore a white tank top that perfectly accentuated the captivating curves of her warrior-esque physique. Ziegfei could see the taut muscles of her abdomen through the contours of the garment, the well-defined lines of her waist forming a captivating silhouette. It was a unique physique that conveyed both strength and beauty. He cast a glance at the leg armor forged from mithril. If Katerina were indeed donning garter-style white stockings, it would be utterly devastating. Suppressing his wayward thoughts, Siegfried continued to remove the knight's armor. Seeing that he showed no signs of stopping, Katerina, in despair, closed her eyes. Yet even as the tears around her eyes nearly evaporated, the scenario she had envisioned still did not unfold. Katerina cautiously opened her eyes, only to find the fearsome man beside her was applying a potion to the bandages. Siegfried smiled, moving to her side to tend to the injury on her left arm. You, caught between duty and integrity, are either foolish or malicious. Fortuitously, I have encountered you. Only I am aware of your true foolishness. With an intellect rated D, it is somewhat understandable to utter nonsensical words and engage in foolish deeds. The village priest, unwilling to bestow healing magic upon you, has resorted to this traditional method. You shall have to make do. Katerina's cheeks flushed crimson, as her lord particularly relished peculiar tales of female knights facing defeat. And her prolonged companionship naturally exposed her to such narratives. As Katerina's mood lightened, she hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Melon. You truly exemplify the lineage of heroes. Siegfried nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Melon's status would confer immense advantages upon him, which was why he was willing to compromise the holy sword to project strength. A member of the hero's lineage could not be merely a C-grade weakling. This female knight, having witnessed his prowess, would serve as the finest testament to his identity. Pray, introduce yourself, knight. Surely, you have many tales to share, Siegfried inquired while skillfully applying salve. Katerina's face brightened at the prospect of communication. I am Katerina, a knight hailing from the royal capital. You may be aware that a great civil strife erupted in the kingdom 6 months ago. My lord was slain by the rebels during this turmoil, and I, with a handful of soldiers, fled, arriving here only today. Katerina fluently recounted her premeditated tale, a blend of truth and fabrication. Had Siegfried not possessed the traveler's compendium, he might have been utterly bewildered. Where is Clinchide? Clinchide Ludwig, the first princess of the Morn Kingdom, the primary heir to the throne. She is your master, is she not? Where is she? Sir, I do not comprehend your meaning. We are merely fugitives. Siegfried gazed intently at Katerina, his dark pupils resembling bottomless abysses, rendering her mind blank. The carefully concocted lies were of no use. This man seemed to know everything. Observing her stammering without being able to articulate a coherent thought, he continued, there is nothing strange about this. One need only investigate which troops fled the royal city on the day of the coup. Those escorted by great knights, residing within the royal city, can be deduced with a mere sniff. It matters not if you remain silent. I can locate them immediately. Siegfried scrutinized Katerina's visage, pondering aloud. Your hiding place is nearby, is it not? To the east or west? No need to speak. Your expression reveals the truth. It is to the east. Mind reading. Katerina's pupils constricted, and she quickly lowered her head. Siegfried's cold reading skill was remarkably high at 73. With such proficiency, he could extract the desired information even from a poker face. Katerina, from another world, had never heard of cold reading. She attributed this astonishing phenomenon to the Melon family's miraculous eagle eye. Siegfried lifted the knight's delicate chin to face him. Where in the east? A forest, perhaps? It seems not. Then it must be a cave. To my knowledge, there is only one large cave in the east suitable for hiding troops. The Cave of Winds. Ding. You have successfully located Princess Clinchide. All tasks in this phase are complete. You may choose to settle rewards and temporarily return to reality at any time. Mr. Traveler, I am utterly convinced that you are exceptionally suited for this world. Siegfried chose not to return immediately, as he needed to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming tasks. Katerina's heart raced. She finally understood why Melon had not dealt with her immediately. His target had been her lord from the very beginning. Mr. Melon, the attack on the village was entirely our unilateral decision. Princess Clinchide was completely unaware of this matter. I implore you not to implicate her. Was it that fellow named Bobo who conceived this ill-fated idea? Katerina was taken aback, exclaiming, How did you know? Siegfried sighed. Her D-rated intellect was indeed aptly named. He is a spy, I ask. Have you not pondered why, no matter where you flee, the enemy always finds you? Why, After relentlessly pursuing you for half a year, do they suddenly cease? If you had truly abducted your own citizens today, do you believe your princess would still have a chance to return to the throne? Do you not think that the nearby lords would mobilize under the banner of justice to eradicate the bandits the very next day? Cold sweat trickled down Katerina's forehead. As a mere guardian knight, she had never engaged with nor held an interest in such sordid conspiracies. Her actions were solely to ensure a better life for Princess Clinchide. Katerina could never have fathomed that her deeds would plunge her lord into an abyss. How could this be? It has nothing to do with her. She was entirely unaware. The knight was thoroughly panicked. Had she not been bound to the chair, she might have taken her own life in atonement. What is there to fear? Am I not here? Siegfried reassured her. Not a whisper of today's events shall escape. However, the prerequisite is, he lifted a strand of Katerina's light brown hair, chuckling lightly, you must take me to meet your princess. Katerina's initial joy faltered upon hearing Siegfried's condition. May I inquire as to the reason? Katerina was loath to allow this dangerous man to meet her lord. Siegfried's smile grew increasingly audacious as his hand slid along Katerina's chestnut hair to her delicate alabaster neck, finally brushing against the soft, elevated peaks. Of course, I wish to ask if she would be willing to part with you. Katerina shuddered, her fair face flushed. He was indeed still lecherous, yet this time the knight did not resist as fervently as before. Her face aglow, her voice resolute, she declared, if my life can secure my lord's future, what harm is there in offering myself to you? There is no need to meet her. From this moment forth, Katerina belongs to you, and you may dispose of me as you wished. To submit to a man who is both stronger and wiser than oneself, who may very well become the future hero. Ah? Perhaps it is not such a loss after all. Siegfried chuckled at Katerina's forthrightness. Perhaps he should consider taking her for himself? Forget it. I am Melon, the future hero. How could I engage in such base acts? Unfortunately, Siegfried remained unaware of the true nature of the Melon family. Otherwise, he would have acted without hesitation. Casting aside his base desires, he straightened his demeanor and spoke. No, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. How should I put it? I still harbor some affection for this place. Given that they have laid waste to my village, they must be prepared for the consequences. You shall take me to meet the princess, and I will assist her in escaping her current predicament. In exchange, should she one day ascend to the throne, she must exact punishment upon the masterminds behind this attack. At that moment, Katerina felt the temperature in the room plummet. Siegfried's expression turned as cold as frost, his words noble in intent, yet his true thoughts were starkly pragmatic. He understood that reclaiming the four corners of the kingdom could not be achieved alone. Ultimately, he was not the true Melon, nor a hero. To rectify this history, he must align himself with a certain faction, utilizing them to achieve his goals. Siegfried could also surmise what the next phase of the task entailed, most likely reaching a cooperative agreement with some faction. Whether it be the first prince, the second prince, or the princess, any faction would suffice for him. After all, the tasks to be accomplished remained the same. Upon hearing that this Melon Lord was willing to personally assist her princess, Katerina's spirits soared, and the pain in her shoulder seemed to dissipate. Historically, the Melon family had never intervened in political struggles. It appeared that this gentleman had truly been provoked, with a hero at her side. Not only would she be able to ascend to the throne, but the empire would not dare protest even if they reclaimed territory taken by the neighboring empire. The more Katerina considered, the more exhilarated she became, promptly agreeing to set off at dawn to seek an audience with her princess. Lord Melon, could you please untie me? In their fervent discussion, Siegfried nearly forgot that he had yet to release her. Certainly, you may stay in my room tonight. The villagers are still enraged, and Katerina's voice was soft, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Siegfried reluctantly untied the ropes. Ultimately, he was unable to ascertain whether the white silk stockings adorned the long legs encased in mithril armor were as splendid as he had imagined. Just then, Shannon's ethereal voice echoed once more in his mind. Mr. Traveler, do you wish to return to reality and settle rewards? You may also choose to proceed directly to the next phase of the task, potentially earning greater rewards upon the next settlement. Naturally, he was unwilling to return immediately. He wanted to stay. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Siegfried. and he collapsed directly toward Katerina. TSK? Was there really no cushioning? In the final moment before consciousness faded, he felt as if his face were pressed against something soft and yielding, exuding waves of fragrant aroma. Chapter 5. Settlement. In a hazy state, Zigfi beheld countless ethereal light and shadow twisting and dancing before his eyes, akin to a bonfire flickering in the wind. The old village chief, Zayatova, the blonde soldier, and Katerina. One silhouette after another flashed past. The tranquil and harmonious village, the verdant waves of wheat swaying in the spring breeze. The villagers' innocent smiles, the fierce curses, the oncoming spears, and beneath the vast azure sky, a female knight with a proud silver helmet riding a white horse. The mysterious traveler's manual, the glinting simple longsword, the cold and ruthless features of a man. All crystallized in the moment he charged toward the female knight with his sword drawn. Zigfi slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar ceiling at a desk, a computer, a wardrobe, a recliner, a single bed, his room. Starkly simple without a hint of extravagance. Indeed, it was his own bedroom. Everything felt like a fleeting dream. Have I returned? Am I dreaming? Zigfi murmured incredulously, beginning to doubt whether the 7 days spent in Wind Peach Village were merely an extended illusion. Shannon? He tentatively called, yet the ethereal voice in his mind did not respond. It truly was a dream. A sudden sense of loneliness, of unknown origin, enveloped Zigfi, dulling the spark in his eyes. I'm here. What the hell? Zigfi nearly fell off his bed. Beep, beep. Don't you usually give a prompt before speaking? The calm, ethereal voice of historian Shannon echoed in his mind. That was merely an imitation of the systems found in online novels. Since you have already signed the contract, there is no need for me to engage in such foolishness. Zigfi was left utterly speechless. Traveler, your novice task has been completed. Please open the Traveler's manual to claim your reward. Zigfi's brows twitched, and he immediately summoned the manual, excitedly flipping through its pages. Let us open a jar first. I adore lotteries. He eagerly retrieved the 2 extra black clay jars from the items section. Historical story jar, only obtainable upon completing stage tasks. Category, consumable quality. Depends on your luck to understand the great path. One must first comprehend history. History is the distillation of all knowledge, the crystallization of all wisdom. This jar contains the entirety of history from myriad worlds. Breaking it open will yield an item from the realm of fantasy. Note 1. The jar is more likely to contain items you are familiar with. Note 2. Now do you understand why we are called historians? Zigfi's cheeks twitched. Despite possessing B-level luck, he felt uncertain about this indiscriminate lottery. Phew, since anything can come out, let us aim for a platinum star. He grasped the first clay jar and gently squeezed it. The jar cracked, shards scattering, and a soft white light floated in the air, contracting and expanding. Oh, it's really white. The glowing mass landed in Zigfi's hand. It was a bundle of cotton fabric wrapped in a pink plastic bag, astonishingly soft to the touch, with the name Sophie inscribed in striking blue letters. Zigfi silently discarded this item aside and picked up the second jar. Smashing it, a dazzling purple light shot forth from the crack, instantly illuminating the room like a nightclub. Accompanying it was a rhythmically pulsating music. It's here. It's here. There are sound effects too. Zigfi could hardly contain his excitement, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. You're so beautiful. Oh, baby, oh. The captivating melody echoed throughout the room, transforming it further into a dance hall. The purple light, under Zigfi's stunned gaze, slowly descended onto the bed. It was a black sweater paired with white overalls. IKUN battle suit category. Equipment quality. Rare. The you who walks from the shadows makes me feel so pure and yearning. This feeling is unprecedented effect. The wearer gains a 40 proficiency in 4 specialties: singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Note: believe me, the ability to provide 4 specialties simultaneously is a rare treasure among all equipment. Zigfi silently stored away the IKUN battle suit and turned to toss it into the trash bin. What on earth are these items, traveler? The historical story jar is more likely to yield items you are familiar with. So, is this my fault? Zigfi's nose crinkled in anger. The 2 jars he had worked so hard to obtain yielded such useless items. Wait, I can give Sophie to my sister, but what use is this battle suit? Do not worry, You have one chance to illuminate a skill. You may convert any proficiency above expert into a unique ability in the Traveler's Manual. Zigfai's mood slightly calmed as he opened the manual to select a unique ability. This was no small endeavor. He actually possessed over 40 specialties, with a dozen or so above expert level. After nearly 10 minutes of contemplation, he finally focused on a line of indigo text. He brushed his finger across the indigo letters, causing them to shatter and coalesce into a glowing orb that flew into his forehead, bringing a refreshing coolness to his mind. Deceptive talk category, unique ability status, illuminated. Converted from 81 proficiency in deception. Exclusive to Traveler Zigfai effect, bluster and boast. Increases the credibility of lies by 30. If more than 9 truths are spoken beforehand, the credibility of the next lie increases by 100. Upon illuminating this ability, proficiency in deception is lost. Note: only an honest person can make their lies believed. Although Zigfai had many specialties to convert, deceptive talk was currently the most beneficial for his upcoming tasks. He had initially intended to rely on his appearance to impersonate a hero and directly infiltrate the power centers of various factions. With this unique ability, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. If he encountered Katarina again, there would be no need for combat. His words alone could send her fleeing. Traveler, you now have 10 days of rest. After 10 days, you must return to the Killen continent for the next stage of your mission. Please prepare during this time. 10 days. Zigfai silently began to formulate his plans in his mind. At that moment, he glanced at the clock on the wall, which pointed to 7:00. His sister was still lost in slumber. But as a corporate worker, he had to commute. He tidied his room, prepared breakfast for his sister, and hastily consumed a couple of bites of bread before grabbing his briefcase and driving to the company with an air of normalcy. Chapter 6. Reality name? Zhu Tsuehua. Did you bring your ID? Yes, I did. Here it is. Good. Now please introduce yourself. My name is Zhu Tsuehua. I am 19 years old, and I come from, in a minimalist small conference room. A young man reclined in a leather office chair. His features were delicate, his complexion fair, and his thick black hair was styled to one side, revealing a smooth forehead. Dressed in a deep navy suit, he wore a pair of vintage gold-rimmed glasses, his dark pupils intently scrutinizing the resume in his hand. What a refined scoundrel! This impeccably groomed individual was Zigfai, who in reality worked as an HRBP at an electrical company. His primary responsibility was to interview frontline workers, such as assembly workers and welders, luring laborers from across the nation into the factory under the guise of a 996-work schedule. The young woman before him, named Zhu Tsuehua, stumbled through her self-introduction while stealing glances at Zigfai. It was undeniable that his appearance was quite eye-catching. Why did you choose our company? My family is short on money, and my younger brother still needs to go to school. I am looking for a stable job with insurance. She answered. She nervously fiddled with the pen in her hand. It was not an unexpected response. The bustling metropolis of Magic City has only a few towering edifices. Much of the country remains underdeveloped. Young individuals like her, with only a middle school education and just 18, often drift to big cities in search of work. In the few days Zigfai had spent interviewing, he had met dozens like her. Assembly line work is quite exhausting, typically from dawn until dusk. During peak orders, you may have to work until 11 or midnight. Can you accept that? So late? The young woman was taken aback, her expression clearly wavering, a stark contrast to the hours promised by the labor agency. Zigfai frowned helplessly. These labor agencies often depicted factories as paradises on earth, claiming the work was simple and the pay generous. Enticing desperate job seekers with false promises, a moment's reflection reveals that if it truly were a paradise, why wouldn't locals apply? Zigfai's role was to provide a reality check for these unfortunate deceived individuals. Although it may be a bit tiring at first, you'll get accustomed to it. We offer meal allowances, housing subsidies, and transportation reimbursements, in addition to the comprehensive benefits of social insurance and a housing fund. Such generous welfare packages are indeed rare to find in companies like ours. As you can see, our factory currently employs nearly 1,000 frontline workers, all diligently toiling away without a hint of complaint. They, like you, are migrant workers who have journeyed from distant provinces to carve out a living in this metropolis, often with modest educational backgrounds. Yet, they have managed to establish their footing here. The reason is simple. It is their hard work that serves as the sole source of material wealth and the only means to transform their living conditions. By sacrificing a small portion of leisure time, they can earn salaries ranging from 8 to 9,000, even exceeding 10,000. Is this not the perfect time for someone as young as you to strive for success? Chiga Fei, with a fluid and persuasive manner, filled the mouth of a young girl with promises of prosperity, igniting a spark of desire in her eyes, as if she could not wait to sign the labor contract on the spot. Since mastering the art of persuasion, Chiga Fei has unreservedly applied his newfound skills to everyday life, having already lured over 50 unfortunate souls onto the production line in just a few days. He harbored no doubts that, should he harness this ability to charm girls, he could effortlessly become an unprecedented figure of success. Of course, human resources work encompasses more than just this, but Chiga Fei, being a high school dropout with no formal training in human resources or administrative management, could only fulfill the basic role of a recruitment officer thanks to a backdoor entry into the company. After bidding farewell to the ever-grateful Zhu Tsuehua, with half an hour remaining before the end of the workday, Chiga Fei cheerfully prepared to return to his station and indulge in some idleness before clocking out. Mr. Wanderer, I am delighted to witness your adaptation to your unique powers. Please strive to master your abilities as proficiently as possible. Your equipment may be lost, and your companions may betray you, but your powers will always remain your pillar of strength. The ethereal voice of Xiangong resonated in his mind. Although every word from this historian carried a respectful tone, the sense of superiority was palpable. Chiga Fei grimaced. I have a nagging feeling that your demeanor has changed since the contract was signed. What is this? Are you now denying our acquaintance? That is merely your misconception. Ultimately, since you are not a system, what exactly are you? If my crossing over was not instigated by you, then why on earth am I in this predicament? That is not something you need to concern yourself with at present. It is of little importance. You simply need to understand that, as a wanderer, you must adhere to the regulations set forth by our historians. I don't believe a word of this. Chiga Fei silently cursed, though he maintained a facade of composure. In truth, he had no idea what Xiangong looked like. Only hearing that melodious voice, he even suspected that his innermost thoughts were being monitored. However, one detail could be revealed to you. Generally speaking, wanderers are selected by historians and endowed with the ability to traverse alternate worlds, yet your powers do not stem from any historian. Chiga Fei furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Am I a wild wanderer? The voice in his mind fell silent for a moment before responding. Even among the many gifted wanderers, you are indeed the most extraordinary one. The historian, clearly withholding significant information, left Chiga Fei with no means to press for answers, especially since, according to hierarchy, Xiangong was technically his superior. Despite the plethora of questions swirling in his mind, he had no choice but to temporarily quell his curiosity and return to his station to prepare for departure. Aging, there's a dinner gathering tonight. Will you accompany me? To Chiga Fei's right sat a middle-aged man, beaming with a smile and sporting a beer belly, who persistently harassed his neighboring colleague. That colleague was a strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin, a tall stature, and well-defined facial features, particularly an exquisitely shaped nose. This woman's most captivating trait was her long legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, subtly revealing her rosy skin, a manifestation of an inherent aloof grace. Her name was Yang Jing, a recent addition to the Human Resources Department, and also Chiga Fei's neighbor. Since her arrival, the number of male employees making frequent visits to the HR department had noticeably increased. Chiga Fei, due to his proximity to her, often found himself dragged into awkward conversations with suitors. Typically, these discussions revolved around trivial queries such as their relationship status, whether they had exchanged WeChat contacts, and requests for introductions. Although Chiga Fei appreciated beautiful women, particularly those with long legs, an inexplicable intuition warned him to steer clear of entanglements with this woman, lest he find himself in a convoluted situation. Thus, he refrained from offering much assistance to these suitors, who invariably wilted under Yang Jing's frigid gaze, their romantic pursuits ending before they even began. Nevertheless, in such a crowded environment, a few unsavory characters inevitably surfaced. Take, for instance, the man currently attempting to flirt, the deputy director of the sales department, who often used the guise of work guidance to inappropriately touch female employees. Ever since he delivered a work document to the HR department 2 weeks ago, he had become a frequent visitor, under the pretense of work-related discussions, though the reality was evident to all. After all, how much genuine communication could there be between the sales and HR departments? I am sorry, Director Zhang, but I have other commitments tonight. Yang Jing's voice was as cool as her demeanor, her response devoid of any superfluous words. However, Director Zhang was evidently unwilling to concede so easily. He leaned in closer, his greasy face encroaching on her personal space. Let us not be like that. Although we belong to different departments, we are still colleagues, and my usual secretary is unavailable tonight. I would greatly appreciate your assistance just this once. Moreover, the attendees at this dinner will be significant figures in the industry. Forging connections with them could greatly benefit your future. As he spoke, his hand had already found its way to Yang Jing's shoulder. The usually composed and expressionless woman now displayed a rare look of disgust, yet she refrained from outright rejecting him. The surrounding colleagues averted their eyes, having witnessed such occurrences before. This was not an isolated incident, and some women present had suffered similar fates. Every large corporation has a leader like this, someone lacking in capability yet occupying a high position through flattery or familial connections, poisoning the work environment for ordinary employees. Director Zhang epitomized this archetype. He frequently manipulated promotions and advancements as leverage to coerce female employees or interns into compromising situations. Most employees dared not provoke him, opting instead for a strategy of avoidance. However, upon noticing Yang Jing's lack of resistance, Director Zhang's grin became increasingly lecherous, and his grip on her shoulder grew bolder, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her shapely legs. Yang Jing's expression darkened, her fingers gripping the pen with a whitened knuckle, teetering on the brink of eruption. Oh, Director Zhang, you truly are diligent in your pursuits. Yet, dealing with such individuals is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to find another person of equal influence. With a smile plastered on his face, Chiga Fei perused the Wanderer's manual while leisurely approaching his workstation. In the past, he would have turned a blind eye to such matters, as they offered no benefits and only invited trouble. The risks hardly justified the potential rewards. However, now, he was more than willing to employ the Wanderer's manual and his abilities to rid himself of this loathsome fat man. Chiga Fei's voice was neither loud nor imbued with emotional fluctuations, akin to a casual greeting. Yet, the underlying sarcasm was sharp, striking like a resounding slap across the face. Yang Jing's bright eyes widened slightly, her expression one of astonishment. Since her first day at the company, her interactions with this man had been minimal. How could he suddenly come to her aid? Has his character changed? Director Zhang found himself momentarily at a loss, his face shifting from blue to red. Forced to retract his wandering hand, he cast a glance at the fair-featured Chiga Fei, instinctively furrowing his brow. If anyone among the ordinary employees dared to confront him, it would be this young man before him. The reason was simple. Chiga Fei, too, had entered the company through the recommendation of a higher-up. Unlike Director Zhang, who had jumped straight into a leadership role, Chiga Fei had chosen to start from the ground up. In terms of hierarchy, Zhang was technically superior. Thus, for the sake of appearances, he could not afford to back down. Well, if it is young Chi, Director Zhang remarked, sizing him up, his voice dripping with condescension. No wonder you're the nephew of Director Xia. You truly are a fine specimen. How is Director Xia faring these days? Director Xia was a close friend of Chiga Fei's father, serving as the legal advisor and shareholder of the electrical company. After Chiga Fei's parents tragically passed away in an unexpected accident 6 years ago, it had been this Uncle Xia who looked after the siblings. Though a myriad of grievances bubbled within him, Director Zhang was forced to maintain a smile, for Director Xia held considerable influence in the boardroom, even surpassing Zhang's own brother-in-law. Thus, he could only resort to veiled jabs at Chiga Fei, reminding him that he too was a beneficiary of connections and should refrain from making a fool of himself. Thank you for your concern. My uncle is in good health. However, Director Zhang, you appear rather haggard. Your complexion lacking vitality. I hope you are managing well with your work. It appears that Chiga Fei completely failed to grasp the implications of Zhang's words, retorting without the slightest hint of courtesy, particularly emphasizing the term work. Zhang's expression darkened. Despite being equally well-connected, he did not anticipate such a blatant disregard for decorum from Chiga Fei. However, as a seasoned veteran in the workplace, he swiftly regained his composure and sighed in resignation. Ah, Dealing with those big bosses is exceedingly challenging. I am truly at my wit's end. Oh, little Chi, given your remarkable capabilities, why not take the order and negotiate with the client? I shall accompany you to learn from your experience. Shall we? Zhang elongated his tone, his greasy smile reappearing. With the echo of his words, the atmosphere in the office thickened with tension. The other employees buried their heads deeply, only daring to steal glances in that direction. All of them hoped that the refined and amiable Chiga Fei would gain the upper hand in this confrontation. Yet, with Zhang's superior position and his 20 additional years of experience, it was evident that this young man was no match for him. Zhang, little Chi has only recently joined the company. How could he possibly handle such a significant order? An elder brother, who shared a close friendship with Chiga Fei, could no longer sit idly by and hurriedly stepped in to mediate, gesturing fervently at his junior. Yet, Chiga Fei remained unfazed, fixated on the travel manual in his hands, never once lifting his gaze to meet Zhang's name. Zhang Yu, male, 40 years old, education, junior high school, ethnicity, human, deputy director of the sales department at Yali Electric Company, having secured his position through his brother-in-law's referral. He has long exploited his authority to embezzle company assets and harass employees. He has one son and one daughter with his wife and spends his nights frequenting casinos and nightclubs, maintaining 2 mistresses, ability data, strength, E-agility, E-magic, NA, intelligence, D, luck, B, leadership, D, overall evaluation, E, With luck at B, it is no wonder this fool has managed to hold the position of deputy director for so long. Chiga Fei silently scoffed in his mind, realizing that using the travel manual to directly search for information was far more efficient than relying on Xiang Nu to report. For instance, the next page contained photographs of Zhang Yu reveling with those big bosses at a club, images of him entering a hotel with his 2 mistresses, along with syringes and white powder, numerous unsightly items. The angles of all the photographs were quite peculiar, captured so perfectly that Chiga Fei suspected they were the work of a professional paparazzo on round-the-clock surveillance. These readily available pieces of evidence saved him considerable effort. He no longer needed to ponder how to expel Zhang Yu from the company with deceptive words. These photographs alone were sufficient to ensure Mr. Zhang's imprisonment. He ripped out the entire page containing the images and, in a nonchalant tone, remarked, "Experience? Yes, I indeed lack such experience and would like to seek your guidance, Director Zhang." Zhang Yu's smile abruptly froze, his ears flushing red, and as his gaze trailed down, his crimson cheeks gradually turned pale. He snatched the paper from Chiga Fei and stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear, his earlier bravado vanishing. "You've been following me? Do you realize you're committing a crime?" "Of course, the invasion of privacy is a crime. My uncle is a lawyer, that's so. I am prepared to take these items to the police station and confess, and I will conveniently send a copy to Ling Zhang to express my personal apologies." Chiga Fei's voice rang out loudly, audible throughout the office. A smirk crept onto his lips, his eyes brimming with mockery, utterly devoid of any sign of genuine remorse. "You?" Zhang Yu's greasy face turned a deep shade of red. His breathing grew labored as if he might faint at any moment, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the employees, he could not afford to display any overtly abnormal behavior. He could only suppress his fury and force a smile, saying, "Little Chi, we are all colleagues. What are you doing? Is there not a better way to communicate?" Only then did Chiga Fei lower his voice. Responding coldly, setting aside the matter of solicitation, "Do you know what crime it is to consume that substance in our country?" At this, Zhang Yu's complexion paled further. "However, as you mentioned, since we are colleagues, I shall not make things difficult for you. As long as Director Zhang assists me with a small favor, the contents of this will certainly remain confidential." Chiga Fei displayed a sincere smile, effortlessly launching into his deceptive narrative. With the backing of this intent, even the most blatant lies sounded remarkably credible. Zhang Yu, now flustered, immediately replied, "What do you need?" "I would like to meet with Director Wang, your brother-in-law, for a meal. Could you arrange that for us?" "Meet my brother-in-law? What for?" Zhang Yu's expression turned puzzled, unable to fathom why this young man would involve his brother-in-law. Chiga Fei shrugged, sighing as if filled with helplessness. "Actually, my uncle prefers not to assist me too much in the company. He wants me to gain more experience at the grassroots level. He glanced at the towering stack of resumes on his desk and continued, "But I truly cannot endure this hardship." Zhang Yu's brows twitched, and he began to understand. This young man was seeking an alternative path since his uncle's route was unfeasible. A smile spread across Zhang Yu's greasy face as he replied, "No problem, leave it to me." Just, Zhang Yu squeezed the peculiar paper in his hand, giving Chiga Fei a knowing look. Chiga Fei chuckled lightly, responding mysteriously, "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know." Zhang Yu departed, his demeanor light and carefree as he left. He believed wholeheartedly in Chiga Fei's words, even considering this exceptional young man a member of his brother-in-law's faction. Chiga Fei flipped through the travel manual, and the page he had just torn out reappeared. Still bearing the unsightly photographs of Zhang Yu, a subtle smile began to form on his lips. The synergy between this intent and his capabilities was remarkably harmonious. While lacking direct combat ability, it could be employed in any situation, and depending on how it was utilized and the target, its power would be unimaginable. "Mr. Traveler, what are you doing?" The ethereal voice of Xiang Nu echoed in his mind once more. And by now, Chiga Fei had grown accustomed to this peculiar phenomenon. "What, are you going to impose moral standards on travelers?" "No, merely a curiosity." Chiga Fei was somewhat taken aback. He had always believed that the so-called historians were perhaps a form of higher dimensional life, devoid of emotions and humanity, merely maintaining the progression of history according to a specific set of rules. However, this Miss Xiang Nu exuded a very human-like aura, rich in emotions, a trait unbecoming of a historian. The most crucial aspect of recording history is objectivity and rationality. This should hold true whether for ordinary historians on Earth or those higher dimensional beings claiming to be historians. Could this individual be the troublesome child among historians, hence sent to regulate a bothersome wild traveler like me? Chiga Fei mused internally while calmly replying, "Nothing much, just having a meal to see if I can find some leverage on that Director Wang. If not, I will simply use my intent to seize his shares." Chapter 8. The Chiga siblings, the voice in his mind fell silent, lingering for a while before finally stating, "Is this the influence of past experiences upon you? Have you looked into my background?" Chiga Fei was somewhat surprised but soon realized, "Of course, you are a historian." In fact, even without investigation, merely observing Chiga Fei's specialization could reveal that this individual's experiences were anything but ordinary. At that moment, the surrounding colleagues, seeing Zhang Yu's departure, curiously gathered around. Chiga Fei, not waiting for them to speak, first donned a cultured and amiable smile, a persona he consistently maintained in the company. "Rest assured, he will not be returning." "Really? What happened? What did you two discuss?" Upon hearing Chiga Fei's words, the young women in the office visibly brightened, eagerly converging to inquire about the specifics, hoping to cultivate a rapport with this refined and amiable young talent. However, Yang Jing was quicker than the rest. Unbeknownst to Wen, she had silently appeared at Chiga Fei's side, her expression cold and indifferent, as if nothing had transpired. "Thank you for your intervention. You're too kind." Then a prolonged silence ensued, the atmosphere growing exceedingly awkward. Their conversations were perpetually straightforward and concise. One would never initiate small talk, while the other was essentially mute. Chiga Fei could not comprehend how someone with such a disposition could end up in human resources, a field that required excellent communication skills. During this time, Yang Jing scrutinized Chiga Fei from head to toe, not with the gaze of admiration or infatuation, but rather with the critical eye of a mother selecting pork at the market, causing Chiga Fei's brows to twitch in irritation. What does this woman want? From the very beginning, he had sensed something peculiar about Yang Jing, but he could not quite articulate what it was. His intuition told him that even if he had not intervened to assist her, she would undoubtedly possess the means to handle someone like Zhang Yu. Chiga Fei glanced at his watch and realized he was nearly 10 minutes past the end of his workday. He promptly bid farewell to his colleagues and set off for home, where a mouth awaited his culinary skills. Huilu Road is where Chiga Fei's apartment complex is situated. This street is a vibrant tapestry of various establishments, including snack shops, hardware stores, real estate agencies, art studios, music schools, vegetable markets, and department supermarkets, catering to the diverse needs of the local residents. In the earlier years, when the country's crackdown on illicit activities was not as stringent, 2 foot massage parlors operated openly on this very street. Due to the events concerning Zhang Yu, Chi Guofei arrived home an hour later than usual today. His younger sister, Chi Linger, was sprawled on the living room sofa watching television, her delicate white feet swinging lazily in the air, exuding an air of leisure. The moment the young girl spotted her elder brother entering, she immediately raised her sweet voice in exaggerated surprise. "Wow. The sun is shining from the west, and you actually worked overtime today? Wait a minute, something's off." She knew her brother all too well. He was the kind of man who, come 5 o'clock, would never linger. Always arriving home before her, usually already busy in the kitchen. He could never work overtime. Therefore, the only explanation must be, "Brother, are you seeing someone? Oh my goodness, after 22 years of being a solo. You finally have a partner," the girl exclaimed excitedly, bouncing off the sofa and leaping onto her brother's neck like a koala. Their parents must be smiling down from above, for the Chi family is finally set to have descendants. Chi Guofei, taken aback by this sudden assault, nearly lost his balance and fell. He looked helplessly at his sister hanging from him. She wore a white school uniform with a red bow tie, and the exposed skin at her collar was as pure as mutton fat jade, while her budding figure rose and fell gently. Her exquisitely crafted face was brimming with curiosity. She has gained weight. This child only grows in stature, but not in intellect. He seized her by the scruff of her collar, pulling the little koala off him, and shot her a stern look. "You have no idea. I have serious matters to attend to." Chi Linger eyed her brother skeptically. "You have serious matters? What could be more important than continuing our family line?" Chi Guofei regarded his sister, who was 8 years his junior. The little girl who once clung to his sleeve, crying, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Her features are striking, and her figure is commendable. Indeed, she will surely rival Yang Jing and Katerina when she grows up. If only her intellect matched her appearance. "Brother, your gaze is rather lewd." Chi Linger noticed the peculiar look in her brother's eyes, retreating a couple of steps with a wary expression akin to that of a fawn. Chi Guofei cleared his throat awkwardly, diverting his gaze. "You mischievous little thing, hurry and get the cutlery ready. I ordered pizza. Hooray! Nezuko, I shall protect you." On the television in the living room, a popular anime was playing, and his sister seemed to be an ardent fan. Chi Guofei had watched a bit of it at her insistent request, and to be honest, he thought that if his sister possessed even half of Nezuko's gentleness and thoughtfulness, he would die a contented man. At the dining table, Chi Linger held a slice of pizza in her left hand, her pretty face smeared with cheese, while her right hand wielded a knife as she pointed at her elder brother. "Brother, you should also find a girlfriend. You're 22 and have never even held a girl's hand. Our parents in the afterlife must be worried sick. Who says, just the other day, I held the hand of a certain female knight?" And to be honest, the feeling was quite delightful. Chi Guofei muttered to himself while listening to his sister continue her tirade. Look at other Chi Guofeis, slayers of dragons and S-class Valkyries. Why can't you even manage to hold a girl's hand? Can I be blamed for that? I didn't choose my own name. Chi Guofei's eyes widened in disbelief, his feelings quite complicated. He had always been the center of attention due to his flamboyant name. However, despite the name being borrowed, his brief 22 years of life had been tumultuous enough to rival the tales of Nibelungenlied and the legends of At the age of 16, Chi Guofei lost his parents in an inexplicable accident, leaving him to care for his then 8-year-old sister. The siblings inherited a house and a substantial insurance payout, sufficient to keep them comfortably until they entered society. However, that money was quickly swindled away by well-meaning relatives. Had it not been for Uncle Xia's timely intervention, they might have lost their home as well at that tender age. Chi Guofei truly grasped the depths of human darkness. Nevertheless, life had to go on. An exemplary student, he was compelled to abandon his studies to support his family, entering the workforce prematurely. Over the years, he had delivered takeout, worked in electronics factories, hosted weddings, carried bodies in funeral homes, and even served as a police sketch artist. His diverse experiences not only forged a resilience far beyond his peers, but also honed a myriad of survival skills. Of course, Uncle Xia had repeatedly invited him to become his assistant, a job that was simple and lucrative. Yet, Chi Guofei had declined each time, for at the tender age of 17, he had realized one crucial truth. A life of comfort breeds not ferocious tigers but docile house cats, and he had far too many ambitions to satiate. Chi Guofei glanced at his sister, who seemed rather mature for her age, set down his utensils and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. You have always been more composed when eating. It's only when you have something on your mind that you ramble on aimlessly. Speak up. What troubles you? Chapter 9. An unreadable scripture. Qi Linger bit her knife, hesitant to meet her brother's gaze. He had always been astute regarding such details. In a faint voice, she tentatively remarked, "Auntie came by again." Qi Gafei's aunt, the sister of their father, was the only remaining blood relative they had. This kind aunt, who had grown up alongside their father and had received much support from him in marriage and home buying, had, after his death, unhesitatingly conspired with her husband to swindle the siblings out of their rightful insurance payout under the guise of guardianship. To this day, Qi Gafei vividly recalled kneeling before their aunt's door, cradling his sister, pleading for her to show compassion in light of their father's memory and at least care for the young Linger. The result? He received a beating from his cousin, Qi Linger. Sensing her brother's silence, ventured, "It's also about the letter of understanding." "Impossible." Qi Gafei interrupted before she could finish. "Dad helped them so much. Half the money for that house came from us. And yet, just like that, they turned against us, stealing our money and even trying to take our house." His voice rose to a near shout, a rare display of intense emotion. He seldom expressed such fervor. Yet the memories of the past ignited a fury he could not contain. Qi Linger shrank back slightly, having anticipated her brother's anger upon mentioning the matter, but she still murmured, "It's just a matter of writing a few words. If Uncle can reduce his sentence, we could also receive a substantial reward." "I see that good." Qi Gafei shot her a bemused glance, a hint of amusement surfacing. "What? A few measly coins have swayed you?" "Not exactly," Qi Linger pouted slightly. "Dad only had one sister, and she's our only remaining blood relative. I saw Auntie today. She has really lost a lot of weight. Brother, should we just let the past be the past?" His sister nodded. How magnanimous of you. 3 years prior, Qi Gafei's uncle had become embroiled in a fraud case. Among the 8 suspects presented in court, for reasons unknown, only his uncle's testimony and evidence were remarkably detailed, leading him to be labeled the mastermind of the scheme. On the eve of the verdict, however, the court received an anonymous email containing a statement and relevant evidence regarding the suspect's illegal acquisition of the siblings' deceased parents' insurance money 3 years prior. Upon verification, the court promptly decided to impose multiple penalties, ordering the mastermind to return all misappropriated assets and compensate for emotional damages, along with a 25-year prison sentence. Given the financial situation of Auntie's family, they could not afford such a hefty sum, and had to sell their property to barely manage the compensation owed to the siblings, as for the compensation for the victims in the fraud case. It seems they might not fully repay it even in the next lifetime. Once living in comfort at home, my aunt now finds herself residing in a nearby subsidized housing, diligently working as a diligent employee in the electronics factory. Thanks to the unyielding assistance of Qi Gafei, who has put aside past grievances, Qi Gafei has once again taken up the knife and fork to slice the pizza, fully aware of Qi Linger's intentions. His sister is indeed a naive and kind-hearted girl, and rather than detest her innocence, Qi Gafei cherishes her purity. However, throughout history, benevolent souls often find themselves exploited. Qi Gafei adamantly refuses to be the one who is consumed. He will not engage in malevolent deeds. Should anyone find themselves in dire straits, he would not hesitate to extend his aid. Yet, if that individual dares to exploit his kindness, he would not shy away from showcasing what true despair entails. First and foremost, your uncle brought this upon himself. Fine, even if I were to forgive him, would those deceived victims let him off the hook? And what of their foolish son, who misappropriated our funds as a drug addict and ended up in a rehabilitation center? Their current plight of familial ruin is entirely self-inflicted. What concern is it of ours? Qi Linger listened obediently, initially wishing to interject but ultimately merely nodded. Indeed, good and evil will be rewarded accordingly. Ha! Upon hearing this, Qi Gafei could not suppress a cold snicker. Linger, do you know why I didn't send our aunt to prison alongside him? With a swift motion, the knife pierced through the pizza box, and he lifted a slice, displaying it before him with an expression coldly mocking. I simply wished to see her weep. The closing theme of the animated series on television began to play, and the temperature within the restaurant seemed to plummet. Qi Linger's gaze flickered, and she swallowed hard. Her brother had never been a gentle soul, arrogant, precocious, and one who sought revenge. Since their parents' passing, his temperament had only grown more extreme. Heaven would not avenge your grievances in this world. Virtuous individuals do not reap rewards, nor do the wicked face consequences. The notion that good and evil are rewarded is merely a delusion of the ineffectual. The wicked must be dealt with by the wicked, a timeless truth. Chiga Fei took a bite of the pizza, pulling at the creamy cheese, which stretched like tendrils. "Let's eat." His chastised sister hung her head, tears glimmering in her large eyes. Realizing he had been somewhat excessive in his words, Chiga Fei coughed lightly to divert the topic. "Ahem. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I'm getting a raise soon. And how about we head to Disneyland this Sunday for some fun?" Chilinger's delicate ears perked up, and she immediately lifted her head. "Really? Can I bring Ahu and Abao along?" Chanhu and Chanbao, colloquially known as the Tiger and Leopard brothers, are tall young men approaching 6 feet, who have taken on the role of her escorts while she commutes to school. "Sure, bring them along, and your little friends can join as well." "Yay! You're the best, big brother." Chapter 10. The Escape in the Dead of Night. Chiga Fei sat at his desk, poring over the travel manual, preparing to return to the Qilin continent to complete the first phase of his mission. He was conducting a final check. During this period, he had amassed a considerable stock of medicines, food, and various survival tools, cramming them into his inventory to ensure he could handle any situation with poise. Initially, he had intended to bring some modern technology with him, but Shannon informed him that items not fitting the technological context of that era would be rendered inaccessible even if transported. After thoughtful consideration, he accepted this reality. After all, he was there to restore history. How could he possibly bring along advanced technology that did not belong to that time? Nonetheless, Chiga Fei found it regrettable. Otherwise, he could have simply procured a couple of AR-15s from Texas to deal with small-scale forces like Katarina with ease. Additionally, Chiga Fei discovered that his panel data differed in the other world. On Earth, his panel read as follows: Name, Chiga Fei. Gender, male. Age, 22. Race, traveler. Education, high school. Among the vast sea of humanity, you have inadvertently become a traveler. How will an ordinary individual like you survive the perilous tasks ahead? Perhaps you are not as ordinary as you appear. Expertise, cold reading 73, expert, acting 65, expert, intimidation 35, advanced, 40 additional lines omitted, abilities, deception strength, E agility, E magic, intelligence, A luck, B leadership, B overall evaluation. C many details had changed, including his age, 20 in the other world, but 22 on Earth. However, more significant alterations involved the first 3 panel attributes. While strength and agility were not worth mentioning, the complete disappearance of magic made Chiga Fei realize that even if he learned magic in the other world, he could not utilize it upon returning to Earth. The reason for this change likely stemmed from the fact that although he shared the same consciousness in both worlds, his physical bodies were distinct. Thus, data pertaining to the body had altered, while attributes related to consciousness, such as intelligence, luck, and leadership, remained unchanged. Chiga Fei closed the manual and took it to bed. The method of returning to the other world was simple: sleep with the travel manual. If he wished to avoid crossing over, he merely needed to place the book at a distance. "Shannon, what will happen to this body while I traverse? Do not worry. As long as you complete the task, you will return to your current time. Even if you spend a year and a half in the other world, it will merely be a fleeting dream here. During this mission, I will not be present throughout. You may pose any questions to my terminal at any time." "Oh, so you're just sending an AI to replace you because it's too bothersome?" Truly a troublesome child of the Chronicles. Chiga Fei fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is there anything else you wish to convey? Given your lack of experience and the arduous nature of the task, we will assign another traveler currently on a mission in the Qilin continent to assist you. Thus, I wish you smooth sailing." As Shannon's voice faded from his mind, Chiga Fei felt himself drifting into slumber. However, something seemed amiss. Strange, is my pillow really that soft? His bedding, procured cheaply from an online store, should not be this plush and bouncy. Furthermore, a delightful fragrance wafted from the pillow. Drowsily, Chiga Fei reached out to touch it, only to find it silky smooth. The quality of this pillow is indeed remarkable. And it even emits sounds? Chiga Fei abruptly opened his eyes, springing upright there, in that position. lay the Knight Katerina, clad only in a flimsy shirt, a button undone at the collar revealing a deep valley and a generous expanse of whiteness. It seemed this was the pillow he had rested his head upon the previous night. Chiga Fei pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling the events of that evening and exhaling in relief that no grave error had occurred. Yet, he also felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't anything catastrophic transpired? He then summoned the travel manual, flipping to the task section. As expected, the phase task had emerged. Phase task. Join the camp of the second Prince Roderick or the camp of Princess Clinchide. 01 Earn the trust of the camp leader. 01 Historical correction deadline. 1094 days 1095 days. Complete the phase task to choose to conclude this journey and settle rewards. Temporarily returning. Traveler, Mr. Chiga Fei, the Shannon system is at your service. That moment. Shannon's voice resounded abruptly in his mind, now tinged with a mechanical tone, evidently the so-called terminal. Well, this has truly become a system now. It is advisable to stow away the knight lying on the floor. In 10 seconds, someone will knock on your door. Chiga Fei glanced at the disheveled Katerina on the ground. Indeed, should anyone witness this scene, his illustrious reputation would likely be ruined. He needed to swiftly place her back on the bed. Wait, why does that sound somewhat beastly? Just then, a rapid series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Chiga Fei hurriedly lifted the knight onto the bed and opened the door. Outside stood the sturdy young man previously tasked with monitoring the scout, his brow glistening with sweat and panting heavily, evidently having sprinted here. Chiga Fei's expression darkened. This seemed to signal an unforeseen incident. Calm down. What has happened? Brother Chiga, that dwarf, he has escaped. How did he manage that? Weren't you watching him? The dwarf was knocked unconscious and remained in that state. We thought he wouldn't awaken for a while, so we left him in the woodshed. When we checked this morning, we found he was gone. The sturdy young man's voice grew softer, clearly feeling the weight of responsibility. He was supposed to oversee the matter, yet after indulging in a few drinks during last night's village feast, he had succumbed to inebriation. Chiga Fei furrowed his brows. The gardener is a spy, and he is certainly not on the same side as Katerina. Katerina has truly come to the village merely to procure some grain. Yet this gardener seems to wish for the entire village to perish. If I were in his position, what would I do in such circumstances? Ashu, go instruct the villagers to secure their doors and windows tightly, and do not wander about until I return. Very well, brother, do take care. Zij Fei turned and re-entered the house, where the female knight lay peacefully asleep, her face serene. He slapped her forehead. Your Highness, Katerina shrieked. Having just dreamt of bathing alongside the princess, who, as always, was making unwelcome advances upon her body. Just as she was about to resist, the princess delivered a sudden headbutt, jolting her awake. Zij Fei looked helplessly at this foolish girl. It was no wonder that such talent was relegated to the impoverished corners of the realm, considering her association with Princess Kellenshide. No more sleeping. That scout has fled. Katerina, still dazed, perked up at this remark. Instantly alert. That traitor, Lord Melon, please allow me to return and report to His Highness. Zij Fei did not respond immediately. Instead, he took out the wandering manual, for the subsequent actions would need to be based on the information at hand. The manual's intelligent search indeed provided the desired information, and he smiled slightly, methodically instructing, No, there's no rush. Take your soldiers and follow my directions. When Katerina arrived at the wooden hut housing the imprisoned soldiers, all were utterly astonished as she excitedly waved goodbye to Zij Fei. Her face flushed. The soldiers were filled with dread. What on earth transpired last night? This was the unspoken question in every soldier's mind. Yet none dared to voice it. According to the villagers, Lady Katerina had spent the night in Zij Fei's abode, and this morning they had been released, with her displaying such warmth towards that man. Each soldier was consumed by the same thought. The scoundrel! How enviable, no, how disgraceful, to think that the illustrious Melon would stoop to such underhanded tactics, taking advantage of others. It is not merely beastly, it's utterly beneath contempt. Every soldier's gaze towards Zij Fei grew increasingly venomous, wishing they could rend him to pieces. Yet they could only harbor these thoughts, well aware that even united, they could not hope to match him. Katerina, brimming with enthusiasm, led the soldiers to execute the task assigned by Zij Fei. Entirely oblivious to their despondent moods, Zij Fei, however, noted their discontent but could not fathom why they held such animosity towards him. Had he not freed them? Truly, good intentions often go unrewarded. Zij Fei's plan was quite straightforward. Since that scout was a spy, he must have a means of relaying information or a contact. Thus, he decided to turn the tables, utilizing the manual to locate the rendezvous point, instructing Katerina to leave misleading information. As for himself, Zij Fei donned a black robe he had brought from Earth, its oversized hood shrouding him completely. Then, I shall make my acquaintance with the princess. Chapter 11. The tension mounts. Damn it. Damn it! That wretched rabble of peasants deserves to perish. The gardener scout, Bobo, sprinted across the desolate wilderness, his mouth spewing curses. A large bump adorned his head, a souvenir from being struck by a youth wielding a fire poker. Thanks to this, Bobo had remained unconscious throughout the night, awakening only when the sun was high. Had it not been for the villagers, who were all inebriated, he would never have escaped. Once I return with reinforcements, I shall slaughter you all. And that Katerina, how could she, a knight, be bested by a mere band of peasants? She might as well change her profession to that of a tavern wench. Her physique would surely fetch a good price. Bobo's foul tirade continued, his shrill voice grating on the ears. His mood was foul, not merely due to the beating he had received. More significantly, the plan to frame Princess Kellenscheid for the attack on the village had utterly collapsed. Had he succeeded, he would have claimed his reward from the second prince and vanished into obscurity. Yet now, not only was his reward lost, but he was fortunate to have escaped without further chastisement. The thought of enduring such a precarious existence again filled him with rage, and his curses became ever more frequent and vile. At that moment, he spotted a group approaching in the distance. The most conspicuous among them was a man clad in gleaming steel armor, his face adorned with a thick beard. With brown hair and eyes, his serious demeanor and towering figure, exceeding 6 feet, exuded an intimidating presence. Yet more remarkable than the man was the warhorse beneath him. The steed boasted 6 legs, its coat as dark as the night, and its eyes burned with an eerie fire, occasionally exhaling grayish fumes, a nightmare steed. Such creatures are rare, capable of being tamed, their combat prowess rivaling that of an ordinary knight. Only a select few possessed the skill to tame such beasts. And as far as Bobo knew, there was but one. Roland Pednin, a golden knight of merely 28 years. He was Katerina's mentor, the most formidable individual among the princess's faction. Reinforcements. Bobo's spirit soared as he waved his short arms, eagerly rushing towards the main force. Lord Roland has come personally. Just wait, I shall inform you of the fate that awaits you. You country bumpkins. Roland's heart was far from the calm he projected. Yesterday, his proud student had set out with a small party, claiming they would return before nightfall. Yet now, it was midday of the second day, and there was still no sign of them. Roland knew Katerina well. With her meticulous nature, she would never fail to send word if there were any delays. It was inconceivable that there would be no news at all. Thus, the only conclusion was that something had happened to Katerina. In such a remote area, no one could threaten a great knight. Danger must have originated from external sources. Could it be pursuers again? How relentless they are. To search for Katerina's party, Roland had taken nearly all his men early in the day. Following their trail, after hours of searching, he finally spotted the gardener scout rushing towards him. Bobo knelt before Roland's horse, his height diminished further by his kneeling position, making it difficult for Roland to see him. "Lord Roland, you must help us," Bobo wailed, tears streaming down his face as if mourning a great loss. Roland frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What has transpired? Where is Katerina? Where are the other soldiers? Where did you go yesterday, Lord Roland? We ventured to the nearby village yesterday, as Lady Katerina sought to requisition some grain from the villagers. Yet those ruffians not only refused but, Bobo sobbed, weaving an elaborate tale of a mob uprising, portraying the righteous and virtuous knight who, unable to bear harming the villagers, willingly surrendered. He painted himself as a victim, gravely injured by the mob but managing to escape with his life to deliver the news. Those brutes have no regard for the kingdom's laws. Lady Katerina is enough. Do not speak further. Roland's forehead throbbed with fury. He had never anticipated it would be the villagers who had turned against them. When they had discovered the village, they had deliberately avoided involving the villagers, choosing instead to camp in a cave, never expecting such ingratitude. Take me to the village. I wish to see just how formidable these brigands are that dare to assault a knight of the kingdom. Yes, my lord. Ha! The bait has been taken. This dim-witted knight is falling for it. As Bobo internally mocked, he rose to lead the way. No need. The so-called mob has come to us in the distance. Zij Fei, cloaked in black, approached with a measured gait, standing alone in the wilderness, blocking the path of dozens of fully armed soldiers. In that moment, all eyes converged upon him. Zij Fei cast a glance at the gardener Bobo. Your acting is commendable, though the plot is rather cliché. One could easily guess how you would proceed. His face was obscured by the hood, rendering his expression unreadable. Roland felt a jolt of surprise. It wasn't until Zij Fei spoke that he realized the man's presence, a testament to his own failure as a golden knight to detect him. Yet he concealed his surprise, maintaining an air of authority as he questioned from atop his warhorse. My knight is in your possession? Zij Fei feigned contemplation for a moment, then shrugged. I have seen no knight, but I have indeed captured a den of robbers from the village. I wonder if they are the same group you refer to? Roland scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed the formidable aura of a golden knight. I do not know who you are, but I strongly advise you to release them immediately, given the remote nature of this location and your apparent ignorance. I could overlook this incident. Is that so? Then I am curious to see how you intend to hold me accountable. Zigfai removed the hood from his head, revealing his visage and a cascade of dark hair. His gaze locked onto Roland, his face suffused with derision. Zigfai's appearance did not disappoint him. In that moment, he heard the collective intake of breath from the assembled crowd, and he wondered if it was merely an illusion. For the temperature around seemed to drop. Mylan? How could it be? How could it be? Bobo's diminutive fingers trembled as they pointed at Zigfai, his lips murmuring as if in a dream. Roland's normally impassive, bearded face now showed signs of disturbance. At last, he understood how his student had fallen into the clutches of a horde of rural villagers. In that village dwelled a monster, a creature capable of crushing legions. Roland was a golden knight, a veteran of the front lines of the war against man and beast. His experiences and knowledge far surpassed that of Katarina. Roland was aware of the tradition within the Mylan family. Each Mylan, before becoming a hero, would traverse the continent, rapidly enhancing their strength, gathering like-minded companions, and forging their own sacred sword. When all these goals were accomplished, a hero would be born. Heroes represent the pinnacle of mankind. Extraordinary individuals capable of sweeping away armies and toppling worlds. The ferocious orcs, the magic-wielding elves, and even the powerful ancient dragons would bow their proud heads before a hero. Heroes are the most potent weapon the forces of order possess against the demon race, and the only beings capable of standing against the demon king. In this moment, Roland fell into contemplation, pondering how many lives would be required to wrest Katarina from the grasp of this Mylan. Meanwhile, Zigfai felt his legs weaken. Since the moment the knight named Roland unleashed his formidable aura, goosebumps had erupted all over him, and he longed to flee. At this juncture, Zigfai also descended into thought, contemplating how he might plead for mercy without losing face if a confrontation were to ensue. In the wilderness, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 12. Crinchide in the wilderness. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. From a distance, it appeared as though Zigfai single-handedly suppressed the entire army. Bobo was undoubtedly the most flustered individual present. The plan to attack the village had originated from him, and now the victim had confronted him directly, making it impossible for the hastily concocted tale to hold. Moreover, this was a member of the Mylan clan. On one side stood a family of heroes safeguarding the world, and on the other, merely a common slave. It was obvious which side bore more credibility. Even a fool would know whom to believe. Yet Bobo was a particularly cunning and shrewd commoner. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lurk beneath Roland's gaze for so long. After a brief moment of panic, his eyes darted, and he shouted, Lord Roland, it's him. Yesterday, Lady Katarina was taken into his home and did not emerge all night. Roland's expression darkened instantly. That wretched insect. Zigfai cursed inwardly, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Bobo had no actual knowledge of Katerina's whereabouts. He merely sought to instigate conflict between the two parties to facilitate his escape. The truth mattered little, as explaining it would only complicate matters further. Besides, Katerina possessed both beauty and form, and he found it hard to believe Ziegfei had done nothing. Under normal circumstances, Ziegfei could have deftly navigated such accusations, for a man of integrity fears no shadow. Yet, ironically, this time, his integrity was far from intact. Ziegfei's brief anomaly did not escape Roland's notice. The 28-year-old, typically composed and seasoned Golden Knight, found his expression twisting in disbelief. Though the Milan family was few in number, it was among the most renowned families on the continent. It was widely known that this family produced heroes and sea kings. The surnames of Milan heroes, regardless of gender, were notorious for either being ruthless killers or lecherous scoundrels. Throughout the ages, there were those among the Milan who would indulge in debauchery wherever they went. Orcs, demi-humans, elves, and commoners. If one was pleasing to the eye, these individuals would scarcely care about racial differences. Among the most outrageous was a hero named Lance Milan, whose sacred sword was, astonishingly, his own manhood. While their nature was fundamentally good, striving to protect the continent in constant battle against the demon race, one could not help but ponder why such individuals were chosen as heroes. Veins bulging on his muscular neck, Roland's right hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. He fixed a steely gaze on Ziegfei, every word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. The nature of the Milan family truly remains unchanged through the ages. Is it not the case that if it is female, even a curly-haired monkey is not spared? What? Is the entire Milan family composed of such scoundrels? Ziegfei realized that his reputation had been tarnished unbeknownst to him by the Milan family. However, this did not deter him from retorting. "You foolish simpleton, you believe such drivel? Even a curly-haired monkey possesses more wit than you lot." As they exchanged barbs, Ziegfei snapped his fingers, and the traveler's manual materialized in his hand. Regardless of whether a battle would ensue, he needed to investigate the personal details of this bearded knight before deciding whether to charge in or retreat. Name: Roland. Gender: male. Age: 8. Race: human. Faction: order. Occupation: villager, a common boy from Count Pedanin's territory. Possessing exceptional talent. He was chosen by Count Pedanin to enter the Lord's castle and is currently training as a knight apprentice within the Count's fortress. Specialization: spearmanship 15, beginner, swordsmanship 21, intermediate. Ability stats: strength E, agility E, etc. Ziegfei glanced at the towering figure, over 1.90 m tall, seated atop a magical steed, and then back at the data displayed in the manual. This is a bloody 8-year-old? Ziegfei felt as though he had been played for a fool. Shannon, what on earth is going on? The search data from the Traveler's Manual is sourced from the experiences of all travelers and the records of historians, and thus it possesses both timeliness and limitations. The last update on Knight Roland's information was 20 years ago. Shannon's voice was mechanical and flat, evidently not her own response. Why didn't you mention something so critical sooner? You didn't ask, damn it. Fine, now there's no need to dwell on it. I can start thinking about how to plead for mercy. It is said that in Neon, there exists a skill for atonement known as the Digiza. The general procedure involves kneeling on both knees, placing hands together on one's thighs, then forming an inward-facing V with the hands and pressing them to the ground, leaning forward until the forehead touches the earth. Finally, one must loudly proclaim red bean paste, Private Marseille, to earn forgiveness. Ziegfei would never stoop to such a humiliating act. Instead, he drew the broken Barumk sacred sword from his inventory. Although the sword was shattered, rendering at least 80% of its effects null, there remained the residue of 20%. At such a moment, even the slightest enhancement was crucial. Ziegfei prepared for a swift strike and retreat, planning to return with Katerina to clarify matters with Roland later. Unbeknownst to him, his series of actions had already left Roland profoundly shaken. The left hand wields a spellbook, the right hand a sword. This generation of Milan is actually a magic warrior? Becoming a mage in the Chilon continent is no simple feat. One must possess immense magical power, a high affinity for elements, and sufficient intelligence, none of which can be lacking. Solely possessing magical power without elemental affinity would result in a lifetime of casting mere fireballs. Conversely, Having elemental affinity without magical power would render one a one-hit wonder. Ordinary mages typically wield staves embedded with magic crystals, channeling their magic through incantations to cast spells. Meanwhile, those exceptionally intelligent mages can inscribe their spells onto monster hide parchment, allowing them to unleash pre-recorded magic with a mere thought. The magic invoked in this manner consumes very little magical energy and requires no chanting. Mid to high-tier spells that normally necessitate minutes or even tens of minutes of incantation can be unleashed like a machine gun across the battlefield. Consequently, mages carrying a stack of parchment or a tome are synonymous with destruction. Because they require no incantation, they can move freely. This type of mage typically undergoes warrior training to further enhance their capabilities, earning the title of Magic Warrior within the Adventurers Guild. Roland's brow furrowed deeply. He regarded the book in Zigfai's hands with great trepidation. As for the broken sword, he dismissed it. In the Mylan family, even wielding one's manhood as a sacred sword was not unusual. Broken swords were merely commonplace weapons. What further unsettled Roland was the evident fear displayed by his old companion, the knight's steed, since the moment the man opposite him assumed a combat stance. Had Roland not been mounted, this formidable magical steed would likely have fled in terror. Roland felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. A family of heroes. Indeed, they are all monsters. At this moment, Zigfai, lacking information, chose to remain still and observe, while Roland, lost in a whirlwind of imagination, regarded Zigfai as the most terrifying adversary he had ever encountered. Both parties found themselves ensnared in a fierce mental battle, and once again, silence enveloped the wilderness. Roland, could we pause for a moment? In the vast expanse of the wilderness, a melodious voice shattered the silence. And Zigfai vowed that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. A soldier stepped forward from the ranks, and it was then that Zigfai noticed her remarkable distinction. With alabaster skin and cherry-red lips, her pair of emerald-green eyes sparkled, rendering even the finest jade pale in comparison. The worn soldier's armor and rudimentary helmet could not conceal the noble elegance she exuded. Rather, they adorned her like a blooming wildflower. This individual perfectly embodied the adage that beauty transcends attire. Upon their first encounter, Zigfai instantly recognized who she was, while the banter between them was amusing. His curiosity regarding Mr. Mylan's intentions was piqued. She was the target of this phase of the mission. Greetings, Mr. Myland, I am Klinksid, and for now, I can be considered a princess of the kingdom. The soldier smiled gently, her bright eyes and radiant smile akin to that of a blossoming flower. Chapter 13. Too much. Klinksid's smile was enchanting, captivating Zigfai's heart and mind. Were all beings from other worlds so exquisite? Alert! You have encountered one of the target individuals for this phase of the mission. Klinksid. Seize this opportunity to fulfill your task. The voice of Shannon snapped Zigfai back to reality, urging him to collect his scattered thoughts. This individual could potentially be his future employer. An alluring female employer, no less. Wasn't it imperative to make a proper impression? Zigfai sheathed his weapon and stepped forward to stand before Klinksid, revealing his polished and radiant smile befitting his role as an HRBP. Your Highness Klinksid, your beauty is truly astonishing. The young lady blushed shyly, extending her hand toward Zigfai. In an instant, Zigfai understood her gesture and gently took her slender, delicate hand, bowing to place a soft kiss upon her fingertips. The entire sequence was executed with such fluidity that it concluded before anyone could fully comprehend what had transpired. The 16-year-old princess stood frozen for several seconds, before abruptly withdrawing her hand and concealing it behind her back. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. She retreated repeatedly, her emerald eyes darting like a startled fawn. What's this? Roland's eyes instantly reddened as he unsheathed his knight's sword, vaulting from his mount to position himself protectively in front of Klinksid. How dare you, you insolent wretch? Do you truly believe no one can touch you? Roland's hand trembled with rage. He was genuinely taken aback by Zigfai's audacity to openly flirt with the princess in front of numerous royal soldiers. Why such a reaction? Zigfai was momentarily bewildered. Alert! The Kingdom of Moan does not have a hand-kissing etiquette. Your recent actions are tantamount to publicly harassing a princess, but she merely wished to shake your hand. Thus, while brief, it is an honor to work with you, and I wish you a peaceful departure. You may cease your prattle. The 30 or so soldiers around them raised their spears in unison, resolute in their determination to eliminate this detestable scoundrel, even at the cost of their lives. Your Highness, step back. This treacherous fiend may still pose a threat to you. Soldiers, surround him. Roland, while shielding Klingsid, commanded the troops to commence their encirclement. The seasoned Golden Knight now demonstrated his experience in battle. Watching the encroaching circle tighten, Zigfai's expression grew cold. It was unlikely he could join the princess's faction. He needed to alter his plans. Breaking through the encirclement and using Katerina to ensnare Princess Klingsid, thereby securing a foothold in the camp of the second prince. Zigfai swiftly calculated in his mind, searching for the weakest point of breach. Just as the situation grew dire, Klingsid stepped forward. No, I am fine, I was merely startled. Roland, instruct the soldiers to stand down. Mr. Milan means no harm, but just now, it is of no concern. I believe Mr. Milan simply offered me a unique greeting. With no ulterior motives, the light spirits have conveyed the same to me. Klingsid approached Roland, gently patting his shoulder to calm him. Only then did Roland signal for the soldiers to methodically lower their weapons. Though they maintained their encirclement, Zigfai exhaled in relief. He had prepared himself for the worst. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness. The hand-kissing gesture is a recent trend in the Orpheus Empire, and I did not anticipate it being unheard of in Moan. Zigfai spoke with a straight face, though in truth, he had no idea where the Orpheus Empire was located. Klingsid covered her mouth with a light laugh. The customs of the Empire remain quite liberal. Though this unexpected interlude was fraught with tension, it swiftly drew the two closer together. After exchanging pleasantries, Klingsid inquired earnestly, Mr. Zigfai, is my friend Katerina truly with you? Zigfai scanned the vicinity and spotted a certain scout from the Pooh clan stealthily escaping amidst the chaos. He smirked, pointing in the direction of the scout. Regarding that matter, you would do well to inquire directly with that friend. Bobo was seized by a soldier by the scruff of his neck and dragged back, his stout limbs flailing helplessly in the air. Bobo, what on earth is happening? Roland's countenance darkened as he exerted pressure on Bobo without hesitation. He was not a simpleton, easily blinded by emotions. Having regained his composure, he assessed the situation coldly, recognizing the myriad flaws in Bobo's tale. Faced with the unmasked murderous intent of the Golden Knight, the dwarf Bobo shrank into himself, yet he continued to feign innocence. My lord? What is the meaning of this? Have I done something wrong? Then why did you run so far? I had an urgent need to relieve myself. Bobo's reasoning was simple. As long as he adamantly denied proposing the raid on the village, shifting all blame to Katerina, he might evade punishment. After all, he had merely suggested a plan. It was Katerina who executed it in the event of a debacle. It was only fair for her to bear the full responsibility. Bobo could never have anticipated that Zigfai was not there to investigate the village assault at all. Observing the dwarf's obstinate denial, Zigfai stepped forward, leaning closer to Bobo's face with a smile. Little dwarf, can you guess where Katerina and her team are headed right now? Bobo faltered momentarily. Allow me to provide a hint. I know who you are. I know who your master is. I know your meeting point. I know your code. I know everything about you. Peering into Bobo's eyes, which resembled dark onyx, Zigfai could see the despair etched upon his face. Come, take a guess. What is Katerina doing right now? The smile on the young man's face was chilling. Impossible. How could he possibly know this? Bobo's covert allegiance to the second prince was a closely guarded secret. He had always left special marks at designated locations to communicate with his contacts, never revealing his true identity to anyone. Only the second Prince Roderick and a personal female attendant were privy to his identity. How had he been exposed? Bobo's mind raced, but he could not comprehend the answer. Resolutely, he decided to maintain his facade, but at that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. Katerina, riding a white steed, dashed ahead, leaving her team trailing behind. She waved her hand and called out excitedly, her exuberance palpable even in her voice. Your Highness, teacher, I have something very important to report to you. It appeared that everyone had gathered. The task at hand was to join any of the royal heirs' factions and earn their trust. While it seemed like two separate tasks, they could indeed be accomplished as one. Joining a faction inherently meant gaining trust, and acquiring trust would surely lead to joining the faction. Siegfried devised a plan to showcase his abilities and swiftly gain their trust. And despite several unexpected developments, he managed to proceed smoothly. He surveyed the assembled individuals, hands clasped with a beaming smile. Ladies and gentlemen, standing to converse is rather inconvenient. Let us all retreat to the village for a more comfortable discussion. When this large group arrived at Wind Peach Village, the villagers were taken aback, fearing that the band of soldiers from the previous day had returned with reinforcements seeking vengeance. However, upon seeing Siegfried at the forefront, they felt reassured that a handful of the more audacious villagers followed behind, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. During their return, Katerina recounted her recent endeavors in detail. Following Siegfried's instructions, she had visited Bobo's meeting place that morning. Leaving behind a special signal, the message conveyed was that they would ambush the princess's entourage in 2 days. If all went according to plan, a group would arrive at Siegfried's designated location in 2 days' time. But they would not encounter the princess, only Roland and his formidable sword. This would be a counter-ambush operation, and if successful, the soldiers would procure ample emergency supplies from these pursuers. Most importantly, the relentless pursuit that has lasted for half a year is finally coming to an end. This assassination attempt, which has nearly driven the princess's faction to the brink of despair, was effortlessly dismantled by Siegfried in just 1 day. When describing Siegfried's wit and strength, Katerina's expression was one of sheer exuberance, as if she were eager to elevate him to the status of a deity. Incidentally, this knightly lady made no mention of the robbery that occurred in the village yesterday. She merely stated that she had encountered Lady Melanda while passing through. Mr. Siegfried, how did you discern that Bobo was a spy? Clinchide expressed her confusion regarding Siegfried's source of information. Siegfried had long concocted a lie, which, despite its flaws, was hardly a matter of concern given the embellishments of deceit. However, just as he was about to speak, Katerina interjected, providing the answer for him that, of course, it was the Eye of the Eagle, a hereditary miracle of Lady Melanda. I personally witnessed Lady Melanda gaze at my face and read my memories. Capturing a mere spy is child's play for her. Clinchide suddenly understood. She had heard of the Eye of the Eagle, a miracle that was a requisite part of the curriculum for royal offspring like herself. However, she was more astonished by her friend's current demeanor. This friend, who had always been tougher than men, was now adoringly idolizing Siegfried like a starstruck girl. Had she truly succumbed so swiftly? The princess couldn't help but be taken aback. Meanwhile, Siegfried found himself in a state of bewilderment. The Eye of the Eagle? What is that? A perspective skill from the Berserker's Creed. Right, Lady Melanda, you can see what we are all thinking, can't you? Katerina suddenly turned the conversation towards Siegfried, her cerulean eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, that is correct. I knew you wouldn't be mistaken. Your Highness, I don't know. Now there's an additional non-existent skill. The group left the soldiers in the village square and merrily entered the village's reception hall. Although termed a reception hall, it was merely a temporary conversion of the Harvest Church's main hall. As this was the most respectable venue in the entire Wind Peach Village, it would be unbecoming to host a princess in the village chief's home. Inside the church, a long table was laden with roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted fish, roasted suckling pig, and ale. Upon hearing that the first princess of the Moan Kingdom had arrived, the village chief was so startled that he sprang into action, mobilizing all the villagers to prepare these delicacies at the fastest pace possible. For a rural setting, this feast was quite extravagant. One cannot claim the dishes were monotonous, given that such a remote village could hardly boast a court chef. Remember to pay afterwards. No debts can be incurred, Siegfried remarked casually, glancing at Roland, who was already salivating. All present, including Clinchide, wore expressions of disbelief. What a joke. Not to mention these fleeing royals, even Qinlong would have to pay. At the door, little Tawa stumbled in, carrying a roast lamb nearly her own size. Just as Siegfried was about to assist her, a pair of delicate hands reached out, saving little Tawa from falling. Clinchide took the roast lamb from the girl, bestowing upon her an impeccable smile. Thank you for your hospitality, little sister. Please inform the kitchen to distribute the remaining dishes among the soldiers in the square. This is already sufficient. Little Tawa had never seen someone as beautiful as Clinchide, and she suddenly felt flustered, her cheeks turning crimson. Siegfried affectionately ruffled her hair. Thank you. Now hurry along, and let everyone know that the princess will cover the expenses. He emphasized the word pay. Understood, Sir Hero. Little Tawa stood tall and proud, as if accepting a grand mission, that moment. Only 5 individuals remained in the spacious hall. Siegfried, Clinchide, Roland, and Katerina seated around the long table. Bobo, having received a thorough beating from the soldiers, stood aside, watching the 4 indulge in their feast. Mr. Siegfried, on behalf of the Mohn royal family, I extend my gratitude for your assistance. Clinchide had not enjoyed such a grand meal in a long time. Yet her years of etiquette training prevented her from devouring a roasted chicken like the 2 famished knights beside her. She first greeted Siegfried with a nod, then elegantly wielded her fork. Swiftly navigating the food before her, her speed rivaled that of the 2 knights. Siegfried observed the trio of gluttons and, to be frank, felt disinclined to align himself with Clinchide's faction. The objective of this phase was to enable him to better accomplish historical rectification, reclaim the 4 territories, end the internal strife, and unify the kingdom. Yet relying on this haphazard assembly of princesses' followers seemed unlikely to yield results. It felt akin to herding cats. Siegfried was struck by a sense of absurdity reminiscent of the National Army's entry in 49. How many of you are left? Siegfried inquired as he noted their plates were nearly cleared. Aside from the soldiers here, there are about 10 stationed in the Wind Whisper Cave. In total, only 48 remain. Katerina replied, her expression disheartened. Half a year ago, when they had burst forth from the royal city, they had nearly 1,000 strong. She had witnessed one comrade after another fall away, their ranks dwindling to the brink of despair. Siegfried's expression darkened. He was not troubled by the small numbers. On the contrary, he was alarmed by the fact that there were still too many left. You mean to say, there are still 48 of you? What do you mean by that? Roland put down the chicken leg that was on its way to his mouth, having picked up on the undertones in Siegfried's words, without reinforcements or supplies. How have you managed to evade capture for 6 months amidst the joint pursuit of 2 great factions? In a medieval world, conducting military operations requires a substantial logistical support team. If it were a short-term, rapid retreat, it might be feasible. Yet, it was utterly impossible for nearly 1,000 individuals to sustain themselves for half a year without logistical support. How have you managed to survive until now? This question had long perplexed Siegfried. Katerina, affected by Siegfried's serious tone, became earnest as well. During the initial time after escaping the royal city, we dispatched small teams to disguise themselves and procure food in the cities along the way. Since these transactions were conducted in the black market, we went unnoticed. However, as our numbers dwindled, the pressure on logistics lessened. Just as Katerina began to voice another question, she suddenly turned her head sharply to look at Bobo, who stood nearby. Siegfried, biting down on his fork, furrowed his brow. Indeed, there is a spy among your ranks. This revelation meant that every city where they had taken refuge was known to the enemy. Why had they allowed you to enter and procure supplies? The current situation in the Mohn Kingdom is not complicated. In the 4 territories, Duke Alvis of the North stands with Prince Roderick, while Duke Bailon of the South allies with Prince Frederick. The East is under the influence of Duke Garaway, who also heads the Garaway Trading Company, the largest in the kingdom, and has consistently profited from the Civil War. As for the West, the Duke of Simon, or rather the Simon Principality, had split from the Mohn Kingdom several years ago for various reasons. Throughout this civil war, the Simon family had neither expressed their stance nor sent anyone to ascertain the situation, as if the affairs of the kingdom no longer concerned them. Half a year ago, the second prince had gained the upper hand in the events of the royal city and now completely controlled the royal city of Androsor and its surrounding areas. In contrast, the first prince had retreated to the old capital of St. Mohn, now entrenched along the banks of the Rhine River. The Golden Imperial Capital and the White Chalk Old Capital, the 2 largest cities of the kingdom, face each other across the Rhine River, the mother river of Mohn. Curiously, neither side has launched a large-scale war in the past 6 months, maintaining an unspoken agreement. What could they possibly be plotting? Siegfried gnawed at his wooden fork, straining to think deeply. The truth cuts sharply yet does not kill. They possess the capacity to capture yet have allowed their prey to escape for half a year. Why? Often, one cannot fathom a person's thoughts, not due to a lack of intelligence, but because one does not belong to the same ilk. Only those of the same kind can truly understand one another. Only another schemer can comprehend the machinations of a schemer. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Siegfried, and he instinctively murmured aloud, "Ah, They are fragmenting and undermining the princess's faction. To eradicate the roots, one must eliminate them entirely. His voice, though soft, reached every ear present. Roland instinctively shifted closer to clinch-eyed. Katerina shivered, recalling the events from the previous day when Siegfried had deftly maneuvered her. "What is wrong with you, Lady Melanda? Your expression is somewhat frightening." "Expression?" Siegfried touched his face and realized he had been smiling. "What are you doing? Do not smile. Should I cry instead?" "What did you mean by that?" Roland's countenance darkened. The current situation and the aura emanating from Siegfried weighed heavily on his heart. The enemy is driving you from the center of power while simultaneously keeping a tight grip on your movements. Kellenshida, after all, is the foremost heir to the throne, and the noble faction supporting the princess undoubtedly wields considerable influence. Should they resort to forcibly seizing her, it would undoubtedly incite her supporters to desperate measures. Thus, they have relentlessly pursued you for 6 months, employing a strategy that is continuous yet non-lethal, gradually converting the nobles of the princess faction into their own allies. Once my power is thoroughly dismantled, they will launch a genuine extermination campaign, at which point I shall find myself utterly isolated and defenseless, compelled to voluntarily relinquish the throne. Kellenshida continued in a tone devoid of fluctuation. Echoing Zij Fei's words, Zij Fei raised an eyebrow, non-committal. It was hardly surprising that Kellenshida had deduced this. How could a princess and crown princess of a nation truly be naive? Indeed, this would absolve her of the stigma of usurpation. "I now suspect there may be traitors within your ranks. Since Bobo is an informant for the second prince, it stands to reason that there are also spies for the first prince." Katerina was in a daze, as she had never been adept at such intricate intrigues. Roland seized Bobo roughly, causing the latter to grimace in pain. "Speak. Who else is there? You traitors, His Highness trusted you without reservation. And this is how you repay him? My lord, I know nothing. I merely conveyed information to His Highness Roderick. I truly don't know anything else. Though you dare to quibble?" Roland seethed, unable to forgive such treachery as a model knight. Raising his fist to strike, "Stop this, Roland." "But he—" "Enough." Zij Fei interjected. "He is merely a pawn. Would a player divulge their strategies to a mere piece on the board? Yet, Bobo, let me remind you, you cannot return to Roderick now. In 2 days, the pursuing force will be annihilated due to the erroneous information you left behind. You may speculate on how Roderick will deal with you, a pawn that has betrayed him. But what does that matter to you?" Bobo's face was pale and slick with cold sweat. He had encountered the second prince once. As Kellenshida's brother, Roderick was a quintessential golden-haired Adonis, bearing a 6/10 resemblance to Kellenshida in features alone. However, their temperaments were entirely dissimilar. If Kellenshida embodied the gentle warmth of spring, Roderick was the merciless blaze of midsummer, scorching any who dared oppose him. If Bobo were to return now, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The second prince did not entertain excuses, only results. With this thought, he finally stammered out, "I don't know much else. I only know that the pursuing forces have always been jointly commanded by both princes. Perhaps there truly are spies for the first prince among them. Damn it, can they truly call themselves brothers?" As a caring elder brother, Zij Fei found it incomprehensible how these two could be so ruthless. Yet, as someone well-versed in history, he understood that the struggle for thrones has been a bloody affair throughout time and across cultures. Fratricide was commonplace, a fate even the formidable Emperor Taizong of Tang could not escape. "Melon, no, Lord Melon, I know this is quite presumptuous, but could I ask for your assistance?" "I refuse," Zij Fei interjected before Roland could finish his sentence. Roland was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zij Fei to cut him off so abruptly. Zij Fei spread his hands, fingers resting on his chin. "The Melon family motto states, 'Never interfere in political strife,' and I have already assisted enough." The family motto was merely a pretext. He had no intention of truly declining but rather sought to elevate his own worth. Aiming to enter the power center of the princess faction through this core identity. Only by wielding the greatest power could he hope to accomplish the arduous task of unifying the kingdom within 3 years. This was also why he refrained from aligning with the second prince's faction. They were simply too formidable, capable of victory without him. Katerina, upon hearing Zij Fei's firm refusal, grew anxious, yet she dared not plead. knowing they had no obligation to assist further, especially since Zij Fei had indeed aided them in escaping their predicament, just as he had promised yesterday. She glanced between the princess and Zij Fei, feeling utterly at a loss. Kellen Shida had remained silent since earlier, as though making a solemn decision to last. The princess rose, removing her soldier's helmet, her silken golden hair cascading down. She parted her lips, her voice soft yet resolute. In truth, I have never held any ambition for the throne. I am the youngest, and the first heir should not rightfully be me. Yet, everyone has chosen me, and I do not wish to disappoint them. If my brothers could lead this nation better, I would not hesitate to relinquish the throne. Having grown up within the palace, I have listened to ministers extolling the kingdom's prosperity and the people's affluence, and I believed it wholeheartedly. However, the cities I have encountered during this half-year journey are entirely different from what the ministers described. The people suffer from hunger and cold, unable to fill their bellies, while the court's ministers bask in fine red wine, and they cannot even secure a crust of black bread. I initially thought this was due to the civil war, yet even cities untouched by conflict reveal the same grim reality. Kellen Shida's emerald eyes locked onto Zij Fei, and the princess bowed deeply. Mr. Zij Fei, I do not seek your aid in claiming any throne. I can forego the crown, relinquish this title of princess. I can abandon everything. If these things could be exchanged for the well-being and prosperity of my people, what harm would there be in giving them up? Yet, I lack the power to do so. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a sense of impotence that had tormented her for 6 long months. I implore you to save this country, to rescue those poor souls. You are a descendant of the brave, and if anyone can do it, it is you. Should you agree to this plea, I would offer you all that I have. Zij Fei gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful young girl before him. He was uncertain how much of her words were sincere. Many years ago, he had become impervious to such flattering rhetoric. His initial reaction to her words was surprise that she would attempt to leverage the moral high ground of the brave against him. However, observing the gentle tremor of her shoulders and the tears that continued to fall, he found himself inexplicably reminded of a shadow from his own past, a 16-year-old boy. The same sense of helplessness he had experienced many years prior. It was the warm hand of Uncle Xie that had pulled him from that mire of despair. Uncle Xie was a close friend of his father, the one person Zij Fei held in the highest regard. In response to that warmth, Zij Fei had resolved to extend a hand to anyone in dire straits. Well, the second prince may not even take me in. He sighed softly in his heart and began. The Southern Territory. Huh? Zij Fei stepped forward to assist the still-bowed Kellen Shida, chuckling. What would I want with all you have? Not everyone in the Melon family is a lecherous opportunist. I will help you ascend to the throne. And once that is accomplished, I wish to become the Duke of the Southern Territory. You shall save your people in your own way. As a queen, a fitting condition would only enhance the trust between them. After all, once the task was completed, he would simply walk away, making this condition effectively inconsequential. Thank you, thank you. On behalf of the people of Moan, I express my gratitude for your assistance. Kellen Shida could no longer hold back her sobs. She had genuinely feared that Zij Fei would refuse, even wagering her future on it. Princess Katarina's eyes were also slightly red as she stepped forward to support Kellen Shida. Just then, Zij Fei's mind echoed with the voice of Shannon. You have successfully joined Princess Kellen Shida's faction. Phase 1 of the mission is complete. Chapter 15. The Eradication Operation, Part 1. You have successfully joined Princess Kellen Shida's faction. Phase 1 of the mission is complete. The trust value system is now activated. Princess Kellen Shida's current trust value, 20. The trust value must be raised to 100 to complete all phases of this mission. Gaining trust? That is my forte. Zij Fei's eyes brightened. This was right up his alley. Warning, Princess Kellen Shida is under the protection of the Sun God. Deceitful tactics will have limited effectiveness against her. Oh, that's fine then. Zij Fei tapped his fingers on the long table, drawing everyone's attention. There were some matters he needed to clarify. I will assist you, but there are 2 conditions. Katarina swallowed hard, recalling Zij Fei's jest from the previous night. Could it be me? Zij Fei noticed Katarina's unusual reaction, but chose to disregard the flight of thought from this erratic night. Continuing, first, I will not provide assistance as Melon. In fact, I may not even show my face in most situations. Primarily because I'm cowardly. I'm afraid the real Mellon family might send someone to kill me. The imposter. Second, I will not directly intervene in any wars. I will only strategize for you from behind the scenes. The primary concern lies with the dish. As of now, the sacred sword has been severed. And with his mere skills, he likely could not even best Roland's steed. One can assume the underlying reasons are quite apparent to you all, correct? Siegfried's expression was unusually grave, as if hinting at a colossal secret. Indeed, we can comprehend. Frankly speaking, Siegfried was uncertain about what exactly they understood. However, one of the great advantages of the strong is that by merely adopting an air of inscrutability, those beneath them begin to indulge in their own speculations. It is now time to ponder how to enhance the trustworthiness of Clinchiad. Siegfried lamented his failure to heed his sister's recommendation to indulge in more games featuring beautiful maidens. Perhaps he would have gleaned some insights on how to navigate characters like Clinchiad. For now, he must resort to a more laborious approach, working harder and contributing more, and in due time, the employer will naturally come to trust one. After the meal, Roland mounted his nightmare steed and hastened toward the cave where they had originally taken refuge, where lay their belongings and a garrison of about 10 men. Among them was another childhood companion of Clinchiad, the magician Darin. According to popular opinion, Darin's magical talent is hailed as unparalleled, particularly in the realm of wind element magic. At merely 15 years of age, he is the youngest in the group, yet his prowess rivals that of Katarina. Based on descriptions, Siegfried envisioned Darin as a haughty and arrogant young prodigy, one who regarded everyone with disdain. Typically, children of this age tend to exhibit a certain naivete, believing themselves to be extraordinary. If they possess some talent, they become even more insufferable, their egos soaring to the rafters. This stereotype stemmed from Siegfried's own past, as he, too, was once of that ilk before life's harsh realities tempered his arrogance. Thus, when this young genius, scarcely standing at 5 feet tall, appeared before him, he was genuinely taken aback. "Are you Darin?" "Ah, I have met the brave one before." "Ah, I am not yet the brave one. I sincerely apologize. How should I address you?" "Siegfried." No, that would be far too presumptuous. A person of my standing could never address the future brave one so casually." "Ah, I am terribly remiss." This delicate boy, who seemed more fragile than a girl, found himself flustered, unsure of how to address Siegfried. Siegfried turned his gaze to Roland, whose expression was quite amusing. "Are you certain he is a boy?" Darin sported shoulder-length, silky, pale green hair, with bangs obscuring his left eye. His features were exquisitely refined, rivaling Clinchiad's, and even appeared slightly more delicate, likely to attract a swarm of admirers in the land of Chun. Indeed, Darin's father is human, and his mother is an elf. He possesses half-elf heritage. Siegfried finally noticed that Darin's ears, though pointed, were of a size similar to a human's, clearly reflecting the traits of both lineages. So, he was a half-elf boy in any case, since everyone has gathered, let us commence. Siegfried summoned all present to Wine Peach Village to undertake his inaugural task within this team, rooting out the traitor. In a dimly lit room, a wooden table and 2 chairs were arranged. Siegfried had deliberately chosen 2 of the village's darkest wooden huts, transforming them into makeshift interrogation chambers. At this moment, a fidgety soldier sat within. Ash had been waiting for nearly 4 hours. 4 hours prior, that Lord Mellon had merely inquired about his name and origins before departing, and since then, no one had returned. Ash understood that the lords were in the process of extracting information. This was no secret, as Siegfried had informed everyone in the square before the operation that there was a spy among them. To this end, Ash had prepared meticulously, crafting a sufficiently convincing lie to conceal his identity. However, the interrogation unfolded in a manner entirely different from his expectations. Siegfried did not pose any sensitive or troublesome questions, seemingly harboring no suspicions toward him. Yet, the fact that he had not received permission to leave the room indicated that the interrogation was far from over. He could only continue to wait anxiously within the dim confines, in stark contrast to the quietude of his room. The adjacent interrogation chamber was alive with commotion. Ash could intermittently hear the sounds of fierce struggle and agonized screams filtering through the walls. The nearly 4-hour wait, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere and the incessant cries, brought Ash's mental state to the brink of collapse. "Damn it! What on earth is happening?" Ash paced nervously in the cramped room. desperate to rush out and ascertain the situation. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "Your Highness, I was wrong. I shall never do so again. Spare me, Your Highness. Your Highness." Following this was the unmistakable sound of a blade slicing through flesh. The clarity of the noise echoing even from within the confines of the room. Ash's complexion drained of color as he rushed to the door, intent on peering through the crack. Suddenly, the door swung open. Siegfried, clad in a black robe, stood at the threshold, his expression warm and his smile inviting. "Soldier Ash, please step out. The interrogation has concluded. Congratulations." Ash stood frozen for a moment, as if awakening from a dream, then exhaled a sigh of relief. "Finally over. Ha, thank you, esteemed lords. I shall return to my post now." "Return to your post?" Ash noticed a hint of confusion on the face of the man in black before realization dawned upon him. "No? You have misunderstood my meaning. I mean, Soldier Ash, congratulations. You may choose your own method of death." Chapter 16. The Operation to Root Out the Traitor, Part 2. The temperature within the room plummeted to freezing with the utterance of these words. Ash then noticed the change in Siegfried's expression. The warmth had vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. In that moment, Ash felt his blood run cold. "My lord, you jest." Ash attempted to laugh it off. But as he caught sight of two soldiers dragging a bloodied corpse past Siegfried, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the gruesome sight. Without turning his head, Siegfried regarded the pale-faced soldier before him, once again donning that chilling smile. "A jest? The last person who accused me of jesting is already dead. I do not understand what you mean." "You need not comprehend. You merely need to choose between taking your own life or waiting for someone else to assist you. Don't you dare joke with me. I am a soldier of the kingdom, a soldier of the prince. On what grounds do you presume to decide my fate?" A barely perceptible smile crept across Siegfried's lips. 4 hours, and he has finally cracked. "It is not I who determines your fate, but your esteemed colleagues." Ash's expression faltered, and in that instant, he contemplated many faces. Could it be them? Impossible. What advantage would they gain from betraying me? Is it so difficult to comprehend? I merely informed them that Ash has confessed everything. "If you now tell the truth, you shall face no repercussions." Then, they all willingly confessed, except for a few stubborn ones. Siegfried gestured behind him. As you can see. Ash stared, dumbfounded, at Siegfried, his expression one of disbelief, before finally asking, "You knew all along?" As soon as Ash's words left his lips, all traces of flamboyance vanished from Siegfried's face, the speed of his expression's transformation astonishing. "No, I did not know, however. I became aware just moments ago." Indeed, this was a ruse. Siegfried had devised an adaptation of the prisoner's dilemma based on the information at hand. Initially, Siegfried had intended to utilize the information from the travel manual to directly apprehend all the traitors. However, the travel manual was not omniscient. It could only search for content previously recorded by other travelers. Siegfried had searched every soldier's record, only to be met with profound disappointment. Unlike the search conducted during the Bobo incident, this time there was no direct information indicating who the traitor was. Yet, fortune favored him, as he discovered an anomaly among the soldiers. One soldier's record indicated that he had once served as a personal guard to Crown Prince Frederick. His name was Ash. Siegfried promptly decided to make an example of Ash first. He meticulously orchestrated this charade, isolating Ash in a darkened room for an extended period to gradually dismantle his psychological defenses. When the moment was ripe, he released him to witness the bloodied false corpse, delivering a fatal blow to the already fragile Ash. With the added weight of deception, every word from Siegfried's mouth bore the weight of authenticity. And should Ash reveal even the slightest crack in his facade, Siegfried, an adept cold reader, would undoubtedly take note. Extracting one traitor would simplify the rest. Siegfried had prepared for the worst. If Ash proved unyielding, he would be forced to detain all soldiers and subject each one to relentless questioning day and night, hoping to uncover a slip under the pressure. However, such a method would not only be time-consuming but also rife with the potential for misjudgment and oversight. Risking an uprising, Clinchiad would certainly not endorse such a strategy. Fortunately, the plan succeeded on the first attempt. In the adjacent room, Roland had overheard the entire exchange and approached with a grim countenance. Siegfried did not spare a glance at Ash, whose brilliance had dimmed, and left him with a final remark. If you have anything to add, speak with Roland. Providing additional information might yet save your life. Under the unreserved confession of Ashu, this 48-member team astonishingly uncovered a total of 10 traitors among them, all of whom were undercover agents planted by the Crown Prince. This revelation, not only Roland but even Siegfried was left dumbfounded. This number can hardly be dismissed as mere informants, can it? They could have easily captured Clinchide and taken her back. Siegfried gazed at the crowded room, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. We never intended to harm Her Highness the Princess. The Crown Prince entrusted us with only 2 tasks, to report on the princess's well-being and to ensure her safety. Originally, we had over 50 members, but many perished in battle over the past 6 months, leaving just a handful of us. Roland furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before directing his question to Siegfried. Melon, what is your take on this? My lord, I sense there is something amiss. How would I know about your royal family's trivial matters? I've known you for less than a day. Siegfried harbored his doubts internally but responded earnestly. There are indeed issues at play. The scant information we possess makes it difficult to discern the truth. Perhaps the Crown Prince retains a modicum of humanity, hence dispatching individuals to safeguard his sister while simultaneously pursuing her? It makes no sense. Let us separate them from the main force. They shouldn't participate in the encirclement operation the day after tomorrow. Roland felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain how to broach the subject with Her Highness. With 11 traitors within a team of 48, and accounting for the deceased, that totals over 50-odd infiltrators had followed them out of the royal city, and they managed to detect none. Contemplating this, he cast another glance at Siegfried, who was lost in thought in just a few hours since their initial meeting that morning. This man had astutely eliminated all the nails within the team, guiding them out of a dire predicament. Roland found himself both in admiration and trepidation of such skill. A formidable enemy is not to be feared. It is a cunning and powerful foe that truly instills dread. Thankfully, he is not an enemy. As night fell, Wind Peach Village had numerous vacant houses, typically used by villagers for storing odds and ends. Now, they conveniently provided shelter for the soldiers. Having endured the elements for half a year, sleeping in caves or in trees, the soldiers returned to the embrace of civilization. Under the villagers' hospitality, they bathed, enjoyed a hearty meal, and even received their own beds. They understood that this favorable treatment was granted due to the esteem in which Lord Melon was held, thus further elevating Siegfried's image in the eyes of the soldiers. However, not every soldier enjoyed such privileges. For instance, the 8 who had pillaged the village under the leadership of the blonde-haired soldier Lime were crammed into a narrow room. Devoid of beds, forced to make do with the floor. Though they harbored discontent, they dared not protest. After all, they were at fault, and with this matter being effectively concealed by Katerina, should it come to light, even the Paragon Knight Roland would wield his great sword to deal with them. This moment, Siegfried sat at his desk in his chamber, for ancient parchments laid before him, illuminated by the flickering light of an oil lamp. These sheets had been torn from a travel manual, detailing information on 4 key figures currently within their faction. The contents comprised both pre-existing records and new intelligence gleaned from his investigations today. Katerina, the child of a court maid, originally lacked the qualifications to become a knight, yet due to her exceptional talent and close ties with the princess, she was an exception chosen as a guardian knight. Currently occupying the position of a grand knight, her intellect appears to be lacking, and I hold leverage over her, thus posing little concern. Roland Pedinin, a commoner from the Pedinin territory, was favored by the Earl due to his remarkable talent. After undergoing knight training at the Earl's estate, he forged a deep bond with the Earl's daughter, now having married her and fathered a son. What a fortunate life, promoted to a Golden Knight at the tender age of 26. He is the youngest Golden Knight in the kingdom's history, merely one divine ceremony away from becoming a sacred knight. Roland's prowess is indisputable. When Siegfried confronted him earlier, he could see no glimmer of victory. His overall evaluation is at least a level, conservatively estimating A. He does not seem particularly fond of me. I must remain cautious. Siegfried then picked up the 3rd parchment, which contains significantly less information. Darren Shilliff, a half-elf youth, possesses an extraordinary affinity for wind elements. It's merely 15 years old. He can already wield mid-tier 6th-level magic, a prodigious talent in the arcane arts. That's all. The information is sparse. Yet he does not appear to be an insurmountable challenge. Siegfried then grasped the final parchment, which contained the most extensive details, densely filled over an entire page. Princess Clinchide, a recounting of her life's achievements? Siegfried's expression froze as he encountered a startling piece of information. The divine favor of Solres. Princess Clinchide is favored by the sun god Solres. Holding this divine light, her affinity for both light and fire elements will reach its zenith, and she can converse with light spirits. These spirits can discern malevolence and see through lies. Siegfried's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. The ability to see through lies. I cannot penetrate his intentions. Clinchide brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Roland, astonished, incredulously inquired. Not even you can see through him. You are the Sun Maiden. In the princess's chamber, the master and servant engaged in hushed conversation. The subject being the enigmatic Melon. Hush, be quiet. Lena is already asleep. Clinchide raised her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, then pointed to Katerina, who lay sprawled beside her. Ahem, my apologies. But this is impossible. I have never heard of anyone deceiving the light spirits, not even the hero himself. The light spirits are the favored agents of the sun god, invisible to ordinary eyes. As the sun goddess cherished maiden. Clinchide can summon the light spirits to serve her to a certain extent. These light spirits are particularly sensitive to deceit and malevolence. Once they detect such, they automatically alert Clinchide. In fact, it was due to Clinchide's early warning that they managed to organize an escape from the royal city 6 months prior. However, when confronted with Siegfried, these infallible lie-detecting spirits exhibited abnormal behavior. Some flitted about like headless flies, sending Clinchide meaningless signals, while others remained utterly unresponsive. It was as if the entity before them were not human at all. Because he is not human, they offer no reaction. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Even Clinchide could not fathom what was transpiring. She shook her head and remarked, at least for now. Mr. Siegfried has not displayed any hostility, and Clinchide recalled the warm hands that had helped her rise in the church earlier that day. Perhaps it was wishful thinking. She felt that someone who possessed such hands could not be a bad person. Roland, you spent the most time with him today. What kind of person do you think he is? Is something the matter? Your Highness, there is a statement I am uncertain whether to voice. Clinchide smiled gently in response. Roland? In private, you are like a brother to me. What is there that cannot be said? The princess seemed unaware of the implications of being likened to her brother. Then, forgive my rudeness. This melon gives me an exceedingly uncomfortable impression. Be it in the morning's encounter with Popo or the afternoon interrogation of the soldiers, he possesses an unsettling understanding of human frailties and wields them with precision. Such tactics should not belong to a family of heroes. Most importantly, all of this conjures thoughts of another individual. Roland inhaled deeply, his tone unusually grave. Your brother, the second Prince Roderick. Chapter 17. Roderick, the golden capital of Androsalis. Despite the late hour, the city remained as luminous as midday. The entirety of this metropolis was bisected by the Rhine River, which flowed towards the eastern Rift Sea. Within its bounds, immense resources and manpower had been expended to erect 3 colossal concentric walls, thereby partitioning the city into the outer, middle, and inner districts. At its zenith, the capital boasted a population exceeding 8 million, rendering it the most flourishing city on the entire Chilon continent. However, all this grandeur had long since dissipated with the kingdom's overall decline. The inner district, also known as the Papal Quarter, served as the residence for the kingdom's noble ministers and ecclesiastical dignitaries, where opulent abodes stood in close proximity to one another. Nestled among these noble residences was the Palace of Mon. Intriguingly, this resplendent royal edifice was not the most prominent structure in the inner district. When one speaks of Androsalis, the immediate association is not with the capital of the Mon kingdom, but rather with the Holy City. Home to the Sun God Church's Grand Cathedral, standing in the palace's rear was a towering white spire, soaring to 70 meters. This magnificent Sun Cathedral, both in height and aesthetic, utterly overshadowed the Mon Palace before it. Through this grandeur, the church proclaimed to the world the supremacy of the divine, asserting the doctrine of divine right. Atop the cathedral burned a colossal golden orb reminiscent of the sun, casting an unceasing radiance over the royal city. illuminating it night and day, through all seasons. The golden light permeated every nook and cranny of Androsalis, hence the moniker Golden Capital. Roderick, with his golden locks and azure eyes, stood within his office, gazing intently at the golden sun. Its glow accentuating his strikingly ethereal visage, imbuing him with an air of sanctity. We often liken a dashing man to the fairy tale prince on a white steed. Yet if such a prince were to exist, it would undoubtedly be Roderick. The second prince had remained motionless for an hour, having taken to observing the cathedral's direction each night since the coup 6 months prior. Were it not for the flickers of disdain that occasionally danced within his emerald gaze, one might mistake him for a devout worshipper paying homage to the sun god. In such moments, he would not be disturbed. The reports from the front lines and the kingdom's affairs awaited his attention, leaving Roderick with but a sliver of freedom in the dead of night. Suddenly, he felt a gentle brushing against his right foot. He looked down, and his stern demeanor softened, revealing a tender smile. Rubbing against his calf was a small, snow-white dog, a rare breed known as a snow hound. Due to its intelligence, trainability, and adorable appearance, it was beloved by noblewomen. Proficient in ice magic, it could even regulate indoor temperatures during the sweltering summer, prompting the opulent, heavily clad ladies to acquire one to stave off heat stroke. Roderick had discovered the little creature 5 years prior during a monster hunt. At that time, the poor pup had been shivering in the lair of a troll, clearly on the brink of becoming the troll's dessert. Roderick scooped the white dog into his arms, gently scratching its snowy fur, eliciting a series of contented whimpers. "Xiaoxue, what brings you here?" At the sound of his voice, Xiaoxue licked his fingertips and craned its little head towards the door, as if indicating that someone awaited outside. At that moment, a timely knock resounded at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Your Highness, I have urgent matters to report." "Come in." The door swung open to reveal an elderly gentleman clad in opulent attire, his heavy glasses perched upon his nose and hair a snowy white. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaoxue leaped from Roderick's embrace and bounded towards the old man with excitement. Seeing this, Roderick offered a wry smile. "It seems I am not the master here. It is you that has captured its affection, Alvis." The venerable gentleman, the current Duke of the Northern Territories, Victor Alvis, was indeed 70 years of age. Alvis, cradling Xiaoxue, approached Roderick, shaking his head in response. "Your Highness, during your years of study in the Empire, I have been the one caring for Xiaoxue. It is only natural that it feels somewhat estranged." "Enough of the flattery. Speak swiftly. Time is of the essence." "Indeed, new intelligence has arrived from the pursuit team." "Oh? What tidings do they bring?" The elder hesitated before cautiously responding. "The reports confirm the whereabouts of Princess Clinchide. An operation to apprehend her will commence the day after tomorrow." Despite the significance of the news, Roderick revealed no astonishment. He cast a glance at the thick stack of documents on his desk, evidence of the nobles' oppression of commoners and their corrupt practices over the years, some authentic, others fabricated. "Your Highness, should we notify the pursuit team to delay their actions?" Yet, Roderick did not answer the Duke's query. Instead, he gazed through the glass window at the royal city bathed in golden light. After a long silence, he posed a counter-question. "Alvis, what is your perspective on the current state of Moan?" The Duke, not entirely comprehending Roderick's intent, nonetheless replied respectfully, "Your Highness, under your wise governance, the kingdom thrives." "Thrives?" Roderick scoffed. "On this very day, 8,000 souls perished from starvation in the outer district, and this is still deemed a prosperous capital? Tell me, is this flourishing? Alas, the civil war has led to a domestic food shortage. We must prioritize the limited supplies for the inner and middle districts. Once the conflict concludes, normalcy will resume." "Normalcy?" Roderick retorted with a derisive laugh. "Just 2 hours ago, a grand ball was held within the castle. The maids are still occupied with the remnants of exquisite wines and lavish dishes. A food shortage. Indeed, there is a shortage, but it is the commoners who suffer. How could the noble lords ever go hungry? The outer district of Androsalis houses nearly 2 million commoners, toiling endlessly to sustain the revelry of fewer than 10,000 nobles in the inner district. Do you know the purpose of that colossal sun, which renders the capital a city that never sleeps? A miracle? A divine gift? Nonsense. It is merely to deprive the commoners of a few hours of slumber, compelling them to rise early and return to labor. The clergy of the Sun Church and the nobles conspire together, implementing a rigorous 18-hour workday. They indoctrinate the commoners with fervent religious ideologies, leading them to novelly believe that through their diligent toil, they shall ascend to the realm of the sun god in peace after death. Yes, this ancient kingdom, which has endured for 5 centuries, has rotted to its core. Roderick had never anticipated receiving answers from the Duke. His concern lay with another matter. Speaking of civil war, there was one perplexing aspect. 6 months ago, how did my sister manage to escape? I distinctly ordered the closure of all city gates. Alvis, do you possess any insight on this matter? The Duke's pale beard quivered as he instinctively bowed his head. This is indeed a perplexing situation. Perplexing indeed. The eastern gate, through which my sister fled, falls under your jurisdiction. If even you are unaware, there is little hope of uncovering the truth. I am ashamed, my lord. The elder cautiously lifted his head, seeking Roderick's expression. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he was met with a pair of emerald orbs as brilliant as jade. The distance between their faces was less than 2 centimeters, and the Duke could feel Roderick's breath upon him, as well as the murderous intent brewing within those eyes. Startled, the Duke recoiled, nearly losing his balance. Ha 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 ha, do not be so alarmed. I was merely jesting. Ha, your highness, is this truly a custom of the Empire? Cold sweat streamed down the Duke's forehead, yet he forced a smile to align with Roderick's humor. However, Alvis, do you know what I cherish most? Your highness, I adore dogs. They are clever and obedient, but most importantly, they are ever so loyal. Roderick gently caressed the small snow-white dog nestled in his arms, his expression tender as if he were attending to his own child. However, in an instant, the warmth on Roderick's face transformed into a ruthless glare. Without any warning, he seized the dog by the neck, gripping it tightly. The little creature's pink tongue lolled out of its mouth, its large, glistening eyes bulging in terror as it emitted a pitiful whimper. The once adorable snow dog now appeared grotesque. It struggled desperately with its 4 paws, attempting to break free from Roderick's grasp, but with its meager strength, escape was utterly impossible. With a sharp crack, the little white dog stiffened, its protruding eyes filled with confusion, fear, and disbelief. Alves trembled violently, collapsing onto the ground, his lips quivering and unable to form a coherent sentence. He watched as Roderick tossed the lifeless body of the dog aside like refuse, then turned his gaze towards him, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable enough to be almost tangible. However, I detest dogs that wag their tails at others, he remarked, stepping forward to assist the fallen Duke. Victor Alves, do you understand? Your Highness, Roderick brushed the dust off the Duke's clothing, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted back to one of gentleness and serenity. You are getting on in years, struggling to even stand. Young Fran will come of age next month. He has been training well under my guidance. Let him inherit the family estate next month. The Duke swallowed hard, for Fran was the sole heir after his late life arrival. Yes, I will comply with your wishes. As for the pursuit team, you need not concern yourself. Take the carcass of this beast with you and leave, Roderick commanded. Yes, your highness. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Leaving Roderick alone in the vast office, he returned to his desk, his expression darkened, for the kingdom now faced an overwhelming multitude of issues. Xingmei, he suddenly called out into the emptiness. If Siegfried were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that the name was pronounced in Mandarin. From the shadows in the corner, a figure emerged. The newcomer was dressed in an eccentric manner, clad in a form-fitting black suit adorned with a chainmail-like fabric. Her limbs covered in brass armor, and a folding fan with only its ribs hung at her waist. With her pronounced bosom and lithe form, there was no doubt she was a woman. Although her attire was striking, the most captivating feature was the bright red plum blossom embroidered on her right shoulder. I am here, she said, her face obscured by shadow, her voice chillingly serene. Roderick glanced at the flower on her shoulder, having never encountered such a plant on the continent of Chilon. Its mystery mirrored that of the woman herself. 6 months prior, this woman, who called herself Xingmei, had appeared before him, claiming she could help him accomplish his desires, recounting his life story with uncanny familiarity. Her abilities were extraordinary, and though her identity and motives remained elusive, Roderick did not mind the secrets of his subordinates as long as they proved useful. You will make a trip to the Constan territory. It is time to reel in the net, capture or kill. Her words were succinct, devoid of any superfluous verbiage. Kill. Including the princess? Roderick fell silent, closing his eyes. A look of pain and struggle evident on his face. After a lengthy pause, he opened his eyes, his expression now resolute, including, understood. As soon as the words left her lips, the woman vanished into the shadows. Use the church's teleportation array in my name. You shall arrive within a day. Very well. From somewhere distant, a voice responded. This time, the office was truly left in solitude, with only Roderick remaining. He leaned back in his chair. Wearily gazing at a painting hanging on the wall that depicted the founding emperor of Mon and his 4 companions courageously confronting the endless horde of demons. Inspired by the ancestors portrayed in the painting, flames ignited in Roderick's emerald eyes. He spoke in a low voice, as if confiding in the ancestral figures within the artwork or perhaps addressing himself. This nation must be reborn. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chapter 18. Noble qualities. The following day, Kellenscheid's sojourn in Wind Peach Village commenced. As the princess, she was not subjected to the tasks of aiding the villagers, unlike Roland and Katerina, who were driven by Siegfried to labor. Siegfried was astutely aware of whom he could push around and whom he must accommodate. Clearly, the princess belonged to the latter category. However, Kellenscheid herself was quite dissatisfied with such arrangements. Watching the 2 knights being dragged about by Siegfried, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. She felt marginalized. Thus, when Siegfried returned to the kitchen for lunch after a morning of agricultural toil, he was met with the sight of Kellenscheid dressed as a rustic maiden, bare-handedly tossing a wriggling fish directly into a pot. Siegfried was horrified, immediately dragging out the hapless cook of the day for a scolding. Have you lost your mind? How could you allow the esteemed princess to enter the kitchen? What if something were to happen? Can she even cook? What? She requested to do it herself? That is absolutely unacceptable. She must never enter the kitchen again. She could kill someone. During lunch, Kellenscheid pouted, saying nothing except occasionally pushing her food around. Even the blind could see that the princess was in a foul mood. As a seasoned professional, Siegfried keenly sensed his employer's dissatisfaction, yet he could not fathom the cause. In the workplace, leaders often relish doing nothing and living off the labor of others. So Siegfried frequently took on additional tasks to leave a positive impression. This strategy had always proven effective, ensuring he was favored during salary increases and promotions. Why then did it not work in this otherworldly setting? Despite his confusion, it did not hinder Siegfried from commencing his afternoon duties, BY duties. He meant reinterrogating the undercover agents. However, it seemed they had divulged all they knew the previous day, and no matter how much Siegfried pressed, he could extract no further information. Nonetheless, his proficiency in various skills had notably improved. Specialization: cold reading 79, expert; acting 75, expert; intimidation 41, advanced; swordsmanship 19, beginner. Aside from these, Siegfried possessed a multitude of other specialties, including culinary skills, sketching, tango dancing, and hunting, among others, nearly 30 in total, which I shall gloss over for now. Some of these skills were acquired during his previous life, while others were inherited from this body. Merely possessing a superficial understanding would not qualify as a specialization according to the travel manual. Human energy is finite, and under normal circumstances, an individual might have only 3 to 4 specializations. Siegfried's extensive array speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. Alas, despite his vast talents, he could not mend Kellenscheid's displeasure. After Roland and Katerina finished their meal, they took a party to familiarize themselves with the terrain for the ambush the following day. Siegfried did not treat them as outsiders. Throughout the morning, he had employed them like beasts of burden, delegating heavy and laborious tasks to them. The 2 knights did not disappoint, fulfilling their roles far beyond that of mere draft animals. Roland, however, felt a sense of reluctance. Though he hailed from a common background and often helped his family with farm work, he was now a distinguished golden knight and a close attendant to the princess. He felt it beneath him to engage in such menial labor. Yet, considering that the 40 or so of them were enjoying free food and lodging without contributing, he feared that the village-loving Melon might unsheath her sword and dispatch them. The loathsome parasites. Katerina, the spirited girl, was remarkably industrious. She had carried dozens of hefty logs to the processing plant that morning, with village children occasionally perched atop the logs. Having grown up in the royal palace, she had never engaged in such tasks before and found the experience refreshingly novel. Thus, a tranquil and peaceful day drew to a close in the evening, when Siegfried went to summon Kellenscheid for dinner. He found her absent from her room. Following the villagers' directions, he arrived at the firewood shed. The princess was still clad in her antiquated peasant garb, diligently chopping firewood with an axe. Her face was smudged with dirt, and sweat trickled down her fair neck, while a considerable pile of evenly cut firewood lay scattered at her feet, indicating she had been at it for quite some time. Even Siegfried, the most oblivious of men, now understood why Kellenscheid was upset. He knocked on the door, alerting the engrossed princess, who had not noticed his presence. "Your Highness, dinner time has arrived." Kellenscheid suddenly realized it was already evening. She set down the axe, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. I lost track of time while chopping." The young woman's face flushed slightly, as she was quite conscious of her disheveled appearance. Siegfried leaned against the door, gesturing for her to follow. "Come along. Everyone is waiting for you." The two individuals strolled along the village path, as the setting sun illuminated the sky with vibrant hues, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Tomorrow, Roland and his companions were to partake in an undertaking, and the village would likely be bustling with activity. "Might I implore your Highness to lend a hand?" Siegfried inquired, carefully considering his tone. Klingscheid was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, placing her hands on her hips and adopting a serious expression towards Siegfried. "How amusing! You dare to request assistance from a princess to perform agricultural labor?" "I am, after all, a princess, the first heir to the throne," Siegfried shrugged, replying. "The firewood you chopped today will suffice for us until summer." The young lady, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and laughed uncontrollably. It was then that Siegfried realized this usually elegant and composed princess possessed a side akin to that of an ordinary girl. After a while, she managed to suppress her laughter. Turning her head, her emerald eyes locked onto Siegfried's. "Mr. Siegfried, in the past 6 months, every place I have traversed has been filled with impoverished and suffering commoners, desolate ruins echoing with abandonment. Wherever I go, I can only feel the weight of negativity. Yet here in this village, everything is so serene. I can sense the villagers' love for life and their yearning for the future. It is truly wonderful that the kingdom still harbors such a place." In these tumultuous times of warfare, Fengtao village not only thrives but also sustains dozens of newcomers. It must indeed be a veritable paradise. "This is all due to your presence here, is it not?" Their gazes met, and within her verdant eyes lay genuine joy and a profound anticipation. Siegfried suddenly felt a wave of restlessness wash over him, and he waved his hand. "No, I am merely a passerby." "Mr. Siegfried," the young lady interjected. "Thank you." The afterglow of the setting sun bathed Klingscheid's porcelain face, her smile radiant as a blossom, akin to a masterpiece of art. Klingscheid must be a gentle and virtuous person, for it is this quality that has sustained her through the trials of the past 6 months. Despite enduring such pain and confronting numerous hardships, she remains true to her initial intentions. Siegfried gazed at the young lady's smile, which outshone even the sunset, yet he could not muster any semblance of resonance within his heart. After all, if noble virtues truly held value, this little princess would not have fallen to such depths of despair. After a prolonged silence, he managed to smile, responding with equal brightness. "You are most welcome." The following morning, Roland, shouldering his well-worn sword and accompanied by his beloved steed, along with Catalina and a cadre of soldiers, set forth with unwavering determination. On the 18th day of the month of Fengyue in the year 526, today marks the day when Princess Klingscheid shall retaliate against her 2 elder brothers. Today is the inaugural day of Queen Klingscheid's ascent to the throne. Chapter 19. The commencement of action. With the raucous crowd having dissipated, tranquility returned to the village. Siegfried sat within the command center, perusing a travel manual. Though dubbed a command center, it was merely a storeroom cleared to house a table, upon which lay an abstract map that even Picasso might struggle to comprehend. Siegfried, of course, would not rely on such a tool to survey the terrain. It merely served to create an ambience of strategic planning, while the information contained within the travel manual was of paramount importance. During this time, he utilized the search function to explore the kingdom's maps, history, and various knowledge of the Kiran continent. As he had mentioned in the church 2 days prior, he had no intention of engaging directly in battle, preferring instead to strategize from the shadows. This reservoir of knowledge was intended to facilitate better planning for the future. That moment, the door to the command center swung open, and the servant Bobo entered. Placing a fragrant cup of coffee upon Zigfai's desk, of course, there was no coffee in Fengtao village. This was something Zigfai had brought from Earth. Due to the limited supply, he always concealed it to enjoy secretly, lest Catalina catch a whiff and come to claim a share. Bobo had now become Zigfai's dedicated servant, responsible for his daily needs. Originally, Roland had intended to execute this treacherous traitor, yet through Zigfai's fervent persuasion, the man's life was spared. This was not due to any saintly compassion on Zigfai's part. He simply admired Bobo's remarkable skills and ability to remain concealed beneath Roland's very nose for so long. It was one thing to deceive Roland, but even Clinkside had been oblivious. Her miraculous abilities were said to unravel lies. This demonstrated the exceptional cunning of this scout. Zigfai felt that their faction was in dire need of talent, and any useful individual ought to be retained. Additionally, there was a hint of personal sentiment. Bobo's short and stout appearance reminded Zigfai of a former colleague from his company, evoking a sense of familiarity in this foreign realm. As he contemplated this, Zigfai called out to Bobo, who was about to depart. "Bobo, hold on. Come here. I have a question for you." Bobo jolted, stiffly turning around, and reluctantly shuffled over. It was evident that young Bobo had no desire to engage closely with Zigfai. "Sir, what inquiries do you have for me?" Bobo's voice was sharp and grating, a result of a previous injury. "Oh, it is nothing of great importance. I am simply curious as to how you managed to conceal your presence from Clinkside and Roland." Zigfai's smile was warm and inviting, resembling that of a benevolent leader. "Might you share the details, if it is convenient? If not, please do so nonetheless." "What utter nonsense! This leaves me with no choice at all." Bobo silently cursed in his mind. Yet his face remained respectful. "Well, for the past 6 months, I have been following Lady Catalina and have never encountered Princess Clinkside or Lord Roland." Bobo's expression became reflective. To ensure her safety, the princess remained inside the carriage throughout the journey, and I only met with her after entering Count Constan's territory alongside Lady Catalina. Bobo spoke at length without receiving a response from Zigfai, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Zigfai's countenance darken to the point of almost dripping with tension, Bobo was taken aback. "What did you just say?" Bobo fell to his knees with a thud. "Sir, I beg for your mercy. I assure you, every word I spoke is the truth. You may inquire of Lady Catalina. She can vouch for me." Zigfai disregarded him, seizing the black cloak from the back of his chair and storming out of the room. Damn it! Damn it! How could I have been so oblivious? He rushed towards Clinkside's quarters, only to find her absent, with only the village matron tidying up the room. "Auntie, where is Clinkside?" Zigfai asked urgently. "Princess Clinkside went hunting nearby with old John and the others today." "Little Zig, is something the matter?" The matron noticed Zigfai's pallor and grew anxious. Why must she be out at such a time? Just after Bobo had uttered those words, the previously overlooked details and unheeded doubts coalesced in that moment. Why was the information regarding Catalina, Bobo, and those 40-odd soldiers so new, while the information concerning Roland and Clinkside exhibited such glaring discrepancies? Zigfai had not ignored this question before, but he had instinctively dismissed it as a system bug. However, connecting the information source of the travel manual revealed that this was far from a mere glitch. The travel manual's data was derived from the experiences of all travelers and the records kept by historians. This was a direct quote from Shannon. If his conjecture was correct, then, "Shannon, direct me to Darren's location." Received. Locating. Location confirmed. Darren Hiru is currently right behind you. Zigfai was taken aback. Upon turning, he discovered the barely noticeable half-elf boy standing right behind him, looking as though he had been following for quite some time. Panting heavily, "Brave one, do you seek me?" Zigfai, now devoid of time for sarcasm, quickly inquired. "Darren, tell me, did you divide into 2 separate groups over the past 6 months?" How did you know? Darren was astonished. As very few were privy to this information. To ensure Clinkside's safety, Roland split the party into two upon leaving the Royal City. One group, led by Catalina, served as a decoy. The other, consisting of Clinkside, Roland, and Darren, took a different route to escape. The two groups had agreed to rendezvous at the border of Duke Bylon's territory, specifically within Count Constan's domain. To maintain morale. Only the four of them were aware of this plan. So it is as I suspected. This was not a particularly cunning strategy, but it proved to be highly effective. Zigfi would have taken the same course of action. Zigfi's suspicions were thus confirmed. The information regarding Catalina's group was indeed updated, while that of Clinkside, Roland, and Darren remained dated, some as far back as 20 years. Furthermore, the travel manual's information was solely based on the observations of each traveler, implying that there was a traveler among the pursuing forces. He had been engaged in frequent skirmishes with Catalina's team over the past half-year. Darren, cast an acceleration spell for me. Huh? Hurry. Oh, right. In the shimmering starlight of the night sky. Please guide me along the path ahead, and in the name of the wind and blossoms, I command. O Spirit King of the atmosphere, wind, carry him forth. The colorless magic converged upon Darren's staff, transforming into a vibrant emerald energy that enveloped Zigfi's form through an intricate incantation. In an instant, Zigfi felt as light as a feather, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air as if gravity had abandoned him. Propelled by the tempest at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the distance, only the half-elf youth was left floundering amidst the turbulent winds. What on earth is happening? Chapter 20. A great victory considering this is your inaugural mission. We shall summon another roamer currently engaged in tasks on the Kirin continent to assist you. The words of the Shalian system echoed in Zigfi's mind as he raced through the woods at a breathtaking pace. To save time, he disregarded the terrain's obstacles, opting for a direct route to the ambush site. Oh no, this is like a flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. If Zigfi's intuition was correct, the roamer among the pursuing forces was likely his ally for this mission. However, he was unsure how this individual ended up in the opposing camp. Regardless, Zigfi needed to hasten his arrival. Should Roland clash with that roamer, it would spell disaster for Zigfi, no matter who emerged victorious. The latter was evident. Even a novice like Zigfi could thrive using the roamer's manual and abilities, and this seasoned roamer would undoubtedly surpass him in skill. Furthermore, being part of the Shalian roster, he was someone Zigfi could trust implicitly. Roland, on the other hand, was the most formidable force in their camp. If he were to be inexplicably eliminated, it would lead to the utter ruin of the princess's company. The more Zigfi pondered, the more anxious he became. He summoned the roamer's manual and flipped to the radar map to check his distance from the ambush site. The yellowed parchment depicted the entire territory of Constan, detailing the terrain and town distributions with remarkable precision, even marking remote villages like Windpeach Village, a level of detail unattainable by maps sold in the kingdom's markets. Zigfi was represented as a sharp-angled triangle, with the vertex pointing in the direction he faced, reminiscent of a map from a game. However, to his astonishment, a flickering red now covered the triangle. On the radar map, any creature entering within 50 meters of Zigfi would be marked. Yet he could see not even a rabbit in sight. In an instant, a sharp pang of alarm shot through him. Damn it, above! Without hesitation, Zigfi drew the hero's broken sword and swung upwards without even glancing. Clang! Roland effortlessly parried the combined strike of three knights with a single hand wielding his great sword. What is happening? Why are there ambushes here? How should I know? Aren't your people always responsible for the rendezvous? What the hell do you mean? Enough shouting. Let's charge out and talk later. These three were great knights akin to Katarina, yet even together, they could not gain the upper hand against Roland's blade. In the woods, the sounds of battle and cries of agony intertwined, as one pursuing soldier after another was pierced by the spears of Roland's troops in their frantic confusion. They could barely organize the most basic resistance. Most of the pursuers had yet to draw their weapons before being dispatched, and the once formidable force of over 100 was now showing signs of disarray. The pursuing force comprised 110 men, led by 10 great knights. Once engaged in battle, the soldiers would swiftly form ranks under the knight's command. This legendary battle formation, designed by the founding Emperor Mon 500 years ago, allowed the army to unleash multiplied combat power. Even if Roland brought 300 men, they would only be able to maneuver around it. They should not have been so easily overwhelmed. Yet, their overconfidence, stemming from half a year of cat and mouse, led them to subconsciously view themselves as hunters, oblivious to the fact that the roles of predator and prey can interchange. When Roland had scouted the area yesterday, he had set numerous deadly traps, employing techniques he had utilized against the demon tribe on the front lines. The moment the pursuing force entered the ambush site, dozens of different traps were triggered simultaneously, instantly claiming nearly half of their number, including 4 of the leading great knights. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was in disarray, Roland sprang from the bushes to launch a surprise attack, slaying 2 more panicked great knights, having their formation in one fell swoop. This was Roland Pedinin, an exemplary knight adept at ambushes, surprise attacks, and trap setups. At this moment, he raised his sword high, and a dazzling golden light erupted from the great sword, filling the air with a resounding presence, reminiscent of crashing waves sweeping through the entire forest. How can a great knight across from me be so unresponsive, muttering in a daze? The weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Damn, this is no golden knight. Even a holy knight couldn't achieve such a level. Who is this person? Why is there such a discrepancy in intelligence? Another great knight turned to flee, cursing incessantly. Useless, you can't escape from that sword. I've seen that sword before. One of the kingdom's 4 great treasures. The indestructible holy sword, the unparalleled phantom sword, Durandal. He is Roland. The golden sword light swept across the land. At this moment, Katarina was filled with fervor. Just moments ago, she had dispatched the last great knight, and now she was charging through the crowd like a wild boar, her shield held high, causing chaos wherever she went. Knight's charge. Knight's charge. Knight's charge. Ha ha ha, it's still Knight's charge. This fierce girl had lost track of her weapon in her excitement. Left with only her shield, it was no wonder she was so elated. After enduring relentless pursuit and harassment for half a year, she had finally found a village to display the might of a knight, only to be unexpectedly subdued by Siegfried, who had pounded her into the ground. This encounter had made her, the shining star among knights, question her very existence, even dreaming at night of Siegfried splitting her beloved lance in 2. Now, she was finally reclaiming her confidence as the strongest knight of the younger generation by defeating these pursuers. Ha ha ha! My journey spans from Bylon to Rosalind. Knight's charge. Rosalind is the capital of the Northern Elves, roughly equivalent to the distance from Wonjo to Canada on Earth. With the dynamic displays of the 2 knights, the enemy was rapidly shattered, with less than 10 survivors remaining from the once 100-strong pursuing force. The soldiers began to clear the battlefield, collecting spoils and capturing prisoners. Not a single soldier had fallen in this battle, save for a few unfortunate souls who had been caught in Katarina's charge and sustained minor injuries. Roland sheathed his sword, glancing at the dazed great knight lying beside him, who was not dead but merely unconscious. This was Siegfried's directive. At least one leader must be brought back for questioning. Roland felt a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate soul, who would soon be delivered into Siegfried's hands. Given Mylan's methods, this poor fellow was likely to face a fate worse than death. Once their tasks were complete, the group returned to the village to end this battle. The princess's faction annihilated the pursuing force, seizing a substantial amount of equipment and provisions, and capturing several prisoners, marking a resounding victory. However, on the other side, Siegfried was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 21. It's you, a beautifully patterned, glimmering soft sword clashed against the hero's broken sword, sending sparks flying in all directions. This was the 3rd confrontation between the 2, with the enemy consistently emerging from Siegfried's blind spots, attacking with angles that aimed directly for his vitals. Were it not for the enhancement of the dance of the sky wind bestowed by Darren, he would have long since become fertilizer for the alien world. The effect of the 4th-tier magic was indeed remarkable. It not only accelerated the actions of the target, but also heightened their reaction speed, thereby directly improving their agility. However, the magical effect waned over time. When Siegfried set out, his agility rating soared to A, but now it had dropped to B. If this continued for a few more minutes, he would revert to his former self, a mere C-rated fighter, facing imminent doom. What should I do? What should I do? If this continues, something bad will happen. I must think of a solution. In the midst of his thoughts, he narrowly evaded another strike from the soft sword, but this time, the blade grazed his outer garment, leaving a shallow cut on his waist. To this point, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of his adversary's face. This is bad. I really can't hold out much longer. In the face of life and death, Zigfai finally devised a strategy to break free. Shalian, please save me. I need the historian's assistance. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the Shalian system resonated in Zigfai's mind. Searching for an escape route for you. Buddha above, never in his life has Zigfai encountered such a melodious voice. The investigation concluded. There was no possibility of escape. Chow and I ma, Zigfai could not help but exclaim a phrase of national essence. Yet, there was no need for escape. Simply removing the hood to reveal one's true identity could resolve this perilous situation. Shannon spoke in an ancient tone, an inflection that was undeniably irksome. Zigfai's eyes brightened instantly. In this world, my appearance can be quite intimidating. In the Qilin continent, dark hair and eyes are the hallmark of the heroic lineage. A universally acknowledged truth. As of now, no one outside the Milan family has exhibited such genetic traits. Both Katerina and Roland were utterly captivated by Zigfai's looks, succumbing to a profound mental stupor. In reality, a mere casual strike could easily fell this enigmatic and formidable Milan lord. Zigfai promptly removed his hood, unveiling his visage. In the next moment, the pinprick-like pressure that enveloped him dissipated, and even his breathing became considerably easier. Excellent. I have succeeded in intimidating them, Zigfai rejoiced internally. The midday sun pierced through the dense foliage, casting a dappled array of light and shadow upon the ground. 2 sparrows flitted through the air, and the entire forest descended into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, a cold voice emerged, attempting to conceal its astonishment, yet Zigfai discerned it nonetheless. How could it be you? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zigfai carefully considered his words. Each subsequent sentence could either save or doom him. He scoffed lightly and replied, "Not bad. There are few who can wound me. Words can deceive. Unleash your full might." The cold voice fell silent for a moment before responding. "How did you come to be here? Do you need to know?" Zigfai retorted, "You have 2 options. Either lay down your weapon, and I shall spare your life, or continue to fight, but I shall not hold back any longer." With a snap of his fingers, the traveler's manual materialized in his left hand, signaling that he was now prepared to engage seriously. "Your concealment technique is indeed remarkable. It is the finest I have ever encountered. However, I will count to 5, and if you do not emerge, I shall obliterate this entire forest." With that, Zigfai slowly raised his short sword, as if gathering strength. 12. The surroundings remained silent. 3. Please come out, I beseech you." Zigfai's heart ached, yet his expression remained stern, his voice deep and resonant. 4. Still no response, and Zigfai's breathing began to grow labored. 4.5. Just as this unremarkable phrase nearly slipped from his lips, a shadow leaped down from a tree to his right. The figure was clad in a black mask, a black scarf, and a tight-fitting black outfit, which was adorned with a chainmail-like fabric, and bronze armor covered their hands and feet. At their waist hung a folding fan with only the ribs intact, and a bright red plum blossom was embroidered on their right shoulder. Zigfai was momentarily taken aback. What manner of attire is this? A national-style female ninja? However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was another world. One could encounter all manner of extraordinary beings, and perhaps this lady possessed an unparalleled taste. Having successfully intimidated the opponent, Zigfai felt a surge of ambition. It would be a disservice to himself to not extract some information after having been struck. A teasing smile crept onto his lips as he lowered the sword he had raised. Speaking in a low tone, "You seem obedient. Introduce yourself, assassin. Judging by your appearance, you must have quite a few stories to share." This was a line he often used when interviewing candidates in his previous job. However, the response he received caused Zigfai's mind to momentarily short-circuit. "Zig, is that you? Qigong? What Qigong? Does this world still have Qigong? Wait, why is she speaking in Chinese?" A profoundly unsettling premonition surged from the depths of his being. He scrutinized the national-style female ninja from head to toe. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long, voluptuous, and nearly reflective white thighs. These beautiful legs were strikingly familiar, as if he had seen them on numerous occasions in the past. Yes, they resembled those of the woman who would pass by him every day at work and whom he would unconsciously steal glances at during the end of the day. The national-style female ninja removed her black mask, revealing a face with sharp, striking features. Her nose was particularly exquisite. Yang Jing? The villagers were astounded, for when Zigfai hurriedly returned from his outing, he brought with him a strangely dressed, extraordinarily beautiful woman who, according to Zigfai, was his childhood friend. Such absurdity was met with skepticism. How could a country bumpkin from a small village have such a stunning childhood companion? Yet, under the influence of his tall tales, the villagers begrudgingly accepted this narrative in Zigfai's room. Shanong, why did you not inform me she was Yang Jing? Zigfai suppressed his anger, asking with restraint. I mentioned that removing the hood would resolve the crisis. It was your choice to act otherwise. Why did you not tell me she was Yang Jing? Zigfai's forehead throbbed with veins, teetering on the brink of explosion. You did not ask, did you? You find my predicament amusing. Don't you? Mr. Traveler, our historians are professionally trained and would never harm any traveler, unless unable to contain themselves. Zigfai's expression twisted uncontrollably. Hello? Is this the space agency? Do you have any plans for colonizing Mars? Yes, I am willing to settle on Mars. Chapter 22. Two travelers, let us rewind time and revisit the events that transpired in the forest. Yang Jing? Is that you? The national-style female ninja sported long deep blue hair tied in a ponytail, her eyes matching the hue of her hair. Beyond that, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Jing, Zigfai's colleague who sat beside him at work. Not long ago, he had assisted her in resolving workplace harassment issues. A trace of surprise lingered on Yang Jing's cold face, yet encountering an old acquaintance in another world lightened her tone considerably. I recognized you the moment you removed your hood. It turns out you too are a traveler. It's a long story. Ha, I never expected my helper would be you. What an honor. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Ha. Zigfai was at a loss for words, his mind completely derailed, and tears almost began to fall as he spoke. Alas, my illustrious reputation. Yang Jing keenly noticed Zigfai's distress, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she lightly remarked, as expected of Zig, truly impressive. You have grown so powerful that you could destroy an entire forest. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. They are like dew, like lightning. Thus should one meditate upon them. This man was reciting the Diamond Sutra to escape reality. I cannot hear. A monk is free of the four attachments. How can a mere social death affect my Buddhist heart? Mr. Traveler, please think of positive outcomes. Positive outcomes? At the very least. The situation could not worsen. Shanong's constant needling was as infuriating as ever, yet Zigfai lacked the energy to chastise it. Zig must find completing tasks to be quite effortless, as there are so few who can harm you in this world. If you were to get serious, I fear I would not last even a moment. Yang Jing continued her relentless banter. She was still spewing forth her barbs. Zigfai was curious how this woman could maintain such a stoic expression while delivering such venomous words. His Buddhist heart shattered. Zigfai slowly raised the broken sword, positioning it against his neck with a look of profound sorrow. Enough. Seeing that her jest had gone too far, Yang Jing cleared her throat to cease her mockery. She formed a delicate gesture with her hand, and a peach-colored manual appeared in her grasp. Let us exchange information first. Traveler Yang Jing requests to exchange information with you. Do you agree? Zigfai also produced his black manual and replied. Of course. 2 travel manuals floated from the hands of the two individuals, flipping their pages rapidly without the slightest breeze. A torrent of information surged from the rosy-hued manual into the ebony one. And Zige Fei felt a sudden influx of knowledge in his mind. Yang Jing had entered the Qilin continent 6 months prior, tasked with advancing history and aiding the second prince, Roderick, in unifying the kingdom within that time frame. Over the past 6 months, she had assisted the prince in numerous endeavors, including intelligence gathering, covert assassinations, and pursuing Kellen Shida. With her help, Roderick had decisively eclipsed the influence of the crown prince, and only the elimination of Kellen Shida stood between him and the rightful ascension to the throne, thus concluding the civil strife. Yet, at this critical juncture, Zhige Fei, an unexpected wild traveler, descended from the skies and inadvertently entangled himself with the princess's faction, resulting in a profound alteration of history. Due to Zhige Fei's intervention, the civil war could no longer be resolved within 6 months, and Yang Jing's mission was deemed a failure, compelling her return to reality. 2 days ago, Yang Jing re-entered this world, and her new directive was to assist traveler Zhige Fei in accomplishing his mission. Upon seeing the task, Yang Jing was taken aback. The name was identical to her neighbor's, and few would choose such a melodramatic name. She had inquired with Shanong about Zhige Fei's identity and whereabouts, but Shanong merely advised her to continue aiding Roderick, assuring her that she would encounter her target in due course. When Yang Jing followed the pursuit team to this location, she keenly discerned an ambush and decisively abandoned her less-than-reliable companions. During her escape, she encountered Zhige Fei, who had hastily arrived for rescue. Concealed beneath his hood, Zhige Fei's face was obscured, leading Yang Jing to mistakenly believe he was an enemy and react preemptively. Thus unfolded the events. So that's how it is, Zhige Fei murmured, replaying Yang Jing's experiences in his mind. However, the information he received encompassed not only her encounters, but also a plethora of confidential details regarding Roderick's faction. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is paramount in warfare. Regardless of the era, intelligence remains the most crucial element. This was a priceless gift, an invaluable treasure. Meanwhile, the brief yet tumultuous episodes of Zhige Fei's life in this alternate world manifested in Yang Jing's memories. She was astounded, realizing that Zhige Fei's most formidable asset in completing his mission was, in fact, his eloquence. "Thank you. This information is of utmost importance to me," Zhige Fei expressed sincerely. Yang Jing nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Yet a slight furrow formed on her elegantly arched brows as she queried, "Why do you not choose Roderick? He possesses overwhelming advantages and considerable talent. Aligning with his faction would make achieving your goals remarkably straightforward." Zhige Fei had already grasped from Yang Jing's conveyed intelligence that the completion of stage tasks was inconsequential. It was merely a mechanism to assist travelers in historical correction or advancement. He could easily opt to join Roderick's faction and await the prince's own unification of the kingdom, basking in the waters of victory without effort. Naturally, he could also choose to betray Kellen Shida and deliver him to Roderick, swiftly rectifying history. Indeed, why not? A practical individual by nature, he pondered why he didn't select the most efficient method. The helpless tears of the princess in the church and the radiant smile of the girl beneath the setting sun flashed before Zhige Fei's eyes. A hint of resignation appeared on his face as he shrugged at Yang Jing. "There's no particular reason. I simply wish to embrace challenges of greater difficulty. Besides, given the choice, one ought to opt for the beautiful maiden. I am hardly inclined to pursue Roderick." Yang Jing rolled her eyes but did not dwell on the matter. "It's fine. You're the main force. Your word is final." Thank you. Now, let me take you back and introduce you to everyone. Are you an assassin or a ninja? By the way, how are you so strong?" Zhige Fei suddenly realized he might be the weakest link in the team. Despite being a senior leader in the princess's company, he found himself feeling inadequate. He quickly sought guidance from Yang Jing, the seasoned traveler. Yang Jing adeptly flipped to her status panel to share it with Zhige Fei, and since they were already acquainted, the process of building trust was expedited. Name: Xing Mei. Yang Jing. Gender: female. Age: 21. Race: traveler. Faction: neutral. Class: master assassin. A girl from the central district of the royal capital. Her name seemed incongruous with this world. Specializations: animal communication 52, proficient, karate 81, master, Chinese dance 65, expert, ninjutsu 12, beginner, martial skills, breath concealment, shadow dance, assassination timing, body double technique, willpower, hidden ability data, strength, B agility, A magic, B intelligence, B luck, C leadership, E overall evaluation, A, good grief. This is nearly on par with Roland. At the very least, she could easily dispatch 10 of me. Zhige Fei thought to himself, astonished. Even disregarding the A-rated overall evaluation and the multitude of martial skills, just the specializations alone were daunting. Master-level karate would be more than sufficient to challenge Zhige Fei. And what was this animal communication? Was that even a feasible specialization? Suddenly, He recalled seeing Yang Jing conversing with a corpulent orange cat often kept in the company during lunch breaks, a sight that had provided considerable comfort to weary male colleagues. Good heavens, so she was truly conversing. On the other side, Yang Jing was also examining Zijie Fei's status panel. However, upon merely glancing at it, her usually expressionless face betrayed an uncontainable astonishment and turmoil. What is this? How is this possible? How could one possess so many specializations? Zijie Fei's status panel was densely packed with nearly 40 specializations, occupying more than half the sheet. Chapter 23. Zijie Fei's anomaly: cold reading, acting, sketching, reasoning, arithmetic, psychology, Machiavellianism, culinary arts, hunting skills. There were too many. How could this be? A normal individual possesses only 3 to 4 specializations at most. Yang Jing, with her 4 specializations, was already exceptionally gifted, and ninjutsu was clearly just a filler. Yet Zijie Fei's status was brimming with specializations, nearly all exceeding a proficiency level of 40. Zijie Fei remained oblivious to his own anomaly. But Yang Jing understood. 2 years prior, she had been selected as a traveler by Shanong due to her unique specialization in animal communication. Over the course of those 2 years, whether on Earth or in the various worlds she had traversed, she had never encountered any being with specializations exceeding 5. True specializations were not merely a matter of knowing a bit. For instance, being able to drive does not qualify as a specialization. One must master techniques such as drifting, rapid cornering, and other impressive maneuvers to be considered proficient, and even then, it's only an entry-level skill. If one could outpace an AE-86 on a Kina mountain, congratulations. That would at least signify master-level driving skills. Yang Jing stiffly lifted her head, and anyone could discern the turmoil within her at that moment. Is this truly still human? What must one endure to acquire such a plethora of survival skills? What's wrong? Zijie Fei inquired, somewhat perplexed. Was his status truly so dismal as to be appalling? No, it's nothing. Did Shanong not inform him of the significance of specializations? Could it be that even Shanong was unaware of the true nature of this situation? After considerable contemplation, Yang Jing resolved to act. Although Zijie Fei possessed numerous specializations, almost none were suited for combat, and he had chosen an exceedingly challenging path to complete his mission. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly perish along the way. Yang Jing had few friends, and she was reluctant to witness a fellow individual with a shared plight meet their demise in this alien world. Thus, she solemnly addressed him. I glanced at your status panel. Achieving a C rating without a class is already quite impressive. Class? Zijie Fei suddenly realized that his class had always been villager, the lowest tier in the game, indicative of someone who had yet to undergo a job change. In this world, an individual's combat prowess could be gauged by their class. For example, a knight's evaluation would range from D for a squire to C for a formal knight, B for a grand knight, A for a golden knight, S for a holy knight, and SS for an epic knight. I am a master assassin in the thief class, equivalent to a golden knight's level. We travelers can hold multiple classes simultaneously, but can only equip one at a time. The class equipped determines the corresponding enhancement of abilities. If one were a warrior, they would lean towards strength. An assassin would be more agile. Knights are versatile, while mages would enhance magic and intelligence. Yang Jing elaborated extensively on the methods of strengthening oneself in this world, and Zijie Fei utilized his remarkable memory to absorb this invaluable knowledge. Typically, the limit of human capability peaks at S rank, with anything beyond that venturing into the realm of legends and exceptional classes, the most representative being heroes and demon lords. Zijie Fei interjected impulsively. Correct, these 2 classes are exceptional SSS rank. You must exercise caution while impersonating them. With your capabilities, a slip could expose you. Zijie Fei's eyelids twitched, indicating that this woman had no intention of forgetting the events that had just transpired. The method to attain a rank is quite simple. It involves mastering the martial arts or magic associated with that rank. Taking my own rank as an example, one must first learn the martial skill of breath concealment. Upon mastering it, one can officially become a thief and obtain the rank. To further advance, one must then learn the techniques of the assassin and the master assassin, while mages ascend in a similar fashion. While this may sound straightforward, for common folk, merely learning breath concealment is often unfeasible. Yang Jing, in this body known as Xingmei, hails from a privileged background, allowing her access to the assassin brotherhood in the royal capital. where she can directly enroll in their training programs for systematic education. The average citizen lacks such pathways and must rely on innate talent to grasp these skills independently. For instance, Roland, this so-called prodigy, comprehended half of the knight charge by the age of 7, thus becoming a semi-official knight. Thank you. This is incredibly beneficial. Zai Fei expressed his gratitude once more. Yang Jing was not one to converse frequently, and her willingness to share so much today was undoubtedly aimed at helping him avoid unnecessary detours. Such matters were not something one could inquire about with Clinkside and the others. After all, how could the prestigious Mylan, a candidate for the hero, be ignorant of such things? However, Yang Jing did not respond to Zai Fei's gratitude. Instead, she wore a troubled expression and hesitantly continued. There is one more thing. What? Noticing Yang Jing's grim demeanor, Zai Fei became serious as well. Your specialization. Once your specialization reaches the proficiency of an expert, it can be converted into willpower. After each stage task is completed, you may choose an expert-level specialization for Shannon to help you convert into willpower. Yang Jing ultimately could not articulate her thoughts, merely reiterating the knowledge of wanderers in hopes of capturing Zai Fei's attention. This matter was too unusual. Even Shannon had not mentioned it. She refrained from speaking carelessly to avoid any potential mishaps. Yes, I am aware of this. Zai Fei replied. A deceptive claim allowed him to wreak havoc before Roland, the Golden Knight, and he suddenly felt curious about what would happen if all these specializations were converted into willpower. Shannon, what would happen if I transformed all my specializations into willpower? Uncommonly, Shannon's system did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, when Zai Fei thought his system had gone awry, Shannon's voice resonated in his mind. For some reason, Zai Fei felt that this time the voice lacked its usual mechanical quality, infused instead with a hint of human vibrancy, as if the entity itself were conversing. Humans typically use this term to describe such beings. God? Hiss? Zai Fei inhaled sharply. This response was truly unexpected. Ahem, it is getting late. I suspect Roland and the others have finished their work. We should return. We can discuss the rest in the village, as you wish. Time rewinds to the present, within Zai Fei's chamber. The man writhed on the bed like a dying maggot, his 10 toes tightly intertwined, and his head desperately rubbed against the mattress. Are you an idiot? Are you really an idiot? What do you mean? Put down your weapons and I shall spare you. How foolish indeed. I want to die. I do not want to return. Let me settle here. I can no longer endure Earth. Earlier, in the woods, his focus had been solely on Yang Jing. Now, back in his room and regaining his composure, he found himself engulfed in severe mental turmoil. How careless, how utterly careless. I never expected to encounter an acquaintance in this other world. Ever since Zai Fei arrived in the Qilin continent, his wild heart, once bound by the constraints of a lawful society, had been completely liberated. The inherent nature of bravado and a penchant for making a spectacle of himself surged forth, reminiscent of his 16-year-old self sneaking into the teacher's office with a group of friends to pilfer meal tickets. The villagers' flattery, Katarina's admiration, Roland's wariness, the soldier's fear, and Clinkside's expectations. All of it entrapped Zai Fei like a drug, leaving him unable to extricate himself. He had truly immersed himself in the identity of the contemporary Mylan, genuinely believing himself to be the future hero, until a narcotics officer named Yang Jing kicked open his opium den. I will count to 5. If you do not come out, I will destroy this entire forest. Shannon added with a dispassionate jab. Area, like a PTSD episode, Zai Fei suddenly let out a harrowing scream, forcefully banging his head against the wall. What is the matter? The door swung open unbeknownst to him, revealing a cool, graceful silhouette standing there. Yang Jing looked on with concern at the frenzied Zai Fei. Zai Fei immediately turned his head, sitting back at the edge of the bed, crossing his legs and displaying a cultured smile. His movements swift as lightning. It's nothing, just exercising. But just now, do you need something? Zai Fei's smile was warm, yet it bore an air of unassailable authority that brooked no further inquiry. Yang Jing fell silent, not uttering a word for a while. Zai Fei was astonished to notice that this composed woman had a faint blush on her cheeks, fidgeting in a manner reminiscent of a young girl. Is this truly happening? Is something wrong? Yang Jing, her expression impassive, casually remarked, "You do not speak of this world's affairs outside. So it is about that, I understand. This is not a matter of course," Zij Fei began. But halted mid-sentence. In that instant, he realized something, and in the next moment, his lips nearly stretched to his ears. I am not the only one who has let go of myself. Memories of Yang Jing's experiences over the past 6 months flooded his mind. This composed woman had designed the peculiar battle attire she wore, meticulously embroidering a plum blossom on her right shoulder. And that soft sword, Zij Fei had long recognized it. It was the orchid sword wielded by Li Yuanfang in the detective series Derangea. Furthermore, that specialization in the 12 ninja techniques was undoubtedly something she had self-taught during her episodes. People are like this. While they would dread social embarrassment alone, it seems far less shameful if someone accompanies them in that humiliation. Zij Fei flashed forward to Yang Jing, pinning her against the door. "Miss Yang, I presume you would not want me to spread word of your peculiarities, would you? You know, I am quite adept at quick sketches." This insufferable man was always so precise when exploiting others' weaknesses. Yang Jing's expression darkened instantly. "What do you want?" "Not much. You forget about what happened today, and I shall refrain from speaking out. We shall mind our own business." Truly a master of rhetoric, Zij Fei nearly choked on his words. "Damn woman, if only I could overpower you. Do you wish to perish together? Very well. Once the task is complete, the entire company will learn that the ice sculpture beauty is, in fact, a fool." Yang Jing shot him a disdainful glance, her demeanor frosty as she replied, "Let us establish a contract." She then tore a blank sheet from her Wanderer's Handbook, took out a pen from her inventory, and inscribed the word contract at the top of the paper. A flash of white light illuminated the page, revealing a series of contractual stipulations, including a malicious clause stating that should either party divulge the agreement, they would face impotence. The bottom right corner of the contract bore 2 blank spaces for names. Zij Fei was taken aback. There were still many functions of the Wanderer's Handbook that he was unaware of. The contract serves as a testament, with the historian as witness. As Zij Fei signed the paper, he suddenly felt a sense of intuition. He lifted his gaze to meet Yang Jing's, only to find that the composed woman was also looking at him. In a modest dwelling within a village of another world, 2 compatriots suddenly exchanged smiles, the final remnants of their estrangement dissipating in that moment. Chapter 24. The hero's companion. Since the princess and her entourage settled in the village, unless on a mission, everyone has shared dinner together. Now, a new member has joined the table. Let us formally introduce the core team of the Princess Ascension Company. First, we have the chairman, Klingside, who was ousted from the Moan headquarters by 2 board members 6 months ago and established this branch in this remote countryside. Next to him sits the security captain, Roland. Although this golden knight is only 28, his unkempt beard and negative demeanor make him appear nearly 38. Yet this does not hinder his status as a successful individual. After the coup, he abandoned a comfortable civil service job, bidding farewell to his wife and children, and resolutely escorted the chairman on a journey of escape. Theo, the chairman's right, is the deputy captain of security. This spirited young lady is already a grand knight at such a tender age, her talent rivaling that of her mentor Roland. Unfortunately, her intellect leaves much to be desired, often falling victim to the pranks of the major shareholders. Then there is the company mascot, the prodigious mage, the half-elf youth, Darren. He is quite adorable. Lastly, we have the major shareholder, Zij Fei, who sits opposite the chairman, symbolizing the company's dichotomy. Although he has only been with the company for less than 3 days, his extraordinary methods have already positioned him as the most powerful figure beneath the chairman. In her usual arrogance, she relishes the torment of traitors and the bullying of the deputy security captain. I almost forgot to introduce her pet, standing by and observing as everyone dines. Purin Bobo, a mole strategically placed by Director Roderick. After being exposed by the major shareholder, he has endured immense psychological and physical suffering, and now serves as the personal attendant to the major shareholder. Now, the company has welcomed a new employee. Yang Jing sits coldly beside Zigfei, silently feeding herself while completely indifferent to the curious gazes from the 4 individuals opposite her. This woman, whether on Earth or in this foreign realm, remains unfazed. She is not socially anxious, simply disinterested in engaging with others. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she is set to assume the role of the head of the intelligence department and personal bodyguard to the major shareholder. As introduced by him, The deputy security captain, Katerina, could no longer contain herself and raised her hand to inquire. "My lord Milan, who is this assassin?" In the next moment, the gaze of the boss and all the employees turned towards Ziegfei, leaving him with a distinct sensation akin to speaking at a departmental meeting. He had concocted a story with Yang Jing to placate the company's backbone, yet the narrative meant for the villagers proved ineffective against these astute individuals. While the tale of deceit was audacious, it was by no means infallible. Its efficacy was contingent upon numerous factors such as context, personal state, and target audience. For instance, if Ziegfei were to declare on earth that he could punch through a 10-meter thick steel plate in a fit of rage, the listener would undoubtedly mock him as a fool. However, in this otherworldly realm, not only would they believe him capable of such a feat, but even the assertion that he could rip out the fangs of the undead sovereign with his bare hands would garner credence. At least from Katerina. The story they had woven together was narrated by Ziegfei. He stood, palm up, fingers together, extending his hand towards Yang Jing. After a few clearing coughs, he resembled a leader about to speak. "Her name is Xing Mei. She is my companion." The term companion was a last-minute alteration by Ziegfei. It originally was friend, but he found that word too distant to accurately reflect his relationship with Yang Jing. At that moment, however, the atmosphere in the dining hall became palpably tense. Kellenscheid even dropped her cutlery in shock. Companion? Did he just say companion? Not friend, but companion? Roland broke into a cold sweat as he recalled the confrontation 2 days prior in the wilderness, where Ziegfei had faced his entire army alone with nothing but a sword. No wonder he dared to stand in front of us alone. He already has a companion. For ordinary people, there may not be a significant distinction between a friend and a companion. Yet, if the person in question is Milan, then the term companion transcends its conventional meaning. Throughout history, heroes have adhered to a tradition. Before they rise to heroism, they roam the continent as adventurers. Their journeys serve two purposes: to forge their own sacred sword and to gather companions worthy of a hero. Including the hero, each generation's party comprises 5 individuals of distinct professions. These companions are the chosen from various nations and races, who, under the hero's guidance, will transcend biological limits, acquire unique professions, and become formidable figures in the realm of legends. For a hero, each additional companion exponentially amplifies their strength. When all 4 companions are gathered, a hero capable of cleaving through legions is born. No wonder I cannot sense his aura at all. The Golden Knight's keen senses allow Roland to detect a rabbit hidden in the grass 50 meters away. Yet, since becoming acquainted with Ziegfei, he has never sensed any aura emanating from him, as if he were simply not there. This profound, black hole-like sense of dread was a feeling Roland had only experienced once before, that of Lancelot, the knight among knights, who guards the front lines of the demon-human war, the living legend, the former hero's companion. Now, 2 such beings sat before him. If I had truly attacked him back then, beads of cold sweat seeped through his shirt. As Roland had never felt so close to death, in stark contrast to Roland's fear, the half-elf Darla's eyes sparkled with excitement. This shy youth, breaking from his usual demeanor, shouted, "My lord hero, may I become your companion? I long to be your companion. My master often says I lack manliness, but I believe that as long as I am by your side, I can one day grow into a true man." Ziegfei was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a response. "What? You wish to be my companion? Can wanderers really secure a position through internal recommendations? Perhaps I should consult Shannon later. Why don't you stay by my side for now? I'll observe your talents." The half-elf youth's cheeks flushed crimson, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. To him, Ziegfei's response was tantamount to acceptance. The mascot Darla successfully became the second bodyguard to the major shareholder. Ziegfei, bewildered, realized that he might not need to narrate the story after all. The atmosphere had turned remarkably odd, as everyone regarded him with a mix of shock and admiration. Aside from Katerina, who, after her inquiry, had begun to focus on the roasted chicken on her plate, the rest were engrossed in Ziegfei's words. However, with the story prepared, he felt compelled to share it. Ziegfei recounted their encounter, adventure, and the passionate story of their camaraderie in its entirety. Yet, the audience remained largely inattentive, scarcely absorbing his words. For the first time, Ziegfei experienced the frustration of a department manager addressing a disinterested audience. He cast a glance over the diverse expressions among them and sharply tapped the table, signaling that it was time to transition to the main topic. What do you think we need most at present? Money, Bobo interjected eagerly. Yes, money. And what else? Kellen shied, resting her chin thoughtfully, replied, personnel. Our soldiers are too few to contend with the two brothers. Correct. Zigfi struck the table firmly, his voice low. To be precise, we need territory, talent, manpower, and funds. Currently, our company lacks all four essentials for waging war. Among these, the most readily obtainable is funding. My friends, do you have any ideas? This question was not directed at the four impoverished souls opposite him, who had yet to repay the village's meal expenses. It was primarily aimed at Yang Jing, who, having spent 6 months in this world, must have established her own intelligence network. As anticipated, Yang Jing did not disappoint him. I have a lead on the money. Tomorrow, I will verify the information's authenticity and provide you with an answer. Excellent, thank you. As expected from our cross-border company, the quality of talent is indeed exceptional. Regarding territory, my father-in-law, Lord Pedinin, is a staunch supporter of the princess. We could seek his aid. The fortunate Roland boasted of his advantageous lineage. No, Zigfi rejected without hesitation. Why not? Roland, taken aback by the prompt dismissal of his proposal, felt a surge of irritation, his voice noticeably raised. Firstly, the enemies you can conceive, they can conceive as well, if all goes as expected. The entire Pedinin territory is likely surrounded by enemy forces. Secondly, traversing to your father-in-law's estate means crossing the entirety of the Constantin territory. With our meager numbers, how can we ensure safety? Thirdly, even if we manage to reach your father-in-law's residence, how can a mere count like Pedinin defend against a joint assault from two princes? Fourthly, placing our hopes on relying on others is the most foolish course of action. Roland's face shifted between shades of green and red as he absorbed the multitude of flaws in his proposal. After all, he had been a general on the front lines. Meanwhile, Darla's eye, unobscured by his bangs, sparkled with stars. Yes, this is the spirit I admire, the very image of the man I aspire to be. So, where do you suggest we go? Zigfi surveyed the group and directed his gaze out the window, eyeing the vast wheat fields. The emerald shoots swayed gently in the warm spring breeze, creating waves of verdant green. A cold smile crept across his lips. Nowhere. We shall remain right here, at the Constantin Count's territory. Chapter 25. The Terrifying Deceitful Tale, Part 1. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn began to break, Yang Jing set off alone, determined to reach Constantin City and verify the authenticity of the intelligence. If the information proved true, the team could simultaneously resolve their issues of financial scarcity and personnel deficiency. The journey from Fengtiao village to Constantin City spans over 30 kilometers. Even for a master assassin, a round trip would consume an entire day. Tio returned within the day. Yang Jing rose especially early. By the time Zigfi crawled out of bed, Yang Jing had already been on her way for nearly 3 hours. Since the previous day, he had delegated all his farm duties to his subordinates, thus freeing up significant time to attend to other matters. Good morning, my Lord Milan. The golden-haired soldier, Lime, respectfully saluted the imposing figure of Siegfried as he stepped out of the house. Today, he was temporarily serving as Siegfried's bodyguard. Despite his belief that this formidable individual required no such protection, Siegfried cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, "Good morning. Are you nearly recovered?" Taken aback, Lime quickly lowered his head and replied, "Yes, thanks to the villagers' care." During the attack on the village, Lime had sustained injuries second only to those of Katerina. However, that little tiger girl was as robust as an ox. A bit of medicine from Siegfried had her bouncing back the very next day. Lime, on the other hand, was less fortunate. The priest had refused to heal him, and he had spent 2 days bedridden, relying on the villagers for food and drink, including that little Tova, whom he had nearly struck earlier. Siegfried, with a hint of malice, teased, "Oh, so now they are villagers and not commoners." Lime blushed with shame, nearly burying his face in his collar. "I am a fool. I am a fool. All right, just remember that these so-called commoners saved your life." "Yes, I will remember it in my heart." Siegfried then inquired, "Now, what news do you bring?" Lime produced a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Siegfried, saying, "This is the list of spoils and prisoners from yesterday's ambush. Please review it, my lord." The handwriting on the parchment was elegant and precise, unmistakably that of Her Highness, the Princess. Upon taking the list, Siegfried raised an eyebrow. There were nearly 100 sets of ordinary equipment such as spears, swords, and armor, as well as several magical weapons and a considerable amount of military supplies. A bountiful harvest indeed. It seems they managed to wipe out an elite unit without sustaining any losses. Thanks to Roland. Sort the spoils and record them in the warehouse. Yes, my lord. What shall we do with the prisoners? In addition to the equipment and provisions, Roland had captured 7 prisoners, one of whom was a leading knight whom Siegfried had specifically instructed to keep alive. The rest were likely mere survivors. After pondering for a moment, Siegfried suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Spare the leading knight. As for the others, execute them all. What? Lime's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had heard tales of certain historical heroes who were exceedingly bloodthirsty, those who left rivers of blood in their wake, more fearsome than even demon lords. But he had not expected that this man before him would not spare even prisoners. A cold sweat trickled down Lime's back as he immediately knelt, urgently pleading, "My lord, they are no longer capable of resistance. Executing prisoners will instill fear among the others and tarnish your image in their eyes. Her Highness would never agree to such actions. I implore you to reconsider." Siegfried, of course, had no intention of truly killing the prisoners. He merely wished to savor the phrase and frighten this naive soldier. He had always thought the idea of executing them all was incredibly imposing. Saying it aloud felt quite different. After indulging in a moment of dramatic flair, Siegfried glanced at Lime, who was trembling on his knees, and, suppressing a chuckle, said sternly, all right, I was just joking. Look at you, all flustered. Where is that leading knight? Take me to him." Lime let out a sigh of relief, genuinely hoping that this noble would never joke again. "Very well, my lord, please follow me." Outside a dilapidated wooden shack, Lime nervously cautioned, "Lord Roland has already interrogated him yesterday, but he refuses to speak. My lord, please be careful. He may act out of desperation. If anything happens, call for me at once. Oh, a tough nut to crack? No matter. I can make even the dead speak." Lime felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that his last remark had been somewhat superfluous. Siegfried was not boasting. Even the dead could have their information extracted through the travel manual. Now, it was time for Siegfried's favorite pastime of interrogation. No, he meant questioning prisoners. He pushed the door open, and the damp air inside the decrepit wooden shack was tinged with the scent of mildew. A single chair occupied the room, to which a man in his 30s was bound, bloodied and battered, evidently having received no mercy from Roland. Upon hearing the noise, the man did not lift his head but muttered, "Don't waste your effort. I know nothing and will say nothing. Name. Roy Barrett, male, 35 years old, too mundane. Details omitted." Siegfried perused the information displayed in the travel manual. As expected, Roy's personal details were comprehensive. He had been a subordinate of Yang Jing, who had kept a close watch on his recent experiences, documenting them in the information database. Siegfried pulled up a chair and sat down before Roy, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he said, "You misunderstand. I am not here to interrogate you." "Humph. Then what are you here for? To gawk at me?" Roy lifted his head, attempting to discern who this pretentious fool was, but upon seeing the man sitting across from him, his words caught in his throat. "I merely wish to have a chat." Siegfried truly was not there to interrogate. He had already gathered various intelligence regarding the Second Prince's faction from Yang Jing the previous day. He did not believe that a mere knight could possess more knowledge than Yang Jing. His personal attendant, he intended to conduct an experiment. You are," Roy stammered in shock, his black hair and dark eyes matching the legendary descriptions he had heard. Siegfried flashed a sly smile and politely introduced himself. "Greetings, Mr. Roy. My name is Siegfried. Siegfried? Or you may also call me Melon." Roy's pupils dilated sharply, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. Your Melon family is involved in this civil war?" Roy's voice trembled uncontrollably. Why had their operations been exposed? How had this simple ambush turned into a deadly trap? Why had this 6-month-long pursuit transformed into a perilous web of danger? Since being captured, he had spent sleepless nights pondering these questions. Unable to arrive at any answers, now, he no longer needed to think. A Melon was involved in this civil war. This fact alone sufficed to explain all the unreasonable queries. Roy felt engulfed by despair. Even when facing Durandal, he had never felt such hopelessness. The failure of the pursuit team was merely a personal defeat. Prince Roderick still held a firm grip on most of the kingdom's power. But if this Melon participated, the balance of power would be utterly shattered in an instant, and Roderick would have no chance of victory left. The long history of the Chelan continent had taught everyone that this was a group capable of sweeping through armies, monsters. Chapter 26. The Terrifying Deception, Part 2. Do not be so tense, Mr. Roy. The Melon family never interferes in political struggles. This is common knowledge. Siegfried said with a calm demeanor, spreading his hands. I told you. I am merely here to chat. Upon hearing this, Roy's anxious expression eased slightly. He raised his vacant eyes and, with a note of trepidation, asked, Lord Melon, what would you like to discuss with me? As you can see, I am merely a defeated general. Though he spoke these words, Roy was acutely aware of his surroundings, having heard numerous rumors about the Melon family. He feared unwittingly leaking information. It is not a significant matter. Well, let us start with introductions. What kind of person do you believe yourself to be? Roy was taken aback, gazing blankly at the smiling black-haired man across from him, utterly unable to gauge his thoughts. However, under pressure, he responded earnestly, My name is Roy, the current head of the Barrett family, a viscount of the kingdom, and a knight of honor, loyal to Prince Roderick. My loyalty is as unyielding as my shield. These were the very words he had once spoken to the young Roderick when he was bestowed knighthood. Yet, Roy was met with a derisive laugh. Humph, loyalty? Siegfried's expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. Roy's eyes reddened instantly. He momentarily forgot his fear and shouted in anger. A knight may be slain but must not be dishonored. Lord Melon, even you cannot doubt my loyalty. You've taken the bait. Allow me to see if your effect is as terrifying as I believe. Siegfried took a deep breath, knowing the forthcoming developments would dictate how he would confront this entity named Deception. You just claim to be very loyal? Is there a problem? Siegfried chuckled lightly, rising to pace around Roy's chair. No, not really. I simply find that these two words, when applied to you, are somewhat nauseating. What did you say? Roy could hardly comprehend that this Melon would insult him in such a manner. Knight, he could endure all forms of torture, but such a slander was unbearable. Retract your words. Please, take back what you just said. You are Melon, a hero. How can you defile our loyalty in such a way? Is it not so? As a knight of the kingdom, you do not fight for your country, nor for the people, nor even for the princess, the first in line for the throne, but instead assist Roderick in staging a coup that has led to chaos and suffering among the populace. Is that what you call loyalty? No, I am merely a son, and as your father urged on his deathbed, I was to pledge loyalty to the future king. Yet here you are, disregarding his wishes, feigning compliance while acting in defiance. Is this loyalty? As elders, you pursue a 16-year-old girl relentlessly over a vast distance, showing no signs of mercy. What kind of loyalty is this? No, no, silence yourself. How can you, an inner minister, be aware that the second prince and the princess are blood siblings and yet fail to counsel them to cease? Instead, you stoke the flames, joining in this fratricidal conflict. This is your notion of loyalty? No, no. The voice of defense grows ever fainter, tears streaming from Roy's eyes. How could he not grasp these truths? Yet what can a mere knight accomplish? Roy, you are but a swine, burying your head in the feed provided by your master, blind to the truth as you deceive yourself with the pretense of loyalty. You have lived for over 30 years. Have you ever truly employed your intellect? This world has descended into madness if one can don the armor of a knight and claim to be a loyal subject. Roy, this is not loyalty. It is folly. Silence envelopes the dilapidated wooden shack, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Suddenly, a sob breaks the stillness, gradually transforming into a wail, which soon escalates into uncontrollable weeping. I know it all, but what can I do? I am merely a knight, a lowly viscount, unable even to enter the royal palace. What can I do? What can I do? What do you want me to do? Roy, tears streaming down his face, self-destructively begins to bang his head against the chair's backrest. And before long, blood flows from the back of his head. The moment has arrived. Zigfai's gaze turns icy as he strides to Roy's back, bending down slowly, whispering into Roy's ear like a devil. It is simple. Offer everything to the true master of this realm. Clinched, for the people. The effect of deceitful speech. After the ninth truth, the credibility of the next lie is increased by 100. Like a bomb thrown into boiling water, Roy's already tumultuous thoughts explode at this moment. Yes, you are right. I am a knight of the kingdom. I must be loyal. I must offer my loyalty. I surrender. Your Highness, Princess clinched, I offer you my everything. Your Highness, please accept me, Your Highness. Your Highness, Roy, along with the chair, topples over, like a bloodthirsty beast, desperately moving towards the door. The pain and confusion etched on his face have vanished, replaced by a fervor akin to madness. Zigfai strides over the fallen Roy without uttering a word and exits the room. The terror of deceitful speech is as dreadful as he anticipated. From the very first day he acquired this ability, Zigfai recognized its malevolent nature. He has always sought to avoid opening this Pandora's box. And today was merely a small experiment, a test of his capabilities. The evidence is clear. It indeed possesses the power to brainwash others. Lies, at their core, are instruments that alter perceptions and distort wills. Some scoundrels deceive women into believing they are worthy of lifelong devotion. Unscrupulous merchants convince clients that their goods are worth purchasing. Cults manipulate believers' thoughts, leading them to sacrifice everything for a so-called faith. Even more alarmingly, there was once A.F. Rare of the Third Reich who wove a grand deception, enticing his nation to the battlefield, resulting in one of the most horrific wars in human history. Zigfai recognized this malevolence on the very first day he acquired this power. If one were to distinguish between good and evil based on intent, then Zigfai might be considered a good person. But if one were to judge by means, he is undoubtedly utterly malevolent. He has always possessed self-awareness. His blood had turned cold at the age of 16. A chilling coldness fills the young man's gaze as he faces the warm morning sun, silently uttering words devoid of warmth. Yet this world has never differentiated good from evil based on intent or means. The sole criterion for categorizing right and wrong is success or failure. Whether it be brainwashing or murder, as long as victory is achieved, it suffices. Chapter 27. The invitation. Yang Jing has returned, bringing with her an invitation to an auction, along with, could you please introduce who this fellow is? At Yang Jing's feet lies a man who resembles a wealthy merchant, battered and bloodied, particularly his lower half, a grotesque sight, as he struggles for breath, clearly on the verge of death. Yang Jing, expressionless, calmly states, I went to ask him for an invitation. He said I had to spend the night with him, and then he ended up like this. Yang Jing succinctly summarizes what could have been a 4,000-word adventure, causing Zigfai's eyes to twitch in disbelief. Ah, so that is how it is. Zigfai glances at the merchant's lower half, his heart momentarily fluttering. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid provoking this woman in the future. He bends down and gently pats the merchant's face. Hey, old chap, answer me one question before you kick the bucket. The merchant, dazed, opens his eyes and murmurs faintly, My legs. They hurt terribly. It seems that must be the instrument of the crime. Old chap? Where is your treasury? Who are you? I am your cousin. You promised to bequeath your fortune to me. Have you forgotten? Cousin? Oh yes. A flicker of recognition returns to the merchant's eyes, evidently a moment of clarity. As he grasps Zigfai's hand, his expression filled with regret. Brother? Elder brother. Be careful of the woman. With that, the merchant's legs kick out, and he departs from this world. Zigfai is left dumbfounded, seizing the merchant's collar and pulling him up from the ground. Hey, what about the money? Where is the money? Damn it, where is the money? Go summon a priest. Have him extract the money before he dies. Zigfai is heartbroken, feeling as if he played a game without collecting all the rewards, leaving him immensely dissatisfied. In the evening, the company's executive meeting is held as scheduled around the dinner table. Yang Jing, the Minister of Intelligence and one of the shareholders, speaks first. This is an invitation to an auction. However, her statement is abrupt and lacks context. She stands to say just that and then sits down, confident that someone will explain for her. Everyone instinctively turns to the major shareholder, awaiting his remarks. Zigfai holds up the invitation, waving it in the air. This is an underground auction, do you understand? Clinched, not really. Those participating in this auction are affluent merchants and nobles of considerable wealth, do you comprehend? Roland, not really. Suddenly, the deputy captain of security, Katerina, jumps up, a look of realization on her face. I understand now. You intend to sell the teacher's sword. Roland's Durandal is currently the most valuable item in the company, and if truly sold, it could purchase an entire earldom. Roland slaps his foolish apprentice on the head, scolding, Is that something that can be sold? Katerina, pouting, covers her head and sits back down. Ziegfei, uninterested in this duo's antics, continues. The items at such auctions are typically unsavory, and from the list attached to the invitation, there are even slaves. The air in the restaurant suddenly grows tense. 20 years ago, a woman named Vivian was crowned queen in the capital. At the age of 23, she consolidated most of the power within 5 years, rendering the incompetent old king entirely irrelevant, and subsequently enacted sweeping reforms in the kingdom, foremost among them the complete prohibition of the slave trade. Of course, this reform faced fierce resistance from the entrenched interests, but was brutally suppressed by the Rose Knights, who were directly loyal to the queen. This queen forcefully extended a lifeline to the waning kingdom of Mon, but ultimately exhausted herself and passed away prematurely. By this point, it should be clear to everyone that this woman, later known as the Rose Queen, was the mother of Roderick and Clinched, the former regent of the kingdom of Mon. This year marks the 5th anniversary of the queen's death, and the once-suppressed slave trade has resurfaced. A flicker of anger colors Clinchd's usually gentle visage, while Roland slams his fist on the table, nearly toppling the entire spread of food. These scoundrels, they should have been dealt with more harshly. He is among the last remaining members of the Rose Knights, and the shield bearing the red rose insignia still hangs in his room. Clinched is seething. The prohibition of the slave trade was one of her mother's proudest achievements. To this day, she vividly recalls her mother, with no semblance of grace, standing with hands on her hips, boasting to her little girl, who was only 4 or 5 years old at the time. Little Clinched, look how formidable I am this time. I might just save thousands of lives. Stop nibbling on your fingers. Give your mother a round of applause. She was a gentle, strict, yet humorous mother, a ray of sunshine in a decaying realm, the last pillar bestowed upon this wretched country by the heavens. It has only been 5 years. It has only been 5 years since my mother left us. Clinched clenches her fists until her knuckles turn white. Gazing at Ziegfei, straining to summon the light spirits around her to probe this man's intentions, yet she finds nothing, and can only cautiously inquire. Mr. Ziegfei, you mentioned this matter specifically. There must be a reason behind it. Correct? Ziegfei gestured for everyone to remain calm before leisurely speaking. We shall attend this auction and purchase slaves. Bang! Roland slammed his fist onto the table, erupting in fury. What nonsense is this? Do you even comprehend the words you are uttering? Katerina hurriedly attempted to restrain Roland. Teacher, Lord Melanda surely has his reasons for saying this. What reasons could there possibly be? Clinched remained silent, yet her gloomy expression clearly indicated her discontent. Please, let us not quarrel. The endearing half-elf youth Darren, with tears glistening in his eyes, attempted to mediate, but his voice was far too soft, easily drowned out by the irate Roland. Ziegfei observed the scene with a cold gaze, scanning each individual, his expert-level cold-reading skills in full effect. Clinched and Roland will oppose my opinion. Katerina has begun to trust me unconditionally, which is splendid. Is Darren still neutral? Perhaps worth winning over? Why is Bobo so quiet? This was his reasoning for speaking in such fragmented sentences. In the future, some of his methods would undoubtedly face scrutiny, so preparations must begin now to avoid such situations. Have you finished your commotion? A chilling voice resonated perfectly, dousing the overheated restaurant like a bucket of icy water. Now, settle down and listen. Yang Jing cast a blank glance at everyone, finally understanding why these individuals were easily overwhelmed by Roderick. They were a mere rabble. Ziegfei threw a grateful glance at Yang Jing, only to receive a disdainful one in return. He cleared his throat and continued to narrate his plans at a leisurely pace. Do you understand? A strange atmosphere began to envelop the restaurant. If one were to name this atmosphere, it would surely be called conspiracy. Lord Melanda, you are truly devious, but I like it. Katerina unabashedly praised Zigify. Clinchide buried her head low, yet her shoulders trembled slightly as she struggled to suppress her laughter. "Is this rather inappropriate?" The model knight Roland, who relished ambushes, declared with a face full of righteous indignation. A sinister smile blossomed on Zigify's face. Everyone noticed that whenever this man displayed such an expression, it signified that someone was about to suffer misfortune. "I am confident that this auction will be quite spectacular." Chapter 28. Constant City. The territory of Count Constant lies in the southernmost part of the Moan Kingdom, yet it does not belong to the Duke of Bailan, but is a direct vassal of the royal family. Holding a status equal to that of the major dukes, this remote region boasts a resounding title, the Granary of Moan. This territory, spanning less than 400,000 square kilometers, harbors the most fertile black soil in the kingdom, with its grain production alone accounting for 50% of the kingdom's annual yield. Zigify was genuinely astonished when he first learned of this. Such a small area managed to sustain half the population of the nation. What kind of soil is this? How many harvests per year? But upon reflecting that this is a different world, it seemed reasonable. Most likely, the priests of the Harvest Church had been working overtime all year round, hastening the crops to maturity. As Zigify and his companions entered Constant City, the main city of the Count's territory, renowned as the City of Wheat Fragrance, they were set to partake in the underground auction scheduled for that very night. A lovely visage peered out from the carriage window, eagerly surveying the scenery outside. Clinchide was exceedingly exhilarated. As a princess, she rarely left the palace, and after spending the past 6 months in hiding, she had never experienced such a leisurely outing. "Your Highness, please do not act like this. Even with the illusionary magic robe, we cannot guarantee there won't be unexpected incidents," Roland fretted, driving the carriage while behaving like an overprotective guardian. "It's all right. Didn't you see the search warrant at the city gate? Even without this robe, there should be no issues." Currently, search warrants for the princess and her entourage were posted on the bulletin boards of all major cities in the kingdom, essentially serving as bounties, though the portraits were masterpieces of abstract art that would bring tears to even Picasso's eyes. Zigify, swaying atop a horse. Yes, he was indeed riding a horse despite the presence of a carriage, was indulging in a long-held desire to ride, an opportunity he had never seized until now. He had even added a saddle to the horse, pulling the carriage while Roland drove from behind, making for quite the ostentatious display. The carriage contained the expressionless Yang Jing and the exuberant princess, while at the front sat the driver Roland, and atop the horse was the overzealous Zigify, with Bobo perched on the roof, creating an ostentatious spectacle that left no doubt about their presence. Roland was vehemently opposed, yet Zigify countered, "If you were a pursuer, would you expect the target of a wanted notice to swagger into the city?" The major shareholder had a point. Thus, Roland was left with no choice but to remain silent. The invitation to the auction permitted only 3 individuals to enter: Roland, Clinchide, and Zigify. Yang Jing was responsible for guiding them and investigating the location of that deceased wealthy merchant's treasury from the previous day. Yes, Zigify remained fixated on that money. Bobo was dragged along by Zigify, who justified it by claiming he feared this insider might sneak away in his absence. Bobo was utterly unwilling, but under the pressure of the major shareholder's authority, he had no choice but to comply. Constant City was not particularly large, yet it was the most prosperous city within a 100-mile radius, bustling with vendors peddling their wares. Some were merchants from distant lands, while others were adventurers returning from guild quests, enthusiastically hawking spoils obtained from monsters. This scene finally allowed Zigify to savor the allure of a world filled with swords and sorcery. Up until now, he had only encountered drudgery, whether it was tilling the land or interrogating insiders, occasionally risking his life to boast to a group of humanoid golems, making them believe he was formidable. Under Yang Jing's guidance, they navigated through the bustling market district and arrived at a tavern designated for their stay. The housing in the city was indeed unlike that of the rural Fengtao village, featuring charming 2-story buildings constructed from stone bricks and red pine, combining aesthetics with comfort. Clothes were hung out to dry from the balconies extending from the 2nd floor, and occasionally, 1 or 2 residents would greet Zigify and his companions as they passed below. These were the affluent citizens of the city. Roland had not changed into common attire. At Zigify's behest, he remained clad in his knightly armor adorned with the Ferdinand family crest, prompting the residents to bow to the noble knight. The group encountered no trouble from the greedy city guards at the city gate, largely due to this. Zigify surveyed his surroundings and indeed spotted a familiar sight. Several gaunt, hollow-eyed beggars wandered through the affluent neighborhood. Having come from the slums on the city outskirts, seeking scraps in this wealthy area, if all went according to expectation, these individuals represented the majority of the city of wheat fragrance. He winked at Roland behind him. It seems that even the most fertile lands have failed to enrich them. Roland, his expression grave, did not reply. He had witnessed far grimmer scenes over the past 6 months. Both Zigify and Yang Jing were impervious to such sights. Not because they were heartless, but rather as outsiders, they found it challenging to regard this alternate world as reality. Yang Jing had felt discomfort upon encountering similar scenes when she first became a wanderer 2 years ago. However, after traversing various worlds, she had long since developed an immunity. As for Zigify, to put it plainly, he was a devoted player of P games. The group soon arrived at the tavern that Yang Jing had mentioned. A beautifully carved wooden sign hung above the tavern door, adorned with ornate patterns and inscribed with an elaborate name. The Stallion's Banner. Surely this name cannot be a coincidence? Zigify cast a peculiar glance at Yang Jing, who hopped down from the carriage, suspecting her choice of this tavern was due to the striking resemblance in name. Upon pushing open the door, a robust aroma of ale rushed forth, accompanied by the sounds of adventurers cursing, bard songs and clinking glasses, creating an atmosphere as lively as a bustling marketplace. The plump tavern keeper, upon spotting Zigify and his party, or rather, upon recognizing Yang Jing, approached them with exuberance. "May, is this your companion? Oh my, you even brought along a noble knight. Come in, please." Yang Jing rarely smiled, but she greeted the tavern keeper warmly. "Madam, please prepare 2 rooms for us. We shall stay for the night." "Certainly. I've kept a room for you all this while, and I will have the kitchen send up a feast for you." Her warmth was such that one might mistake Yang Jing for her daughter. Zigify leaned closer to Yang Jing and whispered, "Did something happen between you two before?" "It is nothing much. I merely rescued his son, wrongfully convicted of murder, from prison." She spoke a narrative that could easily be expanded into a 5,000-word tale with remarkable nonchalance. Zigify was left utterly speechless. "Goodness, your life in this alternate realm is truly fascinating. Compared to you, I feel utterly insignificant." Yang Jing shot him a disdainful glance. The esteemed princess had never visited such a place, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. One moment she was applauding a bard. The next she was drawn toward a group of adventurers to observe their game of Gwent. When Roland realized that the princess had wandered off, Clinkside had already integrated herself into the adventurers' ranks, preparing to join them for a game. Roland hurriedly rushed over, pulling Clinkside from the throng. "Meow, your highness, could you perhaps spare us some trouble? We are not here to indulge in frivolity. Look at Melon. He is quite composed." However, before he could finish, raucous laughter erupted from behind. "Ha ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I've even taken down a grand knight. Is that true? Don't deceive me just because I haven't read much." "Why would I deceive you? Not only have I taken one down, but I even twisted her arm. Impressive. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Zigify." Chapter 29. The auction commences. Roland's forehead throbbed with indignation, his mouth contorting in frustration. He could no longer bear it and dragged Clinkside upstairs. On the other side, Zigify had completely adapted to the environment, as if he had returned home. He raised a large wooden mug brimming with ale, laughing heartily with the leader of the adventurer party, sharing lewd jokes as if they were brothers. "Where have you been making your fortune lately?" The adventurer leader waved his hand, sighing in resignation. "Don't even mention it. Business has been dismal lately. There are hardly any formidable monsters in this border region, and ever since the kingdom began its warfare, trade caravans have dwindled, leaving us unable even to serve as guards." Zigify, with a knowing expression, patted the leader's shoulder. "Times are tough. Just the other day, I witnessed a band of deserters from the capital robbing a village after exhausting their supplies." The adventurer leader sighed again, then complained, "Isn't that the truth? Recently, we've only been taking on commissions to find missing persons, lost kittens, and even searching for the missing princess. This hardly constitutes what we adventurers ought to be doing." Zigify's brow furrowed, a shadow of concern creeping into his heart. The capital was indeed preferable. A few years back, Queen Rose had emulated the neighboring empire by constructing sewers, and since then, adventurers in the capital had never faced unemployment. As there were always monsters lurking in the sewers, akin to a treasure trove, the adventurer leader, oblivious to Zigfai's unease, continued to dreamily boast, "If only I could encounter an ancient dragon." They say they are fond of hoarding gold and silver treasures. Defeating one would ensure a lifetime free from want. A nearby ranger, clad in adventurer attire, burst into laughter. "Pfft, don't be ridiculous. As a C-class adventurer, you'd be hard-pressed even against a nest of goblins. What's wrong with dreaming?" Zigfai was about to excuse himself when the adventurer leader leaned closer, seemingly treating Zigfai as a true brother. "Brother, judging by your attire, you must be a mage." Indeed, mages are fortunate. They can thrive regardless of the circumstances and are particularly favored by the ladies. Zigfai, still clad in his black robe with his hair hidden beneath a hood, bore the typical appearance of either a wanted criminal or a mage. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Today, allow me to demonstrate my skills," Zigfai declared, flicking a gold coin into the air, which spun rapidly before he caught it with a resounding clap. However, when he opened his palm, the coin had mysteriously vanished. A collective gasp arose from the surrounding adventurers. "Hey, let me through, make way. How did you do that? Where did the coin go?" A somewhat revealingly dressed female adventurer, with striking features, pushed her way through the crowd to stand beside Zigfai. Her figure was remarkable, particularly the contours of her hips accentuated by her tight shorts, leaving a lasting impression. Noticing her enthusiasm, Zigfai redirected his attention toward her, retrieving the coin from her chestnut curls. In an instant, the crowd erupted. "Huh? How did it end up here? Impressive, brother. What elemental affinity do you possess? I too am a mage. Could you impart some wisdom? I am willing to pay." Zigfai downed the contents of his large mug of ale in one gulp. As he stood, he audaciously squeezed the female adventurer's rear. She yelped, covering her backside and retreating, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zigfai laughed boisterously, swaying as he made his way upstairs under the gaze of onlookers. This was beyond mere lewdness. It was scandalous. Roland and his companions awaited Zigfai's return in their room, having observed him drink for nearly 2 hours, seemingly oblivious to their purpose. Several times, Roland contemplated descending to retrieve him, but the sight of Zigfai's smug face and the sound of his raucous laughter ignited his ire. He feared that he might not be able to restrain himself and would end up striking the insufferable Melon. Yet he also dared not send Clinkside to fetch him, as that would likely yield yet another drunken reveler. Yang Jing sat quietly on the bed, perusing a travel manual on how to make a stylish entrance with smoke bombs. She understood that Zigfai was fishing for information, and he would return once the time was ripe. T last, the door swung open, and a drunken figure, reeking of alcohol and with a flushed complexion, stumbled in, leaning against the doorframe. Just as Roland prepared to unleash his frustrations, Zigfai slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. In that instant, the drunkenness evaporated from Zigfai's features, replaced by a serious demeanor and cold gaze. Roland stared in astonishment, all the carefully prepared retorts evaporating in his throat. "We have a problem," Zigfai stated succinctly. Yang Jing lifted her gaze, frowning in silent inquiry. "Xingmei, was the letter sent?" "Yes, it was dispatched yesterday upon entering the city. Via a teleportation service. It was a false battle report addressed to Roderick, pinned in Yang Jing's handwriting, indicating that the operation had been highly successful and that Clinkside had been slain. However, Roderick had discovered it. He submitted a commission to the Adventurers Guild to locate Clinkside yesterday." "What?" Roland exclaimed in disbelief. Clinkside clenched the hem of her skirt, murmuring nervously, "My brother. Yang Jing's battle report should have been the primary source of information. It made no sense for Roderick to learn the outcome before receiving her report." Zigfai inhaled deeply, casting a knowing glance at Yang Jing. "It appears that the second prince does not trust you very much." "He trusts no one," Yang Jing replied, her tone as flat as ever, as if all of this were within her expectations. "Tsk, this is truly troublesome." Zigfai felt uneasy, sensing that he was engaged in a game against a mirror image of himself. Regardless, the plan to feign death and escape had failed. Xingmei had been exposed, and the enemy would continue their pursuit. "Henceforth, we must exercise caution when venturing out. Roland, Do refrain from brandishing that grand sword of yours unnecessarily. And you? Your attire. Before Zigfai could finish, he noticed Yang Jing's icy gaze directed at him. He involuntarily swallowed hard. No, it's nothing. As long as you're happy. At that moment, the wall clock signaled 5 in the evening. Zigfai extracted the invitation from the travel manual, stating somberly, "The time has come. Let us depart." Number 4, Golden Spike Street. The quartet followed the map included with the invitation, winding their way to the grand, elegant estate before them. This street represented the wealthiest district in the entire city of Constant, adorned with opulent mansions like the one before them, predominantly inhabited by priests of the sun god or affluent merchants. The residence of the city's lord, Count Constant, was also situated on this street. An underground auction was boldly taking place within such a lavish and conspicuous estate, suggesting powerful backers behind the event. At the entrance, a handsome male attendant clad in a tailcoat approached. Zigfai was momentarily taken aback. The attendant possessed 4 ears, 2 situated behind his eyes like a typical human, while the other 2 were cat ears atop his head, complemented by a slender cat tail trailing behind him. "You must be here to attend the auction. May I see your invitation?" The group had donned evening attire and masks, with Zigfai additionally sporting a hood. This was the protocol for the auction, as the items for sale were of a dubious nature, necessitating the confidentiality of all participants' identities. Aside from the organizers, no one knew who sat beside them. "Are you a demi-human?" Roland's deep voice emanated from beneath his mask, indicating that even before the auction had commenced, his mood had already begun to sour. "Indeed, sir, if you take issue with my race, I can summon a human attendant to cater to your needs." The demi-human was a hybrid of human and beast folk, possessing traits from both ancestries. Not every demi-human resembled a human. Most appeared as a bizarre amalgamation of both man and beast, ostracized and discriminated against by both humans and beast folk, in stark contrast to half-elves. The striking catman before them, whose human characteristics far outweighed his beastly ones, could be considered a rarity. Demi-humans were primarily found in the Orc Federation in the western part of the Kirin continent. Born of human women abducted by orcs, and their presence here implied certain implications, that is of no concern. "We are indifferent to such matters. May I inquire if you are a slave?" Clinchide interjected on Roland's behalf. Her voice somewhat hesitant. "Yes, milady. I was purchased from the Sacred Beast Federation by my master." The Sacred Beast Federation was the self-designation of the furry populace. Zigfai stepped forward, presenting an invitation from his bosom to the Catman attendant for verification. "Ah, it appears Mr. Loxhill has been awaiting you. If you would not mind, allow me to escort you." "Thank you for your assistance," came the reply, though he secretly wished for a cat-eared beauty instead. The Catman, visibly startled by the expression of gratitude, quickly waved his hands in modesty. "No, it is merely my duty. It is my honor to serve you." Suddenly, he noticed Bobo, who was hidden behind the 3, and his tone turned awkward. "I apologize, but each invitation permits entry for only 3 individuals." Zigfai had anticipated this. Having brought the demi-human scout with a purpose, he pointed at Bobo and then at the Catman attendant, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "He is, much like you." The 4 of them proceeded to a lavishly appointed banquet hall under the guidance of the male attendant. The plight of slaves was evident in this scenario. A single invitation allowed only 3 to enter the auction. Yet Bobo had followed them in, for he was a slave and did not count as a person. Bobo had been purchased by the royal family, and although the institution of slavery had been abolished following the ascension of Queen Rose, years of servitude had ingrained a submissive demeanor in him, compelling him to bow and scrape to everyone, even to soldiers of equal rank. Much of Zigfai's plan hinged upon Bobo, which was why he insisted on bringing him along. The hall was already populated with numerous attendees, all clad in similar elegant evening attire and masks. Some quietly indulged in the refreshments provided by the hosts, while others engaged in hushed conversations about their objectives for the evening. Zigfai held a travel manual, from which the identities of the attendees continuously emerged. Counts, viscounts, barons, merchants, and even priests were present. Observing this information, Zigfai's lips curled into a chilling smile. He had acquired leverage at that moment. The lights in the hall dimmed, and a flamboyantly dressed man on a raised platform spoke in a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. On behalf of the hosts, I extend a warm welcome to all." The audience erupted in applause, though Clinshide and Roland refrained, viewing the event as a grotesque spectacle. Without further ado, let us present the first item up for bid. "Wow, I didn't expect such a sensational start," said the auctioneer, a shield belonging to the Rose Knights, starting bid at 1 copper moan. The Rose Knights, the direct order of the renowned Rose Queen who had dominated the continent 5 years prior. Each Rose Knight was an elite warrior, battle-hardened and exceptional, including prodigies like Roland, recognized by Durandal. They served as the Queen's blade and the kingdom's shield, revitalizing a nearly moribund realm. However, time had passed. The once magnificent Queen now lay in eternal slumber. And the Knights, once a formidable force even feared by Emperor Orpheus, had been fragmented and diminished by various factions. Nevertheless, the crimson rose emblazoned on the shield remained a source of pride for every Rose Knight, symbolizing an era of transformation and hope. A shield belonging to the Rose Knights, starting bid at 1 copper moan. Although Zigfi had not witnessed that hopeful era, the allure of that time and the reverence for that queen were palpable in Roland's demeanor. The fearsome power of the Golden Knight was forcibly compressed into a space of less than 2 meters in radius. The furious Roland resembled a volatile canister of nitroglycerin, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. "You damned mongrels!" Zigfi cast a surprised glance at Roland, who was straining to suppress his surging emotions, managing to keep his presence undetected. To be honest, Zigfi had not intended to bring Roland along. This volatile knight could jeopardize his plans. However, the unreliable Katarina and Yang Jing's other obligations left him no choice but to juggle multiple roles. He had prepared for 2 scenarios. If Roland remained composed, they would proceed as planned. If he erupted, they would implement Plan B, eliminate everyone present and abscond with the spoils, treating it as a one-time narrative dungeon. Breathless and seething, Roland muttered curses under his breath, ultimately managing to restrain himself, which earned Zigfi's respect. Zigfi had intended to use Roland's performance at this auction to determine whether he would serve as merely a brute or become a core figure privy to the intricacies of his plans. "Ha ha ha ha! I bid 2 copper moan. I bid 3. What is this? These are the relics of that great queen. I bid 5 copper moan. I bid 10. No one dare compete with me." Laughter and mockery echoed around them, along with a series of malicious bids. Most of these individuals were influenced by the great reforms of yore, now seeking to retaliate against the deceased Rose Queen in this frenzied manner. Zigfi found the spectacle amusing. Whether on Earth or in this world, such patterns were universally recognizable. Yet, as he mused, a clear and melodious voice rang out across the auction hall. "I bid 100,000 gold moan." Silence fell abruptly. Zigfi, mid-sip of his wine, spat it out in shock. "Ha ha ha! Who is this fool willing to waste so much money on such a trinket?" He scanned the crowd to identify the extravagant spender, hoping to charm them for a potential financial windfall. Not far away, a girl in a black evening gown with striking gray hair stood on tiptoe, raising her hand high. Zigfi's smile vanished instantly as he rushed towards her. "What are you doing?" "This belongs to my mother. How can it end up in their hands? We can't afford to buy it. But according to the plan, we don't need to pay. That's true. After all, we don't need to pay." The auctioneer momentarily floundered, taking a long time to process the situation. The lady just now, are you saying you wish to bid 100,000 gold moan?" Gold moan, as the name suggests, was the official currency of the Moan Kingdom. 1 gold moan equated to 100 silver moan, and 1 silver moan equated to 100 copper moan. A loaf of black bread typically cost about 2 copper moan. While 1 gold moan could sustain a family of 3 for a year and a half in the capital, a bid of 100,000 gold moan could easily purchase not just the shield but the entire estate as well. However, before the auctioneer could receive a response, a somewhat flamboyant voice chimed in. "I bid 150,000 gold moan." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. What was happening? Were they throwing money around without a care? Zigfi raised his hand, adding another 5,000, reveling in the thrill of spending lavishly, relishing the opportunity to indulge without the burden of payment. "Sir, are you certain?" The auctioneer was drenched in sweat, feeling he had encountered 2 lunatics today. "I must remind you, malicious bidding will incur severe penalties. You still have the option to retract your bid." Zigfi brandished his invitation high above his head, calling out, I am the president of the Loxhill Merchant Association. I have taken over this auction today. Remember my name, Loxhill. Ah, so it is that nouveau riche. Lacking in taste, I remarked upon this rustic merchant. Let him squander his wealth on such trivialities. Whispers began to circulate around me, revealing that this unfortunate trader was quite renowned in the vicinity. Observing Zij Fei's unwavering certainty, the host hesitated no longer and struck the gavel. With no further bids forthcoming, congratulations were in order for Mr. Loxhill on acquiring this item. The auction proceeded, showcasing an array of antiques, paintings, and magical equipment, all rather unremarkable. However, the next item, a battle mage's bracers, commenced bidding at a staggering 10,000 gold mon. I bid 800,000. Next came an ancient Turing Dynasty porcelain piece, starting at 20. I bid 180,000. Zij Fei and his entourage of 4 stood at opposing corners, fervently raising bids, transforming the auction into a contest of bravado. The host, along with all attendees, was left bewildered. What was happening? Were they intent on creating chaos on the Count of Constance territory? Were they courting danger? The host nearly wept, for these 4 individuals had nearly monopolized every item of the evening. He contemplated halting the auction multiple times, yet the night's grand item had been specifically instructed not to be mishandled by the Count. He even considered summoning the guards to expel this disruptive quartet. However, one among them, towering and formidable, appeared quite intimidating. Confronting him directly would yield little advantage. The host, seething internally, pressed on with the auction, knowing that should these individuals fail to provide payment, they would find it impossible to leave the estate. At worst, he could simply host another auction the following day. I in the audience. Zij Fei, glancing at the time, placed his finger to his temple and called out mentally, "Hey, Yang Jing, can you hear me?" Before long, a cool voice resonated in his mind. I am here. They belonged to the same organization under the historian Shannon. After signing the contract, they could communicate directly in this manner. The downside was that occasionally, personal thoughts would unintentionally flow into each other's consciousness. Have the arrangements been made? Yes. Thank you. Please check again on the location of that wealthy merchant's treasury, Scram. Just as their conversation concluded, a maid in black hurried to the host's side and whispered urgently in his ear. The host's face reflected surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, donning a bright smile as he proclaimed, "We have just received news that prior to the unveiling of our headline item, we have decided to introduce a rather unique addition." An additional item? What is it? I do not know. It is not listed on the agenda. Amidst a flurry of whispers, a provocatively dressed maid approached the stage, carrying a uniquely shaped glass vial on a tray. The transparent body of the bottle was intricately engraved with a series of letters that clearly did not belong to this world. Chanel. What is that? A healing potion? Are you jesting? No healing potion possesses such a hue. The host refrained from explaining immediately, allowing the audience to speculate for a time. A tactic employed to pique their interest for greater profit during the subsequent bidding. Once the murmurs subsided, he elaborated, "This exquisite item is a luxury good known as perfume, provided to us by a lady from the royal capital. As for its purpose, I believe a demonstration would illustrate its effects more vividly." The host uncapped the vial and poured the pink liquid, applying it to the necks and arms of 2 of his maidens. The 2 alluring maidens, adorned in revealing attire, sauntered gracefully through the crowd. They too were commodities. Any nobleman who fancied them could take them home. As the maidens glided past, they left in their wake an enchanting fragrance that lingered in the air. "This is, quick, buy it. I want this. I must have it. You must purchase it for me." The crowd erupted into a frenzy, particularly the female attendees, who found themselves utterly captivated by the scent. The more astute merchants had already discerned the true nature of this so-called perfume. "This perfume is quite intriguing." "What perfume?" "This is gold, water made of gold." Zij Fei, seated in the shadows of the hall, could not suppress a smile. Indeed, this treasure belonged to him, or more accurately, it was procured from Yang Jing. When he first observed Yang Jing retrieving this bottle of Chanel from her inventory, his interest was piqued. Though Shannon had stated that technological artifacts not belonging to this era could not be extracted from the inventory, perfume seemed to be an exception. After much coaxing, Zij Fei finally obtained this bottle of Chanel, much to Yang Jing's evident disdain. Her task was to negotiate the addition of this item with the organizers. It appeared her discussions had been quite successful, a testament to the efforts of that mysterious lady. I trust you all understand the value of the perfume now. However, do not rush. We are not auctioning this bottle of perfume. But rather, at this point, the host paused deliberately before continuing. Its formula in that moment, Zij Fei could distinctly sense the collective intake of breath surrounding him. How much do you have? Certainly not enough. I came here aiming for the headline item. Who could have anticipated such a lucrative opportunity would arise? Forget that. We must secure the formula at all costs. The crowd, especially the merchants, erupted into chaos. They recognized that the production cost of this perfume was likely minimal and understood that should it spread on a large scale, imitators would inevitably emerge. Yet, they were acutely aware that the first to obtain the formula would have the chance to monopolize this burgeoning market, catapulting themselves into the ranks of the most prominent trading houses in the Mon Kingdom and indeed the entire continent. As for whether this perfume could be sold? A foolish question. Just observe the ladies present. Their mouths were practically watering. This item commenced bidding at 500,000 gold mon, with increments no less than 10,000 gold mon. Although steep, I believe you all comprehend its worth. 500,000 is merely a baseline. Securing the crafting process of this luxury item and introducing it to the upper echelons of society would yield returns far exceeding this sum within a year. Should one manage to develop a budget-friendly version of this perfume for the common folk, the profits would be astronomical. 550,000. I bid 600,000, 700,000. As the host's words concluded, a chorus of bids erupted from the crowd. Zij Fei joined in, incrementally raising his bid by 10,000, eliciting derisive laughter from the audience. They assumed this upstart had exhausted his funds earlier, hence his meager bids. Zij Fei, observing the continually rising prices, could hardly contain his excitement. After 20 years of life, he had never imagined that acquiring wealth could be so effortless. Such was the life of a transmigrator. It was utterly exhilarating. Just then, a languid voice cut through the commotion. Enough, I bid 1 million. For the first time, silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned toward the middle-aged man who had made the bid. He was rotund, with a robust physique, epitomizing the image of a wealthy gentleman. A cigar dangled from his fingers, from which he occasionally released clouds of white smoke. The adventurer's handbook displayed his name, Kottman. Zij Fei's heart raced. He had hooked his target. Kottman, a slave trader and the provider of the evening's headline item, was the true objective of the plan. The so-called perfume formula was but a ruse. Zij Fei had no intention of creating Chanel himself. If he had the formula, he would be busy making profits rather than attending an auction. He had even devised a brand name, Canaire. The rotund man rose, removed his mask, bowed to the crowd, and proclaimed, "Greetings, I am Kottman. This headline item is provided by our trading house. I trust you are aware of our business? I hope you will grant me a favor. In the future, all expenses at our establishment will be entitled to discounts." Though his demeanor was courteous, his tone dripped with arrogance, as if he had already claimed this formula for himself. A hush fell over the assembly, not due to the allure of discounts, but out of reverence for the powerful figure behind the slave trading enterprise. This trading house, operating under the guise of commoners in the South, engaged in the reprehensible slave trade, undoubtedly had a formidable backing. It could be said that Kottman and his trading house were merely instruments of a much larger force, the true orchestrator of the slave trade. Now that Kottman had made his bid, having remained silent throughout the evening, it was evident that this portly man had chosen to act only upon the unveiling of the perfume formula. Thus, the implication was clear. That powerful figure was intent on securing the perfume's formula at all costs. What is this? Is he not satisfied with the extent of his business? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you wish to court danger? A murmur of hushed whispers arose around, with everyone feeling a mix of indignation and silence. They were already at a disadvantage, and being on someone else's territory made the situation even more precarious. Should a commotion ensue, they could find themselves in dire straits. Ziegfei was seething with fury, his mind racing at the thought that this recipe could easily fetch upwards of 3 million, only to see a significant portion of that sum slip away with a single word from the corpulent man. Damn it, severing one's means of livelihood is akin to killing one's parents. Just wait, I'll find a way to deal with you. 1 million, once. 1 million, twice. 1 million, thrice, sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck with particular fervor this time, as if fearing that no further bids would be placed. Strike away, strike away. The recipe will undoubtedly remain elusive, but the money must be retained. At last, the auction neared its conclusion, signaling the arrival of the much-anticipated final item. Everyone held their breath. More than half of those present had come specifically for this grand finale. They had brought substantial wealth, determined to secure this last item at any cost. The final item. Alongside the auctioneer's resounding voice, the clanking of iron chains echoed. A robust attendant, clad in the attire of a guard, approached the stage, gripping two chains, the other ends tethered to two exquisite girls resembling divine creations, a pair of youthful high-elf twins. The starting bid was set at 3 million gold morin, with increments no less than 100,000 gold morin. Chapter 32. 200 million under the dim lights of the auction hall. Two strikingly similar beautiful maidens were roughly dragged onto the stage, shackled by iron chains. Clad in deliberately torn prison garb, their alabaster forms, akin to sculptures crafted from fine jade, radiated a gentle glow. Despite their tatters and the grime marring their faces, their ethereal beauty remained unblemished. Both girls possessed deep, ocean-blue eyes, their cheeks as soft and delicate as pearls, and their cherry-red lips invited a kiss. Their ice-blue hair shimmered like a cascade of water, captivating all who beheld them. The maidens huddled together in fear, their elongated ears trembling. They gazed down at the crowd, where eyes glinted with a predatory lust, reminiscent of feral beasts in heat. Is this what elves are? Siegfried was taken aback. He had thought that Kalinxi would be the epitome of beauty, yet he realized he had underestimated the allure of this otherworldly realm. A momentary hush fell over the crowd, as if the calm before a tempest, before a cacophony of frenzied bidding erupted. The nobles and affluent patrons, who typically exuded an air of dignity, now cast all decorum aside. Men raised their paddles, surging forth like a tide, eager to glimpse the fleeting allure beneath the tattered garments. As Kalinxi had remarked, this was a revelry for beasts. You might wonder why such madness over merely two pretty elves? The answer is intricate, rooted in the magical dynamics of the Chilon continent. As previously mentioned, magic in this world is not easily wielded. It necessitates a trifecta of magical power, intellect, and elemental affinity. Of these, elemental affinity is paramount. Every living being possesses elemental affinity, and its degree directly determines the level of elemental magic one can command. For instance, while every human has affinities for the four fundamental elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, the majority possess them at insufficient levels, and no matter how diligently they study magic, they can only manage the simplest of spells, often merely tricks rather than true magic. Siegfried affectionately dubbed these individuals muggles. In contrast, a select few humans with high elemental affinities are recruited by various factions and sent to prestigious magical academies to become mages. Whereas humans' elemental affinities are largely a matter of fortune, elves are inherently endowed with exceptionally high affinities. They are natural-born mages, not only possessing affinities for the four basic elements, but also for higher elements such as lightning, forest, and ice, which humans cannot attain. Their elemental affinities are so pronounced that they manifest in their hair color. For example, the two ice-blue-haired elf maidens before us likely hail from the realm of the Ice Elf King in the far northern, pristine forests. While various methods exist to enhance magical power, avenues to improve elemental affinity are nearly non-existent. The rarity of such affinities means that when a potion capable of enhancing affinity surfaces, ambitious adventurers will clash fiercely over it. Elves are among these coveted potions. However, let it be clear that this does not imply cooking and consuming elves. Rather, it refers to procreation with elves to produce half-elves. Half-elves possess the creativity of humans and the elemental affinity of elves. In fact, the three esteemed archmages currently recognized in the human kingdoms are all half-elves. Our dear little brother Darren is one of them. A youthful mid-tier mage of the 6th rank, whose accomplishments surpass those of 80% of human mages. His light green hair serves as proof of his supreme wind elemental affinity. Imagine the implications if a family were to raise an elf. Given the elf's long lifespan, they could produce generations of half-elves, ultimately yielding a formidable magical army composed entirely of half-elves after a century. At that point, not only would they dominate their territory, but they could also easily carve out their own kingdom. Plus, With elves being alluring and eternally youthful, excelling in both magic and archery, they are ideal as either playthings or protectors. These twins, being young, would be even easier to train. Now, you should comprehend why these individuals are so frenzied. This so-called otherworld is not an idyllic realm. Unless one is the protagonist, one can only suffer a fate akin to that of these elf maidens, subjected and exploited. Fortunately, Zigfi is the protagonist. 200 million. The frigid and piercing voice reverberated throughout the auction hall. The farce had gone on long enough, and ample evidence had been gathered. Action was required. A man clad in a black suit and hood emerged from the shadows, and the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. He stood there, exuding an air of authority, as if he were the very essence of the world itself. The auctioneer's face twisted in outrage. Yet, adhering to professional decorum, he struggled to contain his ire and cautioned, "Mr. Loxier, I previously stated that reckless bidding would incur penalties. Did you not hear me? I said, 200 million. I want those 2 elves. Are you out of your mind? The kingdom's tax revenue over the past decade doesn't even amount to that. Where do you expect to conjure such funds?" The auctioneer's nose crinkled in anger. He had never encountered such a brazen individual. Was this man truly courting death? Ah, really? I know not the kingdom's tax revenue, but I assure you, today, you shall not earn a single coin. Enough, I've had it. Guards, seize this madman and throw him out with a resounding bang. The doors on either side of the auction hall burst open, and 2 squads of fully armed soldiers rushed in, grabbing Zigfi by the arms to drag him away. To be dragged away meant being taken outside to meet one's end. This man would be thoroughly eradicated from the influence of Count Constant's territory. In the midst of the struggle, the black hood slipped away, revealing hair as dark as the night. Silence enveloped the room. The agitated auctioneer fell mute. The crowd that had mocked and derided Zigfi quieted, and even the soldiers holding his arms ceased their movements. The entire world fell into a hush, one that had never been experienced so profoundly before. The black-haired man stood there like a black hole, absorbing all sound and gaze. Even the radiant beauty of the 2 elf maidens dimmed beneath his shadow. Zigfi slowly removed his mask, revealing a youthful visage adorned with a warm smile. This was not the face of the merchant Loxier. No one in the room recognized this beaming youth. Yet they recognized the black hair and the eyes brimming with mockery and derision. They witnessed the gentle smile on the black-haired youth's face gradually contort into a chilling smirk. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 33, 1 million. "Is that not a trifle? You are not Loxier?" The auctioneer blurted out this question, immediately regretting his words. Was this not self-evident? Of course, he was not Loxier. Loxier? Oh, you mean that merchant? He is dead. As for me, do I need to introduce myself? No, Mr. Mellon. I was momentarily blinded. I merely sought a moment's amusement. Is that so? Given the current situation, it seems you are after more than just a fleeting moment of delight. Zigfi spread his arms wide, palms facing upwards, his laughter wild and unrestrained. Ha ha ha, let me share a secret with you. I am not yet a hero, so feel free to give it a try. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 2 soldiers who had been gripping his shoulders stiffened abruptly. 2 heads rolled from their necks, landing with a sickening thud into Zigfi's outstretched palms. A scene of utter horror. Crimson jets of blood erupted from the severed necks, drenching the opulent banquet hall in a torrential downpour of scarlet rain. The dark-haired youth, cradling the 2 heads, stood beneath the bloodied downpour, his pristine white teeth gleaming in a chilling smile as he shouted with reckless abandon. "Come forth!" In that moment, every attendee recalled a singular truth. The hero of the Milan family is none other than the god of death. As the 2 lifeless bodies slumped to the ground, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. How did they die? A hero? What is a hero doing here? I have nothing. I swear, I possess nothing, they cried out in despair. Frantically attempting to flee in all directions, with Zigfi blocking the exit, they were forced to press against the walls, desperate to distance themselves from the malevolent figure. Zigfi paid them no mind, for he too was trembling with fear. Yang Jing, what have you done? Wasn't it you who promised an awe-inspiring entrance? If you've already astonished me, what is the point? It was Yang Jing who had slain these 2 soldiers. Although the means were unknown, the deed was undoubtedly hers. Zigfai had previously entrusted her with crafting a grand entrance, given her expertise in such matters. However, given the current situation, grandeur was out of the question. What transpired was nothing short of sinister. This was far from the dramatic unveiling one would expect from a heroic figure, more akin to the entrance of a dark overlord. Nevertheless, despite holding two severed heads and feeling his legs weaken beneath him, Zigfai's greatest asset was his exceptional mental fortitude. He tossed the heads aside, clearing a path, and then smoothly recited the names of all present. Viscount Stewart, Baron Morton, Mr. Benays, Father Pringle, and all you wretched scoundrels. I have taken note of your identities. Should you dare to mention tonight's events to anyone, I assure you that your fate will be far worse than that of these two, and no need to respond. Silence yourselves. You now have 10 seconds to clutch your heads and feign panic as you exit this place. After 10 seconds, those who remain shall meet their demise. The noblemen and wealthy merchants clung to this chance for survival like a lifeline. Rushing toward the exit in a frenzy, they were terrified, trembling with fear, yet none dared to scream, for the terrifying Mylan had commanded their silence. A rotund figure was swept along with the crowd. Struggling to keep pace, Zigfai cast a glance at the slave trader, Cotman, who was attempting to slip away amidst the chaos, and let out a cold snort. Roland, take action. From a corner of the hall, a shimmering knight's longsword shot through the air, precisely embedding itself in the lapel of Cotman's attire. Cotman's corpulent frame was lifted off the ground by the sword, pinning him against the wall of the hall. Mr. Cotman, where do you think you are going? Cotman trembled, nearly losing consciousness from fright. He felt utterly wronged, for he was merely a minor administrator, responsible for bookkeeping. The major dealings and nefarious activities were the purview of the guild leader. Surely, if the hero were to slay someone, it shouldn't be him. Hero, I was wrong. I shouldn't have engaged in such business. Please spare my life. I shall never dare again. Had he not been pinned to the wall, he would have been bowing and scraping for mercy. That formula of mine is quite valuable. You offer a mere 1 million. That's far too low. That formula is yours? I had no idea. If I had known, I would never have dared to haggle. A large stain spread across his trousers, emitting a pungent odor. Zigfai wrinkled his nose in disgust. You have the audacity to engage in the slave trade yet come unprepared for the consequences? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Cotman began to slap his own face vigorously, his already swollen cheeks growing even more so. Zigfai reached for the long sword, attempting to remove it, but found it stubbornly lodged in place. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he continued, Do not worry. I shall not kill you. I am here to conduct business today. Would it not be a waste to kill you just like that? Zigfai turned away from him, ascending to the second-floor platform where Kalinksi and the others awaited his arrival. The host was kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Sean felt as though he had encountered a ghost today. What was supposed to be a straightforward auction had descended into chaos, first with a madman bursting in, followed by 3 more troublemakers. He prided himself on his patience, but now, having finally acted, he had struck iron and shattered bones. For the first time, he found the auction's anonymity rule utterly absurd. Had he known this man was from Mylan from the beginning, he would have acquiesced to any demand, even if it meant giving away all the goods. Now, however, he had angered the man and feared for his life. Mr. Host, let me see. You are Sean, correct? Was it you who just tried to drag me out? Sean buried his head to the ground, unable to utter a word. Trembling uncontrollably, not remain silent. It is truly uninteresting. Zigfai seized Sean's hair, lifting his head. Tell Count Constant to act swiftly. There is little time left. Zigfai had 2 purposes for attending the auction. The first was to establish contact with Cotman, and the second was to alert the auction's host to the presence of a Mylan in his city, who was aware of the slave trade he was conducting, if all went as anticipated. Count Constant would likely be kept awake by fear, constantly anticipating that Mylan might come for him. Consequently, the actions he would take next would be evident, gathering all available forces to protect the Count's estate, which would inevitably lead to a lack of effort in the search for the princess, thereby alleviating some of Zigfai's pressure. The Count's estate would eventually be targeted, but not in such a manner. For now, the priority was to gather funds and recruit talent. He rose to his feet. No longer glancing at the kneeling Sean, I shall spare your life as a dog. Remember to convey my words. Bring Cotman along. We depart. Chapter 34. Hoover Trading Company. After leaving the estate, the group split into two teams. Kalinksy and Roland took the Elven twins and the spoils collected from the estate back to the public horse banner, while Ziegfei, accompanied by Bobo and Cotman, headed to their trading company for negotiations. Hero, what exactly do you intend to do? Cotman inquired, bewildered. Did I not make myself clear? I am here to discuss business with your company. In the carriage, Ziegfei and Cotman sat facing each other. Cotman was utterly perplexed. This hero had been speaking in riddles throughout their journey. Discuss business? What business could a hero possibly require? Whenever these divine beings arrived anywhere, local lords would come rushing to greet them with their entire families, eager to fulfill any request. Was there truly a need for business transactions? Cotman was increasingly convinced that this man wished to accompany him to the company headquarters and wipe out the entire organization. The thought sent cold sweat down his back, and he felt his bladder straining to contain itself. Ziegfei noticed Cotman's apprehension and gestured toward Bobo, who was driving the carriage. Oh, not be so tense. I am not opposed to slavery. See? He is but a slave. Right, Bobo? Yes, yes, my lord. I am your loyal servant, Bobo replied with a forced smile, his demeanor so obsequious that it made Ziegfei uncomfortable. This was supposed to be an act. Yet Bobo seemed to be performing in earnest. He was no longer a slave. Yet the ingrained subservience within him remained unchanged. Ziegfei found this behavior quite unsettling, as if Bobo were intentionally degrading himself. He could not comprehend why Bobo had developed such a character. Ziegfei believed that while one could be lacking in intelligence, kindness, or ability, one should never forfeit their dignity. He held considerable regard for this servant scout. As the travel manual indicated that Bobo possessed B-level leadership skills, in his plans, should Yang Jing ever depart, the position of intelligence minister would be offered to Bobo. Loyalty can be cultivated, and skills can be trained. But if this man continued to demean himself, what use would he be? What subordinate would heed the commands of such a worthless leader? Ziegfei's mood darkened, while Cotman across from him felt as though the storm had passed. So this hero does not oppose the institution of slavery after all. That makes sense. Many of the past heroes had companions who were former slaves. So he seeks me for the price of the formula? Upon reflecting on this, Cotman felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. His employer had indeed provided him with 2 million gold more in funds. If there were truly valuable items at the auction, he could seize them at a low price and later resell them through the merchant guild. The more money he saved, the greater his share would be. Thus, he succumbed to greed, intending to acquire the formula at a bargain, pocketing the remaining funds for himself. Little did he know that his attempts to cheat would lead him to a dire situation. Akin to grasping a tiger by the tail, noble warrior, I am willing to offer Cotman a sum of 3 million gold morin for that formula. Does that seem appropriate to you? Ziegfei's eyebrows twitched. Realizing that this slave trader had misunderstood the situation, he waved his hand dismissively. I did not come to discuss the formula with you. However, since you mentioned it, make sure to load the 3 million onto my carriage. Ah? Then what exactly do you wish to discuss with me? When seeking a slave trader, one naturally intends to purchase slaves. You wish to buy slaves. Is it truly so challenging to find companions for a noble warrior in this day and age? Could it be that this Lord Milan is not particularly well-liked? Observing his arrogant demeanor, it does seem he lacks friends. Ziegfei swiftly discerned Cotman's impolite thoughts. He shot a cold glare at him, causing Cotman to sit upright in alarm. How many slaves does your guild possess? I'm not entirely certain. Approximately over 200. So many. A bonanza, indeed. Take me directly to your market. I require quite a few. Noble warrior, may I inquire as to what you need so many slaves for? What for? To form an army and seize the Count's territory, naturally. Ziegfei raised an eyebrow, regarding Cotman with an odd expression. You wish to know? Cotman felt a chill run down his spine, hastily shaking his head, his excess flesh wobbling in tandem. No, I do not wish to know. Not in the slightest. Oh? Then lead the way swiftly to the headquarters of the Hoover Merchant Guild. Located at 67 Jansway Street, Hilton Hoover reclined in his office chair, gleefully counting the profits of the day. He had once been the largest slave trader and trafficker in the Morin Kingdom. commanding several formidable mercenary groups. These mercenaries abducted individuals from various regions of the continent, while the Hoover Guild meticulously categorized the diverse slaves. Some were sold to the empire as cheap labor, others to the royal family as trusted assassins, and yet others to nobles with unusual tastes. During the era when the slave trade was both reasonable and legal, the Hoover Guild surpassed the Garraway Guild, becoming the kingdom's preeminent merchant guild, basking in unparalleled glory. However, all of this crumbled into dust 20 years ago when Queen Rose seized power. The iron-fisted queen ruthlessly dismantled the Hoover Guild's branches throughout the kingdom, and the once mighty mercenaries fell easily before the Rose Knights, with Hilton Hoover barely escaping death during the purge. The vast commercial empire collapsed overnight, and Queen Rose used the blood of the Hoover Guild to demonstrate her resolve for reform. Those were the darkest days for Hilton. He cowered in the shadowy corners, haunted by the image of that crimson rose, dreaming nightly of Death's specter brandishing a rose shield, charging through his door to sever his head. Yet, he had finally emerged from the darkness. The Rose Queen was dead. Her demise came so abruptly, so unexpectedly, that Hilton initially believed it to be a trap to lure him out. Ha ha ha, you have ultimately perished. Regardless of your power or talents, you have succumbed before me. This was the first proclamation Hilton made as he basked once more in the sunlight. Hilton resumed his former trade, gathering his surviving subordinates and, with the staunch support of Count Constant, re-established his guild in this remote region. This time, he was wiser. He not only engaged in slave trading but also masked his underground dealings with legitimate business. He felt confident that even if the queen rose from her grave, she would be unable to ensnare him again. The more he pondered, the more delighted he became, stretching languidly in his chair and letting out a contented sigh. Ah, I wonder how much of today's cargo has sold. The pair of elven twins had been acquired through special channels. He was unaware of how they had been captured from that fearsome ice elf king. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the profit they would yield. Hilton felt a warmth rising within him. Although nearing 60, he found it impossible to suppress his desires when imagining the pitiable elven sisters. He fantasized about the night ahead, envisioning how he would revel with those two lovely maidens. Indeed, he never contemplated selling the elven twins. He merely aimed to swindle those foolish nobles at the auction. While they rejoiced, believing they could take the sisters away, the Hoover Guild's mercenaries would ambush them en route. Neither money, nor people, nor lives would escape their grasp. Hilton's influence, or rather the force behind him, wielded such formidable power. As Hilton indulged in his daydreams, the office door burst open with a loud bang. "Master, trouble has arisen." "What is it? Did I not instruct you to knock before entering?" Hilton glared at the dim-witted female secretary. Were it not for her slight charm that provided him with occasional relaxation, he would have dismissed her long ago. The secretary, startled by Hilton's harsh reprimand, stood frozen for a moment in panic. Observing her reaction, Hilton found it somewhat amusing, timid yet obedient. Such are the few merits of this secretary. He approached her, softening his demeanor, wrapping his arms around her waist and caressing her body. The night was still long. Hilton decided to enjoy himself with this secretary before the arrival of the elven sisters. Thus, his tone grew gentler. "Enough of the tears. Remember to knock next time. You never seem to learn. Speak. What has happened this time?" Surely it was just another slave dead or escaped. Trivial matters. The secretary's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was not the first such incident, yet she dared not resist. "Master, the goods sent to the auction have been stolen." Hilton dismissed her concern, his hands already gliding over her smooth thigh. In moments like this, a man's mind often lags. Indeed, just another trivial matter. "What did you say?" Hilton suddenly snapped back to reality, nearly shouting in shock. "What happened? Where's Cotman? Wasn't he in charge of the delivery?" Anger contorted Hilton's weathered face as he gripped the secretary's shoulders tightly, nearly digging into her flesh. Tears streamed down her face from the pain. Yet she still dared not resist. "I don't know. I heard it from an employee who escaped from the auction site." "Escaped? What do you mean escaped? What exactly transpired?" Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Hilton turned to see a stout, rotund figure standing there, his face pale with shock, his bulk trembling slightly, with a wet stain on his trousers. It was Cotman. "Cotman? Master, I have returned. You have returned? Where is the cargo? What happened? Hilton's fury erupted as he bombarded Cotman with questions, causing him to tremble even more. Master, perhaps you should come and see for yourself, and no need to trouble yourself. I have already come, a mocking voice chimed from outside. Hilton turned to see a young man with black hair and eyes, holding a book, standing there with an elegant smile, courteously bowing to him. Mr. Hoover, I have a business proposition to discuss with you. In that moment, Hilton felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 35. The Altar of Death. The Adventurer's Tavern. A banner displayed the public emblem. Roland gazed at the room overflowing with spoils, all seized from the auction site. Every item showcased today was present, including the illustrious Rose Knight shield, marking a bountiful harvest. Clinkside sat on the floor, eagerly rummaging through the treasures, with an eye honed by years immersed in high society. She appraised the antiquities and equipment, meticulously recording her findings in a portable notebook. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. This unexpected fortune could not only clear the village's debts, but also afford their current party a much-needed respite. Yet, Roland's heart was heavy, and joy eluded him. He held a celebratory mug of ale, but the golden liquid remained untouched within. On the bed, two elven maidens with icy blue hair trembled in each other's embrace. Although they had left the auction, and the chains around their necks had been severed by Roland's hand, the terror in their eyes showed no signs of abating. Despite the language barrier, it was clear that Siegfried and his companions were their saviors, and they should not be gripped by such fear. The source of the issue was painfully evident. Was Siegfried Mellon truly a hero? Roland whispered the name, a question he had pondered countless times in silence. The image of that figure, cradling a severed head and laughing maniacally, loomed in his mind. Perhaps some heroes revel in slaughter, but their joy stems from vanquishing evil. True heroes hold an absolute respect for life itself. Otherwise, they would not be heroes at all, but Siegfried. Roland felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the world held no reality in that man's eyes, leading him to regard life with such indifference. The moment the two guards displayed unusual behavior, Roland positioned himself before Clinkside, shielding the princess from witnessing the horrific scene. Had he not fought against the undead court of the demon race on the front lines, sensing the aura of dying life, he would not have detected the guard's anomaly so swiftly. At that moment, Roland felt no surge of magic or breath. It implied that the guards had not perished by sorcery or martial prowess, but rather by something far more sinister. Those two twins, his party must seem no better than slave traders, perhaps even more terrifying. After all, slave traders do not laugh while holding severed heads. As Roland was lost in his anxious thoughts, the princess's voice, tinged with curiosity, broke through. "What is this?" Roland turned to see Clinkside extracting a black tapestry embroidered with strange skulls from the pile of loot. At the sight, his pupils constricted, and the wooden mug slipped from his grasp. "Clatter! Fool! Can you not even manage a cup of tea?" Hilton roared in fury at his clumsy secretary, watching his steaming red tea spilled across the floor. Regret washed over him for having chosen such a dimwit as his aide. Surely, intelligent and capable women were not in short supply, so why had he employed this imbecile? "My sincerest apologies, Lord Siegfried. Our employee has been utterly unprofessional. I will surely reprimand her." On the other hand, he treated Siegfried with the utmost deference, almost wishing to kneel and lick his boots. Siegfried did not even glance at the obsequious Hilton, instead perusing the travel manual in his hands. Hilton's past experiences unfolded before Siegfried like an open book. Unfortunately, the last 5 years were blank, suggesting that since the death of Queen Rose, no travelers had interacted with him. This phenomenon led Siegfried to a realization. Each significant transformation in the Chilon continent likely had travelers like him operating behind the scenes. He closed the manual and remarked indifferently, "No need for that. I did not come here for tea." "How could that be? The esteemed Mellon family graces our humble establishment. I must extend the utmost hospitality." Siegfried raised an eyebrow and cast a peculiar glance at Hilton. "Hilton, if you expect Constant to send troops to rescue you, I suggest you abandon that hope. He is barely able to save himself." Hilton's body stiffened as a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Mr. Siegfried, what do you mean?" "I do not understand." "Do you not understand?" Siegfried scoffed. biting into a biscuit with a sharp crunch. Crack! Hilton's luxurious fur coat, along with his belt and trousers, was split in two. The old man's emaciated figure and the limp subordinate were exposed to the air. The clothing lay in tatters, yet his body bore no wounds. An astonishing strike. Hilton fell to the ground, pallid and drenched in cold sweat. "Do you understand now, Hilton?" I. The once mighty merchant of the realm grasped a dreadful realization. The entirety of the Count's guards combined might not suffice to contend with this monster. "Do not be so tense. I have made myself clear. I truly am here to purchase slaves." Yes, I understand. Excellent. Take me to your market. I wish to see your goods with my own eyes, of course." "Right this way." The secretary retrieved a pristine coat from the wardrobe and handed it to Hilton, her cheeks flushed, clearly struggling to contain her emotions. The once arrogant lord was now as docile as a rabbit before the young gentleman. A sight both amusing and ironic. "Cotman, tidy this place up, my lord. Please follow me." Now clad in fresh attire, Hilton donned a sycophantic smile, gesturing for Siegfried to proceed, his title shifting from M.Art to "my lord." However, within Hilton's heart, he had already cursed Siegfried's ancestors 100 times over. Pity the Melon family for suffering slander due to this non-existent kin. The unfortunate Melon family endured an undeserved reprimand thanks to Siegfried. The two exited the Merchant Association building, where Bobo awaited outside. As soon as the short, plump Bobo spotted Siegfried, he approached with a beaming smile. However, upon noticing the person beside Siegfried, his body stiffened and his grin froze. Siegfried anticipated Bobo to greet him with pleasantries, but instead, he found the once cheerful servant standing in fear, paralyzed. Siegfried felt perplexed. This fellow had grown familiar with him over the past few days, while they were not yet on friendly terms. He had certainly built enough courage to exchange a few laughs. "What happened? I have not bullied him lately, he cursed. Siegfried soon discovered the answer to his curiosity. "Oh? Is that you, Bobo? Lord Hilton?" Siegfried expressed in surprise. He witnessed Hilton approaching Bobo with warmth, as if they were old friends reuniting after a long separation, skillfully crouching to pat Bobo's head. Ha, it has been ages. Were you not taken by the Moan royal family? What brings you here?" "I am." In response to Hilton's casual inquiry, Bobo displayed an utterly abnormal demeanor. This loquacious servant was now unable to utter a complete sentence due to fear. "Oh, I see. You were abandoned by the royal family? And now you wish to return to my side. Ha, splendid. I am in need of assistance." Siegfried grasped the situation halfway through. Bobo was a servant slave sold to the Moan royal family. Before that, who had been his master? Clearly, this pair had not met in over 2 decades. From Bobo's reaction, it was evident that their relationship had been remarkably close, etched into their very beings. Siegfried observed the triumphant Hilton and the trembling Bobo. His tone tinged with curiosity. "This is quite unexpected. You two are acquainted?" Hilton's old face was beaming with delight. He was no fool, after all. What other reason could there be for Bobo's presence here? If not that he had become the slave of Lord Milan. The old man's anxieties were finally alleviated. He had been fearful that Zij Fei was here to instigate some sort of slave liberation, as is the wont of heroes who are always fighting for justice. Yet, it now appeared that Lord Milan harbored no opposition to the institution of slavery, so what was there to be afraid of? It can indeed be said that like attracts like, for despite the 10-year age gap between Hilton and Cotman, their thoughts were remarkably aligned at this moment. The instant they laid eyes on Bobo, the slave, they both considered Zij Fei to be one of their own. Hilton found Zij Fei much more agreeable now, even feeling a sense of camaraderie, as if they were kindred spirits who had met too late in life. "My lord, you are unaware, but this young man was once under my care. His family was in dire straits and could not afford to raise him, so they entrusted me with his upbringing. I took care of him for a while, until he caught the eye of a noble in the palace and went to live there. Who would have thought that after so many twists and turns, he would end up in your hands? It seems I am truly fated to be connected with Lord Milan." Ha. The old man was ablaze with enthusiasm, eager to forge a close friendship with Zij Fei on the spot, seemingly having forgotten the events that had transpired in the office just moments before. However, Bobo was rather mediocre among the slaves, lacking any knowledge of dark magic and possessing only average stealth abilities. I have much better offerings at hand, which I shall introduce to you shortly. The Puran, a subrace among the demi-humans, are grouped together with dwarves, half-orcs, and goblins. Similar in stature to dwarves, the Puran differ in that their physique resembles that of ordinary humans, albeit slightly shorter, akin to human children. They have long lifespans and develop slowly. A 36-year-old male Puran like Bobo appears similar to a 15 or 16-year-old human boy. The most notable difference between the Puran and humans is their grayish-white skin and 6 symmetrical fleshy tendrils on their faces. These tendrils enable them to accurately sense the flow of magical energy in the air, allowing them to run with their eyes closed without colliding with walls. The most distinctive trait of the Puran is their exceedingly rare affinity for dark elements. Aside from them, only the Dark Elves and the fallen angel court of the demon race possessed such a unique elemental affinity. They can create shadows even on sunny days and seamlessly blend into them. Making use of their tendrils to infiltrate any stronghold undetected, it can be said that capturing a stealthy Puran is nearly impossible, unless you happen to be one of those from the Mylan family, who can see the entire map with their eagle eyes. Or Zij Fei looked at Bobo, who lacked even a single tendril, his face marred by only 6 faint scars that were nearly invisible. Alternatively, it was possible that this Puran had suffered cruel mutilation, with his sensory tendrils brutally severed. My lord, let me tell you, this fellow used to dream of becoming a bard in his youth, always singing for no reason. Just look at that voice of his. What could he possibly sing? Hilton continued his incessant chatter. Zij Fei bent down, his tone unusually gentle. Bobo, can you still sing? Little me could sing back then. Bobo replied with a laugh. My lord, you truly have a knack for humor. What could a little dwarf like him possibly sing? I used to find him so bothersome that I scalded his throat with boiling water to silence him. Since that day, the Merchant Guild has been much quieter. Honestly, I find his current pig-like squeals much more pleasant to the ear. Is that so, Bobo? Zij Fei's tone remained gentle and unassuming. He had never spoken to this Puran in such a way before and hoped to elicit an answer from him now. Bobo's complexion paled, his head bowed as he clenched his fists, unable to restrain their trembling. Zij Fei could even hear the sound of his teeth grinding together. At last, he lifted his face, revealing a distorted, unsightly smile that was more akin to a grimace than a grin. Indeed, my voice does resemble a pig's, much to the dismay of the 2 lords. Ah. Zij Fei frowned, displeased. He had not received the answer he sought. He was prepared to end the plan prematurely and eliminate Hilton on the spot if Bobo had provided the response he desired. So this is your shackles? Zij Fei gestured ahead with his chin, stating, let us cease this reminiscing and proceed. Very well, please follow me, Hilton replied, leading Zij Fei around to the warehouse in the backyard. Upon seeing the boss personally escorting a customer, the guards at the warehouse door hastily opened it. What lay beyond was a spacious passage leading underground. Zij Fei descended without a moment's hesitation, entirely unconcerned that these individuals might ambush him below. The reliable Minister of Intelligence, Yang Jing, was secretly safeguarding the major shareholder's safety while also assisting Zij Fei in maintaining an air of superiority. Zij Fei marveled at Yang Jing's extraordinary capabilities, salivating at the thought. This was the true life of another world, where one could draw their sword against injustice, unlike himself, who could only engage in verbal bluster to intimidate others. Just as Zij Fei was about to follow Hilton down, he noticed another similar warehouse directly opposite this one. However, that warehouse lacked any guarding soldiers, and for some inexplicable reason, Zij Fei felt that it stood out in an unsettling manner. Driven by curiosity, he pointed toward the warehouse and inquired, "What is that warehouse for?" Yet Hilton's response sent chills down his spine. "Why, lord, what are you talking about? There is no warehouse there." The confusion on Hilton's face was genuine. Zij Fei, skilled in cold reading, could assure himself of that. There are only 3 explanations for this situation. Either I am mistaken, or he is, or that warehouse is. He immediately connected with his teammates in his mind. "Yang Jing, did you see that?" "Yes, that warehouse is suspicious. I'm going to check it out. Please keep an eye on things." "Understood." Zij Fei disregarded the bewildered Hilton and turned ahead toward that warehouse. At that moment, the voice of the scribe, Shannon, echoed in the chat channel between Zij Fei and Yang Jing. "Mr. or Ms. Wanderer, The target is exceedingly dangerous and not something you can handle at this time. It is unrelated to the current mission. Please restrain your curiosity. It will help you survive longer. Zijie Fei's eyes widened. Shannon's terminal had always been perceived as a somewhat mischievous AI, responding only during system prompts or when he actively engaged her. Yet now, the terminal Shannon had broken protocol to issue a direct warning of danger to him and Yang Jing, and her tone was unusually grave. Generally, the terminal's voice was mechanical and devoid of emotion. If there was a shift in tone, it indicated that the one speaking was not the usual client, but rather the true Shannon. The true self had hurriedly connected to warn them in person. What did this mean? Zijie Fei swallowed hard, asking, "What exactly is it?" The scribe, Shannon, fell silent, seemingly weighing whether to indulge the curiosity of these two inquisitive youths. After a long pause, her voice finally came through. That is the altar of death. Chapter 36. The slave market. Like every other creature in this world, the deities of the Qilin continent are also divided into two factions. One faction stands with the forces of order. For instance, the sun god, Solrez, is the chief deity of the Church of the Sun and the state religion of the Morn Kingdom. Just listen to the name of the golden capital, Andi Solrez, and you shall comprehend the extent of this sect's influence within the kingdom. Similarly, the goddess of harvest has her temples scattered across the villages of the Qilin continent. Although not particularly powerful, her following is vast, as almost every farmer venerates her, hoping for a bountiful yield. Additionally, the dwarves worship the god of artisans, while the Empire venerates the god of truth, and the Orc Alliance holds their beast god in high regard. Elves, however, do not worship deities. They only revere their elven king. These gods serve as the reliance for many beings on the Qilin continent. During times devoid of heroes, the people relied on the miracles granted by these deities to resist the demonic races. Conversely, those aligned with the forces of chaos are known as the so-called evil gods. They are labeled as such not due to their madness or bloodlust, but purely because they aid the demonic races in their assaults against humanity. Like the righteous gods, they are also benevolent to their followers, bestowing miracles upon warriors seeking breakthroughs. Certainly, it is predicated upon a devout belief in oneself. It is not uncommon for beings of the order to revere deities of the Chaos faction. While people may concern themselves with the affiliations of their gods, the deities themselves are indifferent to whether their followers are human or demonic. The god of death stands as a prime example. He commands a vast following across both the demon continent and the Qilin continent, as death is an inevitable fate for both humans and demons alike. Moreover, he is the deity worshipped by all undead creatures in this realm, with the undead aristocracy of the demon race venerating him as their supreme god. Is likely that this warehouse serves as a stronghold for the followers of the god of death who lurk within the kingdom. Zijie felt as though he had stumbled into a den of vipers. The seemingly trivial Hoover Merchants Guild was engaged in both human trafficking and cult worship. Was this place a breeding ground for malice? It felt akin to entering what was supposed to be a novice dungeon, only to inadvertently confront a boss that one was woefully unprepared to defeat. Zijie recalled a game he had played called Soul 3, where a careless mistake had led him to slay an NPC old woman, triggering the Dance Maiden's boss battle prematurely. Zijie was not one to consult guides when gaming. He had fought the Dance Maiden for 3 days and nights, ultimately destroying 2 controllers before abandoning the game. Now, in this otherworldly realm, he found himself once again ensnared by that exasperating sensation. The novice village is designed to be a novice village. Is it not a cruel joke to embellish it with such frivolities? This world truly lacks game balance. He suspected that Hilton's invisibility stemmed from his allegiance to the Order and his lack of devotion to the god of death. Meanwhile, he and Yang Jing could perceive what was hidden due to their status as outsiders. Their affiliations being neutral, Zijie sheepishly averted his gaze, addressing Yang Jing. "I believe this matter does not concern us. We shall report it to the Adventurers Guild later." Agreed. Both of these outsiders were, after all, preservationists of their own lives. Hilton appeared somewhat flustered, fearing that something unclean might lurk within his estate. "Why, Lord? What exactly is amiss?" "Nothing. I must have been seeing things. Let us depart." Zijie had no intention of revealing the truth to Hilton. Let these wretched human traffickers and cultists revel in their grim camaraderie. Traversing the passageway down to the underground, he found himself in a damp, shadowy environment, the air thick with the nauseating stench of excrement and mildew. Zigfi observed a plethora of black iron cages piled around him, within which were emaciated, gaunt, low-level slaves. The travel manual indicated that they were predominantly human and grotesque half-orcs, with an overall evaluation not exceeding D grade. These lowly slaves had limited utility, typically sold at a pittance to landowners as serfs. Iron cages measuring scarcely 2 meters in length and width, 3 to 4 slaves were crammed within, some even squeezed in with 7 or 8 others. Zigfi mused that these slave traders must possess a proficiency of at least 80 in spatial planning. The famished slaves, upon catching sight of Zigfi, rushed to the bars, dozens of hands reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp his ankles. The guards flanking Hilton immediately raised their whips and struck down upon those bony hands. The slaves let out hoarse cries, emitting a series of incomprehensible syllables. Fearing a conspiracy to revolt, Hilton had ordered the tongues of these lowly slaves to be severed, rendering their throats mute. However, Zigfi could surmise what these pitiable souls longed to express. "Please, take me away." Zigfi had always considered himself no paragon of virtue, understanding the plight of the weak but not sympathizing with them. If necessary, he would trample upon others to achieve his own ends. Yet, how could human dignity be so ruthlessly trampled upon? A fierce anger ignited within him. He cast a glance at Hilton, who was boastfully extolling the virtues of this slave market, and a sinister expression crept upon his face. "Old man, I wonder how you shall meet your demise. I await it with great anticipation. Mr. Hilton, you cannot possibly intend for me to merely observe this. Can you? These slaves are gaunt and riddled with disease, hardly suitable for conscription into an army, my lord. Please do not fret. These are merely our most inferior stock. The main event is yet to come." Under Hilton's guidance, Zigfi arrived at a broad, well-lit corridor. Every 5 steps, luminous magical stones illuminated the area, maintaining a clean and tidy environment, with the air noticeably fresh, indicative of a well-designed ventilation system. On either side of the corridor lay individual cells, wherein resided the so-called high-quality goods. Zigfi scrutinized them as the travel manual incessantly updated with information about these elite slaves. From strikingly beautiful half-elves to formidable half-orcs, from noble young ladies to knights captured in defeat. There was a diverse array of individuals. Zigfi was thoroughly satisfied. As he had anticipated, the high-end slave market was fundamentally a talent market, my lord. What do you think? Do these goods meet your approval? Let me observe further. Zigfi suddenly fell silent, for he noticed a pair of crimson vertical pupils fixated upon him from a nearby cell. It was a girl, exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. With silken white hair cascading like satin, her scarlet eyes burning brighter than the magical stones. Scales of a rocky hue adorned her neck and cheeks, while 2 sharp, dragon-like horns pierced through her bangs. Reaching skyward, the white-haired girl stared at Zigfi with an impassive expression, unblinking, her gaze sending shivers down his spine. "What is this? A half-dragon hybrid? A dragonkin?" He looked down, and the travel manual revealed the girl's information. Name: Fafnir. Gender: female. Age: 199 years. Race: Ancient Dragon. Chapter 37. Acknowledging a daughter. An ancient dragon. Zigfi was nearly compelled to drop the travel manual in shock. He scrutinized the porcelain-skinned girl and the manual repeatedly, suspecting a glitch in the system. Name: Fafnir. Gender: female. Age: 199 years. Race: Ancient Dragon. Faction: Neutral. Occupation: Nun. Daughter of the Dragon King Albion, the youngest ancient dragon currently in existence. Other information remains undisclosed. Specialization: unknown. Martial skills: unknown. Talent: Heart of the Dragon. Other: unknown. Ability ratings: Strength: S. Agility: S. Magic: S. Intelligence: D. Luck: S. Leadership: E. Overall evaluation: S. Remarks: Ancient Dragon. Seated at the pinnacle of the food chain. It is said that ancient dragons reside atop ethereal peaks overseas. They possess an everlasting lifespan, having existed in this world long before humans and demons came into being. This ancient species wields power rivaling that of the divine. Indeed, in the eyes of the dragon kin, their ancient dragon ancestors are akin to deities. From Zigfi's understanding, these ancient dragons are notoriously lethargic. as their prolonged existence has rendered them indifferent to all matters. They have never concerned themselves with the affairs of the continent, merely observing the perpetual struggles between order and chaos year after year. What is this young ancient dragon doing here, in this remote Count's slave market? The Hoover Merchants Guild is truly remarkable, attracting all manner of divine beings. My lord, this half-dragon girl was discovered by chance 3 months ago in this vicinity. Hilton, that cunning old fox, was indeed a titan of the business world. Even though Ziegfei was adept at concealing his intrigue, Hilton discerned his interest in the dragon girl. We initially paid her no heed. But for some reason, she persistently followed behind the merchant caravan. The supervising officer, worried about a girl wandering alone in the wilderness, decided to bring her back. It is all too clear that this is a fabrication. The supervising officer, upon laying eyes on such a stunning half-dragon girl, was surely enraptured. He dispatched all accompanying mercenaries to capture her, only to see them obliterated in the process. The officer fled back to the city atop his horse, terrified. Yet, upon arriving at the guild, he discovered that the girl had followed him all the way, flying no less. From that day forth, she has resided within the guild. She chose the best cell available, seldom conversing with others, indulging in lavish feasts each day, and exploiting the guild's resources to the fullest. Hilton could not abide this affront. He promptly ordered a reduction in her rations. As a result, on that very day, 3 patrolling guards vanished, their equipment found outside her cell. The guild has attempted to rid themselves of her several times, but each time they managed to send her away. She would reappear in her cell the very next day, like a stubborn piece of gum that simply would not come off. Hilton was nearly in tears, for the cost of her daily meals exceeded that of all the guild's employees combined. He had longed for a benefactor to take this ancestral being off his hands. Now, a benefactor has arrived, a grand benefactor. This girl is exceptional, both beautiful and formidable, whether as a companion or a bodyguard. She would be an outstanding choice, undoubtedly a boon for your journey. The affluent merchant Hilton, with his silver-tongued eloquence, could transform even a falling star into a symbol of fortune, yet he remained conspicuously silent regarding the matter of the food expenses. Ziegfei, disinterested in the old man's chatter, stepped forward, drawn by the gaze of the ancient dragon maiden. The maiden, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise from the ground and staggered towards the iron railing, appearing quite unaccustomed to her human form. As Ziegfei contemplated the potential dangers of approaching this girl, he observed the white-haired dragon maiden extend her delicate hand, as flawless as jade, grasping the iron bars and forcefully pulling them outward. In an instant, the entire prison gate contorted, creating a gaping hole wide enough for 2 to pass through. Ziegfei stood agape, utterly astonished. The maiden stumbled out, her peculiar gait resembling that of a penguin rather than a dragon. With an innocent and carefree smile, revealing 2 tiny, translucent fangs, she captured Ziegfei's bewildered gaze. Gathering his courage to pat the head of this ancient dragon girl, he felt reassured by the absence of warnings from Xiangnan, indicating no imminent threat. Yet, the very next moment, the words that escaped the girl's lips left Ziegfei utterly frozen. "Daddy." His outstretched hand halted midair. Bewildered, he glanced around, realizing he was alone, for Hilton had already distanced himself during the maiden's remarkable escape. Did she just call me? What did she say? Am I mistaken? "Daddy, come get me. I'm here, finally." The girl embraced Ziegfei's waist with such force that he nearly felt his spine snap. Clearly, she was still mastering the nuances of human language, her speech halting and her syntax peculiar. Ziegfei's mouth gaped wide, both from shock and the near suffocation he experienced. "Cough, cough, release me. Your dear old father is on the verge of asphyxiation." Only then did the white-haired girl relinquish her grip. She shook her little fists, maintaining that blissfully innocent smile, seemingly devoid of any self-reflection. Ziegfei noted that her intellect also rated D. This is bad. Just like Katerina, she's also a 2. He turned to summon the retreating Hilton. Reluctantly, Hilton approached, casting a wary glance at the white-haired girl. "Why, Lady Mylan, you are truly remarkable, having subdued this girl with such ease. I shall take her away today." Upon hearing this, Hilton's face broke into a wide grin. "Very well, I shall have someone fetch her contract for you. In the kingdom, slaves typically possessed a contract of servitude. signifying their owner's authority over them. However, in the case of the white-haired maiden, such a contract was merely a formality. Do not rush. My words are not yet complete. I intend to purchase every slave present here. On the journey back to the inn, Bobo drove the carriage in silence, visibly shaken by the events of the evening. Yet, Zigify had endured experiences far more exhilarating. Inside the carriage, the white-haired girl perched upon Zigify's lap, vigorously swaying her large, plump dragon tail, relishing the potato chips he had brought from Earth. Evidently, the Hoover Trading Company had cared for her splendidly. Her tail was as thick as a barrel. Why do you look at me with such eyes? Across from Zigify, Yang Jing regarded him with an indescribably peculiar gaze. She said nothing, but her expression conveyed a clear message. I did not. I have never. I truly haven't. Our species don't even match. Zigify nearly lost his composure. What was happening? He had never been in a romantic relationship in his life. How could he possibly have a daughter, especially a dragon? Enough. You may be silent now. Zigify wished to disengage from Yang Jing's scrutiny, directing his attention to the porcelain-like dragon maiden on his lap, forcing a smile as he asked, "Little sister, is your name Fifuna?" "Nana." "Nana, why do you call me Daddy?" "Daddy, you are, therefore, I call you Daddy." No, what I mean is, why do you believe I am your father?" Zigify's enunciation gradually became muddled. The scent of Daddy. You are, Daddy. Is there a trace of her father's essence on me? Is there something of her father's upon you? Yang Jing's brows furrowed slightly. Although she had been teasing Zigify, she understood this child could not possibly be his daughter. A glimmer of realization crossed Zigify's face. Indeed, he possessed an item that might explain this. A flash of white light revealed a broken sword in Zigify's hand. It was the sacred sword of the hero Balunk, a warrior from a millennium past, raised by ancient dragons. The sword belongs to Daddy. I found it, white-haired maiden Fifuna exclaimed with delight. Her robust tail thumped against the carriage, causing the entire vehicle to sway. It was evident. She was indeed the daughter of the hero Balunk. Chapter 38. The Necromancer Cult. No. 1. Jinshui Street. Count Constan's Manor. Count Constan, now 48 years of age, donned a voluminous sleeping robe, his eye sockets sunken, complexion pallid and bloated, with a pronounced beer belly that betrayed a life of indulgence. Perhaps a cliché, yet such are the traits of the parasitic nobility, beneficiaries of ancestral blessings. That moment, within the master bedroom of the Count's estate, 3 individuals occupied the space, on a bed large enough to accommodate 4. A ravishing young woman lay, draped in a gossamer veil that failed to conceal her alluring curves, cowering at the head of the bed. Her delicate feet trembled as she anxiously observed the unfolding scene. The auctioneer, Sean, knelt trembling on the floor, facing the pale Count Constan. Moments before, Sean had disregarded the guard's warnings and barged into the Count's chamber, interrupting the impending intimate encounter of the 48-year-old nobleman. Enraged, Count Constan was poised to execute the insolent fool, yet he was taken aback by Sean's disheveled appearance, drenched in sweat, his eyes betraying sheer panic. Something had gone awry. Constan swiftly quelled his fury and demanded an explanation. What he heard was the most shocking news of his life. Sean clutched his hair, his voice strained with emotion. "Why, Lord, I warned you earlier that Hilton is a harbinger of doom. His slave trade bears immense risk. Collaborating with him will yield no favorable outcomes. Enough." Silence. Constan fought to maintain his composure, yet the horrifying truth rendered him utterly unsettled. I have been targeted by a Mylan. How could this be? How did he uncover these matters? He cast a glance at the covered mirror atop the vanity and promptly resolved. Both of you, leave at once. This matter must not reach anyone's ears, especially you, Vena. Should you dare to speak of this, your husband is as good as dead. Yes, I understand. The commoner named Vena nodded fervently. Count Constan had long coveted her, recently finding a means to coerce her compliance by threatening her husband. Unfortunately, before their affair could commence, Sean's dreadful tidings interrupted. Sean and Vena exited the room in quick succession. Constan could no longer conceal his inner turmoil, scrambling to the vanity and tearing away the cloth covering the mirror. It was a peculiar-looking mirror, adorned at the top with a weeping skull, encircled by a crescent scythe that pierced through from above. He recited an odd incantation before the mirror. Death is the equal end for all beings. We yearn for death. We fear not death. We live for death. Then he cautiously inquired, Bishop, are you present? I am the devout follower Constant, and I have an urgent matter to report. For a while, the mirror remained unresponsive. A.S. Constant grew increasingly agitated. The mirror's surface began to ripple, revealing a shadowy figure whose features were obscured. A flicker of hope crossed Constant's face. Bishop, the devout lamb Constant extends his greetings. Spare me your pleasantries, Constant. You had better genuinely possess urgent news to convey. The voice from the mirror was hoarse and frigid, indicating the speaker's displeasure. Constant had foolishly chosen a perilous method to contact him. The enchanted mirror did not belong to any elemental magic. It was a form of dark magic easily detectable by the clerics of the sun god. Typically, the bishop would contact Constant directly, ensuring safeguards to prevent any magical fluctuations from being detected, whereas Constant evidently lacked such awareness and capability. Trembling, Count Constant stammered, Master, there is Speak quickly. I have no time to waste. It seems that a certain Milan has arrived in my city. Upon finishing his statement, Constant was suddenly met with the sound of jars and bottles crashing to the ground from the mirror opposite him. Followed by an extended silence, a deathly stillness pervaded Constant's bedroom. After a long pause, a voice finally emerged from the opposite side. Are you certain? I do not know, Constant replied. I have never seen him with my own eyes. However, one of my subordinates witnessed a man with black hair and black eyes at today's auction. He employed a most sinister method to publicly slay 2 guards. And then, Constant swallowed hard. He took the 2 ice sprites. What did you say? I shall dispatch someone to search for him. Search for what? If he truly is Milan, what can your incompetent subordinates possibly achieve? Are they seeking death? Then what shall we do? What shall we do? You ask me what we should do. I wish to inquire how you all conduct your affairs. Why did you allow Milan to fixate upon us? I do not know. The invitations for the auction were distributed secretly, and there is a record of every participant. Count Constant was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. This plan was supposed to be foolproof. First, he intended to obscure the whereabouts of the 2 sprites among the auction attendees, then reclaim them with Hilton's assistance, and finally eliminate the slave traders in secrecy, escaping the pursuit of the Ice Sprite King undetected. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a Milan? This family typically operates within the Orpheus Empire and rarely ventures into a kingdom such as this, where magical creatures are scarce and feeble. Who knows what misfortune compelled this Milan to travel here? The shadow opposite the mirror sighed. What else has that Milan done? He said. My days are numbered. Bishop, why do you not speak? You must save me. Silence. In the coming days, I will evacuate all the faithful from the city. After all, you are a noble of the kingdom. Without evidence, that Milan cannot harm you. Very well. Is there anything else I need to do? If you wish to prevent that Milan from directly assaulting the Count's estate, then do nothing, including your usual dealings. Understood. Constant's apology was interrupted as the mirror reverted to its original form, reflecting his pale visage. Damn it! The undead Bishop Robert smashed the mirror with a fist, helplessly roaring, Damn it! Damn it! How did he discover this? How did he discover it? Robert clutched his head tightly, tugging at his light gray hair. Unable to contain the fear and fury within him any longer, my days are numbered. That statement from Milan was not directed at Constant, but rather a warning to himself. The appearance of Milan signified the total collapse of his scheme. And this deeply hidden high priest of the undead cult risked exposure at any moment. This plan had been in the making for 3 years, 3 long years. The entire undead cult had nearly mobilized, traversing the Kurlan continent in pursuit of this objective. Finally, after incurring immense costs, they had captured the 2 ice sprites, bringing the plan to its final stage. Yet, at this critical juncture, the most dreadful misfortune had befallen them. Milan, to prevent such an eventuality, the cult had deliberately chosen to hold the altar in this remote earldom. But what was the outcome? No, this was not mere misfortune. Did this monster simply arrive by sniffing the air? It was tantamount to cheating. How could such a being exist in this world? Robert gazed at the hair in his palm and suddenly burst into laughter. the sound laced with bitterness, helplessness, and madness. Ha ha ha! So what? So what? The plan shall not end. After all this preparation, how could it possibly terminate because of you alone? Wait and see. When that esteemed being descends here, even if you are a hero, do not expect to leave unscathed. Chapter 39. You truly are the scion of a heroic lineage in the Adventurer's Inn. The banner hung prominently. The ancient dragon girl Fafnir sat before the elven twins, energetically waving her small hands and chattering away. The twin girls, no longer wary in the presence of a fellow who spoke elven, readily accepted the new companion into their circle. The three girls, whose combined ages exceeded 300, frolicked on the bed, filled with laughter and playfulness. So, who exactly is this child? Ever since Siegfried returned with Fafnir, Kellenscheid had incessantly inquired about her identity. She is a relative's child, but she calls you father, and moreover, she is a half-dragon. Don't feign seriousness with me. The little princess regarded Siegfried with eyes reminiscent of Yang Jing's, seemingly imbued with an unexplainable nuance. Siegfried, feeling defeated, had intended to weave another tale to mislead her. However, the absurdity of this situation made it impossible to do so. If he could still deceive her, he would truly be invincible. He sighed and said, "Well, it's not something worth keeping secret. Her name is Fafnir. She is not a half-dragon, but a genuine ancient dragon." What? Kellenscheid was astounded. This adorable little girl was actually the most powerful creature in existence. An ancient dragon? Yet the books claimed that ancient dragons were massive enough to obscure the sky, and she appeared more human than anything else. What is so strange about that? Magic such as transformation is accessible even to humans. It is not surprising for an ancient dragon to employ it as well. However, judging by this little dragon girl's appearance, she has certainly not mastered it, considering that such a stout tail is still in its original form. Fafnir on the bed playfully wrapped her tail around the three of them, giggling merrily. Goodness, that tail could take up half the bed. So, why does she call you father? The most critical question had yet to be evaded. Well, it's like this. I have some connection with the ancient dragon king. Her mother, I can barely be considered her stepfather. I'm not speaking out of turn. I possess the holy sword of Albion, her son and husband, making me half a successor of Barunc. After all, a distant connection is still a connection. Kellenscheid remained skeptical, yet this explanation was the best she could muster. After all, how could a 200-year-old ancient dragon possibly have a 20-year-old father? Roland stood beside them, tightly gripping a black banner. His mood was heavy, so much so that he scarcely had time to regard the new companion. The emblem on the banner was enough to make a golden knight appear so grave. Once Siegfried and the princess had concluded their conversation, he spoke up, "Everyone, I have something very important to discuss with you." Though he addressed everyone, his gaze was fixed intently on Siegfried. Siegfried felt a chill as he was scrutinized by this bearded man. What does he want? Has my impersonation of Milan been exposed? What is it? Roland unfurled the black banner on the ground, revealing a skull pierced by a crescent scythe. Siegfried's brow furrowed, and he blurted out, "The cult of the Reaper. Wasn't this the symbol from the eerie warehouse behind the Hoover Trading Company?" Roland straightened his back instinctively, casting a deep glance at Siegfried. "You indeed recognize this symbol. Then you must also understand what it represents." "Yes, of course, I understand. Xingmei, please introduce this cult to everyone." Siegfried's face twitched in distress, for he had no knowledge of it whatsoever. He desperately cast sidelong glances at the cool and aloof Yang Jing, pleading for assistance. However, Yang Jing ignored him, merely responding with a disdainful glance before returning to her travel manual. Today, she was perusing how to make a dazzling exit using a flash spell. Just as Siegfried was about to tear his hair out in desperation, Roland took the initiative to explain. This symbol is known as the Holy Emblem of the Undead, representing the undead cult, a faction of the Church of the Reaper. Previously, there was only one Church of the Reaper on the Kurlan continent. Although they were labeled as a heretical cult, they were not inherently evil. They would perform rites for souls with lingering grievances and employ necromancy to communicate the last wishes of the deceased. Though their ultimate goal was to acquire the corpses of the dead for the study of necromancy, their methods could be considered just. However, one day, a schism occurred within the Church of the Reaper. One faction adhered to the original doctrine, believing that death was merely a part of life and should not forcibly alter the rules governing life. The other faction grew to despise the living, asserting that death was the true state of existence. This latter faction became the undead cult, which has perpetrated atrocities across the continent in recent years. Sacrificing lives to their god and transforming the living into the undead, Siegfried listened in silence to Roland's narrative. This exemplary knight bore a serious expression, as if he longed to brandish his mighty sword and slay all these cultists. Yet, his thoughts were singular. What does this have to do with me? Why do you keep staring at me? Nevertheless, given the gravity of Roland's account, Siegfried could not afford to appear too casual. I understand. What are you trying to say? I once engaged with them on the front lines of the war between humans and demons. These individuals are nothing short of lunatics. Their presence here can only spell trouble. Hence, upon hearing this, Siegfried immediately understood the intentions of this hulking figure and promptly raised his hand to intervene, his expression grave and resolute, stating, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Are you jesting? To pit a mere handful of men armed with rifles against a cult is akin to courting death." Shannon also remarked that this issue did not pertain to him, and whether he intervened or not would not affect the mission. Our Princess S. Ascension Company is dedicated to supporting Lord Clinchid in claiming the throne, not engaging in feudal battles with cultists. Upholding justice should be left to true heroes. Roland stared blankly at the determined Siegfried. The raucous adventurers from the tavern below had long since departed, and the sound of rustling leaves wafted in through the window. The night in this city was steeped in tranquility. Yet, within Roland's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Indeed, upon seeing the banner, he had already grasped the truth. Whether attending the auction or collaborating with slave traders, everything was merely a fade. The true ambition of this melon was the necromancer cult lurking behind these individuals. The hero's sword is aimed squarely at evil. As long as evil is eradicated, this melon will stop at nothing. What profound resolve! He even hesitated to accept assistance, intending to confront the entire necromancer cult alone. Is it because he is concerned for his highness? Does he realize that if I perish in this battle against the cult, it would deal a heavy blow to his future? Suddenly, Roland felt a flush of heat on his face, nearly wishing to burrow into the ground out of shame. How foolish I was to perceive you as a manipulative villain. How could a hero possibly embody evil? He stood tall and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Siegfried. This was not a knightly salute, which expresses loyalty and respect in the guise of a knight. Rather, this bow was a personal gesture of respect and apology. In his lifetime, Roland had only ever offered such a grand gesture to the Rose Queen. Neither his father-in-law nor Clinchid had received such treatment. And today, he had found yet another object of reverence. My Lord Melon, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. You are indeed a worthy descendant of the heroic lineage. Your courage and loyalty humble me. Should your battle require aid, Knight Roland is willing to be your vanguard. Ah, splendid. Then I entrust this to you, Siegfried exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment at the events unfolding that night. What on earth is happening today? Chapter 40. The Skyward Hero. The following morning, Siegfried was awakened by the chattering adventurers downstairs, boasting loudly. Adventurers operate in shifts. Certain monsters only emerge at night, thus requiring hunters to adjust their schedules accordingly. Consequently, this tavern, except for the late night hours, was perpetually filled with the raucous laughter and banter of inebriated patrons. Therefore, despite offering lodging, few would dare to stay, as who could possibly sleep soundly in such an environment? Siegfried, cradling his slightly throbbing head, sat up. He had already slept late the previous night and was now awakened early, totaling less than 4 hours of sleep. Moreover, the quality of that sleep was far from satisfactory. He threw back the covers to find Favna soundly asleep, clutching his abdomen, her bushy tail draped over his legs, rendering them numb. Well, it seems someone can indeed slumber in such conditions. This girl had insisted on sharing his bed, refusing to sleep in the adjacent room, compelling Siegfried to endure the night squeezed beside her. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in some time. Previously, Chi Linger had clung to him in much the same manner. After a while, the others began to stir, bleary-eyed, gathering their spoils and bidding farewell to the warm-hearted innkeeper as they set off for the village. Before they departed, the innkeeper gave Yang Jing a reluctant embrace, treating her like a cherished daughter. Incidentally, The young man whom Yang Jing had rescued from the dungeons had been secretly watching her from the kitchen, clearly captivated by the formidable and beautiful Star Mei. Regrettably, when he had expressed his desire to pursue the heroine, the innkeeper had publicly scolded him, "You scoundrel! Do you even take a moment to reflect? Do you think someone as foolish as you is worthy of my little Mei?" This poor fellow was truly unfortunate. Though he had regained his life, he had lost his mother. As noon approached, they returned. "I must report to Lady Katerina. Goodness, how much have they brought back? What is so strange about it? Princess, Lord Roland, and even that hero went. Such spoils are hardly surprising. Why are you so smug? What does this have to do with you? Hey, where's the hero?" The soldiers on patrol quickly noticed the horse-drawn carriage racing towards them, marveling at the bounty it carried. Under Roland's relentless whip, 2 pack horses, burdened with 5 individuals and a chest of treasures, galloped 30 kilometers back to Wind Peach Village by the afternoon. These poor pack horses collapsed in the stable upon their return. Had it not been for Clinchit's intermittent prayers to the sun god to restore their strength, the carriage would have surely broken down en route. It was hardly Roland's fault. According to the plan, his schedule for today was packed, and tomorrow marked the day of negotiation with Hilton. He needed to organize his troops today, strategizing to ensure absolute success. Katerina, this fierce woman, had actually been waiting at the village entrance. But after a morning of waiting without sight of anyone, her hunger became unbearable, and she returned to eat. She was inherently averse to solitude, and this time, having been left behind by Zigfai, she delightedly reunited with her dear friend. Momentarily forgetting the boundaries of their ranks, the 2 young women found a spot and chattered animatedly about the details of their exploits. It's wonderful. The city is so lively, far more entertaining than the countryside. And let me tell you about those brutes. Not only do they traffic in humans, but they also desecrate the queen's relics. So we, ha ha ha, you wicked ones. And then what happened? Then we split up. I have no idea what Mr. Zigfai was up to, but when he returned, he astonishingly brought back an ancient dragon. What? An ancient dragon? Katerina's face lit up with a myriad of expressions, increasingly regretting not having accompanied them into the city, missing out on so much excitement. When they were alone together, they interacted as equals, shedding the formalities of their ranks, resembling ordinary friends. In their days within the royal palace, they would even bathe together, often competing in the bath, though it was evident that Katerina always emerged victoriously. Wait, why didn't I see Lord Melon? Katerina then noticed that Zigfai and the legendary dragon maiden had not returned together. A modest caravan, escorted by mercenaries, was making its way along the road to Constant City. They hailed from the Duchy of Garo, tasked with selling spices produced there to the wealthy magnates on Golden Grain Street in Constant. Suddenly, one mercenary, clad as a swordsman, felt an instinctive shiver. Abruptly lifting his gaze, he beheld a figure in the sky, with wings sprouting from its back. He observed that this figure was dragging a thick, scaly tail behind it. He noticed the surrounding birds retreating, the once audacious sparrows hurriedly fleeing their aerial domain. This figure surveyed the caravan with an icy glare, casting its gaze over the land. Like a sovereign of the skies. All units, prepare for battle. Enemy attack. All mercenaries immediately drew their weapons. The warriors raised their long swords, shielding the merchants and their goods behind them. The rangers swiftly knocked arrows, aiming at the figure in the sky, readying for a volley, though they understood that at this distance, not even magic could reach their foe. What is that? A half-dragon? Surely you jest? Have you ever encountered a half-dragon with such a terrifying presence? The entire caravan stood on edge, anxiously watching the sky. The sight above was so daunting that they felt an instinctive urge to flee, though they could not comprehend why. The reason was simple. They were human, the apex of the food chain, seldom experiencing the sensation of being preyed upon by formidable predators. The entity above represented the most powerful species on this continent. Yet, it seemed indifferent to them. After scanning the surroundings, it flapped its wings with great force, unleashing a violent gust of wind. Get down! The caravan below was caught off guard by a sudden gust of wind, causing chaos amongst the merchants. Meanwhile, a figure sliced through the air with astonishing speed, leaving behind a crimson arc of light before vanishing into the horizon. Zigfai was genuinely oblivious to the presence of the caravan. His entire focus was devoted to the terrain surrounding his memories. Otherwise, he would have certainly advised Fafnir to be gentler with her wings. Fafnir was perched on Siegfried's back, her small hands wrapped around his chest, and it was in this manner that he soared through the skies. Due to Fafnir's diminutive size, she was concealed by Siegfried's broad back, giving the illusion that he possessed wings and a tail. At this moment, she was nibbling on a chocolate bar, a reward for her role as his mount. Siegfried chose not to ride in the carriage with Roland and the others. On one hand, he could not bear to add further strain to the two poor pack horses, and on the other, he wished to personally observe the landscape and resource distribution of this earldom. After all, it would soon serve as the foundation for the company. Chapter 41. Wind Peach Village. In May, it must be said that the Earl of Constantine's domain was indeed a land of great prosperity. As Siegfried surveyed the area from above, he noticed that approximately one-third of it was covered in fertile black soil. Black soil, even on Earth, is a coveted treasure, aptly compared to a delicious morsel of bread. The region of Dimau, boasting a vast expanse of 190,000 square kilometers of black soil, is known as the granary of Europe. Although the black soil of the Earl of Constantine is not as extensive, under the miraculous ministrations of the Harvest Church's priests, the yield of crops here was astonishing. The abundance of provisions was the primary reason for Siegfried's selection of this place as a base. Secondly, the Earl of Constantine's estate was adjacent to Roland's homeland, making the conquest of this territory tantamount to simultaneously securing the Earl of Dinan's lands. Thirdly, intelligence brought by Yangjing indicated that both the first and second princes primarily sourced their military rations from this region. The implications of this are clear. A confrontation with these two brothers was inevitable, and of course, any opportunity to exploit them would be seized. Siegfried took one last look at the location of tomorrow's transaction with Hilton, where Roland had previously ambushed Roderick's pursuit party. Tomorrow, Hilton would also be there, bringing all his slaves as a gift to Siegfried. Indeed, it was that very grove. After surveying the entire earldom, Siegfried instructed Miss Nana to return to the village. As a wanderer, all that he saw and experienced would be synchronously updated in his manual. The topography and subtle paths he observed from the sky would be recorded on the radar map. Upon returning to the village, he descended in the village square, under the incredulous and almost fearful gaze of the villagers. In the evening, a meeting was convened at the dining table. Security Captain Roland was diligently explaining the tactical plans for the following day, detailing where and when to ambush, and who would be the initial target. He was always quite serious about such matters. In truth, dealing with that rabble hardly required any tactics. Roland could charge in alone, and the skirmish would be nearly concluded. After Roland had shared his insights, it was the turn of the major shareholder, Siegfried. He began to outline the future strategic layout, with the two of them dividing responsibilities, one for tactics and the other for strategy, thus managing to breathe some life into this half-dead company. Clinchide listened with a smile. Though she was the leader of the faction, she seldom voiced her opinions. She was aware that this would make her appear as a mere ornament, yet her mother had once told her that a truly exceptional leader often assumes the role of the weakest member within the team. Suddenly, 5 little heads poked in from outside the door. They were the lively 8-year-old girl Tawa from Wind Peach Village, the adorably charming 15-and-a-half-year-old half-elf boy Darren, the socially adept dragon girl Fafnir who quickly won everyone's affection, and the nearly identical twin elf girls, Charlotte and Emily. These 5 children, differing in species and age but similar in height, became fast friends, forming the Wind Peach Village May group, their playful antics destined to become the most vibrant sight in the village for a long time to come. The harmony of species, an ideal that countless heroes over millennia had failed to achieve, manifested among these innocent children in this remote village. Such strategic meetings were often dull. Even adults found them sleep-inducing, let alone children. After a brief moment of watching, the children lost interest and scampered off to adventure with Tawa, giggling all the while. As their laughter faded into the distance, Siegfried's mood brightened. Inspired by the vivacity of these little sprites, he pointed his thumb toward the direction of the laughter, offering a final summary of today's meeting. Did you hear that? That is the purpose for which we strive the next morning. The Hoover Merchant Association set out with all their goods and mercenaries to go. Move quickly, no dawdling. I have good news for you beasts. One of the great nobles has taken a liking to you. On the tree-lined path, the mercenaries gripped heavy iron chains in one hand and whips in the other, hurling insults at the creatures tethered to the other end of the chains. occasionally raising their whips to strike the lagging slaves. Dozens of thick chains connected to over 100 slender links bound together more than 200 slaves, who shuffled along like cattle being herded by the mercenaries. Despite their numbers, and even with a few possessing skills, the mercenaries' vigilance had slackened to the utmost, yet the slaves harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Long-standing servitude had broken their spirits. They had adapted to suffering, knowing that remaining numb was the best way to minimize pain. Hilton sat at the front of the carriage, cradling his female secretary in his arms, merrily gazing at the scenery of the woods. Today, he was set to finalize the most significant and crucial business deal of his life. 200 low-tier slaves and 50 high-tier slaves, along with 5 million gold moan. In exchange for 2 elves and a favor, no merchant in their right mind would deem this a wise transaction. While elves were indeed precious, they were hardly worth 50 high-tier slaves, not to mention the additional 5 million in cash. Yet Hilton found it exceedingly worthwhile, immensely so. Had it not been for the Earl of Constantine's urgent request, he would not have even considered retrieving the 2 elves. The favor alone sufficed. His collaborators were not those gluttonous nobles. These leeches could only offer him a pittance, and what he, Hilton Hoover, lacked most was money. What my family seeks is reputation, a legacy to be immortalized in history, a reputation that you foolish nobles will never be able to attain. Today's esteemed guest was the key to achieving that reputation. That fool Cotman thinks this is a scam. Can't he use his brain to consider that the brave one wouldn't need to deceive me? Indeed, my lord, came the reply, as Hilton's hands roamed indiscriminately over the secretary's body. The woman endured while striving to maintain a smile and agree with him. The fat man who attempted to sow discord between him and the brave one had been relegated to the back of the procession. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a filthy slave trader, willingly lost in his own fantasies of potentially becoming a companion to the brave one, envisioning the Hoover family surpassing all nobles to become the continent's most prestigious lineage. Hilton could not help but want to laugh out loud. He took a deep breath, ready to unleash his mirth when, whoosh, a gleaming black-silver arrow sliced through the tranquility of the grove, piercing through the wooden door of the carriage and into the interior. The cold gleam of the arrow had lodged itself in Hilton's open mouth, abruptly silencing his laughter. From this chapter onward, I will add character data panels and some settings at the end of each chapter. For those curious, feel free to take a look. It won't affect your understanding of the plot. Currently available information: name, Clinchide gender, female age, 16 race, human faction, order occupation, Sun Saintis first princess of the Moan Kingdom. First in line for the throne. In this divinely ordained nation, the title of Sun Saintis signifies a lofty status and absolute power. Specialization: Theology 65, Expert, Royal Schemes 45, Advanced, Prayers, Sunlight Healing. Saintis Aura, Purification Flame, Holy Light Descend. Miracle, Solres Favor. A favored one of the sun god Solres, with unparalleled affinity for light and fire elements, capable of summoning light spirits to serve her within a certain range. Moreover, the bearer of this miracle possesses the following capabilities: ability data, strength, A, agility, A, magic, A, intelligence, B, luck, S, leadership, A, overall evaluation. A note: do not let her enter the kitchen. Chapter 42. Let us slaughter recklessly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hurry, go check on Lord Hilton's situation. The mercenaries responsible for the escort were relatively well trained, swiftly forming a defensive formation around Hilton's carriage. My lord, are you unharmed? Inside the carriage, Hilton was drenched in cold sweat. The arrowhead was less than 2 centimeters from his throat, and with a mere flick of his tongue, he could taste the rust upon it. Fortunately, the arrow had become lodged at the last moment. Otherwise, both his brainstem and throat would have been simultaneously pierced. Terrified, he cried out in desperation, "Who is it? Who dares to harm me? Do you not know that I am a friend of Lord Milan?" "My lord, we have not detected any traces of the enemy." "Then hurry and search." "What nonsense! Your grandfather is right here." "What?" The mercenary captain was astonished to hear the nearby bushes speaking. An ambush. No sooner had he spoken than a large group of individuals emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Trees and even the earth itself. Clad in standardized armor and wearing domed helmets, They charged at the escort mercenaries wielding long spears. The Royal Army. What is the Royal Army doing here? Don't ask me. I have no idea. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the mercenaries were further unsettled by the uniformity of the enemy's armor. For a moment, they were uncertain whether to retaliate. After all, they were mercenaries, hired to perform a task without risking their lives unnecessarily. Engaging with the soldiers would be tantamount to rebellion, and it could very well lead to their entire families facing the guillotine. However, in the next instant, they realized they had no choice. From the depths of the forest emerged a towering figure, with a grave expression and a bushy beard that lent him an air of age. Roland held a plain knight's sword in his right hand and a shield emblazoned with a vivid red rose in his left. Today, he was the Rose Knight. The mercenaries understood that this renowned knightly order would never overlook anyone associated with the slave trade. The Rose Knights were always accompanied by the most brutal and bloody suppression, instilling fear in the hearts of those vile traffickers. Surrender was no longer an option. They could only fight to the death. "Damn it! I'll take you all on!" shouted a mercenary wearing a red bandana as he charged toward Roland. Roland remained motionless, merely regarding the moth flitting toward the flame with a cold, indifferent gaze. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, a flash of golden sword light surged forth. The bandana-wearing mercenary halted, his raised sword seemingly grasped by an invisible hand, unable to descend. The red bandana split in two and drifted downwards. "You are?" His words were cut short as his body was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The arc slash. The Golden Knight, the seasoned mercenary captain, instantly recognized this signature technique. The arc slash was renowned for its supersonic strikes. By the time an opponent saw the sword light, they had already been struck. This was one of the most devastating techniques of the Golden Knight, as well as one of the most challenging to master. The mercenaries, comprised of those who typically preyed on the weak, scattered like frightened birds upon witnessing their unbeatable foe, leaving Hilton behind. However, in Ziegfei's plan, today, apart from these slaves, no one from the Hoover merchant group would leave this forest alive. "Charge, knights!" A resounding battle cry rang out. Soon after, several figures flew through the air in disarray. Katerina, shield raised, stood resolutely in the path of the fleeing mercenaries. "Just one of me? All of you? Come at me!" The desperate mercenaries surged forward. "Humph!" Katerina scoffed, sidestepping a mercenary's strike, flipping her shield to smash down upon him, effortlessly crushing his skull like a watermelon. Just as she prepared to turn and deal with the next foe, she realized the cowardly mercenaries had used their fallen comrade as a distraction to escape into the distance. Katerina's gaze hardened. She inhaled deeply, her chest swelling. Roar. Her battle cry echoed like thunder. The fleeing mercenaries, as if bewitched, turned back with fierce glares, slowly gathering around her once more. The technique of provocative challenge. While the mercenaries yearned to flee, under the influence of this ability, their bodies involuntarily harbored feelings of hatred and a desire for revenge against Katerina, as if she were the murderer of their kin. All weapons were raised as they charged from various directions toward the female knight. Katerina stood her ground, unflinching, and slammed her Rose Knight shield into the ground. Bang! A massive shield silhouette flashed momentarily. An invisible barrier enveloped the female knight. Clang! The mercenary's weapons struck her waist, abdomen, and head, producing sounds akin to metal clashing. At that moment, the knight's entire body had become as unyielding as the shield she wielded. The technique, indestructible. Though the mercenaries' hands were numbed from the impact, they continued their frenzied assault under the influence of the provocative challenge. "Oh no!" Katerina froze, beads of nervous sweat trickling down her forehead. The effect of indestructible lasted but an instant. Once it faded, the user would find themselves in a 2-second stasis. In that moment, she felt like a naked pig. Vulnerable and exposed, unable to even block, as blades and swords drew near. Katerina frantically pondered how she would explain to Roland that she had been defeated. Just then, a fierce wind swept through, toppling the mercenaries surrounding Katerina to the ground. Roland approached with measured steps, adjusting his grip on the sword. The previous strike had to repel the mercenaries while ensuring his apprentice remained unharmed, which had proven quite a challenge. "Teacher, how many times must I say it? Do not use indestructible when there are no allies nearby." Why can't you comprehend this? Roland glared at Katerina in exasperation. This girl was even more stubborn than he had been in his youth. Yet, the knightly vocation thrived on such tenacity. He raised his left hand, shield in hand, crossing it with his sword before him. This was the Rose Knight Order's solemn rite, typically reserved for the deceased. May your sins be repaid beneath this blooming rose. How is he even more melodramatic than me? Ziegfei mused from atop a towering fir tree, occasionally mocking the fervent Roland. He had been positioned here to target Hilton's carriage with his longbow. Indeed, Mr. Ziegfei was also an archer. Back in high school, he had been the star of the archery club. Thus, he had no worries about accidentally killing Hilton. His arrow was merely a signal to commence the assault. Your archery proficiency has increased. Current mastery is at 58. The system, Shannon, had resurfaced after a long absence, reminding Ziegfei of its presence. Its role had largely been overshadowed by the roaming manual, and sometimes Ziegfei even forgot he had a system other. It was nearly time. He needed to rendezvous with Yang Jing. Sliding down the tree with familiarity, he tossed the longbow to the lookout. The servant Bobo, my lord. You truly are the future hero. Not only are you adept at scheming, but you can also strike from the shadows. You embody both beauty and wisdom, the essence of heroism and chivalry. I am utterly in awe of you. Bobo rushed forward, showering Ziegfei with flattery. Although it was clear his level of education was lacking, as evidenced by the vein throbbing on Ziegfei's forehead. Enough, be silent. All right. Ziegfei regarded the sycophantic servant. Do you know why I brought you along? I do. I'm here to be your personal servant. Bobo scratched at a slightly itchy scar on his face, chuckling. Ziegfei turned away, his expression unreadable. What is happening? What is going on? Ugh, who is it? Step forward and face me like a man. One mercenary after another clutched their bleeding throats, collapsing weakly, blood gushing forth to form a stream. Ever since they had been ambushed 10 minutes prior, this bizarre scene had unfolded without pause, thus far. They had yet to even catch a glimpse of their enemy. The Hoover merchant group consisted of several hundred individuals, and the narrow forest path created a gap of over 100 meters between the front and rear. It was impossible for Roland and Katerina alone to eliminate all the enemies, so Ziegfei had split the forces into two groups. Roland and Katerina led all available troops to assault the heavily fortified front, aiming to capture Hilton alive. Meanwhile, the remaining foes at the rear would be dealt with solely by Ziegfei and Yang Jing. At this moment, Yang Jing had transformed into a shadow, leaping continuously among the thickets. In such a shadowy setting, the master of assassination found an unparalleled battlefield. She melded seamlessly with the shadows, virtually invisible as she traversed the battlefield with astonishing speed. The only discernible feature for the mercenaries was the solitary pink plum blossom adorning her left shoulder. However, spotting that blossom was far from a harbinger of good fortune. It signified that your fate was sealed. Ugh. The number of mercenaries collapsing inexplicably grew, initially able to catch a glimpse of a dark figure darting past. Yet now they could not even perceive the shadow. The mercenaries were not foolish. They realized that with each fallen comrade, the speed of the shadow surged. It was the master assassin. Damn it. How could a master assassin be here? The assassin's exclusive technique, the moment of assassination. Yang Jing wielded her Yulan sword with ruthless precision, slicing through each mercenary's neck as if harvesting wheat, her face devoid of expression, as if the act of killing bore no weight upon her conscience. Truly a burdensome task, she had to single-handedly eliminate the more than 20 mercenaries in the rear. What? You ask about her teammates? They were perched in the trees, watching the spectacle unfold. How could this be? How could this be? Unbeknownst to them, all had been slaughtered. The last mercenary gazed at the field strewn with corpses and screamed helplessly, "Who are you? Why are you killing us? Why?" This question could be directed to the King of Hell. Should such a being exist, a mocking voice came from behind. Just as the mercenary turned to retaliate, the tip of a sword pierced through his chest. He looked down to see the blade dripping with blood, each drop forming a crimson flower upon the ground. Gagging, the mercenary spat blood, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly, as he slumped helplessly into the pool of blood. Until the very end, he saw no enemy. As the mercenary fell, the figure of Ziegfei, cloaked in black, emerged from the shadows, gripping a dagger, blood slowly seeping from the blade to the hilt, slick and viscous in his palm. Ziegfei cast a glance at the corpses below. It was his first experience of taking a life. Yet, whether it was the overwhelming shock of severed heads at the auction or the atmosphere of the battlefield, he felt surprisingly calm, devoid of any intense emotions regarding the bodies at his feet. As if his very being had long since acclimated to the violence of battle ahead, Yang Jing's form gradually materialized from the shadows. Ziegfei could not muster the energy to ponder further. He wiped away non-existent sweat and donned the signature smile of one who had claimed a life. Approaching Yang Jing, who was just emerging from the darkness. What a grueling battle it has been. Yang Jing regarded him with disdain. We truly are remarkable, she replied. Her eyes filled with utter contempt. It was nothing short of a massacre. We have collectively dispatched 28 people, she remarked, looking at him as one would regard putrid refuse. Ahem. Let us rendezvous with the main force. He awkwardly shifted the topic, before the onslaught. Ahead of the caravan. Roland and Katerina had neutralized all adversaries. The remaining mercenaries, stripped of their will to resist, cast down their weapons and knelt, prostrating themselves as if they were pounding garlic. Please, spare my life. I am willing to do anything. Anything. The slaves observed this scene, their numb expressions tinged with astonishment. So it turns out these lofty mercenaries also had moments of humility akin to their own. Hey, we are over here. Katerina was the first to spot Ziegfei and Yang Jing. Waving her hands in greeting, Roland turned at the sound, and in the distance, saw a man clad in black robes with a smile, and a woman in sleek black attire, exuding an air of coldness. The gentle spring sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled golden shadows upon them, while a vast expanse of corpses lay behind them. The juxtaposition of two starkly different atmospheres in the same moment sent chills down the spine. They strolled leisurely, unhurried, as if they were the protagonists of this world. Roland was astonished to note that neither of them bore a single trace of blood, not even a speck of dust. Even he, formidable as he was, could not escape some bloodstains after a battle. An involuntary shudder coursed through him, his voice trembling. Is this the team of heroes? Chapter 43. The Black Sun Incompetents, a bunch of useless fools. Inside the carriage, Hilton screamed almost frantically, his wrinkled face twisted in fury, lacking any semblance of a dignified merchant. I paid you all so much. What good are you? What good are you? He suddenly glared at the quaking female secretary cowering in a corner. His bloodshot eyes filled with rage. I am asking you. What use are you? What purpose do you serve? He raised his leg to kick the defenseless woman. The bruises on her exposed thigh blossomed. As she desperately cradled her head, stifling her sobs, selfishness, misplaced rage, and a penchant for bullying the weak. Humanity's baser instincts were laid bare in this old man's outburst. What a lively scene! The carriage door swung open, revealing a youth in a black cloak, his expression rife with cold mockery. Hilton's heart plummeted. Ever since the attack, he had been convincing himself that the hero would not deceive him. The hero had no need to deceive him. It was merely a misunderstanding. Now, all his self-deception crumbled before the harsh reality. Hilton's eyes bulged with fury. You betrayed me. How could you deceive me? You are a hero. How could you deceive a 69-year-old man? Faced with the nearly deranged old man, Ziegfei merely shrugged. In our village, we knock out livestock with a stick before slaughtering them. You? Hilton's eyes turned red, his fingers clawing as he lunged at the man before him. Ziegfei responded with a swift kick to the old man's abdomen. Hilton's body crashed through the carriage, exploding from the other side in a shower of splinters and dust. Unable to defeat mercenaries. Yet you cannot best a 69-year-old man? Heaving. From the woods, Kellen Shida emerged, shouldering a massive sword nearly her own height. The sword's hilt was crafted from gold, encrusted with numerous magical crystals, casting a brilliant glow from afar. Durandal, not merely a fantastical weapon but also a lavish artifact. Kellen Shida, as the seventh in command for this operation, had, like Ziegfei, been watching from the sidelines. As a woman of exceptional strength and speed. She longed to join the fray but was dissuaded by Roland and Ziegfei's joint counsel. What if the boss gets hurt? The employees would be left to fend for themselves. Her task was to bear Durandal as a precaution. And, With elegance and beauty, the princess swung the massive sword down in the astonished gaze of the slaves. Clang! A dozen massive iron chains snapped in response. Sheeta's face flashed with surprise. She had not anticipated the chains binding hundreds would be so easily severed. It broke? It broke? Are we free? The slaves exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Sheeta planted the giant sword into the ground, her voice resonant and sweet. Indeed, you are free. No chains in this world shall bind you any longer. Starting today, pursue your desires. The young woman radiated with vitality, her beautiful, crystalline green eyes brimming with joy. A halo of pure light emerged behind her, casting a warm glow in all directions. The fresh scars and old wounds upon the slaves began to heal in this pure white light, and they realized that this girl before them was as beautiful as an angel, evoking an irresistible urge to follow her. Prayers for healing, prayers for the saint's halo, the saint of the sun god cult. Sheeta shone like the warm sun above, releasing gentle light to nurture the slaves' numb hearts. Katerina stroked her chin in awe. Your Highness is impressive. You can simultaneously invoke two prayers. Indeed, it seems the final step proceeded quite smoothly. Roland agreed with a nod. Siegfried glanced at Sheeta, radiant in the light, then at the squatting figure of the gardener, Bobo. Beside him, he smiled, or rather, his expression had not changed, remaining a chilling grin. Yang Jing? What do you think of these slaves? Parasites, a piercing insight. The two wanderers silently exchanged thoughts, one seasoned and the other shrewd in human nature, immediately discerning the slave's true essence, concluding that this matter would not simply come to an end. What are you doing? A hoarse, furious voice broke through, as Hilton clutched his abdomen, unsteadily rising to his feet, disheveled and pale. Yet his eyes glimmered with murderous intent and madness. Have you forgotten who has been providing for you, worthless wretches? Who has maintained you? It is I, Hilton Hoover. Without me, what purpose do you parasites serve? Why are you still standing there? Quickly, grab your weapons and eliminate them. The enslaved individuals, deeply entranced by the aura of the saintly maiden, were suddenly jolted awake. They frantically glanced around, some even stumbling and falling to the ground, their chains around their necks having snapped. With no one to guide them, they had forgotten even the way to escape. Incompetence, I am here. Come forth and serve as my shield. The slaves seemed to hear the divine summons, hastily picking up the weapons of the fallen mercenaries and surging towards Hilton, encircling him. They turned their backs to those who had shackled them, brandishing their blades towards those who promised liberation. A few subhuman slaves bore expressions of conflicted agony, yet still extended their sharp claws toward Kalingside. What is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do? Roland's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the situation would spiral so rapidly, and now it was too late to offer assistance. The chains had not truly broken. In essence, Hilton did not require chains to bind his slaves. This was the true method of Hilton the slaver, who once ravaged the continent. He himself was the most unyielding of iron chains. Just like Bobo, who had been free from his cage for nearly 20 years, yet still had to bow like a dog before this old man. The absurdity of the scene unfolded before them, and Siegfried could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, what a splendid pack of canine lackeys! He strode forward, extravagantly shaking a finger and proclaiming, Kalingside, remember this. Once humans become accustomed to prolonged servitude, they transform into mere parasites, lacking even a backbone. Parasites? Are you referring to us? A young half-orc questioned, baring his teeth in defiance. He had only recently become a slave, and his spirit had yet to be completely dulled. Is there anyone else? Siegfried continued. You lack even this modicum of self-awareness, and I genuinely envy your carefree mentality. Think. You need only be led like dogs by your masters. Such a worry-free existence. On what grounds do you say this? Have you ever understood our plight? Can you comprehend our suffering? It is precisely because you fools are so rotten yet remain oblivious to your circumstances that I felt compelled to enlighten you. All right. Siegfried pointed at the faces of the slaves, grimy and numb, relentlessly mocking. Look at these lapdogs. Even when beaten and kicked, even when their dignity is trampled into nothingness, even when they live lives worse than that of a dog, it matters not. After all, the esteemed master will bestow upon us a morsel to eat. Among you were once valiant soldiers, skilled warriors, and noble scions with grand aspirations. You could have resisted enslavement, could have lived better lives. But why bother? After all, the esteemed master will provide us with sustenance. Are you all imbeciles? No, you are clever. You are smarter than anyone else. The life of having food handed to you is quite pleasant. Is it not? After all, even in a kingdom on the brink of ruin, toiling away does not guarantee a full meal. Better to remain caged, for the esteemed master will surely provide us with food. With food, we can survive. To survive is the greatest blessing. Zigfai's icy words reverberated through the woods, mercilessly exposing the slaves' most sordid and repugnant inner selves. The young half-orc's neck flushed crimson, yet he could muster no retort. Zigfai, devoid of any imposing presence, seemed to overshadow the radiant halo of the Sun Maiden, transforming it into a mere shadow. Standing there was a black sun. "What do you understand?" Murmurs arose among the enslaved. "We did not choose this fate for ourselves. We once—" Zigfai waved his hand in annoyance. "I have no interest in your past. If you wish to claim you are still human, then prove it to me." "Prove?" He pointed to an old man in the crowd, his face lined with wrinkles, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. "There lies a beast." All the slaves involuntarily turned to gaze at Hilton, now encircled by them. Their eyes began to glow red, a surge of inexplicable fervor coursing through their minds, shattering their reason. "Your will to deceive is now activated." "What are you doing?" Hilton stared at the encroaching slaves, his lips quivering, face as pale as parchment. "Look closely at who I am. I am your master. I am Hilton Hoover, and you filthy peasants are all sustained by me. Do you understand?" He despaired as he realized that the wall of protection which once shielded him had now transformed into an impenetrable cage, locking him in, just as he had always done to these slaves. "Without me, you cannot survive. Do you comprehend? Do not do this. We can talk. We can negotiate. I can offer you more meat at every meal. And I will no longer whip you." How does that sound? The wall of bodies closed in, and fear utterly shattered Hilton's mental defenses. "Stay back. Retreat, you damned bastards. Get away from me, ah!" The enslaved, their eyes blazing crimson, surged forward, tearing into Hilton's flesh with their teeth, eager to consume every drop of this beast's blood and every morsel of his meat. "Ah!" The chilling, hoarse screams echoed through the skies. Zigfai patted the downcast Bobo beside him and chuckled. "Hey, lift your head and listen. Hear that? The sound of slaughtering pigs. How amusing. Ha ha ha." Bobo raised his face, tears streaming from his eyes. Eye in the haze, he caught the scent of blood in the air, heard the anguished wails of Hilton amidst the carnage, and saw the dark-robed youth reaching out to him. That was a pitch-black sun. Current publicly available information: name, Roland Pedinin, male, 28 years old, race, human, faction, order, occupation, Golden Knight. Once a Rose Knight of the Queen, now the Guardian Knight of the Princess. After the coup, he resolutely abandoned his territory and wife to escort his liege on the path of escape. A model knight is often not a good husband. Specialization: Swordsmanship 83, Master, Military Tactics 79, Expert, Tactical Planning 56, Proficient, Combat Skills, Knight's Charge Arc Flash, as steadfast as a mountain. Ability data: Strength, S, Agility, S, Magic, B, Intelligence, B, Luck, A, Leadership, C, Overall Evaluation, S dash da. Ability data: Durandal Enhancement Strength, S, Agility, S, Magic, B, Intelligence, B, Luck, A, Leadership, C, Overall Evaluation, S. Note: there are quite a few S-level Holy Knights, yet only one S-level Golden Knight. Chapter 44. Bobo's Scout, attempting a first-person narrative, be it dogs or slaves. I ceased to care about such distinctions long ago. I am an anomaly among my kind, born with minimal affinity for dark elements. While other children easily grasped shadow magic, I could not even sense the most basic flow of elemental energy. The elders claimed I had desecrated the shadow goddess, and thus endured this punishment. The village children often bullied me, delighting in pushing me into manure while I was fertilizing the crops, using shadows to stealthily approach from behind. Only my parents treated me with a modicum of kindness. They would always assure me that as I grew older, my affinity would improve, and I would surely become an excellent spy. Yet I knew they were deceiving me. They held no real hope for me. The evidence lay in the fact that my younger siblings always received more treats than I did. But I did not mind. I had no desire to become ASPOM. My dream was to be a bard. A free and great bard. I envisioned joining a team of adventurers, pinning their heroic tales into songs that would resonate across the continent. I had heard of a city of sacred songs in the eastern part of the Orpheus Empire, home to a school dedicated to training bards. Once I come of age, I would journey there, while you fools remained forever in the shadows. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was. The distance from the village to the empire was vast, and I did not even know the location of the city of sacred songs. However, I eventually arrived at the city, albeit as a slave. It was around the time I turned 9 when a band of mercenaries invaded our village, abducting the villagers. Perhaps they had heard rumors that my kind were the finest spies and intended to capture us for sale to various military factions. Yet these mercenaries were remarkably foolish. Knowing that we were the best spies, they still believed they could succeed. Well, they did succeed, but only in capturing me. The others had hidden in shadows at the first sign of attack. Where there were no shadows, they conjured them with magic, except for me. I could not perform any magic at all. To this day, I vividly recall the flames engulfing our home, my father clutching my sister, my mother holding my brother, as they leaped into the shadows, leaving me alone in the cellar. Perhaps in their eyes, my presence made no difference to the family. Eventually, I was discovered by the mercenaries. They arrived with several skeletal hounds, which I had heard referred to in poetry as the hounds of Tyndalos. These beasts possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of living beings. The mercenaries quickly discovered my hiding place in the cellar. They were overjoyed, for the commotion they had caused nearly resulted in their return empty-handed. I became their sole prize, and rather than suffering abuse, I was treated as a treasured possession. Every request I made was met with agreement. They treated me far better than my own parents ever had. At that moment, I felt a sense of pride as I had them procure numerous poetry collections for me, something my parents had always deemed unnecessary and refused to buy. Thus, I had resorted to memorizing verses from wandering bards passing through the village, transcribing them into my notebook. This notebook I carried with me at all times, even clutching it to my chest while I hid in the cellar. I implored them to take me to the city of Canticles, and when they refused, I threatened to bite my tongue in despair. To my amusement, they eventually relented and did indeed escort me to the city of Canticles, a place I had only ever visited in dreams. The streets were alive with bards performing at every corner, their audiences encircling them, occasionally tossing coins into the open instrument cases as a token of appreciation for their melodious voices. As I sat in the cart, I could hear the music and songs emanating from the shops and homes around me. I expressed my desire to step outside. Yet this time the mercenaries did not acquiesce. They bound me and gagged me with strips of cloth to prevent me from inflicting harm upon myself. It was at this moment that I realized I had become a slave. Slaves possess no human rights. They are merely obliged to obey their masters. The city of Canticles lay so tantalizingly close, right before my eyes, yet it felt so distant, as if I would never tread its streets. When the mercenaries learned that the prized bard they had labored so hard to capture could not even wield a single dark spell, their fury nearly led them to slay me. Frankly, their exasperation was quite comical. Although they spared my life, they did give me a thorough beating, as I had previously taken delight in mocking them. For the next 3 days, they deprived me of water. I desperately squeezed saliva from my mouth to moisten my throat, for I needed to preserve my voice. How else could I aspire to be a bard? Finally, when I was on the brink of losing consciousness from thirst, they provided me with water, albeit with a foul odor. I recall one of them tasting particularly sweet, perhaps from an excess of sugar. Subsequently, I was taken to the Hoover Consortium, where President Hilton personally met with me. He scolded the reckless mercenaries and inquired about my well-being with feigned concern. In that fleeting moment, I found myself genuinely believing he might be benevolent. He assigned me a room that was relatively pleasant. Though if the walls had not been iron bars, it would have been perfect. Thus began my life as a slave, yet I must admit, it bore little difference from my previous existence in the village. Perhaps my circumstances were even improved. I no longer toiled in the fields, nor was I forced to study incomprehensible spells. I had ample time to practice singing and was provided with better meals than I had ever enjoyed at home. However, my voice soon became hoarse from overuse. Perhaps my singing was truly unpleasing. Hilton poured boiling water down my throat using a funnel, and I remember his laughter echoing with delight. Perhaps my voice was not as terrible as I had thought. At least my screams seemed to entertain. They subsequently burned my notebook, which saddened me deeply. It was then that the thought of escape first crept into my mind. I discerned the guards' patrol patterns, pried open the lock with a fishbone, and slipped out unnoticed. My innate sensitivity to magical fluctuations allowed me to evade all patrols, and I was so close to freedom, just a hair's breadth away. Alas, the beautiful foxwoman living nearby betrayed me, summoning the guards and claiming I had fled. Hilton did not order a manhunt, but instead stationed guards at all exits. The moment I stepped outside, I was met by a throng of soldiers. This time, Hilton used scissors to sever all the flesh tendrils from my face, and I could no longer sense the magical energies surrounding me. I was reduced to a short, weak, voiceless wretch. Yet Hilton was pleased. He remarked that I provided him with much amusement, and thus my rations improved. By the way, that foxwoman became Hilton's personal slave for her treachery, often adorned in gold and silver, as she came to thank me for the fortune I had unwittingly bestowed upon her. It seemed I was not entirely useless after all. I could still make some contribution. Later, I was purchased by the Royal Secret Service and subjected to grueling training, where a single misstep could mean death. The instructors often used my stature as an excuse to impose even more demanding exercises upon me. Fate can be cruel, yet I ultimately became a spy. Eventually, the queen known as Vivian appeared and abolished the institution of slavery, thereby restoring my freedom. But what good did that do? I was still compelled to risk my life undertaking perilous covert missions. And if captured by the enemy, I would either face severe torture or have my comrades silence me. Queen Rose? Ha! What difference is there between her and Hilton? She liberated slaves to earn her own glory, while Hilton trafficked them for profit. Both are driven by self-interest. There is no distinction. I have resolved that I would stoop to any depths to survive. I could betray the only person in the court who had shown me kindness. Clinchied, for aligning with the stronger Roderick would ensure my survival. I could even betray the formidable Roderick, as Siegfried Mellon is even more powerful. Speaking of Lord Mellon, it is curious how he always seems to probe my sincerity through subtle hints. I will not be deceived. After all, he seeks to exploit me as well, and once I am of no value, I shall be discarded like the others. It must be so, without a doubt, to survive. To simply endure. One day I shall return to the City of Canticles. For that, I am willing to commit the most despicable acts and endure the greatest humiliations, as long as I keep my eyes closed and my head bowed. Adopting a sycophantic demeanor, all matters can be resolved amicably. I can endure. I have always lived this way, so do not look at me with such gentle expressions. Hey, lift your head and listen. Hear that? The wailing. Akin to a slaughtered pig. How amusing. Ha ha ha. This candidate for heroism possesses a truly vile character. From the moment our eyes first met in the wilderness, I understood. This fellow is a rogue, a thorough scoundrel. Far worse than Hilton's abhorrent cruelty. However, he is correct. Hilton's screams are indeed particularly comical, reminiscent of a pig being butchered. Ha 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 ha. Why am I crying? No, that cannot be right. Why tears have long since dried up many years ago. Why do you extend your hand towards me? Why show me this scene? Why smile so gently? What do you understand about me? What do you truly know? Disgusting, disgusting. Bobo, no chains in this world can bind a barred scout. Your chains have long since been broken. From this day forth, spread your wings and soar freely. What is this fellow rambling about? It makes no sense. Crack. Was that merely my imagination, or did I truly hear something shatter? Do not pat my head. Do you not know it will hinder my growth? What do you wish to convey? I already understand. That night at the Hoover Consortium, I comprehended your intent. I understood, Lord Mellon. I have never encountered fortune in my life. Even after becoming a royal spy, I still struggle to survive in a treacherous hell. But perhaps at that moment when our gazes met in the wilderness, that was the first time destiny revealed its mercy to me. Current public information. Name, Bobo. Gender, male. Age, 36. Race, Bard faction. Order rank. Shadow Vanguard. The Bard Scout, having shed his chains, can no longer be restrained by overwhelming talent. He is a genius spy, and more importantly, he shall be of service to you. Specialized skills. Reconnaissance 85, Survival, Unique, 62, Acting 51, Assassination 41, Singing 39. Combat skills. Silent Observation. Merging with Shadows, Ability Data, Strength, C Agility, S Magic, D Intelligence, B Luck, C Leadership, B Overall Evaluation. Remarks. I have stated that they are born scouts. Chapter 45, Hilton. My dear friend Bobo, no chains in this world can bind a Bard Scout. Your chains have long since been broken. From this day forth, spread your wings and soar freely. Zigfi gazed tenderly at the weeping Bobo, articulating the sentiments he had long wished to convey to this gardener. He gently patted Bobo's head before turning away, leaving behind a towering silhouette. Much like many a villain, the moment he pivoted, the warmth that had graced his visage vanished without a trace, leaving only a frigid indifference. As though all that had transpired was mere pretense, he murmured softly, Bobo, the chains of your past have been unshackled. From this day forth, I shall be your chain. Zigfi had finally transformed this gardener, brimming with untapped potential, into his devoted subordinate. He had sensed this latent prowess early on, a testament to his years of experience in human resources, which had honed his perceptive abilities. As he unraveled Bobo's emotional turmoil through deceitful words, he felt a palpable surge of energy emanate from the gardener. The system, Shannon, also revealed Bobo's true rank as a scout. Shadow Vanguard, a rank of A, corresponding to that of an assassin master and a golden knight. This rank belonged to one of the branches of thieves, allowing a transition to either an assassin, adept in assassination, or a scout, more inclined towards reconnaissance and infiltration. With all necessary tasks completed, he left the remainder to Roland. Zigfi strode away from the woods without a backward glance, leaving behind a profound silhouette, akin to a solitary hero burdened with all the infamy. Ah, I am truly magnificent. Yet at that moment, an untimely, frigid voice echoed in his mind. Forgive the interruption of your moment of teenage angst. What now? Intelligence indicated that Hilton possessed a substantial amount of real estate and deposits, the locations of which were known only to him. Zigfi's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as the nearly deceased Hilton. Incidentally, Hilton was on the brink of death, surrounded by layers of slaves, each one eager to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Unfortunately, the space was limited, and most of the slaves couldn't even catch a glimpse of Hilton's face, relegating their frustration to spitting in that direction. Though they likely spat upon the heads of fellow slaves, it at least provided some mental relief. Just then, a voice, nearly igniting with urgency, rang out, Stop! Everyone, cease! Do not harm my dear friend. Zigfi, with his C-grade strength, forcibly carved a path through the brutish subhumans. He shouted, nearly in tears, Stop this madness, you fools! My money! My money! The slaves were taken aback. What on earth was happening to the brave hero? Why did he weep as if mourning a lost mother? Get away from me, you bumbling idiots! Zigfi kicked aside an orc that was gnawing ravenously at Hilton. Hilton lay on the ground, his insides torn apart, bloodied and mangled, every inch of him marred, with a gaping bite on his withered face exposing stark white bone. A sight most gruesome. He seemed beyond saving. Not even the reincarnation of Hua Tua could restore him now. Zigfi was bereft of hope, disregarding Hilton's filthy blood as he lifted the broken figure, crying out in anguish, My friend, who is the beast that has done this to you? Hilton, already struggling for breath, was further agitated by Zigfi's outcry, and his breathing faltered. Zigfi wept even louder, embracing Hilton's shattered form, expressing his sorrow over the loss of a dear friend and the pain of helplessness. Every word he spoke rang true, yet the friend he lamented was not Hilton, but rather Hilton's wealth. This successfully triggered the additional effect of his deceitful words. Hold on, you shall not perish yet. Upon hearing these words, astonishingly, Hilton managed to draw a breath, his eyes regaining a glimmer of life. Zigfi was overjoyed, his eloquence pouring forth in a dazzling display of persuasion, rendering the nearly lifeless Hilton utterly bewildered. successfully eliciting the whereabouts of his wealth before the inevitable demise. Ultimately, Hilton breathed his last in Ziegfei's embrace. In that moment, Ziegfei had indeed fulfilled his wish. At least for now, he truly regarded Hilton as a dear brother. Wealth, of course, meant a dear brother, Roland observed with a twisted expression, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. I have never encountered such shamelessness. It appears the brave of the Milan family have some issues. Kellen Sheeta, with her emerald eyes dancing with mirth, gazed at Ziegfei, who was crouched on the ground, wailing in despair, and suddenly burst into laughter. Kellen Sheeta's trust in you has increased, current trust level 65. The voice of System Shannon resonated, indicating that the employer, Kellen Sheeta, was very pleased with Ziegfei's plan, which not only rescued the slaves, but also seized a considerable sum of wealth. Though the Hoover Trading Company was not what it once was, even employing third-rate mercenaries, it still held some legacy, and Hilton's entire fortune was enough to purchase a barony. Just as Ziegfei had previously stated, this plan had effectively resolved both the financial shortage and the lack of talent in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Ziegfei was oblivious to Shannon's notification, as he was currently immersed in the sorrow of losing kin and comrades. Ziegfei, with utmost solemnity, personally dug a grave for Hilton, erecting a stone marker inscribed with the words beloved kin and brothers. The slaves regarded this nobleman of Milan as somewhat unhinged, yet none dared voice their thoughts. Subsequently, a procession of over 200 returned to Fengtao village, while those mercenaries who had surrendered were not spared, all sent to accompany Ziegfei's fallen brother. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, due to the laws established by the Queen, anyone involved in the slave trade, regardless of number, was sentenced to death, with the Rose Knights executing them on the spot. Secondly, Fengtao village simply could not accommodate so many people. Even if the village were prosperous, suddenly having to feed several hundred mouths was unfeasible, as there weren't enough beds for everyone. Thus, the leadership promptly decided it was time to relocate, with the amiable Mr. Hilton having already prepared a new address for the company, the expansive Hoover Trading Company. The slaves found this turn of events baffling, ultimately returning to their original starting point. Current publicly available intelligence. The indestructible holy relic, the peerless illusionary sword Durandal, category, weapon quality, epic, one of the four great treasures of the Morn Kingdom. A sacred artifact left behind by a certain brave hero's companion. It is said to be a sword that never shatters, with nothing it cannot cleave. It is rumored to be a sentient blade, wielded only by those truly virtuous knights. Throughout history, each wielder has embedded a magic crystal representing themselves within the sword, continuously enhancing Durandal's power. Effects. 1. Increases the physical attributes of the wielder by 1 level. 2. Transforms into a legendary weapon when combating undead beings. 3. Enhances the mental resilience of the wielder, making them less susceptible to fear, confusion, charm, and rage. Note: if you find yourself in trouble, seek out this sword. Its master is likely the most upright person in this world. Chapter 46. The interview conference at Fengtao village. However, before returning, an interview conference must be held. At this moment, the square of Fengtao village was teeming with people, with 2 lines stretching from the square to the village entrance. Ziegfei and Yang Jing occupied the front of the queue at their respective tables, conducting ability assessments and personality evaluations for each slave. Both had experience in human resources back on Earth, and returning to their old profession felt second nature. What is your name? What are your special skills? What type of job are you seeking? What are your future plans? The slaves had never encountered such a scenario, each one stammering nervously, reminiscent of someone facing their first job interview. Yet, in truth, these were mere formalities. The two had manuals in hand, directly searching for each interviewee's specialization and capability data. CCDC, simple-minded yet physically robust, assessed and confirmed. Your profession is infantry. Next. But I want to be a mage. My mother said mages are favored by women. The scruffy brute before them was evidently dissatisfied with the job assigned by Ziegfei, waving his massive arms in protest. With your intellect rated A, do you truly wish to be a mage? But my mother said, take him to the infantry camp. The deputy security captain, Katerina, stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the brute, escorting him to Roland's infantry training camp. Oh, you can use magic? Yes, my lord. I specialize in fire magic. I was originally a B-rank adventurer. Excellent. You will be assigned to the magic division, with a monthly salary of 10 gold morn. Thank you, my lord. A young lady with a sprinkling of freckles bowed to Zigfi and excitedly dashed towards the ranks of magicians. This group, known as the Mage Brigade, comprised solely of wizards. Due to the unique nature of magic in this world, magicians were predominantly intellectuals. Such individuals, in the realm of Earth, would be regarded as esteemed researchers. And thus, high salaries were essential to retain their talents. Conversely, the previous oaf, easily replaceable and merely brawny, was a dime a dozen in the village, rendering him far less significant. It is worth noting that the infantry battalion's monthly salary of 50 silver mon was even lower than the military stipend provided by the kingdom. The major shareholder, Zigfi, asserted, the company is still in its nascent stages, with numerous financial demands. As an employee, one must consider the greater good. Personal interest should not cloud one's judgment. Zigfi introduced the exemplary corporate culture of Earth to this foreign world, nearly breaking the usually stoic Yang Jing's composure. Financial acumen 69, negotiation 51, business insight 35, HM? Zigfi raised an eyebrow in surprise. These three areas of expertise were certainly not typical for a mere slave, particularly one possessing an exceedingly rare special skill. Before him stood a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with a slender figure and striking features. She bit her lip, nervously clutching her skirt, her fingertips paling with anxiety. Isn't she Hilton's secretary? What is your name? I am Susan, she stammered. Zigfi pondered for a moment. It seemed Roland had ultimately spared this secretary, as she, too, was a victim of Hilton's whims. Roland had left her in the carriage, but she appeared to have followed the group all the way to Fengtao village. After all, in this world, individuals like her found it incredibly difficult to survive. Noticing Zigfi's prolonged silence, Susan's anxiety intensified. Her eyes turning red as she whimpered, My lord, I can do anything. Please, please do not abandon me. The woman, with tear-filled eyes, resembled a forsaken kitten, evoking a pang of sympathy in Katerina, who stood nearby. My Lord Melon, she has done no wrong. Please accept her. She has even stated that you may do anything to her. Zigfi's eyes twitched, and he retorted, If you remain silent, no one will assume you are mute. This brash girl must be lacking in common sense. Humph, such a crude intellect. He took a deep breath and asked Susan, Is there something you wish to pursue? This is a rare opportunity for newfound freedom. Do you not find it a pity to relinquish it? What is freedom, truly? I have been an orphan since childhood, forced to compete with stray dogs for scraps of stale black bread. Later, I was taken by a lord, treated like an object for his amusement. Even when I cried and pleaded for mercy, he merely laughed and continued to violate me. My lord, I have never experienced freedom. What is freedom? Is it a piece of black bread that fills one's belly? Or a life devoid of violation? All right, I understand. You've made the atmosphere quite somber, Zigfi hastily interjected, cutting off Susan's dark narrative. Any further, and they would be delving into a pit of despair. I get it. You are well versed in the affairs of the Merchant Guild, correct? Yes. Good. Then from this day forth, you shall be the president of the Hoover Merchant Guild. Next. What does it truly take to redeem a person? A sudden change? A heartfelt intention? Or merely a single phrase? Zigfi was uncertain. He had never contemplated the notion of redemption for anyone. His approach was simply to utilize individuals according to their capabilities, assigning them to the roles best suited for their talents, nothing more. Yet perhaps, sometimes, it is such a seemingly inconsequential remark that can save a person. Before him, the woman curled up, covering her face as she sobbed profusely, revealing her bruised thighs, marred with blue and purple marks, nearly devoid of unblemished skin. Utilizing people according to their abilities. Perhaps today was the first time she was treated as a human being. With Katerina's assistance, Susan returned to her room, a privilege reserved for outstanding talents. The others would have to squeeze into tents for the night. This was also Zigfi's arrangement. This man measured a person's worth solely by their capabilities, disregarding their past or experiences, focusing solely on their potential. His decision to take Susan in was not born of pity or sympathy, but purely because she was a useful individual. He could empathize with Susan's pain and confusion. Yet he would not lament her tragic existence. Indeed, Zigfi understood the plight of the weak, yet he did not pity them. For even when he was at his weakest, this man could still care for his sister while biding his time to exact revenge on his uncle and aunt. He had once experienced a period of weakness, thus he comprehended the struggles of the vulnerable. However, he ultimately emerged as a strong individual, one capable of confronting fate head-on, which is why he did not extend sympathy to the weak. He was willing to lend a hand to those who cried out for help, yet his internal thoughts remained unchanged. If I can achieve it, why can't you? This arrogance accompanied Siegfried throughout his life, as it always had and would continue to do so. Current public information: name, Darren Schilliff. Gender, male. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Alignment, lawful rank, mid-stage 6th level. Wind elemental mage, a tragically endearing young prodigy. This 15-year-old mid-tier mage is the disciple of Elder Merlin of the Wind Flower. If he can overcome his slight flaw of timidity, his accomplishments will be boundless. Specialties: Wind element affinity 100, rapid calculation 61, spell structure deconstruction 42, magic, great tornado dance, gale breath, atmospheric barrier, ability statistics, strength, D agility, D magical power, S intelligence, A luck, A leadership, D overall evaluation. A remark: undoubtedly, he is the next generation of Windflower Elders. Chapter 47. Another survivor under the high-pressure, intensive efforts of Siegfried and Yang Jing. The interview conference finally concluded that night, with nearly every slave receiving a suitable position. For those lacking in notable skills and possessing frail bodies, Siegfried, adhering to humanitarian principles, ensured their well-being. He summoned the village's harvest chapel priest to heal the ailing slaves. These individuals would recuperate in the village until they regained their health, at which point they could choose whether to settle in Fengtao village or accompany the company in their endeavors. Siegfried's arrangements were not born out of a sudden moral awakening, but primarily aimed at demonstrating to others that even if they became incapacitated in the future, the company would not abandon them. Only in this manner could the slaves be assured of their safety and be willing to exert themselves. The compensation provided to fallen soldiers on Earth is fundamentally based on this principle of humanitarianism. Klingside's trust in you has increased, currently at 70. The princess was evidently pleased with Siegfried's approach, and her trust level rose once again, leaving only a final 30 progress needed to complete the phase task. Siegfried was taken aback by one particular fact. There were no healing spells on Qilin continent. Only prayers or divine arts possessed the ability to heal ailments. Among these, the priests of the Sun God Church excelled in healing, dispelling curses, and purification, while the priests of the Harvest Church were adept at curing, detoxifying, and warding off diseases. To use gaming terminology, the former specializes in instant healing, while the latter focuses on gradual recovery. However, instant healing comes with significant side effects. Although injuries may be healed in an instant, it simultaneously drains the recipient's stamina. Essentially, after a single holy light treatment, while the injury is mended, the individual is left utterly exhausted, rendering them unable to continue fighting. In contrast, the Harvest Church's earthly restoration provides a slow recovery effect without side effects, allowing for simultaneous healing of both injuries and depleted stamina, empowering the treatment target to grow stronger with each battle. This revelation also clarified a question Siegfried had: why the Sun God Church suppressed the Harvest Church's missionary efforts within the kingdom. The Harvest Church's chapels were ubiquitous across the continent, and one could almost find them in any city, except for Munai and the Mon Kingdom. One could only find a few small chapels in rural areas like Fengtao village, with no sign of the Harvest Church's priests in the cities. The reason was simple: a monopoly on the medical market. The healing arts of the Harvest Church not only provided superior healing effects compared to those of the Sun God Church, but could also eliminate diseases. For the common folk, diseases represented the greatest adversary, while curses were far removed from their concerns. Although the purification abilities of the Sun God Church were formidable, they were of little use to the everyday citizen. Should such a church grow in strength within the kingdom, it would undoubtedly threaten the interests of the Sun God Church. In fact, a significant portion of the Sun God Church's annual revenue derives from their healing arts. With the churches in urban areas essentially serving as the Mon Kingdom's sole designated hospitals, this led Siegfried to contemplate a term: oligopoly. How astonishing! I have encountered media oligarchs, energy oligarchs, financial oligarchs, and metallurgical oligarchs. But this is my first encounter with a medical oligarch. He marveled internally. The medical resources of an entire nation were inexplicably monopolized by a single organization. The state of affairs in this country was beyond dire. It could only be described as terminally ill. Zhai Fei harbored an unsettling premonition. He suspected that his true adversaries in the future would not be the two princely figures in the dead of night. Constant City was in a state of unrest. The esteemed count had nearly summoned every soldier in the city to guard his estate, even offering a handsome reward to hire adventurers for patrolling the vicinity of the count's mansion. Outside of Gold Grain Street, the presence of patrolling guards was nearly non-existent. This neglect had directly led to a surge in thievery, with the impoverished denizens of the slums spilling into residential areas. The neighborhoods were thus illuminated at night, for it was entirely plausible that just as one extinguished their oil lamp, a lockpicking thief with a 70 proficiency would stealthily invade their home. Ready to feast. At 67 Gold Grain Street, the Hoover Trading Company, Zhai Fei had miscalculated one detail. The survivors of the merchant caravan did not consist solely of Susan. Another individual had also escaped Roland's wrath. In the inner courtyard, Cotman panted heavily, drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a deluge. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he appeared to have lost a noticeable amount of weight. Indeed, this rotund man had survived. He was one of the two remaining members of the Hoover Trading Company, as the second in command. Cotman lacked both the intellect and the audacity of President Hilton. However, he possessed a unique talent that even Hilton admired greatly, a skill that elevated him to the foremost position under the president and enabled him to escape the recent ambush. Special skill. Risk Prevention 42, Advanced. Cotman had sensed the impending danger behind this transaction early on, warning Hilton multiple times that it could be a ruse. Yet, the president, entranced by delusions, refused to heed his warnings and stubbornly led everyone to the meeting place. Sealing their fates, Cotman's opposition resulted in him being relegated to the back of the group. But this became his opportunity for survival. 5 minutes before the ambush commenced, Cotman keenly detected a shift in the atmosphere and discreetly separated from the group to observe from a distant vantage point. As anticipated, the transaction was indeed a trap. The Hoover caravan was swiftly obliterated, and President Hilton was mercilessly devoured by frenzied slaves. Terrified, Cotman fled through the thicket, racing back to Constant City from noon until nightfall. This portly fellow had likely never engaged in such strenuous exercise in his life. However, at that moment, his excitement far outweighed his fear. In the inner courtyard of the trading company, a cart laden with goods awaited. Cotman tirelessly loaded the cart with the treasures from the warehouse. "Forgive me, President, but I did warn you. Your disbelief has led to your demise. Rather than let these valuables rot here, I shall claim them. You have treated me well over the years. Rest assured, I will use this wealth to rebuild the company." Cotman was in a fervor, his emotions of tension, fear, excitement, and anticipation intertwining, heightening his exhilaration to an almost transcendent degree. He busily moved between the warehouse and the cart, contemplating hiring a few secretaries for himself, while loading box after box of gold into the vehicle. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice the peculiar transformation enveloping the entire Hoover Trading Company. Beneath the courtyard's grass and the tiles of the estate, a strange black smoke began to seep forth. This sinister mist twisted and coiled up the walls, ascending towards the roof, shrouding the estate in an ominous veil. Had there been guards passing nearby, they would have been astonished to find the opulent and extravagant Hoover Trading Company building entirely vanished, leaving behind only an empty plot of land. Unfortunately, the guards were preoccupied safeguarding the Count's mansion at 1 Gold Grain Street. Not far from 6-7, as Cotman loaded the final box of gold onto the cart, he wiped the perspiration from his brow with his sleeve. "All right, it is time to depart. The next chapter belongs to me." He stifled a laugh, climbed onto the cart, and raised his whip, ready to set off. However, he soon realized that the two pack horses before him had bizarrely twisted their heads backward, staring intently at him. Their eyes were devoid of any vitality, resembling two soulless corpses. No, they did not resemble corpses. They were corpses. The two pack horses were dead. Cotman's hand, poised to crack the whip, froze in midair as a chilling wave of numbness coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. With a thud, his corpulent body slumped and fell from the cart. He noticed that at some point, an eerie silence had engulfed the surroundings. The bright moon and twinkling stars in the night sky had vanished. Leaving only an unfathomable darkness, a wave of intense terror surged within him, and Cotman screamed, only to discover that he could no longer produce a sound. Crack, crack, crack. His cervical spine emitted a series of strained cracks. As if controlled by some indescribable force, his neck slowly twisting at an unnatural angle to mirror that of the two deceased horses. Before Cotman's horrified gaze appeared a warehouse, an edifice identical to a slave warehouse. Yet, Cotman knew full well that the Hoover Trading Company had only one warehouse. What loomed before him? The ominous warehouse's doors swung wide open, with tattered seals fluttering against the doorframe in the absence of wind. He felt his consciousness being inexorably drawn towards the eerie structure. No, it was no longer merely a warehouse. Cotman beheld a colossal skull. The gaping doorway was the skull's vast maw, and his very soul was being drawn out of his body by that gaping maw. Struggle, struggle, struggle. Cotman desperately endeavored to save himself, but in despair, he realized that he could not even move a single finger. His body turned cold, his vision blurred, and his consciousness began to dissipate. At that moment, Cotman truly understood what it meant to be beyond the reach of reality. Crack. In his hazy vision, Cotman observed as the massive skull slowly closed its mouth. That was his final memory. Chapter 48. The Player Golden Capital. Androsalist, on Roderick's desk, lay a map of the kingdom, meticulously detailing the current spheres of influence of the prominent nobles. Scattered across the map were a dozen chess pieces, crafted from crystal, representing lavishly dressed ministers, fully armored knights, dashing princes, and noble, graceful princesses. This was a popular tabletop game in the Orpheus Empire known as war chess. Players must utilize each piece's unique abilities to conquer their opponent's fortress, achieving victory by either capturing the opponent's stronghold or annihilating all their pieces. Prince Roderick, the second prince, stared intently at the game before him. As a true prince, his visage exceeded that of the carved pieces. His contemplative frown enough to make any noble maiden weak at the knees. Years ago, during his studies abroad, he was first introduced to this game, becoming utterly captivated. His exceptional military mind allowed him to master the game with remarkable ease. For 3 consecutive years, the illustrious Taurus Military Academy's War Chess Society was utterly defeated by this novice. Rumor had it that in an effort to salvage their reputation before this foreigner, the Academy's professors personally entered the fray, yet none could withstand Roderick's prowess for more than 30 moves. Roderick relished this game so much that upon returning from his studies, he commissioned artisans to carve a special set of pieces for him. Has something occurred? Why has His Highness been so deeply absorbed in thought these past few days? The great knight Fran Alvis, the next Duke of the North, Roderick's guardian and childhood companion, sat anxiously nearby, watching his pensive friend. This prince had always been extraordinary. Though he lacked exceptional combat talent, he possessed an extraordinary strategic vision and tactical planning ability. Regardless of how intricate the situation, Roderick could perceive its essence at a glance, piercing directly to the core. The evidence lay in the current state of the kingdom. The forces aligned with the princess had been fragmented and disbanded, while the eldest prince could only cling to life under the support of Duke Bylon. Relying on the high walls of the ancient Chalk City, nobles from various regions flocked to the royal capital to pledge their allegiance to their new sovereign, while the long-diminished Mohn royal family began to show signs of a resurgence toward power. Yet, it was this very Roderick who found himself mired in contemplation, ensnared in his own game. Fran was beside himself with worry. He yearned to inquire about the situation, but he understood that if it was something so troublesome that even Roderick found it challenging, knowing the details would be of no assistance. Remaining silent and allowing the prince to ponder in peace was the greatest help he could offer. Roderick surveyed the kingdom map, his long index finger rhythmically tapping the tabletop. War chess typically utilized a fixed board, yet Roderick had never employed a board in his games. His battlefield was not the small square wooden board, but rather the Mohn kingdom itself, the entirety of the Chilon continent. Since the outbreak of civil war 6 months prior, he had navigated this board named Mohn with unparalleled success, manipulating all factions at his will. He anticipated that this internal conflict would conclude within 6 months. Indeed, thus far, everything has been progressing along the trajectory he meticulously established. However, he recently found himself confronted with inexplicable anomalies within his strategic framework. This unsettling sensation first arose 4 days ago with the arrival of a battle report. The intelligence from his spies proved erroneous. resulting in the complete annihilation of the pursuing forces. Initially, Roderick was taken aback but dismissed it, merely elevating the threat level posed by the Golden Knight Roland. Yet, the subsequent peculiarities compelled him to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. His personal female bodyguard, Xingmei, delivered a report that starkly contradicted another spy's account and subsequently vanished without a trace. Alongside her disappearance was that of the infiltrator embedded within Clinhith's circle. The scout Boboed it was as if they had conspired to betray him simultaneously. At this juncture, even Roderick, let alone Fran, could sense that something was amiss. Following this, yet another confidential letter was hastily dispatched to the royal palace overnight. The intelligence contained within this missive struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the composed and sagacious Roderick momentarily speechless. Mylan has emerged in Constan. The letter bore but this brief statement. Yet, for the sake of this succinct message, teleportation arrays spanning 9 cities were activated, expending nearly 100,000 gold mon to deliver it from the distant Earl of Constan to Roderick within mere hours. Such was the value attributed to Mylan. With Bobo's disappearance, Xingmei's betrayal, Clinhith's concealment, and Mylan's emergence, Roderick's keen instincts informed him that a singular hand was orchestrating these disruptions, manipulating his chessboard with reckless abandon, gradually toppling the edifice he had constructed over the past 6 months. Frankly speaking, Roderick cared little for Clinhith's whereabouts, nor did he find himself troubled by the betrayals of Xingmei and Bobo. He was even indifferent to the sudden appearance of Mylan. He remained unconcerned because these individuals were mere pawns. The chessboard known as Mon was populated with countless pieces, each harboring their own ambitions as they converged from all corners of the world. Now, even an anomaly like Mylan had appeared on the board, but what of it? No matter how formidable a piece may be, it remains just that, a piece. Even if it possessed the prowess to eliminate all others, it could not escape the fate of being discarded by the player and relegated to the confines of the chess box. Roderick had always sat alone before the board, deftly maneuvering each piece, maintaining absolute control over the game, with none posing a challenge to him. For on this board, there existed but one player, Roderick himself, while the others were merely pieces. Yet now, Roderick sensed a vague silhouette had materialized across the board. An indistinct figure twirling the crystal piece that symbolized the king, regarding him with a mocking gaze that danced between amusement and menace. "Come, let us play." A surge of exhilarating adrenaline surged through his veins, and an uncontrollable, fierce grin spread across Roderick's handsome visage. Ah, indeed. The player has never cared for the lives or deaths of the pieces, nor for the board itself, nor the game as a whole. Their only concern lies with the other player seated opposite them. The game is merely a means of contesting victory and defeat. Should circumstances permit, Roderick would not hesitate to seize a weapon and engage his opponent in direct conflict. The adrenaline coursing through him rendered his palms slightly damp. It had been far too long since he had felt such excitement. He gazed contemplatively towards the position of the Earl of Constan, murmuring, "Who, exactly, are you, my lord? What did you say?" Fran inquired, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Moments ago, when Roderick had smiled, the temperature in the office had spiked dramatically. This was the effect of Roderick's divine blessing, the protection of the sun god. However, it was not the rising temperature that made Fran sweat. It was the ferocious grin upon Roderick's face, in Fran's memory. Every time his lord exhibited such an expression, it signaled misfortune for many. Roderick did not respond to his friend's query. Instead, he took a deep breath to steady the tumultuous storm within him and asked meaningfully, "Fran, what kind of person do you think I am?" "Upright, courageous, possessing unparalleled intelligence and strategy. You are the most exceptional individual I have ever encountered, and your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of your mother," Fran replied, standing tall and resolute. "Is that so? Yet I perceive myself as a cunning and malevolent individual, one who resorts to any means necessary." "Please do not jest in such a manner," Fran retorted, his expression stern. "Your only flaw, my lord, is your penchant for self-deprecation. You often portray yourself as a villain. This cannot stand. As a guardian knight, I cannot allow my lord to harbor such erroneous notions." Roderick regarded his childhood companion with amusement, shaking his head in exasperation. He turned his gaze towards the brilliantly illuminated capital, focusing on the southern direction of the Earl of Constan, and silently pondered, upright, courageous, possessing unparalleled intelligence and strategy. My kind, are you truly such a person? Achoo! In the midst of slumber, Zigfai suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose and turned over, returning to a deep sleep. Chapter 49. Plum Blossom Inner Guard. Zigfai had initially intended to stay in Wind Peach Village for just one night before relocating the several hundred individuals to the Hoover Chamber of Commerce in the city. But reality proved otherwise. Firstly, bringing such a large group into the city would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention. The newly established princess's company could ill afford such scrutiny. Furthermore, the Hoover Chamber housed a ticking time bomb, the eerie warehouse known as the Altar of Death. Without addressing this peril, Zigfai dared not take residence there. Thus, early this morning, he dispatched Yang Jing to the city to assess the situation at the altar. If it proved untenable, he would relocate elsewhere. After all, the old fellow Hilton had ample real estate at his disposal. Moo, with Nana. Come, wait for me. Hey, I am the captain. The 5 delightful little elves of Wind Peach Village scampered past, laughing and playing. These charming creatures had fully adapted to life in the village. Today, under the guidance of their squad leader, Tova, they would venture into the nearby mountains to hunt. Although they lacked adult supervision, there was no cause for concern. As the company's strongest combatant, the ancient dragon Fafnir was also in their midst. Hopefully, they would not disrupt the ecological balance of the surrounding area. The environmentally conscious Zigfai felt a twinge of worry for the natural world near Wind Peach Village. Fearing that these little rascals might wreak havoc in recent days, the pair of elven twin maidens had gradually lowered their guard around others. With Fafnir's perhaps somewhat imprecise translation, Zigfai learned that they had been ensnared by a group of necromancers. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he promptly resolved to rid himself of these troublesome burdens. Necromancers? Aren't they the lunatics of the undead cult? What normal necromancer would dare show their face in the kingdom? Fearing the sun god's inquiry, these 2 elven maidens had clearly become embroiled in a dire situation. Although Zigfai was uncertain how they had found themselves at the auction, that detail was inconsequential. He had no interest in the conspiracies the undead cult was plotting. He merely wished to complete his mission swiftly and return to Earth to enjoy the comforts of air conditioning and video games. I will walk my sunny path while you traverse your underworld bridge. Just don't come looking for me. This was a matter so complex that even the historian Shannon found it daunting. His meager strength would barely suffice as a snack for those cultists. It seems I shall not return to the Hoover Chamber. Perhaps I should ask Yang Jing to scout for the most auspicious land in the city. The early spring sun shone warmly. The sky a flawless blue. Drink, too, huh? Roland's rapid infantry training was in full swing. Not far from the village, on an open meadow, 150 infantrymen were divided into 6 groups, undergoing rigorous training under the watchful eyes of their instructors. Most of these soldiers were slaves, yet a small contingent consisted of the village's youth. These robust young men had grown up alongside Zigfai and had long wished to follow the brave hero to save the world. Thus voluntarily enlisting in the infantry battalion, Zigfai, adhering to a principle of nepotism, appointed each of these youths as squad leaders, providing them with a monthly stipend of 15 gold mon. There was no room for hesitation. This was a clear act of favor. Though Zigfai is no longer the same Zigfai he once was, he still retains the memories of his former self, vividly recalling the moments spent playing in the mud with those younglings during his childhood. He feels a profound gratitude towards the villagers who, having willingly forsaken their tranquil and prosperous rural lives, have chosen to follow him into battle, risking their lives alongside him. Roland serves as the commander of this infantry battalion, responsible for formulating the training regimens and communicating them to the various instructors. These instructors are former soldiers of the kingdom, including Lime, Ashu, and that brainwashed knight, Royd. By day, they train the infantry in combat techniques. While by night, Zigfai gathers everyone in the square to engage in what he refers to as ideological education, or rather, collective brainwashing. Roland, too, remains busy. After training the soldiers by day, he locks himself away at night to write letters to his wife, whom he has not seen for 6 months, assuring her of his safety. For the young lady from the Paidenang family, her husband has been missing in action for over half a year. Thus, upon the delivery of Roland's first letter, a response swiftly follows. Miss Paidenang, having spent a considerable sum to send him a washboard via the teleportation array, included no words beyond that. from the pallor on Roland's face upon receiving this gift. It is evident that this rugged man is indeed under the thumb of his wife. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this what it means to be a son-in-law? How pitiful. The major shareholder comments nonchalantly. According to the gossip from that blabbermouth, Katerina, Roland had not originally intended to become a son-in-law. He was fully capable of being granted his own territory. However, the old Count Peidenang could not bear to let his only cherished daughter marry far away. On the day of their engagement, the formidable old Count blocked Roland's path with a large entourage, personally holding a knife to his throat. Either become a son-in-law or be buried. Choose. Thus, Roland was forced into the life of a son-in-law. When Yang Jing returned, it was already the third day. A visit to the Hoover Chamber of Commerce should not have taken such a long time. If all went as expected, this woman was likely enjoying a comfortable stay at the public horse banner for 2 nights. The proprietress treated Yang Jing like her own daughter. Why did you take so long? The pickpocket gang in the slums caused great trouble for the residents, so I eliminated them. Zigfei had grown accustomed to the thrilling and extraordinary life of the heroine Xingmei. No wonder she's an experienced wanderer. She embodies the role of a protagonist more than I do. What about the important matter? You haven't forgotten, have you? At this, Yang Jing's expression darkened. Zigfei's heart sank, and he hurriedly urged, "What happened? Is there a problem? The warehouse has vanished. All that's left in the inner courtyard is a cart filled with gold coins." "What, a cart filled with gold coins? Did you bring it back?" "Ahem, are you certain?" "That thing was already quite strange, I am certain. I asked Shannon." Zigfei furrowed his brow, clearly sensing that something was quietly unfolding in the shadows unbeknownst to him. "Never mind, it doesn't concern us. If it's gone, so be it. We'll start moving into the city in batches tomorrow. Yang Jing turned to leave, but Zigfei called out again. There's one more thing I need you to handle." Yang Jing turned back, her expression still impassive, but Zigfei could sense her mood rapidly deteriorating. He forced a smile and hastily tore a page from the Wanderer's manual, which contained a list of names. "These individuals have agility levels above B. I handpicked them from the infantry. Please train them to become," he deliberated over his words for a moment, "agents. Not scouts or assassins, but agents." Zigfei used this modern occupation to describe the individuals he intended to cultivate. He aimed to have masters of assassination and shadow scouts collaborate in training this special unit, transforming them into the most formidable intelligence organization in this alternate world. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Although the information search function of the Wanderer's manual is powerful, it is nearly devoid of timeliness. Zigfei urgently needed a pair of eyes to observe the latest trends in this world. History has repeatedly demonstrated the significance of swift and accurate intelligence acquisition in warfare. Given that it is a secret organization, it shouldn't have an overly ostentatious name. Let us call it the Hidden Guards. Having assigned the task, Zigfei prepared to depart. He had burdened Yang Jing with too many responsibilities lately. She had been tirelessly working for him day and night. Even he, with his thick skin, felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment. This was primarily due to a shortage of manpower and the fact that many matters were inconvenient to disclose to Kellen Shida and the others. Thus, they had to be handled either by himself or Yang Jing. He needed to remain at the headquarters, so this tool could only be entrusted to Yang Jing. However, Meihua internal guards. Yang Jing's voice rang out powerfully, startling Zigfei. This cool woman had never spoken so loudly before. "What?" He then noticed something peculiar about Yang Jing's expression, very peculiar. Her eyes were not right. She seemed to radiate light. "I declare the hidden Meihua internal guards." "Ah, how about we? Hidden Meihua internal guards." All right. Yang Jing waved her snow-white fists in celebration, seemingly reveling in her newfound naming rights, causing Zigfei's face to twitch. This woman had completely immersed herself in her own world. He suddenly remembered that she, too, was afflicted with a severe case of late-stage Chinibyu. The hidden Meihua internal guards. One might never expect that this future secret organization, which would instill dread across the world, was founded in such an absurd and ridiculous manner. Chapter 50. The Hero, the Princess, and the Evil Dragon. As the leader of the faction, Princess Kellen Shida finds herself rather limited in what she can do. Her usual duties involve using divine magic to heal soldiers injured during training. Yet sometimes even this task is usurped by the village priest. Feeling increasingly sidelined, Shida personally inquires with Zigfi if there is anything she can do. However, Zigfi responds, "Your Highness, all you need to do is occasionally take a stroll through the training camp." Confused by his words, Shida nonetheless complies. Ever since that day, the muddy-footed recruits in the infantry training camp have been training with fervor. Normally, these fellows would spar lightly out of fear of pain, rendering their practice nearly ineffective. However, after witnessing Shida gently casting the sun goddess magic to heal an injured infantryman, sparring has become the most popular activity in their training regimen. Each of them regards their opponent as a rival, wishing for the other to perish so that they might bask in the princess's tender care alone. The result is that sparring has transformed into life-and-death struggles, significantly accelerating the training speed of the infantrymen. Regrettably, Shida remains unaware of this development. She still believes herself to be of little use. When one finds themselves idle, it's easy to overthink, and overthinking often leads to foolishness. Finally, the little princess had an epiphany. "I'll cook dinner for everyone tonight as a treat." She summoned Fifuna, who also wished to reward her father, and the two girls stealthily entered the kitchen, knocking out the guard soldier Zigfi had specifically stationed there to prevent Shida from doing so. But what should they prepare? "Nana, meat. Daddy loves meat. Let's make a pot of meat stew and invite everyone to eat together." Nana, there's meat?" "Oh, Nana, you're wonderful." The white-haired little loli puffed out her chest proudly, and Shida enthusiastically applauded Fifuna. The two girls divided their tasks. Fifuna fetched a bundle of firewood from the woodshed, while Shida retrieved a large black iron pot from the cupboard and began to pray. "Pray. The sun is eternal. People must revere you for generations. Our Lord, all the people of the land shall come to praise and worship you. Praise the sun." Shida radiated a dazzling light, her emerald eyes suffused with a sacred golden hue. A golden fireball, the size of a human head, slowly coalesced before her and flew toward the firewood. That was the powerful purifying flame of the sun goddess church. Boom. A wave of golden heat swept through the kitchen. Zigfi's eye twitched as he beheld the soot-streaked Shida and Fifuna before him. "So, this is why you blew up the kitchen?" The two girls drooped their shoulders and sheepishly nodded at that moment. Zigfi's first reaction was an overwhelming sense of relief for having survived the ordeal. Thank goodness they didn't manage to finish cooking that pot of stew. "But we still made the soup." Fifuna nodded vigorously, then produced a pot of thick, brownish-red liquid bubbling ominously, looking quite perilous. "Let us all eat together." The beautiful princess beamed with the sweetest smile as she uttered the most perilous words. "Damn it!" Zigfi's pupils constricted, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. "Ah, I just remembered. There are matters left unfinished at the infantry camp." He turned to flee. Just then, Yang Jing decisively lifted her long, snowy white leg and delivered a kick to his lower back, sending Zigfi sprawling. "It's fine. I'll help you take care of it. You ought to focus on managing the Meihua internal guards." "Ugh!" Yang Jing, with a swift kick, once again sent the recovering Zigfi crashing back to the ground and hastily retreated from the dining hall, securely locking the door behind her. Zigfi lay there, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, that wretched woman. Who would have thought that his most trusted comrade, a fellow from Earth, would betray him so callously? No way. I must find a scapegoat. Ah, yes, Bo. Zigfi's words faltered as he glanced around, realizing that the figure of that gardener had completely vanished from the dining hall. No way. That ungrateful little dwarf has vanished without a trace. Right. Surely the exemplary knight Roland would be willing to stand by my side. Roland. You go. His speech once again cut short. Roland had not come. Ever since he received that washboard, he had been holed up in his room each evening, crafting sweet nothings and letters to soothe his wife. The captain of the security team could barely secure his own safety, let alone concern himself with the major shareholder. During Roland's absence, the infantry's training had been entrusted to Katerina, who was also absent. Zigfi suddenly realized that he was utterly alone at the dining table today. Fafnir approached, holding a bowl of meat soup, swaying as she came to offer it to him. Daddy, here, drink. The girl's innocent smile radiated with bright anticipation, her crimson vertical pupils gleaming, and her robust dragon tail wagging vigorously, evidently proud of her culinary creation. Give it a taste. It's my first dish. Crinshade also joined, gazing at Ziegfei with the same hopeful expression. Having been interrupted before during her cooking attempt by Ziegfei, this pot of meat soup was indeed her maiden endeavor. One must guard against thieves at home. Ziegfei could never have imagined that the first life-threatening crisis he faced in this other world would stem from his own friends. Gazing at the two girls' blissfully unaware expressions, he suddenly recalled a saying that resonated deeply. The most terrifying individuals in the world are often not the truly malevolent, but rather those well-meaning souls who remain oblivious to their own misdeeds. Under the relentless gaze of the two lovely maidens, Ziegfei trembled as he accepted the bowl of murky brown liquid, inhaling deeply. Life and death are decreed, while wealth and nobility lie in the heavens. He then brought it to his lips for a tentative sip. So salty. How much salt did they put in this? Is that a hint of chocolate? Did Fafner add that? Ziegfei regarded the soup with a mix of surprise and concern. A large, greasy piece of meat bobbing on the surface. How to put it? Although the soup was a cacophony of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, it surprisingly wasn't too difficult to swallow. But where in the village could they possibly have such a fattened pig? Having finished the soup, Ziegfei steadied his nerves, scooping up the hefty piece of meat to taste. The succulent, juicy morsel melted in his mouth, bursting with a flavor so rich, it was divine. By the gods! This was undoubtedly the most exquisite meat Ziegfei had ever tasted in his life. Even Kobe beef paled in comparison, he chewed thoughtfully, trying to discern what kind of meat it truly was. Beef? Doesn't seem like it. Could it be from a magical beast? No, that can't be right. The magical beasts nearby were frightened away long ago by the village's holy sword. As he pondered, the piece of meat seemed to quiver in his mouth. It quivered? Ziegfei's heart raced with terror, and he instinctively attempted to spit it out. However, the meat seemed to have a will of its own. Hopping down his esophagus and into his stomach, his face turned pale as he glanced at Fafner, about to inquire from which beast this meat originated, only to notice her swaying dragon tail. A segment of that plump, magnificent tail was missing, replaced by a white bandage fashioned into a bow. Could it be? The silver-haired girl raised her left hand triumphantly, shaking her tail as she exclaimed, "This is Nana's tail meat?" Ziegfei's expression twisted uncontrollably as he lunged toward Fafner, fiercely pinching her soft cheek and pulling it outward, yelling in a frenzy, "Are you out of your mind? Ancient dragon meat. This is going to kill someone. Ouch, that hurts. Daddy, please let go." Fafner protested with her tiny hands, and Crinshade hurried to mediate. "Mr. Ziegfei, please calm down. Eating dragon blood and flesh allows one to coexist with dragons. Wanderer, you have formed a soul contract with the ancient dragon Fafner. The life form of this body will gradually change. Trust me, this is not a bad thing." Shannon's voice echoed in his mind. But in the midst of his panic, Ziegfei barely registered her words. He grimaced, gripping Fafner's soft face, seeking to release his inner turmoil. Crinshade tugged at his hand while embracing the struggling Fafner, turning the dining hall into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Jing, peering in through the window to witness the commotion, retrieved her Wanderer's Handbook to document the scene. This endearing little episode would later be transformed by the palace painters into a legendary masterpiece titled The Hero Teasing the Dragon. Currently available information: name, Charlotte Emily, gender, female, age, 56, race, elf faction, order, occupation, 5th tier mid-level ice elemental mage born in the ice pure forest, a beloved child of the Ice Elf King. If returned to the Elven Court, it is certain to garner the friendship of the elves. Specialization: Ice Element Affinity 90, Charm 61, Spell Deconstruction 32, Magic. Ice Protection Technique: Ice Crystal Snow Dance, Freeze, Do Not Move. Strength: D. Agility. C. Magical Power. S. Intelligence. B. Luck. B. Leadership. C. Overall Evaluation. B. Remarks. Among the Elf Kings of Roseland, the Thunder Elf King is the most powerful, followed closely by the Ice Elf King. Chapter 51. The malicious plot on the continent of Chilon, which is steeped in a medieval fantasy. There is no pollution or clamor like that of Earth. Particularly in the remote village of Windpeach, the air is fresh, the environment serene, and the scenery delightful. Ziegfei could enjoy languorous mornings here, waking naturally each day, except for today. Ouch, ouch, my stomach hurts so much. At this moment, he crouched on a portable toilet, clutching his belly, His neck flushed red. This discomfort had persisted for 2 hours. He had been awakened in the early hours by excruciating abdominal pain, and it was clear that the cause was that pot of dragon meat. He rifled through his inventory for replacement paper, feeling anxious. Damn, I wonder if the replacement paper is sufficient. I certainly do not want to use the latrine. This portable toilet was something he had brought from reality. As this world lacked flushing toilets, people had to manually clean up after themselves, in the slums. Excrement was typically disposed of directly onto the streets, resulting in foul odors and frequent outbreaks of disease. In the affluent districts, officials would come daily to collect waste for transport to the outskirts for burial. In rural areas like Windpeach, waste was generally stored for use as fertilizer. Each household had a pit, and after use, they would shovel the waste into a communal pit for fermentation. If one preferred convenience, they could simply go to the communal pit directly, but there was a risk of falling in. Ziegfei neither wished to dig through waste nor tumble in. Thus his first item from Earth was the portable toilet. Only 6 paper bags left. Originally, the replacement should have sufficed, but just 2 days prior, Yang Jing had snatched away a large portion of them. Miss Yang Jing, hailing from a privileged background, had never experienced the hardships of rural life. Thus, when the cool beauty first beheld the village toilet, her expression darkened. She somehow learned that Ziegfei possessed a portable toilet and proceeded to gleefully seize it. Ziegfei wiped himself, gathered the bag containing his waste, and headed outside the village, intending to find a place to dispose of it. He had no desire to approach that communal pit. He didn't even want to look at it. Just as the first light of dawn began to crest the horizon, even the most industrious villagers remained asleep. Yet he spotted a familiar figure at the village entrance. A stunningly beautiful blonde girl was there, peeking around suspiciously, seemingly up to something. Isn't that Crinshade? Your Highness, what are you doing? Ziegfei inquired with curiosity. Ah, whack! Crinshade jumped in fright, dropping a wrapped package she was holding to the ground. Ziegfei peered closely and, to his astonishment, saw that it was a bundle of paper bags, identical to the ones in his own hand. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder Yang Jing snatched so many bags. It turns out she wasn't the only one using them. Nevertheless, who would have thought the saint would engage in such activities? My apologies, my apologies. Ziegfei approached with a beaming smile, planning to elevate their trust through shared experiences. Your Highness, you also. His flirtatious banter was abruptly halted. He noticed Crinshade biting her red lip. Her face flushed as she glared at him, her emerald eyes glistening with moisture. She seemed to be murmuring something about the eternal sun, urging reverence to be maintained through the ages, something akin to a prayer. A prayer? A colossal golden fireball coalesced with astonishing speed, darting past Ziegfei's profile and piercing the dawn sky. Ziegfei's smile froze entirely, a few singed strands of hair cascading down from his ear, and a cold sweat broke out along his back. Kalingside shot him a furious glare with her emerald eyes, picked up the paper bag from the ground, and departed in silence. Kalingside's trust in you has diminished. Current trust level, 60. Such is the nature of trust. It is painstakingly cultivated, yet can be lost in an instant. How could this happen? Ziegfei stood agape. Mr. Wanderer, you deserve to be single for 22 years. Ziegfei pondered all morning, unable to comprehend the sudden drop in trust. The more he thought, the angrier he became, resulting in unfortunate consequences for the Plum Blossom Guards. Run? 50 more laps? Yes, you? Running so slowly, have you not eaten? Hurry up, yes, my sincerest apologies. Bobo stealthily approached Yang Jing and whispered, Madam, what has happened to Lord Mylan today? Madam Mylan was the alias Yang Jing had chosen for herself, insisting that all the guards refer to her as such. Without lifting her gaze, Yang Jing replied curtly, Fool. Bobo was bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. What does fool mean? Ziegfei cast a dark look at the 10 Plum Blossom Guards engaged in physical training. His stern demeanor was not merely an outlet for frustration. Rather, their assistance was crucial for the impending plan to infiltrate the Earl's residence. These 10 individuals had been meticulously selected from all the slaves and villagers, excelling not only in physical prowess but also in psychological resilience. By day, they were ordinary infantry, yet behind the scenes, they underwent specialized training. All were required to wear masks. Aside from Ziegfei and Yang Jing, no one knew their true identities, not even Bobo, who lacked the authority to know. Their only means of identification was a small plum blossom embroidered on their left shoulder. After selecting these 10, Zigfai engaged each one in private conversation, employing deceptive rhetoric to ensure their absolute loyalty to him and Yang Jing. This was a clandestine force, independent of military structure, directly controlled by the two wanderers that, of course, Zigfai did not form this unit for rebellion. As the mission progressed and the princess's influence expanded, many tasks would inevitably require unconventional methods. And who would undertake these unsavory deeds? Naturally, it would be these very individuals. From the outset, Zigfai had resolved to establish such a covert unit, deliberately keeping it from Kalingside. After all, that gentle princess would never condone such malevolence. Yet Zigfai was precisely the type to resort to any means to achieve his aims. Yang Jing observed Zigfai's ominous expression and transmitted a thought. Is the plan finalized? Yes, the surface details have been relayed to Roland. In a few days, Kalingside will enter the city openly as the princess. That's too risky. Risks are ever present. What do you intend for these guards to do? A smile involuntarily crept across Zigfai's lips. Have you seen Let the Bullets Fly? Stop speaking in riddles. Just say it. Kalingside's mission is to enter the city as the princess and bring warmth to those unfortunate souls in the slums. Isn't Hilton wealthy? Distribute funds to them. You mean? Yang Jing's features revealed a flicker of shock. Although she had some understanding of Zigfai's nature, she had not anticipated the plan's audacity. Indeed, our plum blossom guards will reclaim that money. Zigfai's smile turned sinister, his tone devoid of warmth, but they will be disguised as the Earl's guards. Yang Jing swallowed silently. In this state, even she felt a chill run down her spine, if they discovered that the so-called hero was such a person. One could only imagine their reaction. Zigfai glanced back at Yang Jing, his expression laced with derision. Hemph, the notions of heroes and tyrants have never truly existed. They are mere constructs created by individuals to fulfill their inner needs. The reverence people hold for them is fundamentally a manifestation of their self-loathing for their own cowardice and impotence. A closer inspection reveals that most of them are just like me. A rabble? Precisely. Chapter 52. Adventurers Guild in the bustling district of Constant City. Zigfai adjusted the black hood atop his head as he strode briskly down the crowded street. Passers-by turned to regard him with expressions of surprise, curiosity, and even a hint of lewdness, their gazes often lingering on the woman beside him. Lord Milan, are you heading to register an adventurer's party? Katerina asked with a hint of excitement. Today, she had shed her heavy knight's armor in favor of more casual attire, a white inner garment, lightweight leather armor, and brown knee-high boots, complemented by a black belt that bore a knight's longsword. This ensemble was the most ordinary attire for a female swordsman, originally chosen to maintain a low profile. However, Katerina's ample figure was rather pronounced in this lighter getup, which, despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, only served to increase their visibility. In a small town, even the news of a dog giving birth to quadruplets could cause a stir, let alone the appearance of a strikingly beautiful female swordsman. It would not be long before a throng of single male adventurers arrived, eager to invite Katerina to join their parties. Zigfai cast a worried glance at the female knight and replied, well, sort of, to be honest, he did not wish to bring this fierce woman along. Yet, the reliable companions were all preoccupied, and the princess was irked, having ignored him for days, of the remaining capable fighters. Fafnir and Darren were utterly unreliable, leaving only Katerina. Zigfai sighed in resignation. His combat prowess was woefully inadequate, and without someone to protect him, a mishap could very well lead him to meet his maker. Have you decided on a team name? How about Sunshine Roses or Light of Redemption? Perhaps something straightforward like Saviors? Katerina chattered excitedly in Zigfai's ear, causing his brow to twitch. However, one could hardly fault Katerina. The Adventurers Guild held a special significance for heroes. Historical records indicate that the founder of this largest neutral organization in Kirin was none other than the first hero, the Star Savior, Mars. His intention in establishing the guild was to ensure that even after his demise, successors would continue to protect the weak. The guild had indeed lived up to his legacy, not only inheriting Mars's vision but also flourishing. Today, the guild categorizes adventurers into 8 ranks, from E to SSS. Newly registered adventurers fall into the E and D ranks, and if these newcomers manage to survive their missions, they may be promoted to C rank within 5 years and B rank within 10, provided they meet the guild's standards for strength and character. However, advancement beyond a rank requires tangible achievements, such as hunting down formidable monsters, slaying a number of demon kin on the front lines, or single-handedly rescuing a city on the brink of destruction by demonic forces. Only those with such accomplishments are eligible to apply for higher ranks. Though advancement is arduous, the guild currently boasts more than a handful of SSS-ranked adventurers, each hailing from diverse backgrounds, some companions of previous heroes, others ancient beings who have survived for centuries. Yet, despite their collective might, not a single one has attained the ultimate SSS rank, as the requirement for this level is to save the world. Indeed, this rank is attainable solely by heroes. There exists an unwritten tradition among heroes. They must form their own adventurer parties within the guild, and these hero parties are the only SSS-ranked teams of their time. In fact, the regulation that limits a party to 5 members stems from the tradition that heroes only have 4 companions. In Katarina's eyes, it was clear that Zigfai intended to establish his own SSS-ranked party, and since she was included, it indicated that she would certainly occupy one of the 4-member slots. How could she not be thrilled? Ha ha ha, the prince must never have anticipated that I would become a hero's companion before him. Once I become an SSS-ranked powerhouse, I shall challenge my mentor and seize Durandal. The dim-witted tiger girl is already devising ways to betray her master, and if Roland were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated enough to expel her from the guild on the spot. The two arrived before a building adorned with a peculiar sign of a sturdy shield, the glimmering star sword and shield. Engraved with this distinctive emblem signifies the Adventurers Guild. This oddly shaped sword and shield are the armaments of Mars, the savior of the stars. Zige Fei did not come here to form a team. Rather, he intended to eliminate a potential threat. Previously, Count Constant had been so terrified by Zige Fei's warning that he nearly hired every adventurer in the city as guards. Although this diminished the princess's search efforts, it significantly complicated the current siege plan. Hundreds of uniquely skilled adventurers could easily encircle the Count's residence. Zige Fei's mission was to persuade the guild to withdraw these adventurers. The guild acts as the overseer of adventurers, capable of directly assigning tasks to suitable individuals and rescinding ongoing missions. What kind of person is the guild master here? What expression would they have upon meeting Lady Meilon? Does the guild master recognize me as the false Meilon? The two entered the guild building, each with their own thoughts. Recently, Robert, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild in Constant City, had been afflicted with severe anxiety. His symptoms manifested in outbursts of rage, followed by trembling fear and incoherent mumbling, and then bouts of manic laughter, leaving the guild staff too intimidated to approach him. Some had even contemplated seeking the church's clergy, suspecting that the guild master had been possessed by some malevolent force. Robert had once been an impressive middle-aged man, possessing a refined and wise visage, adorned with beautiful silver hair, and was greatly admired by the clerks at the counter. However, now he appeared haggard, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion, often pulling out tufts of his own silver hair in fits of agitation, leaving large patches of his scalp exposed, resembling a decrepit old man devoid of his former elegance. Yet, this disheveled appearance was more akin to his true identity as the bishop of the necromancer cult. Robert Daniel. Robert could not fathom why he had found the Hoover Trading Company completely deserted. He distinctly recalled that its underground chambers housed hundreds of slaves and dozens of mercenaries. So why had the soul-capturing array only ensnared 3 souls that fateful night? 2 of which were mere horses. It was utterly insufficient. He suddenly roared in frustration, flipping over his desk and kicking it in a fit of hysteria. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You all deserve to perish. Amidst his kicking, he suddenly cradled his head and wept. How could this happen? After all the effort put into the altar, it only captured 1 human soul. How am I to answer to the Lord? Robert, how will you atone to the Lord? The death goddess altar of the Hoover Trading Company had been constructed through immense effort by the necromancer cult, visible only to their followers. While beings of order could neither see nor sense it, the cultists utilized this characteristic to evade the search efforts of the Sun God Church. As a heartless human trafficking organization, the Hoover Trading Company was densely populated underground, where slaves died daily in captivity. Their souls would be automatically absorbed by the altar, while their corpses were secretly recovered by the cultists to create undead. It was fair to say that the Hoover Trading Company was the most suitable place in Constant City to establish the Death Goddess altar. However, recent events had led to the cult's irrevocable loss of the two ice elves due to Mei Lan's sudden appearance. They were a crucial part of the plan, and by all rights, the cult should have been willing to go to any lengths to reclaim them. Yet the problem lay in the fact that no matter the cost, they could not recover them. There was simply no opportunity. Their opponent was Mei Lan. Even if the top Death Knights from headquarters descended upon her, they might not emerge victorious, let alone a mere bishop from a remote region to compensate for the loss of the elf souls. The cult had no choice but to utilize the altar's full power to activate the soul-capturing array and extract the souls of all beings within the Hoover Trading Company. In doing so, they would irrevocably lose this hidden sanctuary and bear the risk of being detected by the Sun God Church at any moment. However, such a tremendous cost yielded only a single earring soul of a fat man and two wretched horses. After expending nearly half of the necromancer cult's resources in the Moan branch to establish the altar, it had only returned 3 worthless souls. How could Robert endure this? Why was there no one? Why, oh why, was there no one? In desperation, Robert felt on the verge of rolling on the ground, when suddenly, a series of urgent and chaotic knocks echoed from the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Wait a moment. He calmed himself and replied in a low voice. The room was in disarray, and he intended to tidy up before opening the door. His recent behavior had been too erratic, attracting the attention of the church, and this could not continue. However, the person outside clearly could not wait. As they burst through the door, fuming, Robert scolded, "Sandy, what are you doing?" The young clerk named Sandy, with a striking appearance, looked pale, her lips trembling to the point of incoherence. "Guild Master, there's someone outside who wishes to see you." Robert's expression darkened. The Sun God Church's people had indeed arrived. Humph. No matter. They won't uncover anything. All right, I understand. Have the church members wait in the hall while I tidy up. No, it's not the church. Not the church? Then who is it? Robert cast a glance at the panicked clerk, puzzled. What on earth was happening? He picked up a cup of hot water from the coffee table and handed it to Sandy, saying, "Don't panic, take your time. It's Mei Lan." The cup fell from Sandy's hand, and warm tea splashed everywhere. Robert's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, the visitor was far more terrifying than a ghost. Chapter 53. The arrival of Mei Lan. Are you certain? Did you truly see clearly? Yes, yes. He specifically summoned me to the inner hall and removed his hood. Black hair, black eyes. There is no mistake. Robert felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, lowering his head, his face ashen. How foolish I am. How foolish. How could I have forgotten him? In that moment, Robert experienced a sudden epiphany. Clearing up all previous doubts, he had suspected that this abruptly appearing Mei Lan had come with intentions towards the cult, and that dealing with Constant was merely a means to trace leads. This Mei Lan had found the slave traders through the auction and subsequently uncovered the hidden Death Goddess altar within the Hoover Trading Company. Although he was unsure how Mei Lan had detected the altar, the miracles triggered by him were far too numerous. Their mere existence was extraordinary, and anything they accomplished was hardly surprising. The sudden transformation of the Hoover Trading Company into an empty dwelling was undoubtedly his doing. He had seen through the cult's plan from the very beginning, and I had been dancing in the palm of his hand all along. Robert had initially harbored a sense of luck, believing that his outward identity provided significant advantages for stealth, as no one would suspect that the guild master of the Adventurers Guild was, in fact, a cultist. Thus, he had brazenly activated the soul-capturing array. Knowing full well that Mei Lan was nearby, despite the risks, he considered himself meticulous in his actions, confident in facing any scrutiny. In fact, the clergy of the Sun God Church had never caught him in any misdeeds. In recent days, Robert had expelled all cultists from the city and destroyed all relevant documents. He had done everything in his power to elevate the risk posed by Mei Lan to its utmost. Yet he had still underestimated her. Just a few days had passed, and Mei Lan had already come knocking at his door. Shakily, Robert stood up, his voice hoarse as he instructed the clerk, "Sandy, please have Mr. Mei Lan wait for a moment. I need to prepare." "Understood." Sandy hurriedly turned and left. Robert steadied his mind. touching the rusty iron ring on his ring finger and glancing at the weapon wrapped in cloth in the corner. This iron ring contained dozens of malevolent, vengeful spirits, while the magical staff could serve both as a staff and a weapon. A longtime companion from his adventurous youth. Before joining the necromancer cult, Robert had been an elite A-rank adventurer, a magic warrior. Though the likelihood was slim, he decided to take a gamble. Perhaps he could escape with his life, if he simply submitted to meeting Meilon. There would be no hope left, however. You, Mr. Meilon, you came up yourself? At the door, Sandy had just stepped out and was now slowly retreating, her voice filled with disbelief and panic. Guildmaster, you are so busy with your affairs. And I have come uninvited. It seems rather abrupt. With a charming and affable smile, Zijge Fay entered the office, followed closely by Katerina, whose expression was fierce, her hand resting on her sword, exuding an imposing presence that showcased the valor of a true companion. He surveyed the disordered office, the overturned furniture, the shattered teacup, and the water-soaked floor, awkwardly shrugging his shoulders. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune time. Robert's hair stood on end, terrified to the point of nearly crushing the ring in his grip as he released the lingering spirit. Damn it! What a rude bunch. How is it that Meilon is surrounded by such scum? Ziegfei felt a twinge of discomfort on his face. He had intended to wait politely in the inner hall. Yet, recalling the notorious arrogance and discourtesy of the Meilon family, he felt that appearing too different from them might raise suspicion. Thus, he brazenly disregarded the host's wishes and barged into the office. However, upon entering, he quickly realized that the atmosphere was quite inconvenient. To ease his inner embarrassment, he surveyed the surroundings, feigning interest in the scenery, lingering his gaze on a stick-like object in the corner for a moment too long. This meaningless action, however, only served to chill Robert's heart. He loosened his grip on the ring, surrendering to despair, for it was futile. In the span of less than 10 paces, any movement on his part would prompt Meilon to eliminate him before the ring could be crushed. Even if the ring were destroyed, the outcome would merely grant him another fleeting second of life. Robert forced a smile that was more tragic than tears and said, No, no, no. It is we who should apologize for causing Lord Meilon any embarrassment. Please, take a seat. I shall have Shandy brew a fresh pot of tea. Observing the guild leader's expression, which resembled that of someone who had just lost their mother, Ziegfei muttered inwardly, Is it really that serious? It's just a matter of entering your office. Why act as if your life is at stake? I am not going to devour you. No, tea is unnecessary. I have come hoping that you, Mr. Guild Leader, might assist me with a favor. Help a favor? Robert's heart skipped a beat. The situation was diverging from his expectations, as this Meilon seemed disinclined to expose his identity. Yet this only heightened Robert's unease. He could not comprehend Meilon's intentions. It would be our honor to assist you. May I inquire what you require? Ziegfei stroked his chin, carefully modulating his tone. It appears you are providing protection for Count Constant? Crash! The tea that Shandy had just brewed shattered on the floor. The attendant panicked. She understood all too well what kind of man Count Constant was, oppressing the populace and committing unspeakable acts. And the Adventurers Guild, as the guardian of the common folk, was offering protection to such a person. Lord Meilon had come to rectify this chaos. Shandy had been so anxious since entering. Fearing this very revelation, the commissions guarding the Count's estate had all been dispatched through her. If Lord Meilon pursued the matter, she would be the first to bear the blame. Robert shot her a fierce glare, gestured for her to withdraw, and then forced a bitter smile. Yes, as you know, the kingdom is embroiled in civil war, and the economy is in decline. Many adventurers are struggling to secure tasks. Even the operation of the guild has become problematic, which is why we accepted the Count's lucrative commission. Lord Meilon, I am well aware that the guild maintains a position of absolute political neutrality. Rest assured, the adventurers will provide protection and will not engage in any extraneous actions. Ziegfei raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice as he inquired, Oh, protection? What are you guarding against? I am not entirely sure. It should be against pickpockets or something of the sort. You may not be aware, but recently the city has. His tone suddenly dropped sharply, and Robert felt as if his heart had stopped. No, we absolutely did not mean that. It seems you know quite a lot. Ziegfei observed, and Robert realized that his demeanor had betrayed his connection to Count Constant. If he were truly ignorant, his reaction would have been one of confusion, not panic. This Meilon was toying with him. Mr. Guild Leader, I can choose to overlook your relationship with Constant, and I will also forgive the mistakes you have made. Siegfried crossed his legs, leaning back on the sofa before continuing. However, starting tomorrow, I do not wish to see a single adventurer near the Count's estate. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, merely squinting his eyes as a chilling, murderous intent radiated from his dark gaze, causing Katerina behind him to shrink back in fear. Robert's undergarments were soaked with cold sweat. Ever since Meilon had entered, goosebumps had not ceased to plague him. In this world, the living should exude vitality, and the dead should emanate stillness. Anything that exists should radiate an aura. Ordinary folk might not perceive it. But as a necromancer, he could sense the currents of energy flowing through all things. Yet, the man before him, with his black hair, emitted not a trace of presence, as if he did not exist at all. Robert had never encountered such an eerie individual in his life. Was this really a human? Cold sweat trickled down his face as he hastily nodded. I understand. I will immediately rescind all tasks. Rest assured, the guild will not be at a loss. A far greater commission will follow, so let the adventurers prepare themselves. Siegfried felt that the negotiations were progressing smoothly. Well, at least he thought it was a negotiation, and intended to rise and take his leave. However, his sudden movement caused Robert to erupt in a burst of panic, as if triggered, and he leaped from the sofa, colliding directly with the ceiling. Bang! His head made intimate contact with the ceiling, producing a dull thud. Katerina's cheeks puffed up as her lovely face contorted, desperately suppressing the urge to laugh. She was truly committed to embodying the role of the icy swordsman. Siegfried's lips twitched as he gaped at Robert, who was now dangling from the ceiling. Feeling utterly speechless, he had come to a complete understanding of the nature of the so-called Meilon. Despite being a family of heroes, those who encountered his true form for the first time did not react with admiration or reverence. Rather, it was fear, an ingrained terror. Katerina felt it, the crowd at the auction felt it, and now this guild leader exhibited the same response. Of course, this might be due to their involvement in some nefarious deeds. But still, it was excessive. They seemed to regard Meilon as a force of nature to be feared. Siegfried's curiosity about the true nature of the Meilon family grew ever deeper. I should look up some information in the travel manual later. Current publicly available information. Meilon family, also referred to as the heroic family, they are called so not necessarily because every Meilon will become a hero. Any pureblood human has the potential to become a hero, but the probability is simply higher for the Meilon. Of the 258 heroes that have appeared since the first generation, nearly half belong to the Meilon, which is why the surname has become almost synonymous with heroism. They do not require the worship of deities, nor do they need to undergo any divine ordination. They are inherently bestowed with multiple, even dozens of miracles, which harmoniously operate across various domains. A miracle in itself. One could say that every Meilon is a favored child of the world. Even those who do not become heroes still effortlessly rise to become formidable forces that could shake the continent. Note, they tend to have some eccentricities. There are many oddballs among them. Note 2. As the price for their immense power, each Meilon can only bear one child. Thereafter, no matter how hard they strive, they cannot have a second child. This effectively prevents the proliferation of these peculiar beings, thus preserving ecological balance. Chapter 54. The full moon of mid-autumn. After sending off that dark-haired harbinger of doom, Robert collapsed helplessly onto the ground, his posture hunched and his expression haggard, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Events had inexorably taken a turn for the worse. That Meilon seemed to have seen through his plans, each step landing squarely on his vulnerabilities. First, the abduction of the elf twins, then the dismantling of the Hoover Guild, and now, he had come directly to the guild to wrest control of the adventurers from his grasp. Initially, Robert could have disguised some of the cult's plans as commissions for adventurers to complete, while he himself remained in the shadows manipulating the entire situation. But now, with the king of adventurers present, what was a mere guild leader worth in the presence of a hero? If that Meilon desired it, with a mere wave of his hand, not only would the count's territory be at his command, but adventurers from across the entirety of Morn would flock to serve him. Ha 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 ha. Robert suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter. Doubling over as tears streamed down his face, he began to roll on the floor, allowing the spilled tea to soak into his silver hair, letting the shattered teapot jab into his back. These sensations paled in comparison to the torment within. Go build a mountain only to have it collapse at the last moment. To draw water with a bamboo basket, only to turn around and find it empty. It is you again. Why must people like you exist? Oh, over a decade ago, a figure hailed as the strongest hero in history, the most outstanding of the Meilon, brought catastrophe to all the hidden forces of the Qilin continent. Countless ancient organizations were laid bare beneath his eagle eyes, crumbling to dust beneath his holy sword. The once mighty necromancer cult was reduced to nothing before him, mere ants shaking a tree. In a single encounter, 27 death attendants perished, and the cult's main forces were nearly obliterated. The remaining acolytes, through immense effort and under divine inspiration, finally developed an altar capable of evading the eagle's gaze, preserving the last flicker of hope for the cult. Today, the cult's strength is but a shadow of its former self, yet the next Meilon has already arrived in succession. This time, Mylan lacks the exaggerated power of her predecessor, yet possesses an extraordinary insight that even the former could not rival. Robert is bewildered as to why Zigfi spared his life, and he cannot comprehend the motives behind Mylan's insistence on taking certain actions. However, one thing is abundantly clear to him. If this continues, the necromancer cult is surely doomed. Blood saturates his back, staining the ground beneath him, and he resembles a creature of the abyss, thrashing and roaring amidst a pool of blood. Fully aware of his impending demise, yet still yearning to sink his teeth into his adversary, dark and twisted black mist emanates from his pores, sharp white bones gruesomely piercing through his flesh. Exposed to the air, a chilling voice, devoid of humanity, escapes from his throat. I will not abandon the plan. I shall proceed. At dawn the following day, a special forces unit clad in black, bearing the plum blossom insignia, infiltrates Constant City. Comprised of 10 individuals, they are equipped with what could only be described as lavish weaponry. Their night cloaks have been imbued with wind magic, rendering the wearers as light as a feather. Their arsenal includes magical longswords, enchanted scrolls, crossbows, hidden blades, shurikens, sleep darts, and gas grenades. Additionally, they carry medical kits, signal flares, disguises, and a substantial amount of gold and silver. Such an immense burden could not possibly be borne by a single individual, unless he possesses a travel manual. Indeed, Zigfi has torn 10 blank pages from his own manual, inscribing items on one side and a radar map on the other, transferring the rights of use to these 10 inner guards, allowing them to experience a truncated version of the travel manual for a limited time. The inner guards, upon first witnessing the manual's capabilities, were left in awe. However, their astonishment quickly gave way to acceptance. For it is not surprising that the ancient Mylan family possesses such remarkable treasures. Soon after, a sensational piece of news spread like wildfire, permeating the streets and alleys of Constant City within just a few days. The first princess of the Moan Kingdom, the primary heir to the throne, the saintess of the sun god cult, and the kingdom's greatest treasure, Princess Kellenscheid, who had gone missing during a coup 6 months prior, is set to arrive in Constant City. Hey, have you heard? Her Highness the Princess is coming to our city. Of course I have. Everyone's talking about it. At this point, even the dogs in the street must know. I wonder what the princess looks like. Is she a great beauty? Isn't that an obvious question? Her Highness is renowned for her beauty, one of the 4 greatest treasures of the kingdom, so she must be a stunning beauty. Oh, I must go see her. When is she arriving? I heard it's this evening. Really? Mom, don't tease me. Do you think I would lie to you, you foolish boy? The adventurers in the hall are all discussing it. Then we must hurry and prepare. The innkeeper slapped her foolish son on the head, saying, Prepare what? How could Her Highness possibly stay in a noisy tavern like ours? Well, you never know. Miss Xingmei seems to enjoy staying here. At this, the innkeeper glared, grabbing her son's ear and scolding, Are you still pining for my little May? Ouch, that hurts. Mom, I'm your son. At number 1 Golden Spike Street, the Earl's residence, Constant appears haggard, with a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes. His waist noticeably thinner. Ever since he received the message from Mylan, he has been living in constant fear, gathering all possible forces to guard the Earl's residence. Yet, even with all this, he feels no sense of security. Death is not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it is the anticipation of death that is truly dreadful. Constant, who usually relishes falconry, has always trained exceptional hunting falcons that shine at the annual noble hunting event. Now, he finally understands what it means to be hunted. That Mylan is toying with him. Constant is not afraid of being held accountable for his clandestine support of the slave trade. After all, the institution of slavery has existed since time immemorial. In fact, after the prohibition of the slave trade, the kingdom's economy suffered significantly. Hence, after Queen Rose's death, the government turned a blind eye to the resurgence of the slave trade. Given Constant's status, even if his actions were exposed, he would only face financial penalties and a public apology. Mylan could not simply execute a high-ranking noble for such matters. However, the true nature of his crimes is not merely engaging in the slave trade, but colluding with heretical cults and venerating evil deities. This is a grave offense, a capital offense worthy of the pyre. Even if Mylan were to slay his entire family, it would not be a matter of concern for her. My lord, there are rumors circulating in the city that Princess Kellenscheid will arrive tonight. Should we not make some preparations? The old steward inquired, his voice laced with concern. The recent state of the lord has been unusual, and the entire household can feel it. The steward has been met with Constant's irritable rebuff on multiple occasions. If the steward, who has grown up alongside the earl, is treated this way, the other servants dare not ask further. I know. You're driving me mad. Can't you just go and arrange it? But it would be quite disrespectful for the lord not to greet her highness upon her arrival. Those ministers at the palace would surely seize the opportunity to censure you. The rich black soil of the earl's domain has always been a coveted prize, and the royal family is constantly devising ways to reclaim it. Then let them say I am bedridden and unable to receive her. Could you please allow me some peace for a moment? The steward, wishing to say more, could only let out a resigned sigh. It was the same as always. The lord was unwilling to share anything with him. Then I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. The steward bowed and exited the room, and throughout, Constant did not spare him a glance. Awaiting outside, a personal attendant eagerly inquired, "What did my lord say?" before he could receive an answer. He already knew. The steward's troubled countenance indicated that the situation remained unchanged. The attendant sighed, hopelessly asking, "What is my lord so anxious about?" The steward fell silent. To the servants, it appeared that the earl was preoccupied with a matter of great importance. Yet, having known Constant since childhood, the steward understood that it was less about urgency and more about fear. He simply could not grasp what could instill such terror in a high-ranking official. A direct vassal of the royal family. Within the confines of his chamber, Constant clasped his fingers together, trembling slightly, his gaze frequently drifting toward a peculiar mirror, desperately wishing for it to illuminate. Constant was well aware of the princess's impending arrival. As a vassal of the royal family, he must personally greet her. He would not only welcome the princess, but would also extend his hospitality to any envoy sent from the palace. As a shrewd lord of a border territory, he would have roused the entire populace to warmly welcome her highness, deploying heavy troops to seal off the slums to prevent the filthy rabble from encroaching upon her. He would have engaged in a lengthy discussion with the steward to devise the most splendid sightseeing route, ensuring that the princess could see only the most beautiful sights of the city. Furthermore, he would prepare a plethora of exquisite local specialties as farewell gifts for her. Then, once the princess departed, he would discreetly report her whereabouts to the two princes, allowing them to escort their beloved sister back. In this manner, he would not only uphold the etiquette befitting a vassal but also garner favor in the eyes of the princes, ensuring that whichever of the two ascended to the throne would remember his family as loyal and dependable. This has always been the way of Constant, or rather, the way of all the Constant earls, skillfully navigating between the royal family and the nobility, dancing upon that fragile balance. Yet, he has forgotten that such a fragile equilibrium can be disrupted by a mere external force. Mylan. The name hangs over him like a steel blade, a certainty that it will eventually fall, yet he remains oblivious as to when or how to evade it. Greet her. Ha! Constant can scarcely muster the courage to step beyond his chamber door. let alone greet her. Why? Why has the bishop not contacted me yet? At that moment, a commotion erupted on Golden Spike Street. She's here. The princess has arrived. Prepare the carriage, quickly. Wait for me. Wait for me. Just ride on your own. The disturbance escalated into a cacophony, the sounds of hooves, turning wheels, and the murmur of the crowd blending together in a tumult that invaded the Earl's residence. The once elegant and tranquil Golden Spike Street now resembled a bustling marketplace. Constant involuntarily glanced out the window. Above, a luminous full moon hung in the sky, casting a hazy silver glow. Ah, tonight is the night of the full moon. Ziegfei, cloaked in black, stood atop the city wall, surveying the throngs of people blocking the gate. Who are you? What are you doing here? Two guards, brandishing torches, spotted the uninvited guest and prepared to draw their swords to deal with this suspicious figure. Behind them, two shadowy figures, bearing the plum blossom insignia, suddenly emerged. Their movements were almost synchronized. One swiftly covered a guard's mouth while the other produced a hidden blade from his wrist, striking downwards. A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Ugh, alas, two guards displayed expressions of shock, their feeble whimpers effortlessly drowned out by the cacophony of voices rising from below the city walls. The inner guards discarded the lifeless body they had been handling and knelt on one knee before the shadowy figure clad in black. Standing with arms crossed, "Commander, the walls have been cleared." Ziegfei waved his hand dismissively without looking back, and the two guards promptly vanished into the darkness. Still the commander? Yang Jing's cool and ethereal figure emerged slowly from the shadows cast by Ziegfei. Muttering her discontent that a bit better than your plum blossom lady, Ziegfei retorted, unwilling to be outdone. He gazed up at the astonishingly large moon suspended in the sky, exclaiming, "Wow, this world's moon isn't too shabby. But it still pales in comparison to Earth's. What do you think? Yang Jing abruptly shoved a round, brownish-yellow object into his mouth, silencing his impending chatter. Ziegfei stared in astonishment as he inspected the item. "You brought mooncakes?" Yang Jing shot him a quizzical glance. "This week on Earth is the Mid-Autumn Festival. All right. I have 3 days off this week. Let's indulge a bit. Tonight will be long," he said gratefully. To celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in another world filled Ziegfei with unexpected joy, and he took a hearty bite of the mooncake. Ugh, what in the world is this? It's a chive and egg mooncake. Isn't it delicious? Yang Jing looked at him, puzzled, as this was her favorite flavor. Ziegfei's mouth was filled with an odd taste, his expression reminiscent of an elderly man's bewilderment on the subway. "I thought 5-nut mooncakes were the pinnacle of unpalatability, yet here we are with something even worse." Nevertheless, he continued to chew mouthful after mouthful. Who truly eats mooncakes for enjoyment? Isn't it all about the sentiment? "On Sunday, we're going to Disneyland. Would you like to join us?" Under the enchanting moonlight, Ziegfei calmly inquired. After this mission concluded and they returned to reality, he planned to take his sister and her friends to the amusement park, and he was lamenting the lack of companions his age. Yang Jing remained silent for a moment before softly replying, "Dinchum." Then, her silhouette melted away into the night. Ziegfei, with a sense of anticipation, swallowed the last bite of mooncake and wiped his mouth. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the walls of Constant, revealing the sprawled bodies of guards in disarray. Each throat had been slashed, blood gushing forth and pooling together into a crimson river. No living souls remained atop the wall on this full moon mid-autumn night, a night of bloodshed and fire. Ziegfei's face flickered with shadows as he gazed down at the multitude of heads below. A sinister, cold smile blossoming on his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Current publicly available intelligence. On a full moon night, the continent of Qilin experiences a monthly full moon event. Under the full moon, creatures like vampires and werewolves gain terrifying enhancements. Thus, in Qilin, the full moon is not particularly welcomed. I can't shake the feeling that the protagonist is coming off more like a villain." Chapter 55. The Restless Full Moon Night, Part 1, Creek. The half-open city gates slowly swung wide to their fullest extent. The grand opening of the gates was a courtesy extended by the Mon nobility to welcome guests. Normally, the gates of the Lord's city would only open halfway, allowing for a swift closure in case of sudden enemy attacks. When a distinguished guest arrived, the gates would open 2/3 of the way. an honor typically reserved for the Lord's close friends or nobles of higher standing. The gates would only fully open under two circumstances: the arrival of the Mon royalty or the public entrance of a hero. In either case, the local lord was obliged to receive them in grand attire. With no room for negligence. Here they come. Shoo, keep it down. I'm not blind. Wow, what a display. The royal soldiers are indeed a cut above our city guards. Just look at their formation and equipment, by the way. Where is Count's carriage? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Amidst the crowd's curious chatter and speculation, a luxurious and elegant carriage approached slowly, flanked by over 100 fully armed soldiers. The opulent vehicle was adorned with a golden lion, crowned and wielding a massive sword, the emblem of the Mon royal family, a symbol of their founding emperor, Ludwig the Lion King, during his campaigns against the demon tribes. Inside the carriage, Clinsid was clad in a magnificent red court gown, her face lightly made up and her golden locks elegantly styled, revealing her delicate pink ears and snow-white neck. Just as Roderick embodied the prince in shining armor, Clinsid could easily be mistaken for Snow White herself at this moment. Clinsid felt a flutter of nerves as she listened to the commotion outside. She hadn't donned such finery in over half a year. During this time, she felt less like a princess and more like an ordinary girl. She had shed the burdensome formalities of royalty, leaving the troubles to Roland and Zijge Fay, exploring this unknown world with the wonder of a child. Having witnessed countless hardships and faced the kingdom's grim realities, she had also glimpsed true beauty. The brief half-month spent in Wind Peach Village was the happiest memory Clinsid had since her mother's passing. For the first time, she felt a genuine impulse to protect something. What exactly was she to protect? The villagers' genuine and warm smiles, the joyous laughter of the 5 children, or perhaps the carefree days spent with Zijge Fay and his companions? Clinsid could not articulate it. Yet, she was acutely aware that upon opening the carriage door, she would never return to that blissful time. For the sake of protection, one must inevitably face loss. Creaking, the carriage doors swung open, and the thunderous cheers surged into the carriage. Yet, despite this, the young princess felt it was time to grow up. Oh no. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Truly a treasure. Long live the princess. Long live the saintess. As Clinsid emerged from the carriage, the clamorous crowd fell into a momentary silence, only to be followed by a roaring chorus of cheers. In reality, the influence of the Mon royal family had diminished significantly, and Clinsid's popularity stemmed not only from her stunning beauty but also from her status as the saintess of the sun god and a candidate for the next pope. Not far off, 3 pure white carriages, adorned with sun emblems, stood on the road, their original occupants hastily cleared away by white-robed priests. Viewed from above, it resembled 3 square white holes punctured in a black canvas, evoking a sense of divine purity. 3 elderly men, each adorned with white high crowns, descended from the carriages. One had a long beard that reached his chest, clad in an embroidered golden white robe, while the other 2 wore red ecclesiastical attire. They bowed to Clinsid, who stood atop the carriage. Cardinal Anthony, Cardinal Field, Cardinal Doris, we welcome your arrival, Saintess. The surrounding priests knelt in unison, their voices booming, we welcome your arrival, Saintess. At this moment, all the senior clergy from the 3 cities under the Count of Constant had assembled in front of the royal carriage. Roland, astride his nightmare steed and bearing Durandal, could hardly suppress a frown. These charlatans. During their previous flight, Clinsid had sought the church's assistance multiple times, only to be met with various excuses and evasions. Roland suspected that the second prince had bestowed irresistible benefits upon the church, leading them to abandon their own son Saintess. Now, they had feigned ignorance, only to emerge now to offer their feigned hospitality. Though Clinsid was the saintess, those around her harbored no fondness for the church. This sentiment traced back to her mother, the Rose Queen, who despised 2 things above all: slave traders and the church. Clinsid displayed no outward signs of discontent. With a radiant smile, she waved at the enthusiastic crowd while gracefully stepping down from the carriage, supported by her attendants. After acknowledging the cheers from all directions, she finally turned her gaze toward the clergy who had been kneeling for some time. Please, everyone, rise. Thank you, Saintess. Only then did the 3 cardinals straighten up, their expressions devoid of any displeasure, as if their earlier dismissal had never occurred. Saintess, The Holy Communion is prepared, and you may proceed to the Lord's chapel at your convenience, Cardinal Anthony said, respectfully drawing a sun emblem across his chest. However, Clinsid did not respond. Instead, she cast a puzzled glance around. Roland stepped forward, his demeanor stern and low. Where is Constant? The princess arrives, yet he does not come to greet us. What does this signify? Anthony's white beard quivered slightly. As a cardinal, he possessed strength comparable to that of A-rank adventurers. Yet Roland still exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. This sentiment is even capable of rivaling that of the few saints within the church. Could he be the most formidable golden knight in history? He instinctively bowed his head and replied, Your Highness, I regret to inform you that Count Constant is unwell and unable to attend. The Count's carriage has arrived. From afar, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed through the air. The elderly steward leaned out of the carriage, his voice rising in anxious exclamation. As he dismounted the carriage, he prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he spoke. The Count's retinue has arrived late. I beseech you, Princess, to forgive this transgression. Where is Constant? Has he sent but a mere servant to receive me? Roland's tone was frigid, unleashing an overwhelming aura of fury. It matters not. He has simply assigned me the role of the scorned. The steward, drenched in sweat, hastily explained, It is not the Count's intention. He has been unwell and cannot venture forth. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Katerina's lips twitched slightly, struggling to maintain her composure. That foolish Count has been rendered bedridden by Lord Mellon's intimidation. His courage is truly lacking. This dim-witted girl had completely forgotten that she had witnessed Ziegfei's performance, which was hardly commendable. Kellen Sheeta, with a gentle smile, assisted the trembling steward to his feet, leaving him utterly astonished and shaking even more violently. Surrounding citizens gasped in disbelief. The princess of a nation, the saint of the church, had personally aided an elderly steward. It is quite all right. Ill health is beyond one's control, Katerina. Yes, would you be so kind as to pay a visit to Count Constant on my behalf? Kellen Sheeta instructed in a tone devoid of inflection. Certainly. She then turned to the red-cloaked cardinal named Field and inquired, Mr. Field, might I trouble you to guide my knight? Cardinal Field was taken aback, never having anticipated that the topic would shift to him. Your Highness, with your presence, I, along with Cardinal, can also employ divine magic to treat Count Constant. I implore you. Just as he sought to decline, Kellen Sheeta's words silenced him. Field's brow twitched. To refuse her at this juncture would be a grave disrespect. He was acutely aware that the fierce-bearded knight was anxiously seeking an excuse for violence. Anthony's eyes narrowed, the wrinkles on his face appearing even more pronounced. This saint seemed a stark contrast to the rumors he had heard. Within mere moments of their meeting, she had forcibly extracted a cardinal from his grasp. And it was none other than Field, who had ardently sought to rescue the saint on numerous occasions. Among the candidates for pope, Field could be said to be a staunch supporter of the saint. Is this mere coincidence? No, her words carry an unmistakable conviction. Has half a year of fleeing transformed her? Or is there another force orchestrating these events from behind the scenes? For reasons unknown, Anthony felt as though a pair of icy eyes were fixed upon them, a chilling sensation that felt oddly familiar. It was a disconcerting feeling of being manipulated at will. At the Divine Council 6 months prior, a man had evoked the same sensation within him, Prince Roderick, but he should not be here. Though the hour was late, she nonetheless beseeched the two elderly gentlemen to show this little girl around the city. I have long held a fascination for Constant, renowned as the city of fragrant wheat. Her sweet voice interrupted Anthony's thoughts, and he realized the saint was gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. He quickly lowered his head and replied respectfully, I shall comply with your wishes. 3 groups, totaling over 100 individuals, commenced an unusual nocturnal procession. Each member of the retinue felt a peculiar sensation, yet they could not discern its origin. Upon returning to the carriage, Kellen Sheeta could no longer restrain her clenched fists, swaying them gently before her chest. She was thoroughly pleased with her earlier performance. This time, Ziegfei had assigned her the task of drawing the church and the Count's attention, as well as finding a way to dismiss the cardinal named Field. These were the two most challenging aspects of the plan, and only she could accomplish them. One could only speculate what Ziegfei sought from that cardinal. Although Kellen Sheeta was curious about the matter, she refrained from inquiring, still miffed about the events of that morning. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't he one pretend not to have seen such things? Why did that man so brazenly approach her to greet her? Was he not intent on embarrassing her? The more she pondered, the more mortified she became, and her fondness for Ziegfei rapidly diminished. Humph. Kellen Sheeta's trust in you has diminished, currently standing at 58. What? Ziegfei was startled, nearly letting his expression falter. Oh dear, what has befallen my little ancestor? He felt utterly beleaguered, even while at rest. Yet fortunately, at the very least, someone else would surely be worse off than he tonight. Ziegfei turned, casting a cold smile towards the now ashen-faced cardinal. Would you not agree, Mr. Field? Chapter 56, The Restless Night of the Full Moon, Part 2. In front of a dilapidated wooden house within the slums, Vina returned home, dragging her weary frame. Her expression was pained, and after hesitating at the door for quite some time, she forced herself to don a semblance of a smile before entering. Mother, you're back. 5-year-old Peter, still adorably plump with baby fat, immediately abandoned his chores and hopped over to his mother upon her return. Did you behave today, little Peter? Did you cause any trouble for father? Vina scooped her beloved son into her arms, feeling the noticeable reduction in his weight, and a flicker of sorrow crossed her face. Yes, today. I helped father wash clothes, swept the trash, and even mopped the floor. Wow, little Peter is quite impressive. Thank you for your hard work. Mother, you've worked hard too. Vina's breath caught. Looking at her son's radiant smile, she found it impossible to voice the truth. Today, she had yet again failed to secure any employment. Ahem, Vina, is that you returned? A weak voice from within the house called out, occasionally interrupted by coughs. Peter, please take these to the kitchen for me. I will check on father. She handed her son several pieces of stale bread and walked towards the inner room. Inside lay a man with a bronze complexion. He had once possessed strong, chiseled features and sturdy arms, suggesting he had been an imposing and handsome figure. However, now all of that had been overshadowed by his pale, frail countenance. Upon seeing Vina, the man struggled to sit up and managed to smile. I knew it was you the moment I heard your voice. Cough, cough, cough. Vina hurried to his bedside, supporting her husband. Lie down. You are gravely ill. Do not exert yourself. Cough, cough, cough. My apologies. I just received treatment today and thought I was improving. Vina's expression faltered at his words. What? The divine magic still lacks effect? Her husband shook his head in bitter resignation, pausing for a moment before asking, And you? Did you find any work? Vina mirrored her husband's expression. Shaking her head, he sighed helplessly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Heh, it seems I have brought you all this suffering. Her husband, named Petri, hailed from a lineage of distinguished blacksmiths in Constant. He inherited the ancestral forging skills and ran a blacksmith shop. Where adventurers seeking weaponry would line up at the city gates, Petri's craftsmanship was renowned, and through a friend's introduction, he met the enchanting Vina. They swiftly fell in love and had a son, also named Petri. Residents affectionately referred to them as Old Petri and Little Petri. They purchased a 2-story home in the residential area, living a blissful and fulfilling life. However, one day, Petri inexplicably fell ill. Initially, it was merely a slight cough, but soon his condition deteriorated rapidly. He began to run a fever, coughed up blood, and gradually weakened until he could no longer lift a hammer, in a desperate bid to treat Petri. The family depleted all their savings, repeatedly seeking the church's priests for divine magic treatment. Yet each treatment yielded only a brief improvement, followed by a swift decline. The church's medical fees were exorbitant. To afford treatment, the couple sold off their shop's equipment, their home in the residential area, and ultimately even the ancestral blacksmith shop, forcing them to relocate to the slums in order to support her family and cover her husband's medical expenses. Vina tirelessly searched for work from dawn until dusk, but in a kingdom rife with turmoil and economic despair, suitable employment was scarce. Then one day, a servant from the count's estate approached her. It turned out that the benevolent count had long heard of her plight and, moved by compassion, decided to personally offer Vina a job with generous remuneration. The task was simple: to disrobe and take to the count's bed. Overcome with fear, Vina trembled, but desperation left her no choice but to accept this humiliating position. Otherwise, Her only remaining option would be to resort to becoming a courtesan in a brothel. Yet, even such a profession proved unattainable for her. That fateful night, just as the Count was poised to violate her, he was abruptly interrupted by an ostentatiously dressed host. Vina vaguely recalled that the Count appeared not merely angry, but rather alarmed. Fear gripped her as she caught snippets of their conversation, fragments about slave trade, Hilton, and Melon. Though uncertain if she had misheard, she distinctly recalled the legendary name, the name of the heroic family. For a fleeting moment, the notion that a hero might come to rescue them crossed her mind. However, as days passed, the money at home dwindled, her husband's health deteriorated, and the hero never arrived to save her. With her gaze cast downward, she bit her lip, grappling with words she yearned to express but dared not utter. Yet she knew she must. Pittery, my dear, either we stop the treatment altogether, or— Vina abruptly lifted her head to find her husband gazing at her with tenderness. The word she longed to say escaping his lips first. Pittery clasped her hand and placed it against his chest, patting it gently, and said with a smile, "You see, it's beyond recovery now. The clergy have drained our finances, and little Pitty is still so young. Continuing this meaningless treatment will only leave us bereft." He paused before continuing. "I know you have been tirelessly striving for my health, enduring great hardship, and I feel remorseful for you." Tears streamed down Vina's cheeks as she buried her head in her husband's chest, desperately suppressing her sobs, unwilling for their young son to witness such a sight. Pittery tenderly caressed Vina's long hair, his voice thick with emotion. "My father has a house in a nearby village. Tomorrow, you must take our son and leave this place. Vina, my beloved, please take care of little Pitty." Vina trembled as her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms, drawing forth beads of blood, her heart silently screaming for help. "Is there anyone? Anyone at all? Please save my husband. Please save us." Suddenly, a resounding knock shattered the oppressive silence within the room. The couple exchanged bewildered glances towards the door. It was late. Who could possibly be visiting? Moreover, in this slum, visitors often bore ill intentions. Pittery shook his head at Vina, signaling her to disregard the visitor. "I'll open it. I'll open it." Little Pitty hopped toward the door, this innocent child still perceiving this place as a former residential area. "Little Pitty, no." Vina rushed to stop her son, tears still unbidden, but she was too late. The door swung open, and in that moment, a plethora of ominous images flooded Vina's mind. Grabbing a kitchen knife from the table, she cautiously approached the entrance. However, standing at the door was a robust soldier with striking blonde hair. He held a bulging pouch in one hand and donned gleaming armor, embossed with a golden lion gripping a massive sword. Upon seeing Vina, the soldier clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, a salute exclusive to the army of the Kingdom of Moan. "I am Knight Lime, sent by Her Highness the Princess to aid the impoverished citizens of this slum. Here is your subsidy. Please accept it." Chapter 57. The Restless Night of the Full Moon, Part 2, at number 1 Jean Sway Street, Count Constance's mansion. Roy, dressed in the attire of the Count's guards, carried a large jug of wine, his expression neutral as he approached the barracks. As the first to be brainwashed by Ziegfei, and a powerful knight in his own right, he was naturally selected as a member of the Plum Blossom Inner Guard and underwent training in covert assassination. Though the darkness of such training starkly contrasted with his knightly education, he persevered, feeling himself a sinner unworthy of the knightly title. The role of an assassin seemed more fitting for him. Having been forgiven by the gentle prince and the valiant hero, he resolved to devote his reclaimed life entirely to serving those two esteemed individuals, due to his formidable physique as a knight. Roy progressed rapidly in his transformation training, mastering various stealth techniques and assassination methods. With just a bit more training and corresponding combat skills, he would be able to transition into the roles of an assassin or scout. Thus the task assigned by the Count's estate fell to him. Upon reaching the barracks, Roy was met with a cacophony of curses. "Damn it, it's all this Count's fault. I can't even catch a glimpse of the princess. Right? Who knows how this guy can be so bold yet so cowardly? Sigh. Nobles are all like this. They strut around like they're invincible, yet at crucial moments, they can't stand tall." "Exactly. Ha ha ha." Roy adjusted his expression, adopting a warm, affable smile as he swaggered in, resembling a simple country bumpkin. "What are you brothers discussing? It sounds lively." The three guards fell silent, eyeing Roy warily. They would only speak so freely about their lord among fellow villagers. Outsiders were a different matter altogether, as slandering the lord could lead to dire consequences. Oblivious to their caution, Roy casually found a chair, uncorked his wine jug, and the rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the tent. The guards' brows twitched. It had been ages since they last drank, for the Count had strictly forbidden alcohol during this period to prevent drunken mishaps. "This life is unbearable. They won't let us drink or go home. We just stuck guarding this wretched place. Who knows what the Count is so worried about? Who would dare attack the Count's mansion?" One soldier, with a yellowish complexion and an outgoing demeanor, seeing Roy's geniality and sharing his discontent with the lord, lowered his guard slightly and replied, "Isn't that the truth?" He called upon the entire military force available in the Countess' domain and hired a large number of adventurers. "And I hear he's even recruiting mercenaries." Roy, keen to keep the conversation flowing, filled a cup for the soldier and, feigning surprise, asked, "Is that true? How many people are we talking about?" "I know this. Brother, can you fill me a cup too?" The other two soldiers, seeing Roy's friendliness, eagerly joined in. Roy poured each of them a cup, and as the three soldiers downed their drinks, their cheeks flushed, their voices grew light. "Damn, this wine packs a punch, brother. Let me tell you, there are at least 100 patrolling the streets outside right now. That is just what is visible. Who knows how many are lying in wait in the shadows?" "Is it really that exaggerated?" Roy chimed in, subtly continuing to extract information. "Where are so many people hiding?" The yellowish soldier leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I heard from a maid in the mansion that our Count has nearly rented out all the vacant houses on Jean Sway Street, filled with hidden assassins." "What?" Roy was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the Count would go to such lengths for self-preservation. "Things have been relatively calm these past few days, but I heard that all the adventurers in the city had gathered here, and Jean Sway was practically sealed off. What is this Count planning with so many people?" Roy filled the soldiers' cups again. Having gleaned the desired intel, it was time for him to withdraw. "Well, the three of us just arrived from the neighboring city and don't know much more than that." "Oh, wait, I haven't asked for your names." The three soldiers stood up in unison, fueled by the wine, and shouted their names. "Trevor. I'm Mike. Franklin. Just call me Affu." Roy also stood, preparing to take his leave. "Ha ha ha, I'm Roy, just arrived in the past few days. Thank you for your enlightening conversation. I'll be on patrol shortly. I'll take my leave now and no need for such formalities. We should be thanking you for the fine wine." "Brother, which village are you from? We'll have to come visit you for a drink." Roy chuckled heartily. "I'm from White Man City to the west. My hometown is in Shimu Town. Rather inconspicuous little village." "You will, definitely." Suddenly, Roy halted mid-sentence as he noticed the expressions of surprise and bewilderment on the faces of the three soldiers. In that instant, he realized he had misspoken. "We're all from Shimu Town too. How come we've never met you before?" "Yeah, whose child are you?" Roy stifled the urge to face-bomb, internally sighing in exasperation. In such an era, a large village might only have 100 residents, and a smaller one could have just dozens. Children from the same village grew up together, knowing each other intimately. The emergence of a stranger was simply inconceivable. The mission is compromised. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Roy's affable smile vanished, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth, merging with the formidable presence of a knight, sweeping through the barracks in an instant. Without any forewarning, he raised his left hand, and a sharp-sleeved sword sprang from his wrist, piercing straight through Trevor's throat. Trevor's eyes bulged as he emitted a gurgling sound, spilling forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing limply to the ground. Meanwhile, Mike and Franklin were utterly stunned by this sudden assault, standing frozen in place, their weapons forgotten. However, Roy would not grant them the luxury of time to react. With a swift motion of his right hand across his left shoulder, a gleaming silver longsword materialized in his grasp. He concealed the page of the travel manual beneath his shoulder, overlapping it with the plum blossom insignia. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Mike and Franklin finally snapped back to their senses, screaming in hysteria as they drew their weapons. Yet, their response came far too late. Roy's longsword, imbued with a sharp enchantment, flashed coldly and effortlessly sliced through their throats as if they were mere sheets of paper. Blood sprayed forth, extinguishing the oil lamp and splattering across the tent. Mike and Franklin fell, their expressions a mixture of confusion, rage, and disbelief. They could not fathom why this previously amiable companion had suddenly turned against them. Roy gazed upon the three innocent guards lying lifeless on the ground, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had intended to craft a complete false identity to enhance his credibility, yet fate had led him to confront his own countrymen. If you are uncertain whether the other party can see through your lies, it is better not to lie at all. Lord Mylan's words echoed in Roy's mind. He failed to grasp the significance of this statement. And the cost was 3 innocent lives. Why sins have deepened. Roy sighed in resignation, steeling himself. Now was not the time for introspection. The tent flap was lifted, and 2 inner guards clad in black, bearing the plum blossom insignia, entered. What happened here? It's a long story. Clean up the scene for me. He paused, then added, from now on, I am Trevor, you are Mike, and he is Franklin. We are childhood friends from Creekwood Town. Understood? Understood. Understood. Roy stepped out of the tent and cast a glance towards the opulent and elegant Earl's mansion, eliciting a derisive snort. What significance does a seemingly impenetrable exterior hold if the interior has been compromised? In an unremarkable house on the street by the city gate, Mr. Field, do not be so tense. Come, have some tea. Siegfried, with a warm smile, poured a cup of hot tea for the crimson-robed Field. However, Field did not dare to accept it, trembling as he tentatively inquired, who are you? Oh, my apologies that I forgot to introduce myself. It has been quite some time since I last did so. After all, it seems everyone recognizes me at a glance. Siegfried shrugged helplessly and then fixed his gaze on Field's eyes, enunciating carefully, do I need to introduce myself? Field felt a prickling sensation under Siegfried's penetrating gaze and quickly shook his head. In no need, Mr. Mylan. Your family is known far and wide from Bylon to Rosalind. Field was filled with trepidation, not out of guilt, but simply because the man before him could easily snuff out his life. It was akin to being locked in a cage with a tiger. Even if one were told that the tiger only consumed vegetables, the sense of safety would be non-existent. Initially, he intended to escort a knight named Katerina to the Earl's mansion. However, the knight insisted on seeking someone first. Field harbored no suspicions, for Katerina was the personal guard of the Saintess. Little did he dream that the person the knight sought would be such a monstrous figure. Had he known, he would never have come. Siegfried chuckled coldly to himself. Humans are curious creatures. They extol the virtues of heroes, yet when these extraordinary beings manifest before them, their true feelings are not reverence but fear. This is perhaps the otherworldly version of the saying Yi Gong loves dragons. You need not be so anxious. I have no intention of harming kind-hearted individuals. I merely wish to engage in conversation with you. Onlookers, Katerina, bore an odd expression. As far as she knew, those who had conversed with Lord Mylan seldom fared well. Field's demeanor softened. It appeared that this Mylan harbored no ill will. Besides, he had committed no wrongdoing. So why should he be fearful? With this thought, Cardinal Field adopted a respectful demeanor and initiated the conversation. If I may be so bold, Mr. Mylan, have you become entangled in an internal strife? This question was of utmost importance, so crucial that Field was willing to risk rudeness to extract an answer, as it would directly influence the position of the Sun God Church in the forthcoming civil war.